The Awakening of Latin America. A classic anthology of Che Guevara's writings on Latin America. Escobedo Che Guevara. Edited by Maria del Carmen Arias Garcia. Contents. Escobedo Che Guevara, Biographical Note. Chronology of Escobedo Che Guevara. Editor's Preface. Introduction. Maria del Carmen Arias Garcia. Part 1. Discovering Latin America 1950-56. Introduction. Travels in Argentina, 1950. Excerpts from the Bicycle Diaries. First trip through Latin America, 1951-52. Excerpts from the Motorcycle Diaries. A second look at Latin America, 1953-56. Excerpts from Latin America Diaries. Doctors and their environment. The role of the doctor in Latin America. Reading notes. Historia verdadera de la conquista de la Nueva España by Bernal Díaz del Castillo. La Crónica del Perú by Pedro Ciza de León. La Araucana by Alonso de Ursula. Facundo, Civilización o Barbarie, by Domingo F. Sarmiento. El Evangelio y el Syllabus y un Dualismo Imposible by Dr. Lorenzo Montufar. Martín Fierro by José Hernández. Obras Escogidas by Enrique Gómez Carrillo. Martí, Reis y ala del Libertador de Cuba by Vicente Sainz. Breve Historia de Mexico by José Vasconcelos. Trayectoria de Goethe by Alfonso Reyes. La Rebelión de los Colgados by Bruno Traven. Biografía del Caribe by German Arceniegas. Mamita Yunao by Carlos Luis Fallas. Canto General by Pablo Neruda. Guatemala, La Democracia y el Imperio by Juan José Arevalo. El Hechicero by Carlos Solorzano. Journalism, 1953-54. The View from the Banks of the Giant of Rivers. Machu Picchu, an Enigma in Stone of the Americas. The Dilemma of Guatemala. The Workers of the United States, Friends or Enemies. Poems, unpublished. To the Bolivian Miners. Who Cares? Spain in America. A Tear for You. Invitation to the Road. Uaxicton. Sleeps. Selected Letters, 1953-56. Books read in adolescence. Part 2. Latin America from Within, 1956-65. Introduction. 1956-58. The Revolutionary War in Cuba. Articles. How Cuban the World Seems to Us. Our Soul is Full of Compassion. Interview. Interview by the Argentine journalist Jorge Ricardo Massetti. 1959. Article. Latin America from the Afro-Asian Perspective. Speech. Speech to the College of Medicine, Havana. Interview. Interview for Radio Rivadavia, Argentina. Letter. 1960. Articles. Regional Disarmament and Other Acts of Submission. Don't Be Stupid, Buddy, and Other Warnings. Nibans, International Organizations, and Genuflect Ions. Caracero, The Argentine Vote and Other Rhinoceroses. Itaguras, Somoza, and Other Proofs of Friendship. The Marshall Plan, The Eisenhower Plan and Other Plans. Nixon, Eisenhower. Haggerty and Other Warnings. Accusations at the OAS and United Nations and Other Stabs. The Court of Miracles and Other Devices Used by the OAS. A Tiny Bit is a Big Enough Sample and Other Short Stories. Speeches. Speech to the Latin American Youth Congress, Havana. In support of the Declaration of Havana, Camagüey. Farewell to the International Volunteer Work Brigades. Selected Letters. 1961. Article. Cuba, Historical Exception or Vanguard in the Anti-Colonial Struggle. Speeches. Economics cannot be separated from politics. First intervention at the CIES Conference, Punta del Este. The Real Road to Development. Second intervention at the CIES conference, Punta del Este. Cuban television interview about the Alliance for Progress and the CIES conference in Punta del Este. Letter. 1962. Articles. Tactics and Strategy for the Latin American Revolution. El Patojo. Speeches. The Cuban Revolution's Influence in Latin America. Speech to the Argentines living in Havana. 1963. Article. Guerrilla Warfare, a Method. Letter. 1964. Speech. Response to the attacks against Cuba in the UN General Assembly, New York. Letter. Reading lists, Cuba 1956-65. Part 3. The Americas United, Revolutionary Internationalism, 1965-67. Introduction. Congo Diary. Excerpt from the Epilogue. Message to the Tricontinental, Create 2, 3, Many Vietnams. Bolivian Diary. Excerpts. Documents from Bolivia. Communique No. 1, to the Bolivian people, March 27, 1967. Communique No. 2, to the Bolivian people, April 14, 1967. Communique No. 3, to the Bolivian people, May 1967. Communique No. 4, to the Bolivian people, June 1967. Communique No. 5, to the Bolivian miners, June 1967. Instructions to urban cadres, January 22, 1967. Reading lists, 1965-67. Reading plan for Bolivia. Index. Escobedo Che Guevara. Biographical note. One of Time magazine's icons of the century, Escobedo Guevara de la Serna was born in Rosario, Argentina, on June 14, 1928. He made several trips around Latin America during and immediately after his studies at medical school in Buenos Aires, including his 1951-52 journey with Alberto Granado, on the unreliable Norton motorbike described in his early journal The Motorcycle Diaries. He was already becoming involved in political activity and living in Guatemala when, in 1954, the elected government of Jacobo Arbenz was overthrown in a CIA-organized military operation. Escobedo escaped to Mexico, profoundly radicalized. Following up on a contact made in Guatemala, Guevara sought out the group of exiled Cuban revolutionaries in Mexico City. In July 1955, he met Fidel Castro and immediately enlisted in the guerrilla expedition to overthrow Cuban dictator Fulgencio Batista. The Cubans nicknamed him Che, a popular form of address in Argentina. On November 25, 1956, Guevara set sail for Cuba aboard the cabin cruiser Granma as the doctor to the guerrilla group that began the revolutionary armed struggle in Cuba's Sierra Maestra Mountains. Within several months, he was appointed by Fidel Castro as the first rebel army commander, though he continued ministering medically to wounded guerrilla fighters and captured soldiers from Batista's army. In September 1958, Guevara played a decisive role in the military defeat of Batista after he and Camilo Cienfuegos led separate guerrilla columns westward from the Sierra Maestra. After Batista fled on January 1, 1959, Guevara became a key leader of the new revolutionary government, first as head of the Department of Industry of the National Institute of Agrarian Reform, then as president of the National Bank. In February 1961 he became Minister of Industry. He was also a central leader of the political organization that in 1965 became the Communist Party of Cuba. Apart from these responsibilities, Guevara represented the Cuban revolutionary government around the world, heading numerous delegations and speaking at the United Nations and other international forums in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and the Socialist Bloc countries. He earned a reputation as a passionate and articulate spokesperson for Third World peoples, most famously at the 1961 conference at Punta del Este in Uruguay, where he denounced U.S. President Kennedy's Alliance for Progress. As had been his intention since joining the Cuban revolutionary movement, Guevara left Cuba in April 1965, initially to lead a Cuban organized guerrilla mission to support the revolutionary struggle in the Congo, Africa. He returned to Cuba secretly in December 1965 to prepare another Cuban organized guerrilla force for Bolivia. Arriving in Bolivia in November 1966, Guevara's plan was to challenge that country's military dictatorship and eventually to instigate a revolutionary movement that would extend throughout the continent of Latin America. The journal he kept during the Bolivian campaign became known as the Bolivian Diary. Che was wounded and captured by US-trained and run Bolivian counterinsurgency troops on October 8, 1967. The following day he was executed and his body hidden. Che Guevara's remains were finally discovered in 1997 and returned to Cuba. A memorial was built at Santa Clara in central Cuba, where he had won a major military battle during the Revolutionary War. Chronology of Escobedo Che Guevara. June 14, 1928. Escobedo Guevara is born in Rosario, Argentina, of parents Escobedo Guevara Lynch and Celia de la Serna. He will be the eldest of 5 children. July 1952. Escobedo Guevara travels around Latin America with his friend Alberto Granado. March 10, 1952. General Fulgencio Batista carries out a coup d'état in Cuba. July 6, 1953. After graduating as a doctor in March, Escobedo Guevara sets off again to travel through Latin America. He visits Bolivia, observing the aftermath of the 1952 revolution in that country. July 26, 1953. Fidel Castro leads an unsuccessful armed attack on the Moncada army garrison in Santiago de Cuba, launching the revolutionary struggle to overthrow the Batista regime. December 1953. Escobedo Guevara meets a group of Cuban survivors of the Moncada attack in San Jose, Costa Rica. December 24, 1953. Escobedo Guevara arrives in Guatemala, then under the popularly elected government of Jacobo Arbenz. June 1954. While in Guatemala, he studies Marxism and becomes involved in political activities, meeting exiled Cuban revolutionaries. August 1954. Mercenary troops backed by the CIA enter Guatemala City and begin massacring Arbenz supporters. September 21, 1954. Escobedo Guevara arrives in Mexico City after fleeing Guatemala. He gets a job at the Central Hospital. July 1955. Escobedo Guevara meets Fidel Castro soon after the latter arrives in exile in Mexico City after his release from prison in Cuba. He immediately agrees to join the planned guerrilla expedition to Cuba. The Cubans nickname him Che, an Argentine term of greeting. June 24, 1956. Che is arrested as part of a roundup by Mexican police of exiled Cuban revolutionaries. November 25, 1956. 82 combatants, including Che Guevara as troop doctor, set sail for Cuba from Tuxpan, Mexico, aboard the small cabin cruiser Granma. December 2, 1956. The Granma reaches Cuba at Las Coloradas Beach in Oriente Province, but the rebels are surprised by Batista's troops at Alegria de Pio and dispersed. December 21, 1956. Che's group, led by Juan Almeida, reunites with Fidel Castro and his group, and they move deeper into the Sierra Maestra Mountains. February 17, 1957. New York Times journalist Herbert Matthews interviews Fidel Castro in the Sierra Maestra. The same day, the first meeting is held between the urban underground and the guerrillas of the July 26 movement since the start of the Revolutionary War. March 13, 1957. A group of students from the Revolutionary Directorate attack the presidential palace and seize a major Havana radio station. Student leader José Antonio Echeverría is killed in this attack. May 27 to 28, 1957. The Battle of El Llavero takes place, in which Che Guevara stands out among the combatants. July 12, 1957. The rebels issue the Manifesto of the Sierra Maestra calling for a broad political front against General Batista and support for the rebel army. July 21, 1957. Che Guevara is selected to lead the newly established Second Column, Column 4, of the rebel army and is promoted to the rank of commander. August 31, 1958 Che Guevara and Camilo Cienfuegos lead invasion columns west from the Sierra Maestra toward central Cuba, opening new battle fronts in Las Villas province. November 15, 1958 Fidel leaves the Sierra Maestra to direct the rebel army's final offensive in Santiago de Cuba. By the end of the month, Batista's elite troops are defeated at the Battle of Giza. December 28, 1958 Che Guevara's Column 8 initiates the Battle of Santa Clara and succeeds in taking control of the city within a few days. January 1, 1959 Batista flees Cuba. Fidel enters Santiago de Cuba as the military regime collapses. Santa Clara falls to the rebel army. January 2, 1959 Fidel Castro calls for a general strike and the country is paralyzed. The rebel army columns led by Che Guevara and Camilo Cienfuegos reach Havana. January 8, 1959 Fidel Castro arrives in Havana. February 9, 1959 Che Guevara is declared a Cuban citizen. June 12 to September 8, 1959 Che Guevara travels through Europe, Africa, and Asia. He signs various commercial, technical, and cultural agreements on behalf of the revolutionary government. October 7, 1959 Che Guevara is designated head of the Department of Industry of the National Institute of Agrarian Reform, INRA. November 25, 1959 Che Guevara is appointed President of the National Bank of Cuba. March 17, 1960 President Eisenhower approves a CIA plan to overthrow the revolutionary government and to train a Cuban exile army to invade Cuba. October 21, 1960 Che Guevara leaves on an extended visit to the Soviet Union, the German Democratic Republic, Czechoslovakia, China, and North Korea. January 3, 1961 Washington breaks diplomatic relations with Cuba. February 23, 1961 The revolutionary government establishes the Ministry of Industry, headed by Che Guevara. April 16, 1961 At a mass rally Fidel Castro proclaims the socialist character of the Cuban Revolution. April 17 to 19, 1961 1,500 Cuban-born mercenaries, organized and backed by the United States, invade Cuba at the Bay of Pigs but are defeated within 72 hours. Che Guevara is sent to command troops in Pinar del Rio province. August 8, 1961 Che Guevara condemns U.S. President Kennedy's Alliance for Progress in a fiery speech to the Organization of American States, OAS, Economic and Social Conference in Punta del Este, Uruguay, as head of Cuba's delegation. Cuba is subsequently expelled from the OAS. February 3, 1962 President Kennedy orders a total trade embargo against Cuba. August 27 to September 7, 1962 Che Guevara makes his second visit to the Soviet Union. October 1962 An international crisis breaks out after U.S. spy planes discover Soviet missile installations in Cuba. Cuba responds by mobilizing its population for defense. Che Guevara is assigned to lead forces in Pinar del Rio province in preparation for an imminent U.S. invasion. July 3 to 17, 1963 Che Guevara visits Algeria, recently independent under the government of Ahmed Ben Bella. March 1964 Che Guevara meets with Tamara Bunk, Tanya, to discuss her mission to move to Bolivia in anticipation of a future guerrilla expedition. March 25, 1964 Che Guevara addresses the UN Conference on Trade and Development in Geneva, Switzerland. November 4 to 9, 1964 Che Guevara visits the Soviet Union. December 11, 1964 Che Guevara addresses the UN General Assembly meeting in New York, condemning the U.S. war in Vietnam and supporting independence movements from Puerto Rico to the Congo. December 17, 1964 Che Guevara leaves New York for Africa, where he visits Algeria, Mali, Congo, Brazzaville, Guinea, Ghana, Tanzania, and Egypt. February 24, 1965 Che Guevara addresses the Second Economic Seminar of the Organization of Afro-Asian Solidarity in Algiers, controversially urging the socialist countries to do more to support Third World struggles for independence. March 14, 1965 Che Guevara returns to Cuba and shortly afterwards drops from public view. April 1, 1965 Che Guevara delivers a farewell letter to Fidel Castro. He subsequently leaves Cuba on a Cuban-sponsored internationalist mission in the Congo, Africa, entering through Tanzania. April 18, 1965 In answer to questions about Che Guevara's whereabouts, Fidel Castro tells foreign reporters that Che will always be where he is most useful to the revolution. June 16, 1965 Fidel Castro announces Che Guevara's location will be revealed when Commander Guevara wants it known. October 3, 1965 Fidel Castro publicly reads Che Guevara's letter of farewell at a meeting to announce the Central Committee of the newly formed Communist Party of Cuba. November 21, 1965 Che Guevara leaves the Congo, and begins writing up his account of the African mission, which he describes as a failure. December 1965 Fidel Castro arranges for Che Guevara to return to Cuba in secret. Che Guevara prepares for a Cuban-sponsored guerrilla expedition to Bolivia. January 3 to 14, 1966 The Tricontinental Conference of Solidarity of the Peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America is held in Havana. March 1966 The first Cuban combatants arrive in Bolivia to begin advance preparations for a guerrilla movement. Tanya has already been working there since 1964. July 1966 Che Guevara meets with Cuban volunteers selected for the mission to Bolivia at a training camp in Cuba's Pinar del Rio province. November 4, 1966 Che Guevara arrives in La Paz, Bolivia, in disguise, using the assumed name of Ramon Benitez. November 7, 1966 Che Guevara and several others arrive at the farm on the Nacahuaza River where the guerrilla detachment will be based. Che makes his first entry in his diary of the Bolivia campaign. December 31, 1966 Che Guevara meets with the secretary of the Bolivian Communist Party, Mario Monge. There is disagreement over perspectives for the planned guerrilla movement. March 23, 1967 The first guerrilla military action takes place in a successful ambush of Bolivian army troops. March 25, 1967 The formation of the Bolivian National Liberation Army, ELN, is publicly announced. April 16, 1967 Publication of Che Guevara's message to the Tricontinental, which calls for the creation of many Vietnams. May 1967 U.S. Special Forces arrive in Bolivia to train counterinsurgency troops of the Bolivian Army. June 23 to 24, 1967 The Bolivian Army massacres miners and their families at the Siglo XX mines. This becomes known as the San Juan Massacre. July 1, 1967 President Barrientos publicly announces Che Guevara's presence in Bolivia. July 31 to August 10, 1967 The Organization of Latin American Solidarity, OLA's, conference is held in Havana. The conference supports guerrilla movements throughout Latin America. Che Guevara is elected honorary chair. September 26, 1967 The guerrilla unit falls into a Bolivian army ambush at Quebrada de Batán, near La Higuera. October 8, 1967 The remaining 17 guerrillas are trapped by army troops and conduct a desperate battle in the Quebrada del El Euro ravine. Che Guevara is seriously wounded and captured. October 9, 1967 Che Guevara and two other captured guerrillas, Willie and Chino, are executed by Bolivian soldiers following instructions from the Bolivian government and Washington. The remains of Che Guevara and the other guerrillas are secretly buried in Bolivia. October 15, 1967 In a television appearance Fidel Castro confirms news of Che Guevara's death and declares 3 days of official mourning in Cuba. October 8 is designated the Day of the Heroic Guerrilla. October 18, 1967 Fidel Castro delivers a memorial speech for Che Guevara in Havana's Revolution Plaza before an audience of almost 1 million people. July 1968 Che Guevara's Bolivian diary is published in Cuba and distributed free of charge to the Cuban people. It is simultaneously published in many countries to counter the CIA campaign to discredit the revolutionary movement in Latin America. With an introduction by Fidel Castro, it becomes an instant international bestseller. July 1997 Che Guevara's remains are finally located and returned to Cuba to be buried along with the bodies of other guerrilla fighters found in Bolivia in a new memorial built in Santa Clara. Editor's Preface. After spending a night with his friends, the Granados, in Córdoba at the beginning of the 1950s, young Escobedo Guevara de la Serna became determined to learn everything he could about Latin America and dreamed of exploring the entire region. The idea grew to incorporate new plans and different companions until, at the end of 1951, he and Alberto Granado set out together. Emulating Don Quixote and his trusty Rocinante, the two travelers made the trip on a motorbike. They weren't as lucky as their legendary predecessor, however, for their steed broke down soon after they had embarked on their adventure. Nevertheless, no difficulties, doubts or broken down motorbikes, abandoned at the start of their journey, could sway them from their purpose, and for Escobedo the trip became the first experience in a lifelong passion. This anthology covers 3 periods Che's life, years which reveal most of his ideas and thinking about Latin America. 1950–55, Discovering Latin America. 1956–64, Latin America from Within. 1965–67, The Americas United, Revolutionary Internationalism. In each of these periods, Che faced extraordinary challenges, but he persevered, his iron will ensuring he continued in his endeavor to create the great homeland of Latin America of which Simon Bolívar and José Martí had dreamed. This book forms part of the project of the Che Guevara Studies Center, Havana, and Ocean Press to present Che's thinking and legacy, in his own words, from his youth to his final days in Bolivia, his perspective on and his vision for Latin America and its peoples for whom he gave his life and in whom his memory lives on. Introduction. My mouth narrates what my eyes have seen. 1. Recalling a verse by the Argentine writer Sabato, with the pleasure he always got from his constant companion, poetry, Escobedo Guevara de la Serna began his first journey as a determined adventurer in January 1950. He set out to discover the northern part of his native Argentina, the reality of which he had only so far caught a brief glimpse. From the moment he decided to explore Latin America, Che regarded this as an extremely important obligation. Sadly, only a few of the pages of the diary he kept of this trip around Argentina have been preserved, but what we have shows a young man's inner world full of dreams and philosophical ponderings, in a never-ending search for truth. This search would lead him, throughout his life, to try to feel the pulse of the people of Latin America. The thousands of miles he traversed through arid lands, both beautiful and not so beautiful, opened his eyes to a reality he encountered everywhere, the backwardness in which the vast majority of the peoples of Latin America were mired, condemned to poverty and helplessness. Barely a year after his initial exploratory trip, Che embarked on an experience that made a lasting impression on him. In that brief period of time, his social awareness had sharpened as he questioned everything he encountered. He signed on as a nurse on ships that took him to Caribbean countries and as a health officer in the port area of Buenos Aires, events he never documented but which fed his inquiring mind and led him to undertake further adventures. His next travels were far more extensive and adventurous, covering a large part of Latin America. On that journey, he was not alone but accompanied by his friend Alberto Granado, who shared his goals and dreams. They set out on an unreliable old motorcycle that had to be abandoned in Chile. Ernesto's lifelong habit of writing down everything he experienced shows the lasting effect that trip had on him as a young man. Unconsciously, he developed a distinctive style in the accounts of his travels as he was driven to explore unknown lands, experiences that changed him more than he could have imagined. His travels through Chile, Peru, Colombia, and Venezuela led him to delve into truths that he had sensed but never corroborated. He acknowledges his limitations as a writer, but his diaries clearly convey his search and show how objective and remarkably perceptive he was. From Chile on, his constant theme was injustice, first, in the issue of healthcare, about which he already knew something, and then in regard to the miners, especially a family of communist miners he met, with whom he felt more brotherhood than ever before. Faced with so much injustice, he noted the need for fundamental change. Given government's failure to act and the merciless exploitation to which the poor were subjected, in his first political commentary he expressed the need to shake off the uncomfortable Yankee friend in order to achieve sovereign and independent nationhood. His comments about Peru were even more significant, because there he encountered a problem of which he had previously been unaware, that of the continent's indigenous peoples. At Machu Picchu, he was struck by the conquistadors' barbarism in contrast to the incredible richness of the destroyed indigenous culture. There at Machu Picchu he first appreciated the immensity and vastness of indigenous culture and architecture, which stimulated a desire to learn more about the conquest that had cruelly subjugated the peoples of a continent in the interests of feudal Spain. On his birthday in June 1952, 6 months after he set out on his trip with Alberto Granado on the motorbike, in his account entitled Saint Guevara's Day, an ironic invocation of Peronism, he examined the many ways in which he was beginning to get a sense of the united Latin America that Bolívar had sought. Caracas, the city of the eternal spring, marked the end of his long journey, and there he was exposed to another issue about which he had been very ignorant: the position of blacks in a white society, another aspect of the racist and deforming impact of colonialism. Che concludes the motorcycle diaries with what he calls a note in the margin. Here he attempts to synthesize his experiences, saying he is not trying to prove any particular thesis, but simply describing what he felt was exerting an ever greater spiritual force on the self-confessed and ironic eclectic dissembler of doctrine and psychoanalyst of dogma, as he refers to himself, a man who had taken a path that would lead him to fight to transform the world. He had yet to identify all the elements of his vision of revolution: the role of the popular masses, the question of the seizure of power, his humanism and, above all, his Latin Americanism. But he had already developed certain convictions that meant he was ready to throw himself into the struggle alongside the masses of people, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Some time would pass and many events would take place in Ernesto's life before he would write similar phrases with the same sentiment. He had to take a second look at Latin America. In Otra vez, once again, to the title he gave his diary of that second journey, he develops the same themes. In July 1953, after completing his medical studies, Escobedo set out with Calica Ferrer, another old friend, heading first to Bolivia to learn about the revolutionary process that the Revolutionary Nationalist Movement, MNR, had initiated in 1952. He was interested in the Bolivian experience because, apart from the Peronist movement in his own country about which he was somewhat skeptical, he had not witnessed any actual revolution and was curious to see how the masses participated in the process. The Bolivian revolution did not particularly inspire him, as he clearly recognized the political and ideological weakness of the leaders of the movement and foresaw a process of attrition when the goals they had set themselves initially were not achieved, but he did observe the potential strength of the people, especially the super-exploited Bolivian miners. Naturally, the U.S. government's attempts to crush the Bolivian Revolution, immersed as it was in the Cold War, did not escape the notice of the young Escobedo Guevara. This U.S. pressure would eventually lead Bolivians to a dead end where they were forced to abandon their nationalist project. Escobedo decided to move on. In Ecuador, he discussed his experiences in Bolivia with a group of friends, who invited him to go to Central America with them to learn about the Guatemalan revolutionary process. Under President Jacobo Arbenz, Guatemala was generating great hope among the most advanced Latin American intellectuals and political leaders. It was in those circumstances that he wrote a letter to his family including a revealing comment: "In Guatemala, I shall improve myself and achieve what I lack to be a true revolutionary." He knew enough about Central America before arriving in Guatemala to understand what U.S. penetration in the region meant and to conclude that the only possible solution was a revolution that challenged the feudal bourgeoisie and foreign capital in order to achieve real justice for the people. Understanding this reality, he saw that the much-touted Pan-Americanism was a false substitute for real Latin American unity, and the only thing it had achieved was an overwhelming disparity between rich and poor, and the economic and political subjugation of the weak countries of the South. History had already tragically underlined this truth with U.S. interference in the Panama Canal, the assassination of Augusto Sandino in Nicaragua, and the United Fruit Company's pitiless exploitation of workers in Central America, all of which were carried out in the name of Pan-American unity. Escobedo saw that Pan-Americanism and imperialism went hand in hand, and that Pan-Americanism wittingly or unwittingly acted as the tool of imperialism, which meant the accumulation and export of capital, monopoly concentration, and the exploitation of countries producing raw materials. When its interests so required, imperialism made demands that either indirectly or directly forced Latin American nations to adopt US-style democracy. For this reason Guatemala proved to be a turning point in Escobedo Guevara's intellectual and ideological evolution as an aspiring revolutionary. Recognizing the conceptual and programmatic limitations of the Guatemalan process, he nevertheless considered it an authentic revolution, one worth risking his life for. This was an enriching period of his life, in which his experiences stimulated the need to study more, especially philosophy, which he had earlier tackled enthusiastically. Guatemala was a revolutionary school for him, but also a source of frustration when the revolution was defeated in June 1954. The crushing of another Latin American dream was how he referred to the shameful plot between the U.S. State Department, the CIA, and the puppet governments of Central America against the Guatemalan government, which was simply attempting to transform its feudal economy through a moderate agrarian reform law, but whose real crime was to seize land that the United Fruit Company considered to be its property. Such policies of a legitimate, popularly elected government were enough for the CIA to launch an international campaign portraying Guatemala as a nation ruled by international communism and which, therefore, provided a clear threat to peace and security in the hemisphere. Less than a year after the agrarian reform was implemented, the CIA prepared to isolate Guatemala diplomatically, promoted internal subversion, created artificial conflicts with Guatemala's neighbors and trained a shock force of mercenaries ready to invade the country from Honduras. Events in Guatemala served to strengthen Ernesto's anti-imperialism, evident in remarks in his letters and travel diary about the role the United States had played in overthrowing the Arbenz administration. He also consciously affirmed that revolution was the only way to achieve the rule of justice in Latin America and that the unity of the region was absolutely necessary. He also reiterated that he saw himself as belonging to Latin America, and not just to the country of his birth, Argentina. In Guatemala, he made contact with a group of exiled Cuban revolutionaries, including some of those who had participated in the July 1953 attack on the Moncada barracks to challenge the Batista dictatorship. For the first time, Escobedo learned about the goals of the July 26 movement and its leader, Fidel Castro, who was then in prison in Cuba for having led the attack in Santiago de Cuba. Later, in Mexico, Escobedo encountered the Cubans again and met Fidel, who had been amnestied and released from prison, arriving in Mexico in June 1955. Ernesto's diary includes the entry, "One political event is meeting Fidel Castro, the Cuban revolutionary, an intelligent young fellow who is very sure of himself and extraordinarily audacious. I think we hit it off well." 3. From that moment Escobedo Guevara, now known as Che, a nickname the Cubans bestowed upon him, became irrevocably linked with the Cuban Revolution in what was to be one of the most enriching periods of his life. This meeting enabled him to achieve what he had dreamed of from a young age. While in Mexico, he analyzed the factors leading to the overthrow of the Guatemalan Revolution. He also examined how his experiences had served to broaden and sharpen his political awareness, helping him map out his future, which he now saw as entwined with that of humanity. This was a definitive moment in the development of his humanist thinking. He outlined in greater depth the reasons why he saw that Latin Americanism and imperialism were in eternal conflict. His analysis was now reinforced by his more profound study of Marxism, especially Karl Marx's political economy. He considered these studies absolutely necessary for understanding Latin America's ills and how the continent would solve these problems through socialism, even though he was not yet entirely clear about what that meant. After taking part in Cuba's liberation, he expected to go on to fulfill a commitment he had already expressed in a letter to his mother in April 1954, when he remarked, "The Americas will be the theater of my adventures in a way that is much more significant than I would have believed for." In Cuba, he would have the unique experience of being part of a people's vanguard that wagered everything on winning their country's independence through the means he considered fundamental, armed struggle. Che summed up his ideas in the midst of the Cuban Revolution in an interview with his compatriot Jorge Ricardo Massetti. "I am here in Cuba simply because I believe that the only way to rid the Americas of dictators is to overthrow them, helping to bring about their fall by whatever means necessary, the more direct the better." When asked if his participation in the internal affairs of a country that was not his own could be seen as meddling, he added, "First of all, I consider my country to be not only Argentina but the entire Americas. My country's history is as glorious as that of José Martí, and it is in his land precisely that I abide by his doctrine." 5. The combatant who pursued chimeras. A new period in Che's life now began. Participating in the revolutionary struggle in Cuba would be the first step in his aspiration to build a new Latin America. In the revolutionary struggle in Cuba, he not only tested himself as a combatant but he also discovered how a revolutionary process could bring about basic structural change in society. Cuba, for Che, represented a new step in the development of the continent-wide Latin American people's struggle to achieve their definitive liberation. The awakening of Latin America that followed the triumph of the Cuban Revolution on January 1, 1959, reinforced his views on what other Latin American peoples needed to do. As a leader of the Cuban Revolution, he assumed a wide range of complex tasks, and he rapidly came to be regarded as an exemplary revolutionary and Marxist. He was particularly effective in combining theory and practice, creatively enriching the latter and making a significant contribution to the economic and political elements of the socialist transition in Cuba. In spite of his heavy workload in Cuba, Che never stopped trying to unite and strengthen the revolutionary movements elsewhere in Latin America. He recognized the similarities of the struggles, their common objectives and their common enemy. At one stage, he called together a large number of Latin American revolutionaries who wanted to learn directly from the experience of a successful revolution and who needed links that would strengthen their struggles for their country's sovereignty. He spent long hours discussing tactics and strategy and the main principles for achieving victory. His speeches, interviews, and papers from 1959 onwards reveal his deep reflection on a wide range of topics. He analyzed key economic, political, and social questions, with a particular focus on the unity of the three underdeveloped continents of the world, Asia, Africa, and Latin America, in what would become his Third World thesis. After his 1959 tour of the member countries of the Bandung Pact, the predecessor of the movement of non-aligned countries, he wrote, "Cuba has been invited to send representatives to the new Conference of Afro-Asian Peoples. They will show the august meeting of their Afro-Asian brothers the truths and the pain of Latin America. Their participation is no coincidence, it is the result of the historic convergence of all the oppressed peoples in this hour of liberation. They will go on to say that it is true that Cuba exists and that Fidel Castro is a man, a popular hero, not a mythological abstraction." From my new perspective of the balcony, when asked if we are allies from across the ocean, I have to respond to those hundreds of thousands of Africans and Asians who are marching toward freedom in these nuclear times. Yes, more than ever, I am one more brother from this part of the world that awaits with infinite eagerness the moment when we can consolidate the bloc that will destroy the anachronistic presence of colonial control once and for all. 6. Cuba's ongoing example convinced him that it was absolutely necessary for Latin America to obtain political cohesion in order to defend itself in the international arena, and developed his thoughts on how the continent could achieve full liberation. He focused his attention on the International Monetary Fund, IMF, which, he pointed out in an interview with Argentine radio, if it is to be considered an element of liberation for Latin America, I believe this should have already been demonstrated. Until now, I have not been aware of any such demonstration. The IMF performs an entirely different function, precisely that of ensuring that capital based outside of Latin America controls all of Latin America. 7. Drawing on his guerrilla experience in Cuba Sierra Maestra Mountains and the broad scope of the Cuban Revolution, he began to envisage a project of change for Latin America that included profound social and economic reforms, starting with an agrarian reform, which he considered should be the first measure taken by any revolutionary Latin American government. Close coordination would be necessary between any true people's army, the unquestionable vanguard in the struggle for full liberation, and the popular masses. Together, they would obtain real independence by confronting the imperialist forces and the false democracies that held power at the time. In 1961, to counter the Cuban Revolution's undeniable achievements and example, U.S. President Kennedy proposed a program called the Alliance for Progress, which was to provide Latin American countries with funds for promoting their development. Although that program appeared to represent a change in hemispheric relations, it proved to be nothing but a sanitized expression of the historical, economic and political hegemony of the United States in the region. After the failure of the April 1961 Bay of Pigs mercenary attack on Cuba, the United States increasingly focused on Latin America, making foreign aid conditional on the adoption of certain internal measures in each country that would guarantee its subordination to the interests of its northern neighbor. A peace policy for Latin America was implemented that ensured stability to avoid any repetition of the Cuban Revolution. Cuba remained a thorn in Washington's side not because it violated any hemispheric agreements, but because it had managed to solve the problems that were unsolved in many other Latin American countries. This was the challenge the United States confronted, Cuba's example proving to be more dangerous than any form of military action. Ecobedo Che Guevara was the head of the Cuban delegation to the Punta del Este, Uruguay, conference held in 1961 to discuss the Alliance for Progress. He took part in exhausting work sessions and, in his interventions, he not only explained Cuba's position but exposed the real intentions of the United States, pointing out the real path to development for Latin America. Against all the hostility Cuba faced at the conference, Che offered support for constructive joint action so the participants in the Punta del Este conference could lay the foundation for a truly progressive plan that would benefit the majority of Latin Americans. Che highlighted the political nature of the conference and its economic dimension, and outlined the necessary parameters for any policy that sought to achieve real economic integration, stating that the real threat was posed by the international monopolies' determination to control all trade through the free trade associations. He proposed practical measures such as a development program and the coordination of technical and financial assistance from all industrialized countries, in order to safeguard the interests of the weaker countries, and he urged that all acts of economic aggression by any members against others be outlawed. He also suggested measures to protect Latin American businesses against monopoly competition, to reduce U.S. tariffs on the region's products and to provide direct investments with no political strings attached. Cuba's arguments were ignored, however, and the conference resolutions focused on U.S. economic policy with no consideration given to the requirements of Latin America's interests. Che also took up many other issues at the Punta del Este conference. For example, he proposed changes needed in the structure of the relationships of production in order to achieve real progress. For Che, there were only two possible alternatives: the freeing of trade and the implementation of an independent economic policy combined with an independent foreign policy, or engagement in an open struggle to challenge the foreign monopolies directly. Che insisted that the main effect of imperialist penetration in Latin America had been devastating, characterized by absolute economic backwardness, and the real cause of underdevelopment and of neocolonial dependence. The local oligarchies had failed miserably and had only exacerbated the gap between the wealthy minority and the impoverished mass of the people. Che was absolutely convinced that the only real alternative at that historical moment of the early 1960s was to confront the enemy through armed struggle. In Tactics and Strategy for the Latin American Revolution and the Cuban Revolution's Influence in Latin America, both included in this anthology, he challenged the roots of all Latin America's social problems and warned that, in a world economically distorted by imperialism, the only solution was a political military struggle, with the masses' true vanguard employing correct global strategies and tactics that would lead to their political triumph and victory for Latin America. Point 8. Waging this necessary war, as Marty had postulated, meant taking advantage of the historical context in which it was possible to weaken imperialism's economic bases, destroy the reactionary oligarchies and to polarize the struggle. Paraphrasing Fidel's 1960 speech at the United Nations, Che argued the only way to put an end to the philosophy of war was to cease the philosophy of plunder. 9. May freedom be won all over Latin America. Che's concept of radical social transformation was not limited to Cuba and the interests of the Cuban Revolution. His perspective was a third world one, which had as its ultimate goal the attainment of the full emancipation of all humankind. Latin American unity was at the heart of Che's strategy as the only way to achieve first national independence and then the definitive liberation of the entire continent. He considered Latin America to be both the most advanced and the most contradictory part of the Third World. Before taking part in the armed struggle in the Congo and Bolivia, Che explained his strategy, underlining the inevitable nature of the revolution and expressing his determination to take initiatives that would exacerbate social contradictions so as to pave the way for the people's participation in the revolution. This had nothing to do with voluntarism and sectarianism because, as he stressed, in the last analysis, the popular masses were the agents of change. Based on his experience in Cuba, where the revolutionary forces always kept the main enemy, the Batista dictatorship, in sight, he noted that the success of the struggle depended on correct organization, headed by the revolutionary vanguard. He also identified the primary and secondary contradictions existing in the national and international arenas and what needed to be done to lead the process to its final goal, the seizure of power and the transition to socialism. To guide this process, a political military organization was required, working in a coordinated way with all other revolutionary forces. This strategy was somewhat in contrast to that of the Latin American communist parties, which had tended to separate themselves from the specific realities of Latin America and to focus on promoting a bourgeois democratic revolution. Che himself would suffer from the sectarian attitude of the General Secretary of the Bolivian Communist Party. Unquestionably, his message to the Tricontinental, 10, which summed up his international revolutionary strategy, published when he was already immersed in the struggle in Bolivia, was the most important expression of his Third World thesis. He argued that because imperialism was a world system, the only way revolutionary forces could succeed would be by fighting it on a global scale, eliminating its bases of support and achieving full popular participation. To Latin America, that forgotten part of the world, he assigned the important task of creating a second or third Vietnam as the only way to solve its problems. He believed it would be a long struggle, the strategic end of which would be the destruction of imperialism. In that process, in addition to recognizing the prevailing realities in Latin America, it was absolutely necessary to eliminate the division of the world into two large spheres of influence, capitalist and socialist. With courage and acuity, he argued that the socialist countries had a role to play in this strategy and should be ready to make sacrifices in order to contribute to the development of the dependent countries. He warned that they could not remain neutral either in economic or armed conflicts because, whatever the outcome, defeat or victory would belong to all. This warning clearly implied that the existing socialist countries had to engage fully with the Third World if they were truly pledged to the world revolutionary struggle. Che's views on this were clearly presented in his speech at the Afro-Asian Summit held in Algiers in February 1965. There are no boundaries in this struggle to the death, nor can we remain indifferent to what is going on in any part of the world. The victory of any country over any other nation is a defeat for all. The exercise of proletarian internationalism is not only the duty of the peoples who are fighting to obtain a better future, it is also a need that cannot be ignored. If the United States or any other imperialist enemy acts as an aggressor against the underdeveloped peoples and the socialist countries, a basic logic determines the need for an alliance between the underdeveloped peoples and the socialist countries. Even if there weren't any other unifying factors, their common enemy would constitute one. 11. From Che's point of view, this was the starting point of the alliance between the underdeveloped peoples, who were fighting to free themselves from imperialism, and the socialist countries, which were aware that the United States would intervene in any revolutionary process that might emerge, as was, in fact, happening frequently in those years. With the upsurge in revolutionary movements in Latin America, authoritarian systems were put in place with the full backing of the United States, and societies were militarized or turned into de facto military regimes. This political military policy was justified by the Cold War national security doctrine, directed against the spread of communism in Latin America and elsewhere. The U.S. Covert Action Program against President Arbenz in Guatemala became a model for intervention in other countries. In 1959, the U.S. response to the Cuban Revolution was to intensify that strategy and adopt an even more aggressive stance. As a young man, Che had discovered in Latin America an ideal laboratory for his personal and ideological growth, from his observations of the 1952 Bolivian revolutionary movement, Arbenz's Guatemala, and Fidel's Cuba, to his final efforts in Bolivia in 1967. His theory about armed struggle represented a break with the prevailing strategy of the Latin American left at the time, dominated by the communist parties, that essentially saw a peaceful transition to socialism, something that Che did not exclude, but only where a strong popular movement existed. Che threw himself into the task of creating and developing a guerrilla nucleus in Bolivia that could control an important part of the territory and become a training ground for guerrilla struggles in other Latin American countries. He felt that his presence participating in the fighting and proposing guerrilla warfare as a specific political alternative to the status quo would help to give a Latin American projection to the struggle. There were significant early victories in Bolivia, in spite of the many detractors, some of whom were based in socialist countries, who denounced the Bolivian campaign and openly condemned Che's guerrilla warfare strategy. In his famous diary written in Bolivia, Che describes how he saw the struggle as not just a rebellion against the oligarchies but also against revolutionary dogma, both of which he thought were key factors hindering any real approach to revolution and which had to be opposed, no matter what some theoretical purists might argue. Much has and could be said about the heroic actions of Che and his compañeros in Bolivia, but as a young man he summed up the essentially humanistic and ethical dimension of his thinking when he wrote, "Really, I think I have managed to understand it, Latin America, and I feel myself a Latin American with a character different from that of any other people on the face of the earth." 12. Winning the future. Che viewed Latin America's future, once it had swept away everything holding back its definitive liberation, as a revolutionary anthem resounding in history and destined to become eternal on the lips of Latin America's combatants. His motivation was his astute analysis of the economic, political, and social situation that had prevailed for centuries in Latin America. He knew U.S. imperialism would resort to brute force to prevent any revolutionary movement from developing, but he also pointed out that the historical moment was propitious and that, if the moment was not seized, the political cost would be enormous. After more than a decade of neoliberalism, many people throughout the world today are seeking a new world order, one that is more rational and just. For Latin America, this is a pressing issue. The path is extremely difficult and dangerous, but it is not impossible if our struggles are focused on what unites us. Even though today's world is not the same as Che's, and solutions might take different forms, Che's legacy endures as a living historical memory, reminding us that our accumulated history of rebellion, with its many political expressions, is the only way if we are truly determined to achieve a more just and sovereign Latin America. Maria del Carmen Ariet Garcia, Research Coordinator, Che Guevara Studies Center, Havana, Cuba. underscore 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 on. Part 1. Discovering Latin America 1950–56. Introduction. This early period in Beto Che Guevara's life is the key to understanding his later life. It begins in 1950 when, while still at medical school, he set out on a trip around Argentina and ends with his arrival in Cuba in 1956 on board a cabin cruiser with Fidel Castro and other Cubans with the goal of initiating a guerrilla movement against the Batista dictatorship. This was a formative stage, filled with many questions and concerns from the moment Beto embarked on his tour of his native Argentina on a motorized bicycle until he finds his true path and throws in his lot in with the Cuban revolutionaries. His first trip around Latin America, one which began in late 1951 and lasted until mid-1952, bound him forever to the cause to which he would dedicate his life, Latin America's full independence. This trip inspired a second trip. After receiving his medical degree, in 1953 he set out once more to gain a deeper knowledge of Latin America and a greater commitment to its people. Point 2. He went in search of a true revolution in Bolivia and Guatemala. Finally, in Mexico in 1955 he met Fidel Castro and other Cuban revolutionaries, an encounter that would determine the rest of his life. It was during this period that Che the revolutionary began to emerge, the young man who later developed into the socialist theoretician and rebel leader, the seeds of which had always existed within him. It was a stage of spiritual and political growth, which brought him closer to his future as the symbol of hope for Latin America. Underscore 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 on. 1. The journal of Ernesto's first trip through Latin America was posthumously published as The Motorcycle Diaries, and was the basis of the popular movie of the same name. 2. Ernesto's experiences during this second trip are recorded in his book, Latin America Diaries. Travels in Argentina, 1950. While still a medical student in 1950, Beto traveled more than 3,744 kilometers, 2,340 miles, through 12 northern provinces of Argentina on a motorized bicycle, the first of several journeys he would undertake. The excerpts here are from his diary of that trip, included in the book Mi Hijo El Che, My Son Che by Beto Guevara's father, Beto Guevara Lynch. In spite of the brevity of this selection, it displays elements that were evident throughout Che's life, his urgent need to describe his experiences and feelings, in his own language and style, and his ability to immerse himself in his surroundings, questioning everything he encountered and sharpening his awareness of the social injustice around him. Excerpts from the Bicycle Diaries. The only provinces that would remain untouched would be Salta, Jujuy del Norte and the two on the coast. When I left Buenos Aires on the night of January 1, 1950, I was full of doubts about the potential of my bike's motor, and my only hope was of reaching Pilar quickly and in one piece, the end of my journey according to some well-intentioned tongues at home, and then going on to Pergamino, another of the final destinations they set for me. As I left San Isidro and rode along the track, I shut down the little motor and pedaled onwards, so that another rider, traveling to Rosario by leg power, on his bicycle, caught up with me. We continued together, me pedaling to keep the same speed as my companion. As I passed through Pilar, I felt the first joys of victory. At 8 o'clock the following morning, we reached the first stage in my companion's journey, San Antonio de Arico, where we breakfasted together and said our goodbyes. I continued along my way and reached Pergamino by nightfall. At this second, symbolic stage I was so triumphant and emboldened by success that I forgot my fatigue and set off toward Rosario, hanging honorably onto a fuel truck, reaching Rosario by 11 o'clock that night. My body was screaming for a mattress, but my will won out and I continued. At around 2 o'clock in the morning there was a cloudburst that lasted about an hour. I took out my raincoat and the sailcloth cape that had found its way into my pack through my mother's foresight, laughed at the downpour and shouted a verse by Sabato at the top of my lungs. At 6 o'clock in the morning I arrived in Lyons, changed the spark plugs and filled the tank. The road now reached a monotonous stretch. At about 10 o'clock in the morning I went through Belleville and attached myself to the back of another truck that towed me close to Villa Maria, where I stopped a moment to do some calculations, according to which I had taken less than 40 hours to get there. I had 144 kilometers to go, at 25 kilometers per hour, so there was nothing more to say. After another 10 kilometers along the track a private car caught up with me. I was pedaling at that time to avoid overheating the motor in the midday sun and stopped to see if I needed fuel. I said I didn't but asked if he could tow me along at 60 kilometers per hour. I had done 10 kilometers when the back tire burst and, caught off guard, my entire humanity bit the dust, with a wonderful view of the ground with my face in the road. Investigating the cause of the disaster, I found that the motor, running unnecessarily, had eaten through the tire, exposing the inner tube and causing my fall. With no spares and extremely tired, I flung myself down by the road to rest. After an hour or two, an empty truck came along and the driver agreed to take me to Córdoba. I packed my things into the car and reached the Granados, to the goal of my labors, in a total of 41 hours, 17 minutes. In the illegible I have already written about, I met up with a tramp who was napping under a little bridge and who awoke with the commotion. We started to talk, and when he learned that I was a student he took a liking to me. He brought out a dirty thermos and made me mate with enough sugar to sweeten up an old maid. After a long chat, describing our various adventures to each other, embellishing to be sure, but perhaps revealing some truth, he recalled his days as a barber. Noticing my rather long locks, he took out some rusty scissors and a dirty comb and set to work. Halfway through, I felt something strange happening to my head and began to fear for my physical safety, but I never imagined that a pair of scissors could be such a dangerous weapon. When he offered a small mirror that he took from his pocket, I nearly fell over. He had cut so many different bits that not a patch on my head was left untouched. I carried my shorn head like a kind of trophy to the Aguilar home, where I went to visit my sister Anna Maria. To my surprise they attached scant importance to the shearing, but were amazed I had drunk the mate he had given me. There's no accounting for some people. After a few days' rest waiting for Tomasito Granado, we left for Tanti. The place we were headed to was nothing out of the ordinary, but was near facilities including fresh spring water. After 2 days, we headed off on our planned journey to Los Chorrillos, some 10 kilometers away. In the Córdoba ranges the vista of the Los Chorrillos waterfall from a height of some 50 meters is something really worth seeing. As the water falls, it separates into multiple small streams that ricochet off every stone until they scatter and fall into a lower basin and then, in a profusion of lesser falls, into a large natural basin. It is the biggest waterfall I have seen in streams of this size, but unfortunately it gets very little sunlight, so the water is extremely cold and one can only stay in a few minutes. The abundance of water from all the surrounding slopes, emerging from natural springs, makes this area extremely fertile, and there is an explosion of ferns and other damp-loving plants, lending a spectacular beauty to this place. It was here, above the waterfall, I first tried rock climbing. I had got it into my head to descend where the waterfall trickled down gently, but for more of a thrill I chose a hazardous shortcut, the most difficult I could find. Halfway down, a stone came loose and I fell some 10 meters amid an avalanche of stones and loose rocks. When I finally managed to find my footing, after breaking several illegible, I had to start climbing up again because it was impossible to descend further. Here I learned the first law of rock climbing: going up is easier than going down. The bitter defeat stayed with me all day, but the next day I dived from 4 meters, and also from 2 meters, more or less, into 70 centimeters of water, wiping out the bitter taste of failure from the previous day. That day and part of the next it rained a lot, and so we decided to pack up the tent. At around 5:30, as we were leisurely gathering our bits and pieces together, we heard the first throaty roar of the torrent. People spilled out of the neighboring houses, yelling, "The water's coming down, the water's coming down." Our whole camp was a circus, the three of us running back and forth with our things. At the last minute, Grego Granado picked up one of the corners of a blanket, collecting what was left, while Tomasz and I pulled out the tent pegs at full speed. The wave was bearing down on us and the people nearby were shouting, "Leave it, you crazies," plus a few other fairly un-Catholic words. But at that point, only one rope was left. I had the machete in my hand and couldn't control myself. While everyone watched with bated breath, I shouted, "Charge, brave men," and, with a theatrical blow, I cut the tether. We were still getting everything to one side when the torrent came down with a furious roar, revealing itself in all its incredible height, 1.5 meters amid interminable deafening noise. I left Tanti at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on January 29 and, after a short stop in Colonia Carolla, headed for San Jose de la Dormida 3, where I paid homage to the name of the place by lying down by the side of the road. I had a magnificent night's sleep until 6 o'clock the following morning. I pedaled about 5 kilometers further until I found a little house where they sold me a liter of fuel. On the final stretch to San Francisco del Chinar, I started out in second. The little motor decided to take fright on a steep climb and left me to pedal about 5 kilometers uphill, until finally I found myself in the middle of the village. The van from the leprosy sanatorium gave me a lift from there. The next day, we visited one of Alberto Granado's 4 illegible with a Dr. Rossetti. On the way back I fell off the bike, snapping 8 spokes, leaving me stranded 4 days longer than planned until they fixed it. We'd planned to leave on the Saturday, with Alberto Granado for after a party or at least a drink at Mr. X's place, this man being the senator for the region, the local head honcho, a modern lord of the knife and noose. We spent the whole morning debating how to get away quickly. Finally, early in the afternoon, we decided to leave, me on the bike and Alberto and a friend on the motorbike. But first we decided to have a taste of their vermouth, which was something special illegible. There was no ice, so the little fellow Alberto went off to get some but couldn't find any. So he went to ask for a bag of ice at the senator's home, saying I was ill, and on his return we tackled the vermouth with unusual zeal. As bad luck would have it, the senator's wife suddenly remembered that she needed some medicine and came to find Alberto a pharmacist. By the time we noticed her august presence it was already too late, but, nevertheless, I flung myself down on the mattress, holding my head desperately as if in pain, only doing so to show off my gift as an actor because I already knew that it was in vain. We left for Ojo de Agua at 4 p.m., when the sun was already low. Alberto had reduced our itinerary to a modest 55 kilometers. But the trip, full of mishaps, took 4 hours, mainly due to a series of flat tires. In Ojo de Agua I was advised to see the director of a small hospital, where I met the administrator, a Mr. Mazza, the brother of the Córdoba senator at whose table I had eaten. Even though they had no idea who I was, the members of his family were very cordial toward me, warmly welcoming me and enthusiastic about the idea of my trip. After a good dinner and around 8 hours of sleep, I set out for the famous Salinas Grandes, the Argentine Sahara. All my officious informants said it would be impossible for me to cross the Salinas with just the pint of water I was taking, but the well-mixed blend of Irish and Galician blood that ran through my veins made me stubbornly restrict myself to that amount. This part of the Santiago landscape reminds me of some areas to the north of Córdoba, from which it is separated only by an imaginary line. Along the sides of the roads there are enormous cacti, some 6 meters tall, like giant green candelabras. The vegetation is abundant and there are signs of fertility, but the scene slowly changes, the road becomes rough and dusty, the quebracho trees disappear and the guerrilla seems to take over. The sun beats down on my head, enveloping me in waves of heat reflected up from the ground. I choose the leafy shade of a carob tree and lie down to sleep for an hour, get up, and after a couple of mates get on with the journey. Along the track, the milestone on Route 9 marking kilometer 1000 welcomes me. 1 kilometer later, the guerrilla takes over completely and I am now in the Sahara, but, suddenly, and to my great surprise, the track, privileged to be one of the worst so far, turns into a magnificently sealed, firm, flat road where the bike's motor was in its element, ticking over happily. This was not the only surprise that awaited me in the heartland of the Republic. I noticed there is a ranch every 4 or 5 kilometers, which made me wonder whether I really was in such a desolate place after all. But the ocean of silver-stained earth and its green mane allows no room for doubt. From time to time, like an awkward sentinel, the vigilant figure of a cactus appears. In 2.5 hours I covered 80 kilometers of salt pan, and then I got another surprise. When I asked for some cold water to replace what had been warming up in my water bottle, I learned that there was plenty of drinking water only 3 meters below the ground. Evidently, reputation is subordinate to subjective impression, unless there is some other explanation for the following phenomena: good roads, a lot of ranches, water at 3 meters. Not bad. Well, after dark I reached Loreto, a town of several thousand souls, but nevertheless quite backward. The police officer I met when I went to ask about somewhere to spend the night told me there was not a single doctor in the town, and, when he learned that I was doing 5th-year medicine, gave me the sound advice that I should set myself up there as the town healer. Doctors can earn a lot of money and do us a favor, too. I set off early, traveling along some terrible stretches of road and some very good surfaces. I parted ways forever with my water bottle, claimed by a treacherous pothole, and eventually reached Santiago, where I was given a warm reception by a friend's family. It was here that the first report about me was done for a Tucumán newspaper, written by a Mr. Santillan, who met me on my first stop in the town. That day I discovered the city of Santiago, where the infernal heat is too much even for its inhabitants, who remain locked in their homes until the evening, when they come out into the streets to get on with their social life. The village of La Bunda, on the other side of the Dulce River, was prettier. The river runs through a gully over half a mile wide, but it is dry for most of the year. There is a marked antagonism between the two towns, which I observed during a basketball game between teams from the two neighboring areas. At 9 o'clock the next morning I continue on my way to Tucumán, where I arrived late that night. At one point along the way something curious happened when I had stopped to inflate a tire, about a kilometer out from a town. A tramp appeared, sheltering under a small bridge, and naturally we began to talk. This man had been picking cotton in Chaco and, after wandering about for a while, he was thinking of heading for the grape harvest in San Juan. When he learned of my plan to travel through several provinces, and discovered that my exploits were nothing more than a joyride, he clasped his head in despair. "Mamma mia, you're putting all this effort into nothing." I set off again toward the capital of Tucumán province. Like a flash, I flitted through the majestic town of Tucumán at 30 kilometers an hour and immediately took the road to Salta, but was caught in a downpour of rain. I humbly ended up in the armory of a barracks, from where I left for Salta at 6 o'clock in the morning. The road out of Tucumán is one of the most beautiful sights in the north of Argentina. Along some 20 kilometers of good road there is lush vegetation on both sides, a kind of tropical forest within the tourist's reach, with a million little streams and a humid atmosphere that makes the place seem like a film set of the Amazon jungle. Entering these natural gardens, walking among the lianas, stepping through the ferns, observing how everything here makes fun of our scant botanical culture, one expects every moment to hear a lion roar, to see a snake glide silently by, or the agile movement of a deer. Suddenly there was a roar, not very loud but constant. It turned out to be the chugging of a truck laboring up the hill. This clamor smashed the glass castle of my reverie, bringing me back to reality. I realized at that moment that something which had been growing in me for some time, in the hustle and bustle of the city, had now matured, a real hatred of civilization. The crude sight of people rushing about like mad things, to the beat of a tremendous noise, now seemed to me the loathsome antithesis of peace, of this illegible which created such harmonious background music in the quiet rustling of the leaves. I returned to the road and continued on my way. At 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock I came to a roadside police checkpoint where I stopped to rest. Along came a motorcyclist on a brand new Harley Davidson and offered me a tow. I asked him how fast he'd go. If I go slow, about 80 or 90. Naturally I had learned from experience, at the cost of my ribs, that I can't go over 40 kilometers an hour while being towed, given the instability of my load and the uneven roads. I declined, and after thanking Crossed Out who had offered me a mug of coffee, I kept going, hoping to reach Salta in daylight. I had 200 kilometers still to go, so I needed to get a move on. At Rosario de la Frontera, I had an unhappy encounter at the police station. They were lifting the same Harley Davidson off the back of a truck. I went over to inquire about the rider. Dead, they told me. Naturally, the minor personal tragedy of the obscure death of this motorcyclist has no impact on the sensibilities of the masses, but the knowledge that a man seeks danger, without even the vague heroism associated with public exploits, and dies taking a bend in the road, with no witnesses, made this unknown adventurer seem to have some kind of vague death wish. This is something that might make the study of such a personality interesting, but it is completely beyond the scope of these notes. From Rosario de la Frontera to Metin the sealed and smooth road offered me an easy ride, preparing me for the stretch from Metin to Salta, which required a great deal of patience to spot the serrations. Nevertheless, the bad roads of this area are compensated for by the magnificent landscape. We came to a mountainous zone where, around each bend, there was something new to marvel at. Approaching Loberia, I am lucky to see one of the most beautiful sights of my travels so far. Beside the road there was a kind of suspended railway bridge with the Juramento River running beneath. The banks are formed with stones of many colors and the river's gray waters chart their turbulent course through sheer cliffs covered in magnificent vegetation. I stay for a while gazing at the water. The gray foam, leaping like sparks as the water crashes against the rocks and returns to the whirlpool, invites me to plunge in, to be rocked brutally in the water and shout incoherently like a condemned man. I climb the hill feeling slightly melancholy. The roaring waters I was leaving behind seem to reproach me for my romantic shortcomings, and I feel like a confirmed bachelor. Above me and my philosophical Jack London-style beard, the biggest nanny goat in the herd chuckles at my clumsiness as a climber. Once again the loud clamor of a truck drags me out of my hermit's meditation. It is already dark when I climb the last hill and find before me the magnificent town of Salta. Its only notable defect is the fact that the visitor is welcomed by the geometric rigidity of the cemetery. With my developing lack of shame, I present myself at the hospital as an exhausted, adventurous, almost broke medical student. They offer me a vehicle with soft seats as lodgings, making a bed fit for a king. I sleep like a log until 7 o'clock in the morning, when they wake me so they can use the car. The rain is torrential, so my journey is delayed. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon I start out for Jujuy, but the road out of the city is boggy from the heavy downpour and it is impossible for me to go on. Nevertheless, I find a truck and it turns out that the driver is an old acquaintance. A few kilometers on, we go our separate ways, he to Campo Santo to collect cement, while I head off on a road known as La Cornisa. The water that has fallen runs together in little streams that descend from the surrounding hills and cross the road to join the Mojo Toro River, which runs alongside the road. This is not the impressive spectacle of Salta and the Juramento, but its cheerful beauty acts as a tonic for the spirit. After leaving the river behind, the traveler moves into the true regions of La Cornisa, its majestic beauty found in its hills adorned with green forest. There is one mountain pass after another, framed by the adjacent greenery. Through the branches, the distant green plain can be seen as if through a tinted lens. The wet foliage imbues the atmosphere with its freshness, and instead of the penetrating, aggressive humidity of Tucumán, there is something fresh and mild here. The charm of this warm, damp afternoon, refreshed by the dense forest, transported me to a dream world, a world very different from my present situation. But I knew the way back from it well and was not cut off by the fog-filled abysses of the realms of fantasy. Weary of so much beauty, like suffering indigestion from an excess of chocolate, I reached the town of Jujui, with aches and pains inside and out, wanting to discover the measure of the province's hospitality. What better occasion than now to research the hospitals of the country? I sleep wonderfully in one of the wards, after being obliged to demonstrate my medical knowledge. Equipped with some tweezers and a bit of ether, I set about the thrilling hunt for illegible in a little kid's shaven head. His monotonous whining lacerates my ears like a fine stiletto, while my scientific alter ego counts with indolent rhapsody the number of my dead enemies. I can't understand how this little dark-skinned kid, barely 2 years old, could come to be so full of larvae. Even if you tried, it would not be easy to do. I get into bed and try to make of this insignificant episode a solid foundation for my pariah sleep. The magnificent new day shines brighter for me and invites me to set off again. The gentle purring of my bike is lost in the solitude, and I begin my return by the lowland road that takes me to Campo Santo. There is nothing worthy of note on that section of road, the only highlight being the scenery of Galinado. Even better is the view from La Cornisa, because you can see farther, giving a sense of grandeur that the other lacks to some extent. I arrive in Salta at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and go to visit some friends at the hospital. They are amazed to find I had done the whole trip in only 1 day, and so one of them inquires, "But what did you see?" The question remains unanswered because it was formulated in such a way for there to be no answer. And that's the whole point, the real question being, what do I see? I don't nourish myself on the same sites as other tourists, and I find it strange to see how tourist maps, such as the map of Jujui, highlight the Altar de la Patria, the cathedral where the national flag was blessed, the jewel of the pulpit and miraculous little Virgin of Rio Blanco and Pompeia, the house where General Lavalle was killed, the city council of the Revolution, the provincial museum, etc. No, one does not get to know a people that way, their way of life and so on. Buildings are just a glossy cover. The spirit of a people is reflected in the patients in the hospitals, the inmates at the police station and the anxious man in the street one chats to while the Rio Grande displays its turbulent, swollen waters below. But all this takes a long time to explain, and who knows if I would be understood. I thank them and leave on a visit to the town I failed to see properly the first time around. At dusk, I approach a police station on the outskirts of the city and ask permission to spend the night there. I plan to do the mountainous part on a truck, to save myself from the hard pedaling on bad roads and from having to wade across a river and several swollen streams. But I am quickly discouraged. As it is Saturday, it is very unlikely that a truck would pass by, since all of them go by early in order to reach Tucumán on Sunday morning. Resigned, I start chatting with the policemen, and they show me the famous female Anopheles mosquito, an elongated, stylized, slender creature that hardly looks as if it could be responsible for the terrible scourge of malaria. The full moon displays its subtropical exuberance, throwing floods of silvery light that produce a very pleasant chiaroscuro. This inspires one of the policemen to talk at great length on philosophical matters, and he winds up with the following story. The other day, a man heard the galloping of a herd of horses and the barking of dogs. He went out with a lantern and his revolver and stationed himself in a strategic position. The horses went by again to the sound of the dogs barking, and after this ruckus, as if by way of an explanation, a black mule with enormous ears appeared, circumspectly following the herd. The chorus of barks got louder, and once again the herd of horses galloped past. The mule headed in a different direction, and when the moon could be seen between its ears, the man felt a chill run down his spine. The old policeman interrupted his companion with this wise comment, "There must be a tortured soul in that mule." He suggested that the animal be killed to liberate it. "What else?" he asked. "Nothing, on the contrary, he'll thank you." "What more does he want?" Dispensing with any humanitarian considerations, I, who had been brought up on stories of justice, propriety, annoying noises, etc., ventured the timid objection that the mule's owner and neighbors wouldn't be very happy about it all. They looked at me in a way that shamed me. How could that mule have an owner, and, even if it had one, who wouldn't be happy to free a tortured soul? They didn't even deign to demolish my argument. The three of us remained staring pensively at the moon, which magnificently spread silvery shadows over the hills. The cool Salta night was filled with the music of frogs, and I fell into a short sleep, lulled by their songs. At 4 a.m. I bade farewell to the policeman and began my arduous trek toward Tucumán. The bike's brakes were giving me trouble, so I had to be careful on the slopes. I didn't know what I might find around a bend, since my headlight wasn't strong enough to show me what was ahead. At around 7 o'clock in the morning, I had a pleasant surprise. A long line of trucks was bogged in the mud, one after the other. The drivers had just woken up and were discussing the situation. I went up to them to investigate and, to my surprise, found that my old friend Lucchini was one of them. There was a heated exchange and the truck drivers immediately bet me that I couldn't reach the sealed road that led to Tucumán before they did. I was to set out right away, and, if they got there first, too bad, but if they couldn't catch up with me, I was to wait there, and they would treat me to a fabulous meal with all the trimmings. I then forgot all about the scenery, my faulty brakes, the zigzags, the dangerous curves, exhaustion and thirst, and concentrated only on the splendor of the banquet awaiting me. Every step that drew me closer to my goal made more vivid my vision of a sumptuous, juicy chicken surrounded by delicious baked potatoes. Underscore 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 on. First trip through Latin America, 1951–52. Notas de Viaje, or Travel Notes, was the title given to this book by the Che Guevara Studies Center, Havana, when it was first decided to publish Che's youthful diary. It contains 42 chronicles that young Escobedo wrote a year after making his first journey through Latin America, visiting Chile, Peru, Colombia, and Venezuela between late 1951 and mid-1952. He based these accounts on his travel diary and notes, a method of writing he would utilize throughout his life. This selection has been chosen not only for their literary value but also because they show the significance the trip had for the young Escobedo. Excerpts from the Motorcycle Diaries. So we understand each other. This is not a story of heroic feats, or merely the narrative of a cynic, at least I do not mean it to be. It is a glimpse of two lives running parallel for a time, with similar hopes and convergent dreams. In 9 months of a man's life he can think a lot of things, from the loftiest meditations on philosophy to the most desperate longing for a bowl of soup in total accord with the state of his stomach. And if, at the same time, he's somewhat of an adventurer, he might live through episodes of interest to other people and his haphazard record might read something like these notes. And so, the coin was thrown in the air, turning many times, landing sometimes heads and other times tails. Man, the measure of all things, speaks here through my mouth and narrates in my own language that which my eyes have seen. It is likely that out of 10 possible heads I have seen only one true tail, or vice versa. In fact it's probable, and there are no excuses, for these lips can only describe what these eyes actually see. Is it that our whole vision was never quite complete, that it was too transient or not always well informed? Were we too uncompromising in our judgments? Okay, but this is how the typewriter interpreted those fleeting impulses raising my fingers to the keys, and those impulses have now died. Moreover, no one can be held responsible for them. The person who wrote these notes passed away the moment his feet touched Argentine soil again. The person who reorganizes and polishes them, me, is no longer, at least I am not the person I once was. All this wandering around our America with a capital A has changed me more than I thought. In any photographic manual you'll come across the strikingly clear image of a landscape, apparently taken by night, in the light of a full moon. The secret behind this magical vision of darkness at noon is usually revealed in the accompanying text. Readers of this book will not be well versed about the sensitivity of my retina. I can hardly sense it myself. So they will not be able to check what is said against a photographic plate to discover at precisely what time each of my pictures was taken. What this means is that if I present you with an image and say, for instance, that it was taken at night, you can either believe me, or not. It matters little to me, since if you don't happen to know the scene I photographed in my notes, it will be hard for you to find an alternative to the truth I'm about to tell. But I'll leave you now, with myself, the man I used to be. La Gioconda's smile. We had come to a new phase in our adventure. We were used to calling idle attention to ourselves with our strange dress and the prosaic figure of La Poderosa 2,1 whose asthmatic wheezing aroused pity in our hosts. To a certain extent we had been knights of the road, we belonged to that long-standing wandering aristocracy and had calling cards with our impeccable and impressive titles. No longer. Now we were just two hitchhikers with backpacks, and with all the grime of the road stuck to our overalls, shadows of our former aristocratic selves. The truck driver had left us at the upper edge of the city, at its entrance, and with weary steps we dragged our packs down the streets, followed by the amused or indifferent glances of onlookers. In the distance the harbor radiated with the tempting glimmer of its boats, while the sea, black and inviting, cried out to us its grey smell dilating our nostrils. We bought bread which seemed so expensive at the time, though it became cheaper as we ventured further north and kept walking downhill. Alberto wore his exhaustion obviously, and although I tried not to show it I was just as tired. So when we found a truck stop we assaulted the attendant with our tragic faces, relating in florid detail the hardships we had suffered on the long hard road from Santiago. He let us sleep on some wooden planks, in the company of some parasites whose name ends in hominis, but at least we had a roof over our heads. We set about sleeping with determination. News of our arrival, however, reached the ears of a fellow countryman installed in a cheap restaurant next to the trailer park, and he wanted to meet us. To meet in Chile signifies a certain hospitality, and neither of us was in a position to turn down this manna from heaven. Our compatriot proved to be profoundly imbued with the spirit of the Sisterland and consequently was fantastically drunk. It was a long time since I had eaten fish, and the wine was so delicious, and our host so attentive. Anyway, we ate well and he invited us to his house the following day. La Gioconda threw open its doors early and we brewed our mate, chatting with the owner who was very interested in our journey. After that, we went to explore the city. Valparaiso is very picturesque, built to the edge of the beach and overlooking a large bay. As it grew it clambered up the hills that sweep down to their depths in the sea. The Madhouse Museum, beauty of its strange corrugated iron architecture, arranged on a series of tiers linked by winding flights of stairs and funiculars, is heightened by the contrast of diversely colored houses blending with the leaden blue of the bay. As if patiently dissecting, we pry into dirty stairways and dark recesses, talking to the swarms of beggars, we plumb the city's depths, the miasma that draws us in. Our distended nostrils inhale the poverty with sadistic intensity. We visited the ships down at the docks to see if any were going to Easter Island, but the news was disheartening. It would be 6 months before any boat was going there. We collected some vague details about flights that left once a month. Easter Island. The imagination stops in its ascending flight to turn somersaults at the very thought. Over there, having a white boyfriend is an honor. Work? Ha! The women do everything, you just eat, sleep, and keep them content. This marvelous place where the weather is perfect, the women are perfect, the food perfect, the work perfect, in its beatific non-existence. What does it matter if we stay there a year? Who cares about studying, work, family, etc.? In a shop window a giant crayfish winks at us, and from his bed of lettuce his whole body tells us, I'm from Easter Island, where the weather is perfect, the women are perfect. In the doorway of La Gioconda we were waiting patiently for our compatriot to show up, who gave no sign of appearing, when the owner invited us in out of the sun and treated us to one of his magnificent lunches of fried fish and watery soup. We never heard from the Argentine again throughout our stay in Valparaiso, but we became great friends with the owner of the bar. He was a strange sort of guy, indolent and enormously generous to all the riffraff who turned up, though he made normal customers pay colossal prices for the paltry cuisine he sold in his place. We didn't pay a cent the whole time we were there, and he lavished hospitality on us. "Today it's your turn, tomorrow it'll be mine," was his favorite saying, not very original but very effective. We tried to contact the doctors from Petrohue, but being back at work with no time to spare, they never agreed to meet us formally. At least we knew more or less where they were. In the afternoon we went our separate ways. While Alberto followed up the doctors, I went to see an old woman with asthma, a customer at La Gioconda. The poor thing was in a pitiful state, breathing the acrid smell of concentrated sweat and dirty feet that filled her room, mixed with the dust from a couple of armchairs, the only luxury items in her house. On top of her asthma, she had a heart condition. It is at times like this, when a doctor is conscious of his complete powerlessness, that he longs for change, a change to prevent the injustice of a system in which only a month ago this poor woman was still earning her living as a waitress, wheezing and panting but facing life with dignity. In circumstances like this, individuals in poor families who can't pay their way become surrounded by an atmosphere of barely disguised acrimony. They stop being father, mother, sister, or brother and become a purely negative factor in the struggle for life and, consequently, a source of bitterness for the healthy members of the community who resent their illness as if it were a personal insult to those who have to support them. It is there, in the final moments, for people whose farthest horizon has always been tomorrow, that one comprehends the profound tragedy circumscribing the life of the proletariat the world over. In those dying eyes there is a submissive appeal for forgiveness and also, often, a desperate plea for consolation which is lost to the void, just as their body will soon be lost in the magnitude of mystery surrounding us. How long this present order, based on an absurd idea of caste, will last is not within my means to answer, but it's time that those who govern spent less time publicizing their own virtues and more money, much more money, funding socially useful works. There isn't much I can do for the sick woman. I simply advise her to improve her diet and prescribe a diuretic and some asthma pills. I have a few Dramamine tablets left and I give them to her. When I leave, I am followed by the fawning words of the old woman and the family's indifferent gaze. Alberto had tracked down the doctors. At 9 the following morning we had to be at the hospital. Meanwhile, in La Gioconda's filthy room, which serves as kitchen, restaurant, laundry, dining room, and piss house for cats and dogs, a miscellaneous collection of people were meeting. The owner, with his basic life philosophy, Dona Carolina, a deaf and helpful old dear who left our mate kettle as good as new, a drunk, feeble-minded Mapuche indigenous man who looked like a criminal, two more or less normal customers, and the queen of the gathering, Dona Rosita, who was quite crazy. The conversation focused on a macabre event Rosita had witnessed. It appeared she alone had seen a man with a large knife stabbing her poor neighbor. Was your neighbor screaming, Dona Rosita? Of course she was screaming, who wouldn't? He was skinning her alive. That's not all. Afterwards, he took her down to the sea and dragged her to the water's edge so the sea would take her away. Oh, to hear that woman scream, Señor, scared the living daylight out of me. You should have seen it. Why didn't you tell the police, Rosita? Oh, what for? Don't you remember when your cousin was beat up? Well, I went to report it and they told me I was crazy, that if I didn't stop inventing things they'd lock me up. Imagine that. No, I wouldn't tell that lot anything. The conversation turned to the messenger from God, a local man who uses the powers God has given him to cure deafness, dumbness, paralysis, etc., passing the collection plate around afterwards. The business seems no worse than any other, and though the pamphlets are extraordinary, so is people's gullibility. But that is how it is, and they continued to make fun of the things Dona Rosita saw with all the conviction in the world. The reception from the doctors was not over-friendly, but we gained our objective. They gave us an introduction to Molinas, mayor of Valparaiso. We took our leave with all the required formality and went to the town hall. Our dazed and exhausted expressions didn't impact favorably on the man at the desk, but he had received orders to let us in. The secretary showed us a copy of a letter written in response to ours, explaining that our project was impossible since the only ship to Easter Island had left and that there wouldn't be another ship leaving within the year. We were ushered into the sumptuous office of Dr. Molinas, who received us amicably. He gave the impression, however, of acting out a scene in a play, taking a lot of care to pronounce each word perfectly. He became enthusiastic only when talking about Easter Island, which he had wrested from the English by proving it belonged to Chile. He recommended we keep up with events and said he would take us the following year. I may not be in this office, but I am still president of the Friends of Easter Island Society, he said, a tacit confession of González Videla's impending electoral defeat. As we left, the man at the desk told us to take our dog with us, and to our amazement showed us a puppy that had done its business on the lobby carpet and was gnawing at a chair leg. The dog had probably followed us, attracted by our hobo appearance, and the doorman imagined it was just another accessory of our eccentric attire. Anyway, the poor animal, robbed of the bond linking him to us, got a good kick up the ass and was thrown out howling. Still, it was always consoling to know that some living thing's well-being depended on our protection. By this time we were determined that traveling by sea we could avoid the desert in northern Chile, and we fronted up to the shipping companies requesting free passage to any of the northern ports. The captain at one of them promised to take us if we could arrange permission from the maritime authorities to work for our passage. The reply, of course, was negative and we found ourselves back at square one. In that split second, Alberto made a heroic decision, which went something like this: we would sneak onto the boat and hide away in the hold. For our best chance we would have to wait until nightfall, try to persuade the sailor on duty and see what would happen. We collected our things, evidently far too many for this particular plan. With great regret we farewelled all our friends and afterwards crossed through the main gates of the port, burning our bridges. We set off on our maritime adventure. This time, disaster. I can see him now clearly, the drunken captain, like all his officers and the owner of the vessel alongside with his great big mustache, their crude gestures the results of bad wine. And the wild laughter as they recounted our odyssey. Hey listen, they're tigers, they're on your boat now for sure, you'll find out when you're out to sea. The captain must have let slip to his friend and colleague this or some similar phrase. We didn't, of course, know any of this. An hour before sailing we were comfortably installed, totally buried in tons of perfumed melons, stuffing ourselves silly. We were talking about the sailors, who were the best, since with the complicity of one of them we had been able to get on board and hide ourselves away in such a secure spot. And then we heard an irate voice, and a seemingly enormous mustache emerged from who knows where and plunged us into an appalling confusion. A long line of melon skins, perfectly peeled, was floating away Indian file on the tranquil sea. The rest was ignominious. The sailor told us afterwards, I'd have got him off the scent, boys, but he saw the melons and it seems he went into a batten down the hatches, don't let anyone escape routine. And well, he was fairly embarrassed, you shouldn't have eaten so many melons. One of our traveling companions from the San Antonio summed up his brilliant life philosophy with one fine phrase, stop arsing about you assholes. Why don't you get off your asses and go back to your asshole country? So that is more or less what we did. We picked up our bags and set off for Chuquicamata, the famous copper mine. But not straight away. There was a pause of one day while we waited for permission from the mine's authorities to visit, and meanwhile we received an appropriate send-off from the enthusiastic Bacchanalian sailors. Lying beneath the meager shade of two lamp posts on the arid road leading to the mines, We spent a good part of the day yelling things at each other now and again from one post to another, until on the horizon appeared the asthmatic outline of the little truck which took us halfway, to a town called Baquedano. There we made friends with a married couple, Chilean workers who were communists. Point 2 By the light of the single candle illuminating us, drinking mate and eating a piece of bread and cheese, the man's shrunken figure carried a mysterious, tragic air. In his simple, expressive language he recounted his 3 months in prison, and told us about his starving wife who stood by him with exemplary loyalty, his children left in the care of a kindly neighbor, his fruitless pilgrimage in search of work, and his compañeros, mysteriously disappeared and said to be somewhere at the bottom of the sea. The couple, numb with cold, huddling against each other in the desert night, were a living representation of the proletariat in any part of the world. They had not one single miserable blanket to cover themselves with, so we gave them one of ours, and Alberto and I wrapped the other around us as best we could. It was one of the coldest times in my life, but also one which made me feel a little more brotherly toward this strange, for me at least, human species. At 8 the next morning we found a truck to take us to the town of Chuquicamata. We separated from the couple who were heading for the sulfur mines in the mountains, where the climate is so bad and the living conditions so hard that you don't need a work permit and nobody asks you what your politics are. The only thing that matters is the enthusiasm with which the workers set to ruining their health in search of a few meager crumbs that barely provide their subsistence. Although the blurred silhouette of the couple was nearly lost in the distance separating us, we could still see the man's singularly determined face, and we remembered his straightforward invitation, "Come, compañeros, let's eat together." I, too, am a tramp, showing his underlying disdain for the parasitic nature he saw in our aimless traveling. It's a great pity that they repress people like this. Apart from weather collectivism, the communist vermin is a danger to decent life. The communism gnawing at his entrails was no more than a natural longing for something better, a protest against persistent hunger transformed into a love for this strange doctrine, whose essence he could never grasp but whose translation, bread for the poor, was something which he understood and, more importantly, filled him with hope. Once there, the bosses, the blonde, efficient and arrogant managers, told us in primitive Spanish, "This isn't a tourist town. I'll find a guide to give you a half-hour tour around the mine's installations and then do us a favor and leave us alone, we have a lot of work to do." A strike was imminent. Yet the guide, faithful dog of the Yankee bosses, told us, "Imbecilic gringos, losing thousands of pesos every day in a strike so as not to give a poor worker a few more centavos. When my General Ibanez III comes to power that'll all be over." And a foreman poet, "These are the famous terraces that enable every inch of copper to be mined." Many people like you ask me technical questions, but it is rare they ask how many lives it has cost. I can't answer you, doctors, but thank you for asking. Cold efficiency and impotent resentment go hand in hand in the big mine, linked in spite of the hatred by the common necessity to live, on the one hand, and to speculate on the other. We will see whether one day, some miner will take up his pick in pleasure and go and poison his lungs with a conscious joy. They say that is what it's like over there, where the red blaze that now lights up the world comes from. So they say. I don't know. Chuquicamata. Chuquicamata is like a scene from a modern drama. You cannot say that it's lacking in beauty, but it is a beauty without grace, imposing and glacial. As you come close to any part of the mine, the whole landscape seems to concentrate, giving a feeling of suffocation across the plain. There is a moment when, after 200 kilometers, the lightly shaded green of the little town of Calama interrupts the monotonous gray and is greeted with the joy which an authentic oasis in the desert richly deserves. And what a desert! The Weather Observatory at Moctezuma, near Chucky, describes it as the driest in the world. The mountains, where not a single blade of grass can grow in the nitrate soil, are defenseless against attacks of wind and water. They display their gray spine, prematurely aged in the battle with the elements, and their wrinkles that do not correspond to their real geological age. and how many of those mountains surrounding their famous brother enclose in their heavy entrails similar riches, as they wait for the soulless arms of the mechanical shovels to devour their insides, spiced as they would be with the inevitable human lives, the lives of the poor, unsung heroes of this battle, who die miserably in one of the 1,000 traps set by nature to defend its treasures, when all they want is to earn their daily bread. Chuquicamata is essentially a great copper mountain with 20-meter-high terraces cut into its enormous sides, from where the extracted mineral is easily transported by rail. The unique formation of the vein means that extraction is entirely open-cut, allowing large-scale exploitation of the ore body, which grades 1% copper per ton of ore. Every morning the mountain is dynamited and huge mechanical shovels load the material onto rail wagons that take it to the grinder to be crushed. This crushing occurs over 3 consecutive passes, turning the raw material into a medium-fine gravel. It is then put in a sulfuric acid solution which extracts the copper in the form of a sulfate, also forming a copper chloride, which becomes ferrous chloride when it comes into contact with old iron. From there the liquid is taken to the so-called greenhouse where the copper sulfate solution is put into huge baths and for a week submitted to a current of 30 volts, bringing about the electrolysis of the salt. The copper sticks to the thin sheets of the same metal, which have previously been formed in other baths with stronger solutions. After 5 or 6 days, the sheets are ready for the smelter. The solution has lost 8 to 10 grams of sulfate per liter and is enriched with new quantities of the ground material. The sheets are then placed in furnaces that, after 12 hours smelting at 2000 degrees centigrade, produce 350-pound ingots. Every night 45 wagons in convoy take over 20 tons of copper each down to Antofagasta, the result of the day's work. This is a crude summary of the manufacturing process, which employs a floating population of 30,000 souls in Chuquicamata, but this process only extracts oxide ore. The Chile Exploration Company is building another plant to exploit the sulfate ore. This plant, the biggest of its kind in the world, has 2 96-meter-high chimneys and will take over almost all future production, while the old plant will be slowly phased out since the oxide ore is about to run out. There is already an enormous stockpile of raw material to feed the new smelter and it will begin to be processed in 1954 when the plant is opened. Chile produces 20% of the world's copper, and in these uncertain times of potential conflict copper has become vitally important because it is an essential component of various types of weapons of destruction. Hence, an economic and political battle is being waged in Chile between a coalition of nationalist and left-wing groupings that advocate nationalizing the mines, and those who, in the cause of free enterprise, prefer a well-run mine, even in foreign hands, to possibly less efficient management by the state. Serious accusations have been made in Congress against the companies currently exploiting the concessions, symptomatic of the climate of nationalist aspiration surrounding copper production. Whatever the outcome of the battle, one would do well not to forget the lesson taught by the graveyards of the mines, containing only a small share of the immense number of people devoured by cave-ins, silica, and the hellish climate of the mountain. Chile, a vision from afar. When I made these travel notes, hot and fresh with enthusiasm, I wrote some things that were perhaps a little flashy and somewhat removed from the intended spirit of scientific inquiry. And it's probably not appropriate now, more than a year after writing them, to give my current opinions about Chile. I'd prefer to review what I wrote then. Beginning with our area of expertise, medicine, the panorama of healthcare in Chile leaves a lot to be desired, although I realized later it was by far superior to that in other countries I got to know. Free, public hospitals are extremely rare, and even in those, posters announcing the following appear: why do you complain about your treatment if you are not contributing to the maintenance of this hospital? Generally speaking, medical attention in the north is free, but hospital accommodation has to be paid for, and prices range from petty sums to virtual monuments to legalized theft. Sick or injured workers at the Chuquicamata mine receive medical attention and hospital treatment for 5 Chilean escudos a day, but someone not working at the mine would pay between 300 and 500 escudos a day. Hospitals have no money and they lack medicine and adequate facilities. We have seen filthy operating rooms with pitiful lighting, not just in small towns but even in Valparaiso. There aren't enough surgical instruments. The bathrooms are dirty. Awareness of hygiene is poor. It's a Chilean custom. Afterwards I saw it across practically all of South America, not to throw used toilet paper in the toilet but onto the floor or in the boxes provided. The standard of living in Chile is lower than in Argentina. On top of the very low wages paid in the south, unemployment is high and the authorities afford workers very little protection, although it's better than what is provided in the north of the continent. Veritable waves of Chileans are driven by all this into emigrating to Argentina, in search of the legendary city of gold which cunning political propaganda has offered those who live to the west of the Andes. In the north, workers in the copper, nitrate, gold, and sulfur mines are better paid, but life is much more expensive, and in general they lack many essential consumer items and the mountain climate is cruel. It brings to mind the meaningful shrug with which a manager at Chuquicamata answered my questions regarding compensation paid to the families of the 10,000 or more workers interred in the local cemetery. The political scene is confusing. This was written before the elections in which Ibanez triumphed. There are 4 presidential candidates, of whom Carlos Ibanez del Campo seems most likely to win. A retired soldier with dictatorial tendencies and political ambitions similar to those of Perón, he inspires his people with all the enthusiasm of a caudillo. His base of power is the Popular Socialist Party, behind which various minor factions are united. Second in line, as far as I can see, is Pedro Enrique Alfonso, the official government candidate, who is politically ambiguous. He seems to be friendly with the Americans and courts almost all the other parties. The champion of the right is the tycoon Arturo Matlarrain, the son-in-law of the late President Alessandri, who enjoys the support of all the reactionary sectors of the population. Last on the list is the Popular Front candidate Salvador Allende IV, who is supported by the communists even though they have seen their voting power reduced by 40,000. The number of people denied the right to vote because of their affiliation to the Communist Party. It's likely that Ibanez will observe a politics of Latin Americanism, manipulating hatred for the United States to gain popularity, nationalizing the copper mines and others, although the fact that the United States owns huge Peruvian mineral deposits and is practically ready to begin exploiting them does not greatly increase my confidence that nationalization of these Chilean mines will be feasible, at least in the short term. Continue nationalizing the railroads and substantially enlarge Argentine-Chilean trade. Chile as a nation offers economic promise to any person disposed to work for it, so long as they don't belong to the proletariat, that is, anyone who has a certain dose of education and technical knowledge. The land has the capacity to sustain enough livestock, especially sheep, and cereals to provide for its population. There are the necessary mineral resources to transform it into a powerful industrial country: iron, copper, coal, tin, gold, silver, manganese, and nitrates. The biggest effort Chile should make is to shake its uncomfortable Yankee friend from its back, a task that for the moment at least is Herculean, given the quantity of dollars the United States has invested and the ease with which it flexes its economic muscle whenever its interests appear threatened. In the dominions of Pachamama. By 3 o'clock in the morning, the blankets of the Peruvian police had demonstrated their value, swatting us in restorative warmth. The policeman on guard then shook us awake. There was a truck heading for Ilave and we found ourselves in the sad situation of having to leave them behind. The night was magnificent, if terribly cold, and we were granted the privilege of some planks to sit on, separating us from the foul-smelling, flea-ridden human flock below us, their potent but warm stink a virtual lasso. Only as the vehicle began its ascent did we realize the magnitude of the concession. Nothing of the smell came close and it would have been difficult for a single, athletic flea to spring onto us for refuge. The wind lashed liberally against our bodies, however, and within minutes we were literally frozen. The truck continued to climb and with every minute the cold became more intense. To stop ourselves falling off we had to keep our hands outside the more or less protective blankets. It was difficult to shift position even slightly without coming close to head-first flight into the back of the truck. Close to dawn, some carburetor problem which afflicts engines at this altitude caused the truck to stop. We were nearing the highest point of the road, almost 5,000 meters. In some corners of the sky the sun was rising and a vague light replaced the total darkness accompanying us until then. The psychological effect of the sun is strange. It had not yet appeared over the horizon and we already felt comforted, just imagining the heat it would bring. On one side of the road huge, semi-spherical fungi were growing, the only vegetation in the region, and we used them to make a pathetic fire which served to heat water from a little bit of snow. The spectacle offered by the two of us drinking our strange brew must have seemed as interesting to the Indians as their traditional dress seemed to us, because not a moment passed without one of them approaching to ask in broken Spanish just why we were pouring water into that strange artifact. The truck categorically refused to take us any further, so all of us had to walk about 3 kilometers in the snow. It was remarkable to see the Indians treading through the snow, their bare calloused feet not seeming to worry them, while we felt our toes freeze in the intense cold despite our boots and woolly socks. At a weary, steady pace, they trotted along like llamas in single file. Saved from that rough patch, the truck continued with renewed passion and we soon cleared the highest pass, where there was a strange pyramid made of irregular-sized stones and crowned with a cross. As the truck passed, almost everyone spat and one or two crossed themselves. Intrigued, we asked what the significance of this strange ritual was, but only the most complete of silences met us. The sun was warming up and the temperature became more agreeable as we descended, always following the course of a river we had seen begin at the summit of the mountain and grow to a fair size. Snow-capped peaks looked down on us from all sides and herds of llamas and alpacas looked on without expression as the truck drove past, while several uncivilized vicuñas fled the disturbance. At one of the many stops we made along the road, an Indian timidly approached us with his son who spoke good Spanish, and began to ask us all about the wonderful land of Perón. Our imaginations ignited by the spectacular grandeur we were traveling through, it was easy for us to paint extraordinary events, embellishing to our heart's desire the capo's exploits, filling the minds of our listeners with stories of the idyllic, beautiful life in our country. Through his son, the man asked us for a copy of the Argentine Constitution with its Declaration of the Rights of the Elderly, and we enthusiastically promised to send him one. When we resumed the trip, the old Indian took an appetizing corncob from beneath his clothes and offered it to us. We finished it off quickly, democratically dividing the kernels between us. In the middle of the afternoon, with the heavy, gray sky bearing down on us, we passed an interesting place where erosion had worn the huge boulders on the roadside into feudalistic castles. They had battlements, gargoyles observing us disconcertingly, and a host of fabulous monsters that seemed to be standing guard, protecting the tranquility for the mythical characters who surely inhabited the place. The slight drizzle which for some time had brushed our faces became stronger and turned into a heavy downpour. The driver called out to the Argentine doctors, inviting us into his cabin, the height of comfort in those parts. We immediately made friends with a schoolteacher from Puno, whom the government had sacked for being a member of Opera American Popular Revolutionary Alliance. The man, who clearly had indigenous blood and who moreover was an operista, which meant nothing to us, had many incredible stories of Indian customs and culture, delighting us with 1,000 anecdotes and memories of his life as a teacher. Following the call of his Indian blood, he had sided with the Aymaras in the never-ending debates among the experts on the region against the Coyas, whom he qualified as cowardly Ladinos. 5. He also gave us the key to the strange ritual observed by our traveling companions earlier in the day. Arriving at the highest point of the mountain, the Indian gifts all of his sadness to Pachamama, Mother Earth, in the symbolic form of a stone. These gradually amassed to shape the pyramids we had seen. When the Spaniards arrived to conquer the region, they immediately tried to destroy such beliefs and abolish such rituals, but without success. So the Spanish monks decided to accept the inevitable, placing a single cross atop each pile of stones. All this took place 4 centuries ago, as told by Garcilaso de la Vega, the son of an Inca princess and a conquistador, was one of the chroniclers of the conquest, and judging by the number of Indians who made the sign of the cross, the religious didn't make a lot of progress. The rise of modern transport has meant the faithful now spit out chewed coca leaves instead of placing stones, and this carries their troubles to rest with Pachamama. The inspired voice of the teacher rose to a resounding pitch whenever he spoke about his Indians, the once rebellious Aymara race who had held the Inca armies in check, and it fell to a vacant depth when he spoke of the Indians' present condition, brutalized by modern civilization and by their compañeros, his bitter enemies the mestizos, who revenge themselves on the Aymaras for their own position halfway between two worlds. He spoke of the need to build schools that would orient individuals within their own world, enabling them to play a useful role within it, of the need to change fundamentally the present system of education, which, on the rare occasion it does offer Indians education, according only to the white man's criteria, simply fills them with shame and resentment, rendering them unable to help their fellow Indians and at the severe disadvantage of having to fight within a hostile white society that refuses to accept them. The destiny of those unhappy individuals is to stagnate in some minor bureaucratic position and die hoping that one of their children, thanks to the miraculous powers of a drop of colonizing blood in their veins, might somehow achieve the goal they aspire to until their last days. In the convulsive clenching of his fist one could perceive the confession of a man tormented by his own misfortune, and also the very desire he attributed to his hypothetical example. Wasn't he in fact a typical product of an education which damages the person receiving its favor, a concession to the magic power of that single drop, even if it came from some poor mestizo woman sold to a local cacique or was the result of an Indian maid's rape by her drunken Spanish master? But our journey was almost over and the teacher fell silent. The road curved and we crossed a bridge over the same river we had first seen early that morning as a tiny stream. Ilave was on the other side. The navel of the world. The word that most perfectly describes the city of Cuzco is evocative. Intangible dust of another era settles on its streets, rising like the disturbed sediment of a muddy lake when you touch its bottom. But there are 2 or 3 Cuzcos, or it's better to say, 2 or 3 ways the city can be summoned. When Mama Aclo dropped her golden wedge into the soil and it sank effortlessly, the first Incas knew this was the place selected by Viracocha to be the permanent home for his chosen ones, who had left behind their nomadic lives to come as conquistadors to their promised land. With nostrils flaring zealously for new horizons, they watched as their formidable empire grew, always looking beyond the feeble barrier of the surrounding mountains. The converted nomads set to expanding to Huantansuyo, fortifying as they did so the center of their conquered territory, the navel of the world, Cuzco, the center of the Inca kingdom. And here grew, as a necessary defense for the empire, the imposing Sacsayhuaman, dominating the city from its heights and protecting the palaces and temples from the wrath of the enemies of the empire. The vision of this Cuzco emerges mournfully from the fortress destroyed by the stupidity of illiterate Spanish conquistadors, from the violated ruins of the temples, from the sacked palaces, from the faces of a brutalized race. This is the Cuzco inviting you to become a warrior and to defend, club in hand, the freedom and the life of the Inca. High above the city another Cuzco can be seen, displacing the destroyed fortress, a Cuzco with colored tile roofs, its gentle uniformity interrupted by the cupola of a Baroque church, and as the city falls away it shows us only its narrow streets and its native inhabitants dressed in typical costume, all the local colors. This Cuzco invites you to be a hesitant tourist, to pass over things superficially and relax into the beauty beneath a leaden winter sky. And there is yet another Cuzco, a vibrant city whose monuments bear witness to the formidable courage of the warriors who conquered the region in the name of Spain, the Cuzco to be found in museums and libraries, in the church facades and in the clear, sharp features of the white chiefs who even today feel pride in the conquest. This is the Cuzco asking you to pull on your armor and, mounted on the ample back of a powerful horse, cleave a path through the defenseless flesh of a naked Indian flock whose human wall collapses and disappears beneath the forehooves of the galloping beast. Each one of these Cuzcos can be admired separately, and to each one we dedicated a part of our stay. The land of the Incas. Cuzco is completely surrounded by mountains that signified less a defense than a danger for its Inca inhabitants, who, in order to defend themselves, built the immense mass of a fortress, Saksawaman. This version of the story, at least, satisfies the superficial inquirer, a version which for obvious reasons I cannot discount. It's possible, however, that the fortress constituted the initial nucleus of the great city. In the period immediately after abandoning nomadic life, when the Incas were barely more than an ambitious tribe and defense against a numerically superior adversary was based around closely protecting the settled population, the walls of Saksawaman offered an ideal site. This double function of city and fortress explains some of the reasoning behind its construction, which does not make sense if its purpose was simply to repel an invading enemy, and much less so considering Cuzco lay defenseless on every other periphery. It is worth noting that the fortress is built in such a way that it controls the two steep valleys leading to the city. The serrated walls mean that when enemies attacked they could be held hostage on three flanks, and if they penetrated these defenses, they came up against a second, similar wall and then a third. The defenders have room to maneuver, enabling them to concentrate on their counterattack. All this, and the subsequent glory of the city, creates the impression that the Quechua warriors were undefeated in the defense of their fortress against pounding enemies. Even though the fortifications are the expression of a highly inventive people, intuitive in mathematics, they seem to belong in my view, at least to the pre-Inca stage of their civilization, a period before they learned to appreciate the comforts of a material life. Being a sober race, the Quechuas didn't achieve a level of cultural splendor, but they did make considerable advances in the fields of architecture and the arts. The continued success of the Quechua warriors drove enemy tribes further from Cuzco. Leaving the secure confines of the fortress, that in any case could no longer contain their multiplying race, they spread down the neighboring valley along the stream whose waters they used. Highly conscious of their present glory, they turned their eyes to the past in search of an explanation for their superiority. In honor of the memory of a god whose omnipotence had allowed them to rise to dominance, they created temples and the priest caste. In this way, expressing their greatness in stone, an imposing Cuzco grew into the city eventually conquered by the Spaniards. Even today, when the bestial rage of the conquering rabble can be seen in each of the acts designed to eternalize the conquest, and the Inca caste has long since vanished as a dominant power, their stone blocks stand enigmatically, impervious to the ravages of time. The white troops sacked the already defeated city, attacking the Inca temples with unbridled fury. They unified their greed for the gold that covered the walls, in perfect representations of Inti the sun god, with the sadistic pleasure of exchanging the joyful and life-giving symbol of a grieving people for the bereaved idol of a joyful people. The temples to Inti were razed to their foundations, or their walls were made to serve the ascent of the churches of the new religion. The cathedral was erected over the remains of a grand palace, and above the walls of the Temple of the Sun rose the Church of Santo Domingo, both lesson and punishment from the proud conqueror. And yet every so often the heart of America, shuddering with indignation, sends a nervous spasm through the gentle back of the Andes, and tumultuous shock waves assault the surface of the land. 3 times the cupola of proud Santo Domingo has collapsed from on high, to the rhythm of broken bones, and its worn walls have opened and fallen too. But the foundations they rest on are unmoved. The great blocks of the Temple of the Sun indifferently exhibit their grey stone. However colossal the disaster befalling its oppressor, not one of its huge rocks shifts from its place. But Khan's revenge is meager in the face of the magnitude of the insult. The grey stones have grown tired of pleading with their protector gods for the destruction of the abhorrent conquering race, and now they simply show an inanimate exhaustion useful only for provoking the admiring grunts of some tourist or other. What use was the patient labor of the Indians, builders of the Inca Roca Palace, subtle sculptors of angular stone, when faced with the impetuous actions of the white conquistadors and their knowledge of brickwork, vaulting and rounded arches? The anguished Indian, waiting for the terrible vengeance of his gods, saw instead a cloud of churches rise, erasing even the possibility of a proud past. The 6-meter walls of the Inca Roca Palace, considered by the conquistadors to be useful only as weight-bearers for their colonial palace, reflect in their perfect stone structures the cry of the defeated warrior. but the race that created Ollantay VI left something more than the conglomeration of Cuzco as a monument to its grand past. Along the Vilcanota or Urubamba rivers, over more than 100 kilometers, the signs of the Inca past are scattered. The most important of them are always in the heights of the mountains, where their fortresses were impenetrable and secure from surprise attack. After trekking for 2 long hours along a rough path, we reached the peak of Pisac. Also arriving there, though long before us, were the swords of the Spanish soldiers, destroying Pisac's defenses, and even its temple. Among the dispersed mass of disorganized stone you can perceive that it was once a defensive construction, the dwellings of the priests, the place where Intihuatana stayed and where he caught and tied up the midday sun. So little is left. Tracing the course of the Vilcanota and passing by some relatively unimportant sites, we reached Ollantaytambo, a vast fortress where Manco II rose up in arms against the Spaniards, resisting Hernando Pizarro's troops and founding the minor dynasty of the 4 Incas. This dynasty coexisted with the Spanish Empire until its last effeminate representative was assassinated in Cuzco's main square, on the orders of Viceroy Toledo. A rocky hill, no less than 100 meters high, plunges suddenly to the Vilcanota River. The fortress rests on top and its single vulnerable side, connected to its mountain neighbors by narrow paths, is guarded by stone defenses that easily impede the access of any attacking force similar in strength to the defenders. The lower part of the construction has a purely defensive purpose, its less steep areas split into some 20 easily defendable levels, making an attacker vulnerable to counterattack on each side. The upper part of the fortress contained the soldiers' quarters, and is crowned by a temple which probably housed their loot in the form of precious metal objects. But of all that not even a memory remains, and even the massive stone blocks that made up the temple have been removed from their resting place. Near Sacsayhuaman, on the road returning to Cuzco, there is an example of typical Inca construction which, in our guide's opinion, was a bathing place for the Incas. This seemed a little strange to me, given the distance between the site and Cuzco, unless it was a ritual bathing place for the monarch only. The ancient Inca emperors, if this version is correct, must have had even tougher skins than their descendants because the water, though wonderful to drink, is extremely cold. The site, crowned with 3 deep trapezoidal recesses, whose form and purpose are unclear, is called Tambomacay and is at the entrance of the Valley of the Incas. But the site, the archaeological and touristic significance of which overwhelms all others in the region, is Machu Picchu, which in the indigenous language means Old Mountain. The name is completely divorced from the settlement which sheltered within its hold the last members of a free people. For Hiram Bingham, the U.S. archaeologist who discovered the ruins in 1911, the place was more than a refuge against invaders, but was the original settlement of the dominant Quechua race and a sacred site for them. Later, in the period of the Spanish conquest, it also became a hideout for the defeated army. At first glance there are several indications that the above-mentioned archaeologist was right. In Ollantaytambo, for example, the most important defensive constructions face away from Machu Picchu, even though the slope behind is not steep enough to ensure effective defense against attack from there, possibly suggesting that their backs were covered in that direction. A further indication is their preoccupation with keeping the area hidden from outsiders, even after all resistance had been crushed. The last Inca himself was captured far from Machu Picchu, where Bingham found skeletons that were almost all female. He identified them as being those of Virgins of the Temple of the Sun, a religious order whose members the Spaniards never managed to flush out. As is customary in constructions like this, the Temple of the Sun with its famous Intihuatana crowns the city. It is carved from the rock which also serves as its pedestal, and close by a series of carefully polished stones suggest that this is a very important place. Looking out across the river are 3 trapezoidal windows typical of Quechua architecture, which Bingham identified as the windows through which the Illes brothers in Inca mythology came to the outside world to show the chosen people the path to their promised land. To my understanding, the argument is a little strained. The interpretation has, of course, been contested by a great many prestigious researchers. There is also voluminous debate about the function of the Temple of the Sun, whose discoverer, Bingham, maintained it was a circular enclosure, similar to the temple dedicated to the same sun god in Cuzco. Whatever the case, the form and cut of the stones suggest it was of principal importance, and it is thought that beneath the huge stones that form the temple's base lies the tomb of the Incas. Here you can easily appreciate the difference between the different social classes of the village, each of them occupying a distinct place according to their grouping, and remaining more or less independent from the rest of the community. It's a pity they knew no other roofing matter besides straw. Now there are no examples of roofing left, even on the most luxurious sites. But for architects who had no knowledge of vaulting or arch supports, it must have been very difficult to resolve this problem. In the buildings reserved for the warriors, we were shown cavities in the stone walls, like small chambers. On either side of them holes just big enough for a man's arm to pass through had been hollowed out. This was apparently a place of physical punishment. The victim was forced to place both arms through the respective holes and was then pushed backwards until his bones broke. I was unconvinced about the effectiveness of the procedure and introduced my limbs in the manner indicated. Alberto pushed me slowly. The slight pressure provoked excruciating pain and the sensation that I would be torn apart completely if he continued to press my chest. But you can really appreciate the imposing magnitude of the city fortress from the view at Huayna Picchu, Young Mountain, rising some 200 meters higher. The place must have been used as a kind of lookout point rather than as housing or as fortifications, because the ruins are only of minor importance. Machu Picchu is impregnable on two of its sides, defended by an abyss dropping a sheer 300 meters to the river and a narrow gorge linking up with the Young Mountain. Its most vulnerable side is defensible from a succession of terraces, making any attack against it extremely difficult, while toward Machu Picchu's face, looking approximately south, vast fortifications and the natural narrowing of the hilltop make a difficult pass through which to attack. If you remember also that the torrential Vilcanota rushes around the base of the mountain, you can see that the first inhabitants of Machu Picchu were wise in their choice. In reality, it hardly matters what the primitive origins of the city are. It's best, in any case, to leave discussion of the subject to archaeologists. The most important and irrefutable thing, however, is that here we found the pure expression of the most powerful indigenous race in the Americas, untouched by a conquering civilization and full of immensely evocative treasures between its walls. The walls themselves have died from the tedium of having no life between them. The spectacular landscape circling the fortress supplies an essential backdrop, inspiring dreamers to wander its ruins for the sake of it. North American tourists, constrained by their practical worldview, are able to place those members of the disintegrating tribes they may have seen in their travels among these once living walls, unaware of the moral distance separating them, since only the semi-indigenous spirit of the South American can grasp the subtle differences. Saint Guevara's Day. On Saturday, June 14, 1952, I, just a lad, turned 24, on the cusp of that transcendental quarter-century, silver wedding of a life, which, all things considered, has not treated me so badly. Early in the morning I went to the river, to try my luck again with the fish, but that sport is like gambling, one starts out winning and ends up losing. In the afternoon we played football and I occupied my usual place in goal, with better results than on earlier occasions. In the evening, after passing by Dr. Bressani's 8 house for a delightful, huge meal, they threw a party for us in the dining room of the colony, with a lot of the Peruvian national drink, pisco. Alberto is quite experienced regarding its effects on the central nervous system. With everyone slightly drunk and in high spirits, the colony's director toasted us warmly, and I, piscoed, replied with something elaborate, like the following. Well, it's my duty to respond to the toast offered by Dr. Bressani with something more than a conventional gesture. In our presently precarious state as travelers, we only have recourse to words, and I would now like to use them to express my thanks, and those of my traveling compañero, to all of the staff of the colony who, almost without knowing us, have given us this beautiful demonstration of their affection, celebrating my birthday as if it were an intimate celebration for one of your own. But there is something more. Within a few days we will be leaving Peruvian territory, so these words have the secondary intention of being a farewell, and I would like to stress our gratitude to all the people of this country, who have unfailingly shown us their warmest hospitality since we entered Peru via Tacna. I would also like to say something else, unrelated to the theme of this toast. Although our insignificance means we can't be spokespeople for such a noble cause, we believe, and after this journey more firmly than ever, that the division of Latin America into unstable and illusory nations is completely fictional. We constitute a single mestizo race, which from Mexico to the Magellan Straits bears notable ethnographical similarities. And so, in an attempt to rid myself of the weight of small-minded provincialism, I propose a toast to Peru and to a united Latin America. My oratory offering was received with great applause. The party, consisting in these parts of drinking as much alcohol as possible, continued until 3 o'clock in the morning, when we finally called it a day. This strange 20th century. The worst of my asthma attack has now passed and I feel almost well, though sometimes I resort to my new acquisition, a French inhaler. I feel Alberto's absence so sharply. It seems like my flanks are unguarded from some hypothetical attack. At every other moment I'm turning around to share an observation with him only to realize he's not there. It's true, there's not really much to complain about, thoroughly looked after, good food and a lot of it, and the anticipation of returning home to start studying again and to complete the degree that will enable me to practice. Yet the idea of splitting up definitively does not make me completely happy. The many months we've been side by side, through good and bad, accustomed to dreaming similar dreams in similar situations, have brought us so much closer together. With these ideas constantly turning over in my mind, I find myself drifting away from the center of Caracas. The homes in the suburbs are spaced much further apart. Caracas extends along the length of a narrow valley, enclosing and restraining it on its edges, so that on a short walk you'll be climbing the surrounding hills, and there, with the progressive city laid out before your feet, you'll begin to see a new aspect of its multifaceted makeup. The blacks, those magnificent examples of the African race who have maintained their racial purity thanks to their lack of an affinity with bathing, have seen their territory invaded by a new kind of slave, the Portuguese. And the two ancient races have now begun a hard life together, fraught with bickering and squabbles. Discrimination and poverty unite them in the daily fight for survival, but their different ways of approaching life separate them completely. The black is indolent and a dreamer, spending his meager wage on frivolity or drink. The European has a tradition of work and saving, which has pursued him as far as this corner of America and drives him to advance himself, even independently of his own individual aspirations. At this elevation the concrete houses have totally disappeared and only adobe huts reign. I peer into one of them. It is a room half separated by a partition, with a fireplace and table and a heap of straw on the ground, apparently serving as beds. Various bony cats and a mangy dog play with 3 completely naked black children. Rising from the fire, acrid smoke fills the room. The black mother, frizzy hair and sagging breasts, is cooking, assisted by a girl of about 15, who is dressed. At the door of the hut we get into a conversation and after a while I ask if they will pose for a photo, which they categorically refuse to do unless I give it to them straight away. In vain I try to explain that I have to develop it first, but no, they want it then and there, or no ball game. Eventually I promise to hand it over straight away, but now they are suspicious and don't want to cooperate. One of the kids escapes to play with his friends while I continue chatting with the family. In the end, I stand guard at the door, camera in hand, pretending to snap anyone who pokes out their head. We play around like this for a while until I see the little kid returning carefree on a new bicycle. I focus and press the button but the effect is disastrous. To elude the photo, the kid swerves and falls to the ground, bursting into tears. Immediately they all lose their fear of the camera and rush out to hurl abuse at me. I withdraw somewhat apprehensively because they are excellent stone throwers, followed by the insults of the group including the height of contempt, Portuguese. Littered along the edges of the road are containers for transporting cars, used by the Portuguese as dwellings. In one of these, where a black family lives, I can just glimpse a brand new refrigerator, and from many of them radios blare music which their owners play at maximum volume. New cars are parked outside the most miserable homes. All kinds of aircraft pass overhead, sowing the air with noise and silver reflections, and there, at my feet, lies Caracas, city of the eternal spring. Its center is threatened by the invasion of red-tiled roofs that converge with the flat roofs of modern buildings. But something else will allow the yellowy color of its colonial buildings to live on, even after they have disappeared from the city maps, the spirit of Caracas, impervious to the lifestyle of the North and stubbornly rooted in the retrograde semi-pastoral conditions of its colonial past. A note in the margin. The stars drew light across the night sky in that little mountain village, and the silence and the cold made the darkness vanish away. It was, I don't know how to explain it, as if everything solid melted away into the ether, eliminating all individuality and absorbing us, rigid, into the immense darkness. Not a single cloud to lend perspective to the space blocked any portion of the starry sky. Less than a few meters away the dim light of a lamp lost its power to fade the darkness. The man's face was indistinct in the shadows. I could only see what seemed like the spark of his eyes and the gleam of his four front teeth. I still can't say whether it was the atmosphere or the personality of that individual that prepared me for the revelation, but I know that many times and from many different people I had heard those same arguments and that they had never made an impression on me. Our interlocutor was, in fact, a very interesting character. From a country in Europe, he escaped the knife of dogmatism as a young man. He knew the taste of fear, one of the few experiences that makes you value life, and afterwards he had wandered from country to country, gathering thousands of adventures, until he and his bones finally ended up in this isolated region, patiently waiting for the moment of great reckoning to arrive. After exchanging a few meaningless words and platitudes, each of us marking territory, the discussion began to falter and we were about to go our separate ways, when he let out his idiosyncratic, childlike laugh, highlighting the asymmetry of his four front incisors. The future belongs to the people, and gradually, or in one strike, they will take power, here and in every country. The terrible thing is the people need to be educated, and this they cannot do before taking power, only after. They can only learn at the cost of their own mistakes, which will be very serious and will cost many innocent lives. Or perhaps not, maybe those lives will not have been innocent because they will have committed the huge sin against nature, meaning, a lack of ability to adapt. All of them, those unable to adapt, you and I, for example, will die cursing the power they helped, through great sacrifice, to create. Revolution is impersonal, it will take their lives, even utilizing their memory as an example or as an instrument for domesticating the youth who follow them. My sin is greater because I, more astute and with greater experience, call it what you like, will die knowing that my sacrifice stems only from an inflexibility symbolizing our rotten civilization, which is crumbling. I also know, and this won't alter the course of history or your personal view of me, that you will die with a clenched fist and a tense jaw, the epitome of hatred and struggle, because you are not a symbol, some inanimate example, but a genuine member of the society to be destroyed. The spirit of the beehive speaks through your mouth and motivates your actions. You are as useful as I am, but you are not aware of how useful your contribution is to the society that sacrifices you. I saw his teeth and the cheeky grin with which he foretold history. I felt his handshake and, like a distant murmur, his formal goodbye. The night, folding in at contact with his words, overtook me again, enveloping me within it. But despite his words, I now knew. I knew that when the great guiding spirit cleaves humanity into two antagonistic halves, I would be with the people. I know this, I see it printed in the night sky that I, eclectic dissembler of doctrine and psychoanalyst of dogma, howling like one possessed, will assault the barricades or the trenches, will take my blood-stained weapon and, consumed with fury, slaughter any enemy who falls into my hands. And I see, as if a great exhaustion smothers this fresh exaltation, I see myself, immolated in the genuine revolution, the great equalizer of individual will, proclaiming the ultimate mea culpa. I feel my nostrils dilate, savoring the acrid smell of gunpowder and blood, the enemy's death. I steel my body, ready to do battle, and prepare myself to be a sacred space within which the bestial howl of the triumphant proletariat can resound with new energy and new hope. Underscore 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 on. A second look at Latin America, 1953 to 56. These notes are part of Ernesto's diary from his second journey through Latin America, beginning in July 1953. He gave it the title Otra vez, once again, but unlike the motorcycle diaries of his first trip, Che never revised or reconstructed this diary, which was interrupted by his departure from Mexico in November 1956, when he left for Cuba on board the cabin cruiser Granma with Fidel Castro and the other members of the July 26 movement. The selection is from his notes on the countries he visited: Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Guatemala, and Mexico, revealing the importance this second trip had in shaping his development as a revolutionary. Excerpts from Latin America Diaries. Departure. The sun falls timidly against our backs as we walk through La Cueca's bare hills. I turn recent events over in my mind. The departure, with so many people, quite a few tears, and the peculiar looks from those in second class at the profusion of fine clothes, leather coats, etc. of those who came out to farewell two strange-looking snobs loaded down with so much luggage. The name of my sidekick has changed. Alberto is now Calica Carlos Ferrer 1, but the journey is the same, two distinct wills extending out into the Americas, not knowing exactly what it is they seek, nor in which direction it lies. The sparse hills, covered with a grey mist, lend color and tone to the landscape. A small stream in front of us separates Argentina from Bolivian territory. Across a miniature railway bridge, two flags face each other, the Bolivian, new and brightly colored, the other old, dirty and faded, as though it had begun to grasp the poverty of its symbolism. A couple of policemen tell us that someone from Altagracia, Córdoba, my hometown as a child, is working with them. This turns out to be Tiki Vidora, one of my childhood playmates. A strange rediscovery in this far corner of Argentina. An unrelenting headache and asthma force me to slow down, and we spend 3 particularly boring days in the village there before departing for La Paz. Mentioning that we are traveling second class elicits an instantaneous loss of interest in us. But here, like anywhere else, the possibility we might provide a good tip ensures a certain level of attention. Bolivia. In Bolivia now, and, after a cursory inspection from both Argentine and Chilean customs, there have been no further delays. From Villazon, the train struggles north through totally arid hills, ravines, and trails. The color green is proscribed here. The train recovers its appetite on the dry pampas, where saltpeter becomes more common. But when the night arrives, everything is lost in a cold that creeps in so slowly. We have a cabin now, but in spite of everything, including extra blankets, a vague chill enters our bones. The next morning our boots are frozen and our feet hurt. The water in the toilets and even in our flasks has frozen. Unkempt and with dirty faces, we feel slightly anxious as we make our way to the dining car, but the faces of our traveling companions put us at ease. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the train approaches the gorge in which La Paz nestles. A small and very beautiful city spreads through the valley's rugged terrain, with the eternally snow-capped figure of Illimani watching over it. The final few kilometers take over an hour to complete. The train seems fixed on a tangent to avoid the city, but then it turns and continues its descent. It's a Saturday afternoon and the people we have been recommended to see are hard to find, so we spend the time changing our clothes and ridding ourselves of the journey's grime. We begin Sunday by going to see the people who have been recommended to us and making contact with the Argentine community. La Paz is the Shanghai of the Americas. Many adventurers and a marvelous range of nationalities have come here to stagnate or thrive in this polychromatic, mestiza city that determines the destiny of this country. The so-called fine folk, the cultured people, have been surprised by events and curse the attention now being paid to the Indian and the mestizo, but I divined in all of them a faint spark of nationalist enthusiasm with regard to some of the government's actions. Nobody denies that the situation represented by the power of the three tin mine giants had to come to an end, and young people believe that this has been a step forward in the struggle for greater equality between the people and the wealthy. On the evening of July 15, there was a long and boring torchlight procession, a kind of demonstration, although it was interesting because of the way people expressed their support by firing shots from Mausers, or piri-pipi, the terrible repeating guns. The next day there was a never-ending parade of workers' guilds, schools, and unions, with the regular song of Mausers. Every few steps, one of the leaders of the companies into which the procession was divided would shout, "Companeros of such and such a guild, long live Bolivia! Glory to the early martyrs of our independence! Glory to Pedro Domingo Murillo! Glory to Guzman! Glory to Villarroel!" This recitative was delivered wearily, and accordingly a chorus of monotonous voices responded. It was a picturesque demonstration, but not particularly vital. Their weary gait and general lack of enthusiasm drained it of any vitality, while, according to those in the know, the energetic faces of the miners were missing. On another morning we took a truck to Las Yungas. Initially, we climbed 4,600 meters to a place called the summit, and then came down slowly along a cliff road flanked almost the entire way by a vertical precipice. We spent 2 magnificent days in Las Yungas, but we could have done with 2 women to provide the eroticism missing from the greenery that assaulted us everywhere we looked. On the lush mountain slopes, which plunged several hundred meters to the river below and were protected by an overcast sky, were scatterings of coconut palms with their ringed trunks, banana trees that, from the distance, looked like green propellers rising from the jungle, orange and other citrus trees, coffee trees, rosy red with their beans, and other fruit and tropical trees. All this was offset by the spindly form of the papaya tree, its static shape somehow reminiscent of a llama, or of other tropical fruit trees. On one patch of land, Salesian priests were running a farm school. One of them, a courteous German, showed us around. A huge quantity of fruit and vegetables were being cultivated and tended very carefully. We didn't see the children, who were in class, but when he spoke of similar farms in Argentina and Peru I remembered the indignant remark of a teacher I knew, as a Mexican educationalist said, "These are the only places in the world where animals are treated better than people." So I said nothing in reply. For white people, especially Europeans, the Indian continues to be an animal, whatever habit they happen to be wearing. We made the return journey in the small truck of some guys who had spent the weekend in the same hotel. We reached La Paz looking rather strange, but it was a quick and reasonably comfortable trip. La Paz, ingenuous and candid like a young girl from the provinces, proudly displays her marvelous public buildings. We checked out the new constructions, the diminutive university overlooking the entire city from its courtyards, the municipal library, etc. The formidable beauty of Mt. Illimani radiates a soft light, perpetually illuminated by the halo of snow which nature has lent it for eternity. When twilight falls, the solitary mountain peak becomes most solemn and imposing. There's a Hidalgo too from Tucumán here who reminds me of the mountain's august serenity. Exiled from Argentina, he is the center and the driving force of the Argentine community in La Paz, which sees in him a leader and a friend. To the rest of the world, his political ideas are well and truly outdated, but somehow he keeps them independent of the proletarian hurricane that has been broken loose across our bellicose sphere. He extends his friendly hand to all Argentines, without asking who they are or why they have come. He casts his august serenity over us, miserable mortals, extending his patriarchal, lasting protection. We remain stranded, waiting for something to turn up, waiting to see what happens on the second. But something sinuous and big-bellied has crossed my path. We'll see. At last we visited the Bolsa Negra mine. We took the road south up to a height of some 5,000 meters before descending into the depths of the valley where the mine administration is located, the seam itself being on one of the slopes. It's an imposing sight. Behind us, the august Illimani, serene and majestic, in front of us, the white Mururita, and closer, the mine buildings that look like fragments of glass tossed off the mountain and remaining there at the fanciful whim of the terrain. A vast spectrum of dark tones illuminates the mountain. The silence of the idle mine assaults those who, like us, do not understand its language. Our reception was cordial, they gave us lodging and then we slept. The next morning, a Sunday, one of the engineers took us to a natural lake fed by one of Mururita's glaciers. In the afternoon we visited the mill where tungsten is refined from the ore produced in the mine. Briefly, the process is as follows. The rock extracted from the mine is divided into three categories. The first has a 70% extractable deposit, another part has some wolfram, but in lesser quantity, and a third layer, which you could say has no value, is tipped onto the slopes. The second category goes to the mill on a wire rail or cableway, as they call it in Bolivia. There it is tipped out and pounded into smaller pieces, after which another mill refines it further, before it is passed through water several times to separate out the metal as a fine dust. The director of the mill, a very competent senior Tenza, has planned a number of reforms that should result in increased production and the better exploitation of the mineral. The next day we visited the excavated gallery. Carrying the waterproof bags we'd been given, a carbide lamp and a pair of rubber boots, we entered the black and unsettling atmosphere of the mine. We spent 2 or 3 hours checking buffers, noting the seams that disappear into the depths of the mountain, climbing through narrow openings to different levels, feeling the racket of the cargo being thrown onto wagons and sent down for collection on another level, watching the pneumatic drills prepare holes for the load. But the mine's heart was not beating. It lacked the energy of the arms of those who every day tear from the earth their load of ore, arms that on this day, August 2nd, the day of the Indian and of Agrarian Reform 3 were in La Paz defending the revolution. The miners arrived back in the evening, stone-faced and wearing colored plastic helmets that made them look like warriors from foreign lands. We were captivated by their impassive faces, the unwavering sound of unloading material echoing off the mountain and the valley that dwarfed the truck carrying them. In present conditions, Bolsa Negra can go on producing for 5 more years. But its production will cease unless a gallery some thousands of meters long can be linked with the seam. Such a gallery is being planned. These days this is the only thing that keeps Bolivia going, and it's a mineral the Americans want, so the government has ordered an increase in production. A 30% increase has already been achieved thanks to the intelligence and tenacity of the engineers in charge. The amiable Dr. Revilla very kindly invited us to his home. We set off at 4 o'clock, taking advantage of a truck. We spent the night in a small town called Palca, and arrived in La Paz early. Now we are waiting for an illegible in order to be on our way. Gustavo Torlinchen is a great photographic artist. Apart from a public exhibition and some work in his private collection, we had an opportunity to see him at work. His simple technique supports a more important, methodical composition, resulting in remarkably good photos. We joined him on an Andean club trip from La Paz that went to Chicaltaya and then the water sources of the electricity company that supplies La Paz. Another day I visited the Ministry of Peasant Affairs, where they treated me with extreme politeness. It's a strange place where masses of Indians from different highland groups wait their turn for an audience. Each group has a unique costume and a leader or indoctrinator who addresses them in their particular language. Employees spray them with DDT as they enter. Finally, everything was ready for us to leave. Each of us had a romantic contact to leave behind. My farewell was more on an intellectual level, without too much sentiment, but I think there is something between us, she and I. The last evening saw toasts at Nugza's house, so many that I left my camera there. In all the confusion, Kalika left for Copacabana alone, while I stayed another day, using it to sleep and to retrieve my camera. After a very beautiful journey beside the lake, I scrounged my way to Tiquina and then made it to Copacabana. We stayed in the best hotel and the following day hired a boat to take us to Isla del Sol. They woke us at 5 a.m. and we set off for the island. There was very little wind, so we had to do some rowing. We reached the island at 11 a.m. and visited an Inca site. I heard about some more ruins, so we urged the boatman to take us there. It was interesting, especially scratching around in the ruins where we found some relics, including an idol representing a woman who pretty much fulfilled all my dreams. The boatman didn't seem eager to return, but we convinced him to set sail. He made a complete hash of it, however, and we had to spend the night in a miserable little hut with straw for mattresses. We rowed back the next morning, working like mules against the exhaustion that overcame us. We lost the day sleeping and resting, and resolved to leave the following morning by donkey. We then had second thoughts and decided to postpone our departure until the afternoon. I booked a ride on a truck, but it left before we arrived with our bags, leaving us stranded until we finally managed to get a ride in a van. Then our odyssey began, a 2-kilometer walk carting hefty bags. Eventually we found ourselves 2 porters, and amid laughter and cursing we reached our lodgings. One of the Indians, whom we nicknamed Tupac Amaru, was an unhappy sight. Each time he sat down to rest we had to help him back to his feet, as he could not stand up alone. We slept like logs. The next day we met with the unpleasant surprise that the policeman was not in his office, so we watched the trucks leave, unable to do a thing. The day passed in total boredom. The next day, comfortably installed in a couchette, we traveled beside the lake toward Puno. Nearby, some tolera blossoms were flowering. We hadn't seen any since Tiquina. At Puno we passed through the last customs post, where I had 2 books confiscated, Men and Women in the Soviet Union, and a Ministry of Peasant Affairs publication, which they loudly proclaimed as red, red, red. After some banter with the chief of police I agreed to look for a copy for him in Lima. We slept in a little hotel near the railway station. We were about to climb into a second-class carriage with all our gear when a policeman proposed, with an air of intrigue, that we could travel free to Cuzco in first class using 2 of their badges. So, of course, we agreed. We therefore had a very comfortable ride, paying them the cost of our second-class tickets. Costa Rica. The next day we missed the 2 p.m. train and resigned ourselves to one leaving at 7 o'clock the next morning. Arriving at Progreso, we then had to hoof it to the Costa Rican coast, where we were received very well. I played football despite my bad foot. We left early the next morning, and after losing our way we found the right road and walked for 2 hours through mud. We made it to the railway terminal, where we got talking with an inspector who, incidentally, had wanted to go to Argentina but hadn't been given leave. We reached the port and pressured the captain for the fare. He conceded, but not on the question of accommodation. 2 employees took pity on us, so here we are installed in their rooms, sleeping on the floor and feeling very content. The famous Pachuca, which transports Pachuco's bombs, is leaving port tomorrow, Sunday. We now have beds. The hospital is comfortable and you can get proper medical attention, but its comforts vary depending on your position in the United Fruit Company. As always, the class spirit of the gringos is clearly evident. Golfito is a real gulf, deep enough for ships of 26 feet to enter easily. It has a little wharf and enough housing to accommodate the 10,000 company employees. The heat is intense, but the place is very pretty. Hills rise to 100 meters almost out of the sea, their slopes covered with tropical vegetation that surrenders only to the constant presence of human activity. The town is divided into clearly defined zones, with guards to prevent unwanted movement. Of course, the gringos live in the nicest area, a little like Miami. The poor are kept separate, shut away behind the four walls of their own homes and restrictive class lines. Food is the responsibility of a decent guy who is now also a good friend, Alfredo Fallas. Medina is my roommate, also a decent guy. There's a Costa Rican medical student, the son of a doctor, as well as a Nicaraguan teacher and journalist in voluntary exile from Somoza. The Pachuca left Golfito at 1 p.m. with us on board. We were well stocked with food for the 2-day voyage. The sea became a little rough in the afternoon and the Rio Grande, the ship's real name, started to be tossed about. Nearly all the passengers, including Gualo, started vomiting. I stayed outside with a black woman, Socorro, who had picked me up and was as horny as a toad, having spent 16 years on her back. Quipo is another banana port, now pretty much abandoned by the company, which replaced the banana plantations with cocoa and palm oil trees that gave less of a return. It has a very pretty beach. I spent the whole day between the dodges and smirks of the black woman, arriving in Punta Arenas at 6 o'clock in the evening. We had to wait a good while there, because 6 prisoners had escaped and couldn't be found. We visited an address Alfredo Fallas had given us, with a letter from him for a senior. Juan Calderón Gómez. The guy worked 1,000 miracles and gave us 21 colones. Arriving in San Jose, we remembered the scornful words of a joker back in Buenos Aires: Central America is all estates, you've got the Costa Rican estate, the Taco Somoza estate, etc. A letter from Alberto, evoking images of luxury trips, has made me want to see him again. According to his plan, he'll go to the United States in March. Calica is destitute in Caracas. We're firing blanks into the air here. They give us mate at the embassy. Our supposed friends don't seem to be good for anything. One is a radio director and presenter, a hopeless character. Tomorrow we'll try to get an interview with Olate. A day half wasted. Olate was very busy and couldn't see us. Romulo Betancourt has gone to the countryside. The day after next we'll appear in El Diario de Costa Rica with photos and everything, plus a big string of lies. Point 4 We haven't met anyone important, but we did meet a Puerto Rican, a former suitor of Luzmila Aller, who introduced us to some other people. Tomorrow I might get to visit the Costa Rican leprosy hospital. I didn't see the leprosarium, but I did meet 2 excellent people, Dr. Arturo Romero, a tremendously cultured man who due to various intrigues has been removed from the leprosarium board, and Dr. Alfonso Trejos, a researcher and a very fine person. I visited the hospital, and just this morning, the leprosarium. We have a great day ahead. A chat with a Dominican short story writer and revolutionary, Juan Bosch, and with the Costa Rican communist leader Manuel Mora Valverde. The meeting with Juan Bosch was very interesting. He's a literary person with clear ideas and leftist tendencies. We didn't talk literature, just politics. He characterized Batista as a thug among thugs. He is a personal friend of Romulo Betancourt and defended him warmly, as he did Prio Socarrás and Pepe Figueres. Point 5 He says Perón has no popular influence in Latin America, and that in 1945 he wrote an article denouncing him as the most dangerous demagogue in the Americas. The discussion continued on very friendly terms. In the afternoon we met Manuel Mora Valverde, who is a gentle man, slow and deliberate, but he has a number of tic-like gestures suggesting a great internal unease, a dynamism held in check by method. He gave us a thorough account of recent Costa Rican politics. Calderón Guardia is a rich man who came to power with the support of the United Fruit Company and through the influence of local landowners. He ruled for 2 years until World War II, when Costa Rica sided with the Allies. The State Department's first measure was that land owned by local Germans should be confiscated, particularly land where coffee was cultivated. This was done, and the land was subsequently sold, in obscure deals involving some of Calderón Guardia's ministers. This lost him the support of all the country's landowners, except United Fruit. The company employees are anti-Yankee, in response to its exploitation. As it was, Calderón Guardia was left with no support whatsoever, to the point where he could not leave his house for the abuse he was subjected to on the streets. At that point the Communist Party offered him its support, on the condition he adopt some basic labor legislation and reshuffle his cabinet. In the meantime, Otilio Olate, then a man of the left and personal friend of Mora, warned the latter of a plan Calderón Guardia had devised to trap him. Mora went ahead with the alliance, and the popularity of Calderón's government soared as the first gains began to be felt by the working class. Then the problem of succession was posed as Calderón's term was coming to an end. The Communists, in favor of a united front of national reconciliation to pursue the government's working class policies, proposed Olate. The rival candidate, Leon Cortés, was totally opposed to the idea and continued to stand. At this time, using his paper El Diario de Costa Rica, Olate began a vigorous campaign against the labor legislation, causing a split in the left and Don Otilio's about-face. The election saw the victory of Teodoro Picado, a feeble intellectual ruined by whiskey, although relatively left-leaning, who formed a government with communist support. These tendencies persisted during his entire period of office, although the chief of police was a Cuban colonel, an FBI agent imposed by the United States. In the final stages, the disgruntled capitalists organized a huge strike of the banking and industry sectors, which the government did not know how to break. Students who took to the streets were fired on and some were wounded. Teodoro Picado panicked. Elections were approaching and there were two candidates, Calderón Guardia again, and Otilio Olate. Teodoro Picado, opposing the communists, handed over the electoral machine to Olate, keeping the police for himself. The elections were fraudulent, Olate was triumphant. An appeal to nullify the result was lodged with the Electoral Commission, with the opposition also requesting a ruling on the alleged violations, stating it would abide by the verdict. The court refused to hear the appeal, with one of the three judges dissenting, so an application was made to the Chamber of Deputies and the election result was set aside. A giant lawsuit was then launched, with the people by now aroused to fever pitch. But here a parenthesis is needed. In Guatemala, Arévalo's presidency had led to the formation of what came to be known as the Socialist Republics of the Caribbean. The Guatemalan president was supported in this by Prio Socarrás, Romulo Betancourt, Juan Rodriguez, a Dominican millionaire, Chamorro, and others. The original revolutionary plan was to land in Nicaragua and remove Somoza from power, since El Salvador and Honduras would fall without much of a fight. But Arguello, a friend of Figueres, raised the question of Costa Rica and its convulsive internal situation, so Figueres flew to Guatemala. The alliance came into operation. Figueres led a revolt in Cartago and with arms swiftly took over the aerodrome there, in case any air support was necessary. Resistance was organized rapidly, however, and the people attacked the barracks to obtain weapons, which the government was refusing to give them. The revolution had no popular support. Olate had not participated and was doomed to failure. But it was the popular forces headed by the communists who had won a conclusion extremely disconcerting for the bourgeoisie, and with them, Teodoro Picado. Picado flew to Nicaragua to confer with Somoza and obtain weapons, only to find that a top U.S. official would also be at the meeting, and who demanded, as the price for assistance, that Picado should eradicate communism in Costa Rica, thereby guaranteeing the fall of Manuel Mora, and that each weapon supplied would come with a man attached to it signifying an invasion of Costa Rica. Picado did not accept this at that time, as it would have meant betraying the communists who had supported him throughout the struggle. But the revolution was in its death throes and the power of the communists so frightened the reactionary elements in the government that they boycotted the defense of the country until the invaders were at the gates of San Jose and then abandoned the capital for Liberia, close to Nicaragua. At the same time, the rest of the army went over to the Nicaraguans, taking all the available ammunition. A pact was made with Figueres, underwritten by the Mexican embassy, and the popular forces actually laid down their weapons in front of that embassy. Figueres did not keep his side of the deal, however, and the Mexican embassy was unable to enforce it because of the hostility of the U.S. State Department. Mora was deported. It was pure luck he escaped with his life, as the plane he was traveling in came under machine gun fire. The plane landed in the U.S. Canal Zone, where the Yankee police arrested him and handed him over to the Panamanian chief of police, at that time Colonel Ramon. The Yankee journalists wanting to question him were expelled, and then he had an altercation with Ramon and was locked up. Finally he went to Cuba, from where Grau San Martin expelled him to Mexico. He was able to return to Costa Rica during the Ollate period. Figueres was faced with the problem that his forces consisted of only 100 Puerto Ricans and the 600 or so men who formed the Caribbean Legion. Although he initially told Mora that his program was designed for a 12-year period and that he had no intention of surrendering power to the corrupt bourgeoisie represented by Ollate, he had to make a deal with the bourgeoisie and agreed to give up power after only a year and a half, an undertaking he fulfilled after he had fixed the election machinery to his benefit and organized a cruel repression. When the time was up, Ollate returned to power and kept it for the appointed 4 years. It was not a feature of his government to uphold the established freedoms or to respect the progressive legislation achieved under the previous governments. But it did repeal the anti-landowner law on parasites. The fraudulent elections gave Figueres victory over the candidate representing the Calderón tradition, who now lives as a closely monitored exile in Mexico. In Mora's view, Figueres has a number of good ideas, but because they lack any scientific basis he keeps going astray. He divides the United States into two, the State Department, very just, and the capitalist trusts, the dangerous octopuses. What will happen when Figueres sees the light and stops having any illusion about the goodness of the United States? Will he fight or give up? That is the dilemma. We shall see. A day that left no trace, boredom, reading, weak jokes. Roy, a little old pensioner from Panama, came in for me to look at him because he thought he was going to die from a tapeworm. He has chronic salteritis. The meeting with Romulo Betancourt did not have that history lesson quality of the one with Mora. My impression is that he's a politician with some firm social ideas in his head, but otherwise he sways toward whatever is to his best advantage. In principle, he is solidly with the United States. He spoke lies about the Rio Pact and spent most of the time raging about the communists. We said our goodbyes to everyone, especially Leon Bosch, a really first-rate guy, then took a bus to Alajuela and started hitching. After several adventures we arrived this evening in Liberia, the capital of Guanacaste province, which is an infamous and windy town like those of our own little province, Santiago del Estero. A jeep took us as far as the road permitted, and from there we started our long walk under quite a strong sun. After more than 10 kilometers, we encountered another jeep, which took us as far as the little town of La Cruz, where we were invited to have lunch. At 2 o'clock we set off for another 22 kilometers, but by 5 o'clock or 6 p.m. night was falling and one of my feet was a misery to walk on. We slept in a bin used for storing rice and fought all night over the blanket. The next day, after walking until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, making a dozen or so detours around a river, we finally reached Pinas Blancas. We had to stay there as no more cars were heading to the neighboring town of Rivas. The next day dawned to rain and by 10 a.m. there was still no sign of a truck, so we decided to brave the drizzle and set off for Rivas anyway. At that moment, Fatty Rojo appeared in a car with Boston University license plates. They were trying to get to Costa Rica, an impossible feat because the muddy track on which we ourselves had been bogged a few times was actually the Panama-Costa Rica highway. Rojo was accompanied by the brothers Domingo and Walter Bibiraji Allende. We went on to Rivas and there, close to the town, we ordered a spit roast with mate and canada, a kind of Nicaraguan gin. A little corner of Argentina transplanted to the Taco estate. They continued on to San Juan del Sur, intending to take the car across to Punta Arenas, while we took the bus to Managua. Days pass eventful and uneventful. I have the firm promise of a job as assistant to a medical worker. I returned my dollar. I visited Obdulio Barth again, the Paraguayan who told me off for my behavior and confessed he thought I might be an agent for the Argentine embassy. I also discovered that his suspicion, or something along those lines, is widely held, except for the Honduran leader Ventura Ramos, who does not believe it. As the fight with Sra de Holst continues, I sneak in once a day and sleep in Nico, the Cuban's, room, who pisses himself laughing all day but never does anything. Nico leaves on Monday, so I'll shift rooms to share with a Guatemalan friend called Coca. A Cuban, who sings tangos, sleeps in Nico's room and has invited me to head south on foot as far as Venezuela. If it wasn't for the job they have promised me, I'd go. They've said they'll give me residency, and Zacharison has now become head of immigration. Once again the days pass uneventfully. I am at the boarding house, sharing with the Cuban songbird, now that Nico has gone to Mexico. I go day after day looking for this job, but nothing, and now they have told me to leave it for a week, and I'm not really sure what to do. I don't know whether the compañeros are still set on my not getting something or not. Little news arrives from Buenos Aires. Hilnita is leaving for an unknown destination and I've stopped looking, but she will take me to her aunt's house, who will give me lunch. She's going to call the minister. I've got a good old attack of asthma, brought on by what I've been eating these last days. I hope I'll recover with a strict, 3-day diet. Recent events belong to history, a feature, I think, appearing in my notes for the first time. A few days ago, some planes from Honduras crossed the border with Guatemala and flew over the city in broad daylight, shooting at both people and military targets. I joined the public health brigades to work in the medical corps and also the youth brigades that patrol the streets at night. The course of events was as follows: after these planes flew over, troops under the command of Colonel Castillo Armas, a Guatemalan émigré in Honduras, crossed the border and advanced on the town of Chiquimula. The Guatemalan government, although it had already protested to Honduras, let them enter without putting up any resistance and presented the case before the United Nations. Colombia and Brazil, docile instruments of the Yankees, drew up a plan to hand the matter over to the OAS, but this was rejected by the Soviet Union, which favored a ceasefire agreement. The invaders failed in their attempt to get the masses to rise up with the weapons they had dropped from planes, but they did capture the town of Bananera and cut off the Puerto Barrios railway line. The goal of the mercenaries was clear: to take Puerto Barrios and then ship in various arms and more mercenary troops. This became clear when the schooner Siesta de Trujillo was captured as it tried to unload arms in that port. The final attack failed, but in the hinterland areas the assailants committed extremely barbarous acts, murdering members of Setafco, the Union of the United Fruit Company workers and employees, in the cemetery, where hand grenades were thrown at their chests. The invaders believed they only had to say the word and the people would rise up as one to follow them, and that is why they parachute-dropped weapons, but the people immediately rallied to defend Arbans. Although the invading troops were blocked and defeated on all fronts until they were pushed back beyond Chiquimula near the Honduran border, the pirate airplanes kept attacking the battlefronts and towns, always coming from bases in Honduras and Nicaragua. Chiquimula was heavily bombed and bombs also fell on Guatemala City, injuring several people and killing a 3-year-old little girl. My own life unfolded as follows. First, I reported to the youth brigades of the Alliance, where we stayed for several days until the Minister of Public Health Dr. Carlos Tejeda sent me to the Maestro Health Center, where I am billeted. I volunteered for the front, but they wouldn't even look at me. Today, Saturday, June 26th, the minister came by when I had gone to see Hilda. She gave me hell because I wanted to ask him to send me to the front. All of Guatemala's admirers have taken a terrible, cold shower. On the night of Sunday, June 28th, without prior notice, President Arbans declared his resignation. He publicly accused the fruit company and the United States of being directly behind the bombing and strafing of the civilian population. An English merchant ship was bombed and sunk in the port of San Jose, and the bombing continues. Arbans announced his decision to hand over command to Colonel Carlos Enrique Diaz, explaining that he is motivated by a desire to save the October Revolution and to block the United States from marching into this land as masters. Colonel Diaz said nothing in his speech. The PDR Revolutionary Democrat Party and the PRG Party of the Guatemalan Revolution both expressed their agreement, calling on their members to cooperate with the new government. The other two parties, the PRN Party of the National Revolution and PGT Guatemalan Workers' Party, said nothing. I fell asleep feeling frustrated about what has come to pass. I had spoken to the Ministry of Public Health and again asked to be sent to the front. Now I don't know what to do. We'll see what today brings. 2 days full of political developments, although they have not involved me much personally. The events, Arben stepped down under pressure from a U.S. military mission threatening massive bombing attacks, and a declaration of war from Honduras and Nicaragua, which would have led to the United States becoming involved. Arbenz probably could not have foreseen what would come next. The first day, Colonel Sanchez and Alfredo Monson, avowedly anti-communist, pledged their support for Diaz, and their first decree was to outlaw the PGT. The persecution began immediately and the embassies filled with asylum seekers, but the worst came early the next day when Diaz and Sanchez stepped aside, leaving Monson at the head of the government with the 2 lieutenant colonels as his subordinates. Word on the street is that they totally capitulated to Castillo Armas 6 and martial law was declared as a measure against anyone who might be found bearing any weapons of a prohibited caliber. My personal situation is more or less that I'll be expelled from the little hospital where I am now, probably tomorrow, because I have been renamed Chibal 7 and the repression is coming. Ventura and Amador are seeking asylum, H stays in his house, Hilda has changed her address, Nunez is at home. The top people in the Guatemalan party are seeking asylum. Word is that Castillo will enter the city tomorrow. I received a beautiful letter that I'll keep safe for my grandchildren. Several days have passed now without that earlier feverish rhythm. Castillo Armas's victory was total. The junta is made up of Alfredo Monzon as president, with Castillo Armas, Cruz, Dubois and Colonel Mendoza. Within a fortnight they will hold an election within the junta to see who comes out on top. Castillo Armas, of course. There is neither a Congress nor a constitution. They shot the judge from Salamas, Romulo Reyes Flores 8 after he killed a guard who was trying to trick him. Poor Edilberto Torres is behind bars, accused of being a communist. Who knows what the poor old man's fate will be. Today, July 3rd, the liberator Castillo Armas entered the city to thunderous applause. I am living in the house of 2 Salvadoran women who are seeking asylum, one in Chile, the other in Brazil, with a little old woman who is always telling stories about her husband's misdeeds and other interesting matters. The hospital sent me packing and now I'm installed here. The asylum seekers' situation has not changed. The novelty has worn off and everything is calm. He'll need a left today by plane. The look in the German's eyes gets worse each time I see him. I won't visit him again except to pick up some things and my books. Some fairly serious things have happened, although not in the political arena, where the only change is that illiterates have been disqualified from voting. This is a country where 65% of the adult population is illiterate, reducing the number who can vote to 35%. Of this 35, perhaps 15 support the regime. The level of fraud, therefore, does not have to be so extreme for the likely people's candidate, Carlos Castillo Armas, to be elected. Unfortunately, I had to leave the house I had been living in, now that Yolanda, the other sister of the 2 women hoping for asylum, is here and is planning to move to San Salvador. I'll see if I can go to Helenita's aunt's house. Now I'm settled in the new house. I keep going to the Argentine embassy, although today it was closed. Nevertheless, because today was July 9th, Argentina's National Day, I managed to get in this evening. There is a new ambassador, Torres Jaspina, a stocky little pedant from Córdoba. I wolfed down a few things, but there wasn't much to eat. What a guy has to put up with. I met some interesting people at the embassy. One of them, Aguiluz, has written a book on land reform, another, Dr. Diaz, is a Salvadoran pediatrician and a friend of Romero's from Costa Rica. Asma is fucking with me after what I ate at the embassy. Otherwise nothing much has changed. I got a letter and a photo from my old lady, and a letter from Celia and Tita Infante. Chech Jose Manuel Vega must have been granted asylum in the last few hours. We agreed he would present himself at the embassy at 6:30 p.m. My plans are very fluid, but it's most likely I'll go to Mexico, although it's within the realm of possibility that I might try my luck in Belize. Mexico. The following day, or rather, that same evening, we set off for Veracruz aboard the Ana Graciela, a little, 150-ton motor boat. The first day went well, but on the next a big northerly blew up and had us flying all over the place. We rested a day in Veracruz and then set off for Mexico City via Córdoba, stopping there for an hour to look around. It's no big deal, but still a very pleasant town, more than 800 meters above sea level, with a breeze that is refreshing in the tropical climate, and coffee fields in abundance. The nearby town of Orizaba is much more like the Andes, grim and cold. The Blanco River lies just beyond town, as if it were an extension of the town. It was the site of a historic massacre of workers protesting against their exploitation by a Yankee company. I don't remember the year. Only two important events. One shows that I am getting old. A girl whose thesis I helped edit included me in the list of those who had helped her. It's customary here to dedicate your thesis to half the world, and I felt pretty happy. The other was a beautiful experience. I went to Iztaccíhuatl, Mexico's third largest volcano. It was quite a long way, and the journey's novelty value was in the fact that some were traveling on horseback. At first I managed to keep up with the best, but at one point I stopped for 5 minutes to treat a blister, and when I got going again I had to race to catch up with the rest of the column. I did so, but was really feeling it, and in the end I began to tire. Then I had the luck to meet a girl who could go no further, and on the pretext of helping her, she was on horseback, I went along dangling from the stirrup. We eventually reached the tents where we were to spend the night. I got totally frozen and couldn't sleep. When we had arrived the ground was dry, but when we got up the next day there were 30 or 40 centimeters of snow and it was still snowing. We decided to keep going anyway, but we never even made it to the shoulder of the volcano, and by 11 a.m. we were on our way back. The road that had been dusty and rocky on the way up was now covered with snow. Suffering poor circulation in my feet, I was wearing 5 pairs of socks, and was barely able to walk. A muleteer with a loaded mule passed by me with bare feet, which really gave me a complex. When we reached the woods the scenery was so beautiful, for the snow in the pine trees was quite a magnificent sight and the falling snow further enhanced the beauty. I arrived home exhausted. Once again to Iztaccíhuatl, after a number of failures. This time it happened thus: at dawn, 9 of us arrived at the foot of the slope and began to climb along the edge of La Gubia towards the Ago shelter, crazy to straighten our knees. When we hit the snow, 2 turned back. I remained in the last group, and as we tackled the glacier and saw it was pure ice, the guy accompanying me turned back. I was therefore by myself when I fell, ending up in the ice clutching a shoulder. The fall made me more cautious and I continued very slowly. The guide tried to encourage me by showing me how to climb, but then he fell down. He flew past me like a ball, desperately trying to drive his axe into the ice, and after some 80 meters he did finally come to a stop, close to a precipice from which there was a great leap into the shit. After the guide's thumping crash, we descended very carefully, discovering that it takes longer to go down than up. The guide was exhausted and kept wandering away from the downward path, so it was 6 p.m. by the time we reached the foot of the slope. A long time has passed and there have been many events not yet recounted. I'll just note the most important one. Since February 15, 1956, I'm a father. Hilda Beatriz Guevara is my firstborn. I belong to the Roca del CE group of Mexico. 5 jobs I was offered all fell through, so I signed up as a cameraman in a small company and my progress in cinematography has been rapid. My plans for the future are unclear, but I hope to finish a couple of research projects. This could be an important year for my future. I've already given up hospitals. I'll write soon with more details. Point 9. Underscore 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 on. Doctors and their environment. This unpublished text is a rough draft of an unfinished manuscript, The Role of the Doctor in Latin America, of which only a few paragraphs were written between 1954 and 1956. Che began work on this book in Guatemala, see his letter dated February 12, 1954, and continued sporadically during his time in Mexico. Despite being a rough draft, this document has great value, presenting Che's views on social medicine, and shows how advanced his positions were. The bibliography he consulted is also important because of its breadth and heterogeneity. The role of the doctor in Latin America. When initiating the struggle for the people's health, as a first step, doctors should investigate what possibilities already exist in their complex surroundings. Earlier analyses have shown that facilities vary in different regions, countries, social classes, and ethnic groups, and doctors must respond accordingly. The struggle should always be expressed within a general framework that guarantees success and that leads doctors to win first the confidence and then the affection of those for whom they are medically responsible. Even though the problem can only be outlined in general terms, it should be noted that a doctor's first weapon is flexibility. Flexibility without any very obvious probing will allow a doctor to gain the respect of the population generally. Naturally, the conditions of struggle will vary greatly, but doctors should always take this first step along the path of consolidation. One of the first pitfalls to be avoided is offered by colleagues and others in related professions in small towns, a rival doctor or the pharmacist; in larger towns, a variety of colleagues and specialists. In any case, the first skirmish will always be waged on the monetary front. After a doctor has demonstrated that he is absolutely impregnable to bribes, he will be subjected to harsher attacks. Good use should be made of this period between armed neutrality and open warfare. Later, war should be waged not only against the commercial disgraces of the profession but also against deficiencies of other kinds. The struggle to obtain better working conditions for workers and adequate medical attention will easily lead doctors to clash with the established authorities in the sector, who are always lickspittles responding to the orders of those who hold the purse strings in the area, and with whom the authorities are sometimes confused. All activities should be carried out taking into account local public opinion supporting the popular cause that is being defended. This is where doctors should use their abilities as psychologists to the utmost. Above all, in those places where the struggle must be waged directly against capital, without the help of any labor laws. Strikes are very hard to organize, unless the pretext is of such seriousness that it is understood even by those with a low level of consciousness, which is the case among the masses of workers in our continent. In general, one must be very careful not to be labeled a strike doctor, because that can finish off a professional's reputation in some places. If it is not possible to remain entirely on the sidelines, the doctor's general role will be to provide an ideological orientation, without indicating any apparent interest in the popular movement itself. Small towns contain elements that cannot be underestimated. Public opinion is much more important in such places than in the cities, and doctors should always have anecdotes to draw on to highlight the poor working and living conditions of the people they defend. To draw up a general outline of how to conduct oneself, one must enter the battlefield armed with a good basic knowledge of the locality. This includes the birth rate, the infant, prenatal and general mortality rates, and, assisted by other data, the general morbidity. In cases in which there are no death or other records, which means most places in Latin America, it is a good idea to visit the local people's homes so as to gradually learn about their domestic situation. The general picture of diseases will give you an idea of the main problems to be solved. Later, I'll go into the need for the doctor to get the inhabitants to take an active part in healthcare, but it can always be said that epidemic diseases and especially endemic ones can be combated by making correct use of the general public health system, helped by a precise understanding of the problem, explained by the doctor. One of the doctor's most successful though always dangerous methods is to create health cooperatives. They are always a double-edged sword, and are usually promptly taken over by the ladies of the town and by other people who, in general, tend to stifle the normal development of healthcare. However, in those places where cooperatives must be created, this is easy to do if there is nothing else, as they will always be a step forward. Right now, to avoid being smeared as red, a charge which would be immediately extended to the doctor, it is not necessary to insist on having workers and peasants represented in the charitable societies, but it is important that, using a lot of common sense, the doctors start raising consciousness among the needy classes, making them aware of what an important role healthcare plays in problems of daily life. Medically, it is essential to stress how important nutrition is in all the most common endemic diseases. Correct nutritional treatment and its corresponding success will draw attention to its importance. Doctors should remember that, in the present conditions, economic worries are primary, followed, as a complement to the former, by healthcare and then education. Someone who eats well will be immediately concerned about their healthcare, and when that is improved, which will be a real achievement in unhealthy, marginalized communities, will then worry about the next problem, their education and that of their families. With regard to this last aspect, while doctors should play an important counseling role, it is not a good idea for them to be in the foreground, especially in studies the nature of which will inevitably lead them to clash with the ideology of the ruling classes. In places with deeply rooted religious traditions, one must also be careful there, at least until those who are best placed to offer systematic opposition to doctors have been neutralized. In terms of public health, it should always be remembered that children should receive the best possible treatment. Always try to achieve success through collective action by the community rather than from the individual effort of the doctor. The problems of individual health care are not so much the concern of the revolutionary doctor as collective health care. In terms of preventative health care, in addition to the measures that should be taken in each individual case, in accord with the established rules and regulations, doctors can set up systems for seeking and isolating diseases in the areas where they are found. When attempting to do this in an important community, Dr. Germinal Rodriguez's book Hygiene y Prophylaxis, Health and Prophylaxis offers a good model. It makes for a quite pretentious office, but the doctor needs a secretary, a lab assistant, 2 social workers and some volunteers in order to do this effectively. In addition to the invaluable health service it offers, a clinic of this kind also has the virtue of winning over the inhabitants to the idea of exercising their rights as citizens, which, when they get used to it, will lead many lone wolves to rejoin the community. One of the points to which doctors should pay close attention is that of ensuring the government's neutrality, if nothing else. There is an apparently wide range of systems of government in Latin America, but nearly all of them share the common denominator of colonialism. This encapsulates the tragedy of the human communities now living in Latin America and has certain general features. Control by large landowners. Powerful authorities who oppose the people. Control by the clergy. An absence of effective social laws and the predominance of foreign monopoly corporations. In this panorama, with the authorities as the direct representatives of the upper social classes, doctors have to take things very slowly in order to keep the government neutral or win it over. Therefore, they should fulfill their obligations to the higher health authorities, while at the same time demanding that those authorities provide as many resources as possible. They must wage virtually a personal struggle against the exploiters, separate from the central bureaucracy, while ensuring that their medical social activities are not seen as part of the political struggle. It seems hardly necessary to emphasize that the doctor's work should be carried out with complete dedication, for this is what will make their ideas triumph over the inconsistent, mercenary activities of their individualistic colleagues, who view their role only as a means toward their desired goals, whether this is power, The relative power wielded by the doctor in a village, fame, or money. Revolutionary doctors should always remember that it is their duty to attack whatever problems adversely affect the people, who are the only ones they should serve. Need for study. Need for exchanges with medical journals. Reading notes. The following are Che Guevara's comments about books that he read, mainly during his stay in Mexico, 1954–56, although these notes have no dates. They show the breadth of his literary interests and the rigor and depth of his reading. Neruda's Canto General, which he considered the best book in all of Latin America, was particularly influential and would be a particular favorite throughout his life. Historia Verdadera de la Conquista de la Nueva España. True History of the Conquest of New Spain. By Bernal Díaz del Castillo I. In Latin American literature, there is a primitive connection with Old Spain, consisting of those Spaniards who were writing from these lands. The Extraordinary History by Bernal Díaz is one of these. Bernal Díaz is Spanish, but the heart of his chronicle is about the conquest of Mexico by Hernán Cortés and his army, an adventure that approaches the conceivable limits of human daring and that, on the lips of the chronicler, becomes something truly alive. This is both the most important and the most literary aspect of his work. Its worth is as a personal testimony. The history related is not as important as how an intelligent soldier, with no other claim to culture, has set down his memories of the heroic era of imperial Spain, and that Cortés, Sandoval, Alvarado, and Cristobal de Olid are described in their true, extraordinary and human dimensions. Bernal Díaz has not set himself the task of investigating whether or not the conquest had any religious justification, as did his more erudite contemporary César de Leon, and he often compares his compatriots unfavorably with the Incas. For Díaz, the action had the primary justification that he was part of it, or, rather, that he was a member of the attacking army. Bernal never tried to depict, nor could he have depicted, the Indian spirit, but he has presented the most extraordinary historical picture of the conquistadors. His colorful prose, which is both antiquated and fresh, presents the central figure of this drama, from the invader's point of view, the intrepid, elusive, clever, intriguing, mellifluous and embittered Captain Hernán Cortés. He depicts the captain's character and his grandeur felt not only by his racial enemies but also by his Spanish friends and enemies much better than any hagiography has done. When Bernal narrates his horror at the deep, low sound of the horns with which the Aztecs announced the sacrifice of captured Spaniards, the reader is transported to the state of mind of those uncultured soldiers, who were convinced of their god's superiority over the bloody Huitzilobos, but whose faith faltered when they felt the imagined bite of the Aztec warriors on their arms and legs and knew what fate had in store for them. Close to 1,000 of their companeros in the small troop had already passed through the stomachs of the enemy army. Nevertheless, seeing no alternative, they kept on fighting until they became masters over the natives. And then came the sad part, the squabbles over money, Indians, and glory. That heroic and pointless expedition to Higueras and the meaningless, stupid death of the Emperor Cuauhtémoc, who had been conquered both morally and physically, because of the torture to which Cortés subjected him in his search for gold. He was executed more to calm his captors' inner anger than to put down a revolt that, by then, was no longer possible. Underscore 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 on. La Crónica del Perú, the Chronicle of Peru. By Pedro César de Leon I. This is the first part of a monumental work written about everything that happened in Peru from its inhabitants' earliest memories up to the time César de Leon sat down to write. In the prologue, speaking of the 4 parts of the work, he says, "This first part is about marking the boundaries of Peru's provinces, both at sea and on land, with longitude and latitude, a description of them all, the founding of new cities by the Spaniards, who the founders were, when they were settled, the Indians' ancient rites and customs, and other strange things that are very different from ours and are worth noting. The next 3 parts are on the rule of the Incas, the War of Conquest and the Civil Wars. In view of so many insubstantial, false accounts, the fairness and veracity of the data given by Caesar, who never cited anything if he was not sure of his facts, either because he himself knew them to be true or because they were attested to by some authoritative person, to whom he sometimes gave written testimony, are amazing. This part, the least interesting one in his account, nevertheless gives a precise idea of the historic setting in which he acted, and, although he defends the religious need for the conquest, he passes harsh judgment on the Spaniards who were guilty of mistreating the Indians. He absolves the Indians of their sins because the light of Christianity was, as yet, unknown to them. The most amazing thing about Caesar's work is Caesar himself. This strange product of humanity was much less interested in gold and the feats of war than in the moral character of the conquerors and the conquered, who appeared in a setting in which the conquistadors, in their thirst for gold, were destroying everyone and everything in their path. Underscore 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 on. 1 Pedro Cesar de Leon, 1520-54, was a Spanish soldier, who chronicled the conquest of Peru. La Araucana, the Araucanian Maiden. By Alonso de Ursula 1. The first epic poem of the Americas. The first great American poem. These are the broad distinctive characteristics of La Araucana, the Araucanian Maiden, but it is a work that eludes the diagnostic precision of the critics. It breathes double nuances that are matched only in Bernal's naive prose, the author's admiration for both sides. This allows him to sing the praises of both the enormous courage of the Spanish invaders and the perseverance and intelligence with which Lautaro's hosts defended themselves against their attackers. The work is too long for all of it to be good, but Antonio de Undurraga has made a beautiful synthesis of the poem. It is amazing to think that the soldier was a contemporary of Cervantes and Lope de Vega. Truly, such a good poet should be an unchallenged Latin American classic. Right from the beginning of the poem. Chile, distinguished and fertile. Province in the famed Antarctic region. Up to the last verse, Ursula holds your interest. What he writes is not always poetry. Sometimes, it is simply an account, but his hendecasyllabic verse always shows considerable technical perfection combined with a complete naturalness that makes the poem flow like a steady stream. The people's interests are a constant underlying theme in the poem. The masses are the actors in history, names are accidents of that mass. During the struggle for power, Colicolo says, "Oh, Araucanians, when will end the rage that leads you all to hell? You fight your relative and friend, but gainst the tyrant don't rebel." His admonition has an effect. Carrying a tree trunk on one's shoulders is taken as the test for aspiring to leadership. Copolican is the victor, and the spectators pronounce sentence, saying, "On the shoulders of such strong men we place our obligations." Then the ruthless struggle continues until Valdivia falls into the hands of those defending their land. There are no heroic scenes, theatrical words, or anything like that. Valdivia wants to save his life and humbles himself before the victor. Copolican, glad he's not dead, and is reduced to this condition, with Victor's voice and high-held head, threatens him with inquisition. Valdivia the captives led to humble pie and to petition for his life. He says he'll cease to fight and leave the land in peace. Throughout the poem, Ursula shows respect for the opponents, recognizing in Lautaro a true war leader. Lautaro was wise, industrious, and sure. A man with good advice, of gentle mien and medium height, whose refined gesture lent authority such is seldom seen. And when Lautaro dies betrayed by an Indian and caught off guard while making love, Ursula's laments reach a peak. It seems that he does not want his side to win. Oh, cruel fate. On the left side, the point flies straight to rest. The most courageous heart that I'd met, from out his breast. The Indians die around their chief, refusing to accept honorable surrender or quarter of any kind, and Ursula narrates the death of his indigenous heroes with sorrow against the backdrop of the Spanish scourge, a pretext for emphasizing the indomitable courage of the conquered race. Ursula knows that the Spaniards will win. He knows that, one day, the entire region will belong to the hosts of the kings and queens of Castile, but the final stanza hints at a subtle melancholy when, describing Chile, he says, "See the stains of earth so covered, that in secret they are kept. They will never be discovered. Here, foreigners will never step, until God decides to let them show. So their secret, thus, will grow. Underscore 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 on. Facundo, Civilization o Barbari, Facundo, Civilization or Barbarism. By Domingo F. Sarmiento 1. Sarmiento is one of those meteors that shoot across a people's horizon every so often, only to be lost in a turn in the road, but always leaving the memory of their brilliance. In his historical work, his love for the people's education should be remembered. In his political work, there is the handing over of Argentina to the imperialist voracity of the railroads. In his literary work, Facundo will ensure his name lives on even after everything else has been forgotten. He tried to make Facundo historical and dispassionate, cold as an account of bygone times, but it is just the opposite. It is such a vigorous, anecdotal, impassioned, and exciting account that it makes for a timely document even today. History is the framework in which the novelist Sarmiento moves his very lifelike characters. Facundo, the savage with a certain nobility, the prototype of the pampas and the barbarism that Sarmiento censures, and Rosas, the cold and intelligent despot, whom Sarmiento astutely interprets as a product of the great cattle-raising latifundios, but above his characters he places the most important actor, the pampas, with all its barbaric grandeur. In the first part of the work, Sarmiento presents a brief description of the pampas, a sketch the poetic depth and penetration of which has only been surpassed by Hernandez. The whole second part is dedicated to the life and death of Facundo Quiroga, up to the tragedy of Barranca Yaco. Sarmiento takes it for granted that Rosas was responsible for his death, a hypothesis that has been repeated systematically throughout history, but for which there is no conclusive proof, though it is true that Facundo was a rival to be feared and the tyrant was the direct beneficiary of his death. In the third part, Sarmiento takes a look at the future, when the nightmare will have ended. The almost fantastic grandeur of the entire epic is further enhanced by Sarmiento's correct analysis of the events that he experienced. Sarmiento shows that he has read Guizot and has interpreted his theory of the class struggle. Truly, Sarmiento was a genius, and Facundo proves it. Underscore 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 on. El Evangelio y el Syllabus y un dualismo imposible. The Gospel and the Syllabus and an Impossible Dualism. By Dr. Lorenzo Montufar 1. This work, consisting of 2 tracts, serves as a magnificent means for measuring how much progress humanity has made. At the end of the 1800s, the period in which the tracts were written, they were a terrible anathema against the Church, and it took courage to write them. The standard bearer and guide, the Antichrist, was the United States, the symbol of liberalism. In the first tract, Dr. Montufar analyzes in detail the syllabus issued by Pius IX and shows its falsity from the primitive Christian point of view. In the second, he advocates a separation of church and state as the only valid solution for the problem of the two coexisting powers. The charming, lively work makes us smile today, but, in its time, it must have caused quite an uproar. It is dedicated to Montalvo, who had seen Garcia Moreno fall in Ecuador. The final analysis shows that no government that is based on a religion gives its citizens freedom of belief. The author analyzes several kinds of relationships between church and state and comes down heavily on the side of the one adopted in the United States. Underscore 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 on. Martín Fierro. By José Hernández 1. There are so many and such exhaustive commentaries on classical works that it is often very difficult to add anything, especially in this case, in which the author's unacknowledged intention was his dispute with Sarmiento who, at that time, represented the most progressive part of Argentine society. The poem's social intent is worthy, as it gives a good description of the life and ill-treatment of the gauchos, but, basically, there is not much more to it than that. Martín Fierro achieves its lasting value because of the sustained, realistic tone of the poem, which paints a general panorama of the era in bright colors, and because of the true picture it gives of the characters through their words. It achieves poetic value in only a few exceptional passages, but some of those phrases and sentences are well worth inclusion in anthologies. The deserved fame of the passage about old Vizcacha is due to the perfect synchronization of the gaucho's speech with the quaintness employed by the masses in every country. The Argentine Sancho Panza is much more alert and consciously lively than his famous predecessor, and there are some verses that are rather coarse, such as, "If the oven's to be heated, let the baker go and try. I won't bestir myself. Know why? I take a lesson from the pig, who eats its young and grows so big. I work for me, myself, and I. And also, don't suffer, even if the world falls down around your feet. The first thing you must do to beat the odds is to discover who provides the meals that come to you. Protect this source, and you can eat." But while old Vizcacha is convincingly depicted, Fierro and Cruz are less so, and their sons are weaker characters. Moreover, there is something jarring here, for the author states that 10 years have gone by, while the story gives the impression that it was much longer. When the novel ceases to be a novel and becomes true poetry, the tailcoat that Calixto Oyuelo mentioned when criticizing the work appears many times, but my main criticism is that it is too subjective. I don't think that a gaucho would investigate his impulses like that, even though the author's rigorous analysis has broken down the vocabulary perfectly. I don't know what occurred within my thoughts just then. The proud Indian again, with all his hatred stirred, shot me a look. Enough, no word would pierce so far in men. But, in any case, these poetic nuances, which fall intermittently on the popular aspects, help to solidify the book. In the two parts there is a clear allusion to two different periods, of Sarmiento, the scorned man of the people, who denied everything related to gauchos, and of Avellaneda, the man of culture, who paid homage to the substratum of Argentine society living on the Pampas. The most false note struck by the book is the moment in which Fierro sums up his feats and apologizes for them in the same way that José Hernández but not the protagonist would. Time and the political situation have made Hernández Fierro, now an old man, forget the anguished cry of rebellion. He has no sons or wife, no sponsor and no friend. No one will him defend. All are his masters now. So, like the ox, he'll bow, accept his fate and plow. To conclude, in such straitened circumstances, for him who must live so, his torment never ceases, but with his pride increases. By doing as he should, he'll make his master good. If not, he'll fall to pieces. Fierro's tragic rebellion has been polished and turned into restrained advice for his sons and for Cruz's son. He recognizes that gauchos have unenviable lives, and, at the end, he says, "The eagle has its nest. For the tiger, a jungle waits. The fox has cave and mates. Only gauchos have no home. And, to live, must roam, with most uncertain fates." And he recommends, "The poor man is what's left. when bad luck fortune blights, and no one really fights to defend him and his spouse. A gaucho should have house, and school and church and rights. In the last verse of the poem, he apologizes to anyone whom his attacks may have offended. The memory's a virtue, a skill among the first. All those who think I've cursed them here should think again. Though painting living men, I've left out all the worst. In any case, Hernandez achieves his objective of describing the gaucho's way of life in the feudal society that tyrannized them and of depicting the desert, its courageous Indians and the struggle for survival. Perhaps, if Sarmiento had governed in the second period, that change wouldn't have occurred. First part. I know the chiefs protect the Christians over there, and terms of brother share when they do pleasing things. Take what the future brings. Why should we dwell on care? Second part. Charitable Indians. Go find some, if you will. Their prisoners fare ill from treatment most unjust. They're sly, filled with distrust, though brave, revengeful still. However, it should not be forgotten that Fierro's original exclamation, calling his friend Cruz to the desert, was the fruit of anguish over past misfortunes, while the second was after he had had his experiences in the desert. In any case, Roca's barbarous campaign was fast approaching, and preparations had to be made. Fierro gave a sad but colorful account of the desert and his life there, filled with urbane observations about the king of the desert, man, and his resources. The birds and beasts and fish survive in 1,000 ways. But man, who on the others preys, and eats them all just to supply his wants, can cry. And, thus, true sentiment betrays. Martín Fierro blunders through the second verse and winds up his song in the improvisation competition against the black man with some advice to his children. With the advice, he throws in the towel. Man should be honest, good, a hard worker, etc., not rebellious. Fierro is old and resigned, but one wonders, in their day-to-day lives, didn't the gauchos aspire to the same goals as Fierro? If so, the part of the poem that is most open to criticism is redeemed, and, in addition to the argument for poems about gauchos, Martín Fierro would be an artistic instrument of protest in the deliberate defense of a defeated class. Underscore 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 on. Obras Escogidas Selected Works. By Enrique Gómez Carrillo 1. Professor Edilberto Torres has made an excellent selection. Above all, the first article, Evocation de Guatemala, Evocation of Guatemala, is like a portrait of the future. Its pages exude an exhausted charm, such as arose from the stagnant atmosphere of his old aunt's living room, and this is the impression left by Gómez Carrillo's prose. It is a great lesson. Only the cries of the people's souls went down in posterity, the vigorous cries of Rubén Darío and Pablo Neruda. The harmonious, rhythmic, light voice of the great chronicler enchanted the readers of his time and probably made him more famous than the powerful men of his generation. But then came death and with it oblivion. The lyrical aspect of his prose now seems to be summed up in the too glossy portrait of his aunt when she was young, in the aforementioned living room. A subtle dust rises from his prose that, when stirred, contains miracles of time cushioned in a gentle, drowsy boredom. This work should be read when one is feeling nostalgic if possible, while sitting by the fireside warmed by a good blaze while the rain beats down outside, just before going to bed. Underscore 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 on. 1. Enrique Gómez Carrillo, 1873 to 1927, was a Guatemalan writer, literary critic, and diplomat, best known for his chronicles, which were characterized by modernist prose. Martí, Raíz y ala del Libertador de Cuba. Martí, Roots and Wings of the Cuban Liberator. By Vicente Sainz 1. This is a small portrait of the liberator, with heavy quotations, giving an idea of the clear and elegant thought of the revolutionary poet. One could not say it is a masterpiece, but that is not its function either. Simply, the author is overwhelmed by Martí's words, which are sufficient in themselves to clarify the concepts discussed. The author limits himself to ordering them more or less chronologically, up to the time of Martí's death. If the booklet has something to offer, it is the final comparison with certain run-of-the-mill contemporary politicians. To describe Romulo Betancourt or Haya de la Torre as equals of Martí is an insult to the man who lived in the belly of the beast and knew its entrails, though they were not nearly as black and pestilent then as they are now. The book would be much better without this final invocation. Underscore 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 on. Breve Historia de Mexico. Brief History of Mexico. By José Vasconcelos 1. Seldom has an internationally renowned man so deeply and hypocritically betrayed everything he had said he was fighting for at one time in his career. The Breve Historia is anything but history. Rather, it is an avalanche of insults against everything indigenous. It assumes an all-encompassing attitude that conceals its meek submission to foreigners in supposed hatred of them. The author sets out from the supposition that the Aztecs were a nation of idolatrous barbarians and that God did well in punishing them but, merciful in the end, sent them the finest, bravest, best, and wisest conquistadors in the world, the Spaniards, whose chief, Cortés, was the archetype of those qualities. All the problems that arose later on stemmed from two basic sins: the betrayal of Mother Spain, by becoming independent of her, and the persecution of Catholicism, the only true religion. Vasconcelos chooses concepts of Spengler's, and not that philosopher's most original ones, to apply his concepts of the superior man to the Spanish model. The work is anti-historical because it is polemical and does not always tell the truth. Most especially, it contains such nonsense as that of supporting Maximiliano against Juarez, who Vasconcelos considered a representative of foreigners. Moreover, it is nasty and anti-nationalistic. It is the product of a narcissistic, resentful mentality that disguises its personal failure in a hatred of the growing greatness of isolated individuals. Its underlying theses are many years out of date, and they are presented in a ridiculous way. In short, it is a work that defines its author as a traitor, a resentful person in love with himself, and a shallow philosopher in what must be recognized as his civic bravery in denouncing the economic abuses of the hierarchs of the Mexican Revolution. Underscore 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 on. Trayectoria de Goethe. History of Goethe. By Alfonso Reyes 1. Here, one of the purest Latin American souls approaches the work of one of the greatest talents of humankind. And the approach, though not irreverent, is not made on his knees. Reyes looks back coolly at his Germanic model over the century and a half that has passed since Goethe's time and points out the defects in his character, defects that were particularly lamentable in his indulgence of the powerful, to whom Goethe the advisor always submitted his apparently enlightening opinion. The book guides us through several emotional stages, ending with the last peaks, after which, following his long and serene life, the poet entered immortality. The work is a good beginning for learning, with intelligent guidance, about Goethe, the teacher of teachers, the poet, painter, scientist, and statesman, whose many-sided genius was crystallized in Faust. Underscore 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 on. La Rebelión de los Colgados. The Rebellion of the Hanged. By Bruno Traven 1. Bruno Traven is a strange character about whom not even his editors know much. It seems that he writes in English and is a foreigner. I'm commenting on him because of the contribution that his books of adventures have made to Latin American popular novels. The Rebellion of the Hanged is a bit of historical and social reality placed in the framework of unreal characters, unreal because their language and psychology are strange for Indians. It is obvious that the author is either alien to Mexico or alien to the social class he is describing, but his sympathy for the oppressed is clear, and he does not bother to hide it. The final chapters are more of a revolutionary statement, with many anarchistic details, than a novel. The action takes place on a ranch in southern Mexico in the period just before the Revolution of 1910. The workers were terribly oppressed, and each of the three brothers who owned the ranch tried to outdo the others in terms of brutality. Finally, the workers rebelled and used their machetes to kill first one of the brothers and then the other two and all of the overseers. The book's title comes from the owner's custom of hanging the workers who didn't fulfill their daily quota by their hands, feet, and even testicles. At the beginning of the rebellion, the lives of the less important employees were respected, but at one point, after workers who had deserted and lived for months hiding out in the wilderness returned and were assigned guard duty, these workers quickly killed men, women, and children. Then the column set out for more heavily populated areas, and that is where the book ends. It can hardly be called a novel, since the portrayal of individual characters is very weak, but the general actions of the rebellious masses are depicted brilliantly, and the general picture of the arbitrary actions of the owners, which are well known by anyone who has explored Latin America, is precise. Underscore 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 on. Biografía del Caribe, Biography of the Caribbean. By German Arseniegas 1. The Caribbean is a neuralgic area in Latin America today and has also been one in the past. It was the place where the most powerful bands of pirates, both Drake's freebooters and those of the United Fruit Company, had their headquarters. This is a historical parallel, the essence of which the author does not try to explain. For him, the entire Caribbean is developing in accordance with inexplicable laws and passing from one set of hands to another in interminable wars in response to the greed of various monarchs. Economics, the leitmotif on which the history of the Caribbean countries turns, is diluted with unimportant ironies, with anecdotal demonstrations of a very profound culture and with lively, well-handled Spanish. The historical sequence is shown by the appearance of a naval power that replaces another naval or land power that is in decline, and, though the catastrophe of the period, the terrible threat posed by U.S. imperialism, is mentioned on occasion, this is done with affected, tangential phrases, referring only to things that are already almost part of history, such as the seizure of the Panama Canal. The author has phrases of courteous compliance for the adventurer who, acting as a plenipotentiary, forced the government of Panama at pistol point to sign a contemptible agreement, and, though he emphasizes Theodore Roosevelt's gangster-like acts, his fine, contemptuous and gentlemanly sarcasm disappears when it comes to those who chopped up his homeland. Arseniegas had the intelligence and, above all, the culture for writing a great work on the subject, but he failed to do so because he placed his knowledge only at the service of himself. Underscore 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 on. Mamita Yunao. By Carlos Luis Fallas 1. This book was written by a worker as his entry in the competition for Best Latin American Novel of 1940. The Costa Rican jury, considering that this account could not be considered as a novel, disqualified it. This appears in the note ending the book as a kind of colophon, and from a technical point of view maybe the jury was right, because this story is not a true novel. But it is a vital account written in the depths of the forest, and it basks in the warmth of welcoming Mamita Yunao, the United Fruit Company, whose tentacles drain the vitality of the people of Central America and others in South America. The story is clear, dry, and simply written. The first part describes the narrator's vicissitudes overseeing some elections, with all the dirty tricks that were played, until he returns to Limon and meets an old friend along the way. This meeting leads into the flashback of the second part, his adventures on a banana plantation and the injustice and robbery of the company until one of his co-workers tries to kill a tutile guard, an Italian in the pay of La Unao, and goes to prison. The third part, a kind of epilogue in the form of a dialogue between the two, describes their lives in the intervening period, ending with the two men going their separate ways, the author who narrates in first person the struggles for political demands, and his friend who goes to the Unao banana plantations. There is no doubt that the main character is the author, and he is right not to mix himself up with the people he's writing about. He sees them suffering, he understands and sympathizes, but he does not identify with them. He is witness rather than actor. He knows the places he is writing about and it is clear he has considerable experience of them. The psychology of his co-workers and the anecdotes he includes fit well with the text, though there are times when the latter seem a little out of place in the story. As always with this kind of novel, there is no psychological complexity in the characters, in particular in the machos, gringos, who are like bad guy cardboard cutouts. When his recriminations become howls just for effect, he falls into the commonplace of Latin American novels, but the book is, above all, a notable and vivid document describing the outrages of the company and the authorities, and the wretched lives of the railway workers, on the railroad lines, to whom the book is dedicated. Underscore 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 on. Canto General. By Pablo Neruda 1. When time has smoothed over these political events a little and has equally, ineluctably, given the people their definitive victory, this book of Neruda's will appear as the greatest symphonic poem of the Americas. It is poetry constituting a milestone and possibly a summit. Everything in it, even the few, inferior, verses at the end breathe its extraordinary significance. In it, the poet crystallizes the about-face he made when he stopped talking to himself and came down, or up, to speak with us, ordinary mortals, members of the mass of people. It is the universal hymn of the Americas that retraces everything, from the geographic giants to the shameful little playthings of Mr. Monopoly. The first chapter is called A Lamp on Earth, and one hears in it, among other things, his greeting to the immense Amazon. Amazon. Capital of the water's syllables. Patriarchal father. A fitting metaphor unites with the precise tones of Neruda's portrait, giving us the atmosphere, revealing to us its impact on him, so that he no longer sings as a subtle wanderer but as a man. It is this first chapter of his description, which we could call pre-Columbian, that closes with men, our distant ancestors. The mineral race was like a cup of clay, man. Made of stone and atmosphere. Clean as earthen jugs, sonorous. The poet then finds the synthesis of what this Latin America of ours was, its greatest symbol, and he sings then to the heights of Machu Picchu. Machu Picchu is the work of indigenous engineering that speaks most to us, with its elegant simplicity, its graying sadness, the marvelous landscape that surrounds it and the Urubamba River howling below. His synthesis of Machu Picchu is achieved in 3 lines that are descriptions almost in the class of Goethe. Mother of stone, sea spray of the condors. Towering reef of the human dawn. Spade lost in the primal sand. He is not content merely with defining it and narrating its history, so, in an episode of poetic madness, he pulls out of the hat all his dazzling and sometimes hermetic metaphors for the symbol city, occasionally calling to it for help. Give me silence, water, hope. Give me struggle, iron, volcanoes. What happened? We all know the sequence of the story. The conquistadors appear on the horizon. The butchers raised the islands. Guanahani was first. in this story of martyrdom. Then come Cortez, Alvarado, Balboa, Ximena de Quiseta, Pizarro, and Valdivia. All of them are pitilessly savaged by his song, which explodes like pistol fire. The only one for whom the poet has any kindly words is Ursula, singer of the epic Araucana. Worthy man, sonorous Ursula, I hear the pulsing water of your first dawn, a frenzy of birds, and a thunderclap in the foliage. Leave, oh, leave your blonde eagle's imprint, crush your cheek against the wild corn. Everything will be devoured in the dust. Yet the conquest will continue and will mark its own stamp on the Americas, so that Neruda says in Despite the Fury. But through fire and horseshoe, as from a fountain illuminated by the somber blood, with the metal engulfed by the tempest, a light was cast over the earth. Number, name, line, and structure. So with the cruel Titan of stone, the death-dealing falcon, not only blood but wheat arrived. The light came despite the daggers. But the long night of Spain comes to an end and the night of the monopolies looms. All the greats of the Americas have their place in this hymn, from the early liberators to the new, the priests who struggle side by side with the people. Now the sound of gunshot disappears and a great song immerses the reader in its joy and hope. In particular it dreams of the epic of the land, of Lautaro and his guerrilla fighters and Caupolicán, who was impaled. Lautaro against the centaur, 1554, gives a clear idea. Fatigue and death led Valdivia's troops through the foliage. Lautaro's spears drew near. Amid corpses and leaves Pedro de Valdivia advanced, as in a tunnel. Lautaro came in the dark. He thought about stony Extremadura, about golden olive oil in the kitchen, the jasmine left beyond the seas. He recognized Lautaro's war cry. Valdivia saw the light coming, the dawn. Perhaps life, the sea. It was Lautaro. The mysterious meeting of Guayaquil had to be included in the hymn, and in the lines of their political discussion, the spirits of the two great generals are palpitating. But the story was not all the heroic and honorable struggle of these two generals. There were also betrayers, executioners, jailers, and murderers. The Sand Betrayed opens with the hangman. Saurian, scaly America coiled around vegetable growth, around the flagpole erected in the swamp. You nursed terrible children with poisonous serpent's milk. Torrid cradles incubated and covered a bloodthirsty progeny with yellow clay. The cat and the scorpion fornicated in the savage land. And the Rosas, the Francias, the Garcia Morenos, etc., appear and parade by, and not just names but institutions, castes, and groups. Neruda asks his colleagues in Celestial Poets. What did you do, Gittists? Intellectualists, Rilkists. Mystificators, false existentialist. Sorcerers, surrealist. Butterflies burning in a tomb, Europeanized. Cadavers of fashion. Pale worms of capitalist cheese. And when he comes to the North American companies, his powerful voice exudes sympathy for the victims and disgust and loathing for the octopuses and for all those who fragment and gobble up our America. When the trumpet blared, everything on earth was prepared, and Jehovah distributed the world to Coca-Cola Incorporated, Anaconda, Ford Motors and other entities. United Fruit Inc. reserved for itself the juiciest, the central seaboard of my land, America's sweet waste. To González Videla, the Chilean president who sent him into exile, Neruda shouts. Wretched clown, miserable mixture of monkey and rat, whose tail is combed with gold pomade on Wall Street. But neither has everything died, and his cry bursts forth from hope. America, I do not invoke your name in vain. He concentrates on his own country with the Canto General of Chile, in which, after describing it and singing to it, he offers his winter ode to the Mapaco River. Oh, yes, imprecise snow. Oh, yes, trembling in full snowy blossom. Boreal eyelid, little frozen ray. Who called you to the ashen valley? Who dragged you from the eagle's beak? Down to where your pure waters touch my country's terrible tatters? Then comes the land in the earth's name is Juan, and through the awkward singing of each worker, the song of Margarita Naranjo is heard, heartbreaking in its naked pathos. I am dead. I am from Maria Elena. The poet unleashes all his rage against the main guilty parties, against the monopolies, and he addresses his poem Let the Woodcutter Awaken to a Yankee soldier. West of the Colorado River. There's a place that I love. He warns. The world will be implacable for you. Not only will the islands be deserted but the air that now knows the words that it loves. And from the laboratory covered with vines, the unleashed atom will also set forth toward your proud cities. González Videla begins the persecution of Neruda, making of him the fugitive, and here his hymn loses a little, for it is as if improvisation has found its pastures in his poetry so that the canto's lofty metaphor loses height and abandons its delicate rhythms. Then comes the Flowers of Punit Acqui, after which he greets his Spanish-speaking colleagues. In New Year's Chorale for the Country in Darkness he takes on the Chilean government, and then recalls the great ocean with his Rapa Nui. Tepato te Henua, Navel of the Great Sea. Workshop of the Sea, Extinguished Diadem. The book closes with I Am, in which he leaves his last testament, after looking once again at himself. I leave my house by the seaside. In Isla Negra to the labor unions of copper, coal, and nitrate. Let them rest here, those abused children of my country, plundered by axes and traitors, dispersed in its sacred blood, consumed in volcanic tatters. I leave my old books, collected in corners of the globe, venerated in their majestic typography, to the new poets of America, to those who'll one day weave tomorrow's meanings on the raucous interrupted loom. Finally, he shouts, this book ends here, and this word will rise again, perhaps in another time free of sorrow, without the impure fibers that adhered. Black vegetation in my song, and my burning and starry heart will flame again in the heights. And so this book ends, here I leave my canto general written on the run, singing beneath the clandestine wings of my country. Today, February 5th, in this year of 1949, in Chile, in Godmar de China, a few months before I turned 45. With this conclusion from François Villon, he ends the greatest volume in Latin American poetry. It is the epic of our time, brushing with its curious wings all that is good and evil in the great land of our birth. There is room for nothing but struggle. As with Arancana, his brilliant forebear, it is a continuous fight, and its caress is the clumsy caress of the soldier, which is no less loving for being awkward, charged as it is with the power of the earth. Underscore 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 on. Guatemala, La Democracia y el Imperio. Guatemala, Democracy and Empire. By Juan José Arevalo 1. 20 years have passed since his last book, La Pedagogia de la Personalidad, Pedagogy of the Personality, La Plata, 1937. Arevalo was president of this small country for 6 years and, with its backing, stood firm against the arrogant and voracious U.S. monopolies that constantly launched themselves on Guatemala's wealth. After his 6 years as president, he turned it over to Arbenz. Halfway through Arbenz' term, Guatemala was openly attacked. Arevalo recalls memories of his time in the presidency and the offers the United States made to buy him, to get him to accept its rules of the game. He analyzes the complex panorama of world politics and points with serious irony to the stupidities of U.S. propaganda concerning the Guatemalan threat. He analyzes the actions that the Arbenz administration took concerning UFCO United Fruit Company, IRCA International Railways and Electric Bond and Share, and comes to the conclusion that those actions were indirectly responsible for the plundering of Guatemala. Naturally, no thinking person could believe otherwise, for it was extremely clear, but it takes courage to speak out and say so at this special moment in Latin America's history. This is not a book that will survive its period, it will die with it because its 100 impassioned pages contain no lasting value. But it is interesting to note the difference 20 years has made between the pedantic work of a young doctor of philosophy and the virile address of a patriot who was the president of his homeland and who, as such, should always do his utmost to protect his country against efforts to belittle it. Underscore 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 on. El Hechicero the Witch Doctor. By Carlos Solorzano 1. A small drama well done. Of philosophical depth, though not very original. When all is said and done, the story of an alchemist enamored by an idea is as old as alchemy itself. The important thing is that the author found a social topic and echoes the cries of the poor. The topic and its development are classical. Shakespeare, Hamlet and Macbeth, covered them to a great extent, and O'Neill also contributed to the work. The witch doctor is killed by his brother, who is egged on by the brother's, wife. The couple gains nothing, because the witch doctor had nothing more than illusions, not a formula for making gold. The witch doctor's daughter takes revenge in a way whose psychological complexity is reminiscent of the U.S. playwright. All of this takes place against the backdrop of a subjugated nation of the hungry, who seek a savior wherever he may be. Underscore 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 underscore. Journalism, 1953-54. This article was published as Un vistazo a las margines del gigante de los Rios while Che Guevara was in Panama in October-November 1953. Published in the Panama America Dominical Supplement, November 22, 1953, it describes some of his experiences in Peru, including his time at the San Pablo leper colony deep in the Amazon, during his first trip through Latin America in 1952. A view from the banks of the giant of rivers. The Amazon, with its cortege of tributaries, forms an enormous brown continent in the middle of the Americas. During the long rainy months, all of the water courses increase in volume in such a way that the river invades the jungle, turning it into the home of creatures of the water and the air. Beasts of the earth seek refuge on the spots of land that emerge from the water on the brown savanna. Alligators and piranhas, or caneros, are the new, dangerous guests of the Tronda, replacing the ocelots, jaguars, and peccaries in the task of preventing human beings from setting up camp in the jungle. Ever since that time long ago when the fearful and famished hosts of Orellana looked upon this muddy sea and in their makeshift boats followed it to the sea, millions of conjectures have been made about the exact birthplace of the giant. For a long time, the Marañón was considered the true source of the river, but modern research has erred toward the other powerful tributary, the Ucayali. By patiently tracing its banks and dividing it up into ever smaller affluents, the researchers came to a tiny lake high in the Andes that feeds the Apurimac, at first a tinkling stream and then a powerful voice of the mountain, thus justifying its Quechua name Apurimac, which means the great roarer. This is the birthplace of the Amazon. But who remembers the pure mountain streams here, where the river has become so colossal and its vast silence increases the mystery of the jungle night? We are in San Pablo, a colony of patients suffering from Hansen's disease leprosy that the Peruvian government maintains at the margins of its territory and which we are using as a base of operations to enter the heart of the forest. In every image of the jungle, whether Hudson's polychrome paradises or Jose Rivera's somber tones, the smallest and most terrible of enemies, the mosquito, never features. In the evening, a shifting cloud floats over the water of the rivers and launches itself at whatever living thing happens to be passing. It's far more dangerous to enter the jungle without a mosquito net than without a weapon. The fierce carnivores won't readily attack a human being. Not all of the swamps one must wade through are inhabited by alligators or piranhas, nor do the snakes fling themselves on travelers to inject them with their venom or strangle them in a mortal embrace. But the mosquitoes will most certainly attack. They will bite you inexorably all over your body and, in exchange for your blood, they leave troublesome welts and maybe yellow fever or, more frequently, the malaria parasite. You have to look down at a micro level to see the enemy. Another powerful and invisible one is the ankylostoma, a parasite whose larvae bore their way through the skin of your bare feet and then travel throughout your body to settle in your digestive tract, sucking your blood and causing the very serious anemia from which nearly all the inhabitants of this region suffer to a greater or lesser extent. We walk through the jungle, following the meandering of an Indian path, heading for the huts of the Yaguas, the indigenous people of the region. The forest is huge and terrifying, its sounds and silences, its furrows of dark water and the clear drops that drip from the leaves, all its so well orchestrated contradictions eventually reduce anyone walking to an infinitesimal speck with no thought of their own. To escape from its powerful influence, you have to fix your gaze on the broad, sweaty neck of your guide or on the footprints on the floor of the forest that indicate the presence of humans and recall the strength of the community. When all our clothes were stuck to our bodies and several streams had poured from our foreheads, we reached the settlement. A small number of huts built on posts in a clearing in the jungle and a thicket of yucca are its wealth, an ephemeral wealth that must be abandoned when the rain swells the veins of the jungle and the water pushes people toward higher ground. The harvest of yucca and palm nuts, the basis of the Indian diet, will enable them to survive. During the day, the Yaguas live in open-sided houses with palm frond roofs and a platform that raises them from the humidity of the soil, but, at nightfall, the plague of mosquitoes is stronger than their stoical hides and the evil-smelling oil they smear on their bodies, and they have to seek refuge in huts made of palm fronds, which they close hermetically with a door made of the same material. As long as it is dark, all the members of the tribe remain in their refuge. The promiscuity in which the night is spent does not bother them because the moral codes that govern us mean nothing in their tribal world. I approached the door of a hut, and a stench of strange oils and sweaty bodies immediately repelled me. The life of these people is reduced to meekly following the orders that nature imparts by means of the rain. In the winter, they eat yucca and the potatoes they have harvested in the summer, and they go out in their dugout canoes to fish among the thickets of the jungle. It is fascinating to watch them. They have a vigilant immobility that nothing disturbs, small harpoons poised in their right hands. The dark water obscures everything, until suddenly there is a quick movement, and the harpoon is plunged into the deep. The water is agitated for a moment, and then you can see only the tiny buoy at the end of the harpoon, tied to the rod by 1 or 2 meters of line. Powerful strokes of the paddle keep the canoe close to the float until the fish becomes too exhausted to struggle. They also hunt, when the season is favorable. Sometimes they use an old shotgun obtained through who knows what strange transaction to bring down a large animal, but in general, they prefer to use silent blowpipes. When bands of monkeys pass through the foliage, a small arrow whose point is smeared with curare wounds one of the monkeys. Without even a cry, the monkey extracts the arrow and continues on its way for a few meters until the poison takes effect and it falls from the trees alive, but unable to emit a sound. As long as the noisy troop of monkeys is passing, the blowpipes are used constantly, and the hunters note the points in the foliage where the wounded animals have fallen. When the last monkey has departed the scene of the tragedy, the hunters retrieve all the wounded animals and take their contribution of food back to the community. Celebrating the arrival of their white visitors, they presented us with one of the monkeys they had killed. We prepared the animal on an improvised spit in the way it is done on our Argentine pampas and tried its meat, which was tough and bitter but had an agreeable, wild taste. The Indians were enthusiastic about our method of preparing the dish. To reciprocate, we gave them 2 bottles of a soft drink we had brought with us. The Indians drank the contents excitedly and saved the caps with religious fervor in the pouches of woven fibers that they wear around their necks, which is where they keep their most prized possessions, an amulet, some shotgun cartridges, a seed necklace, a Peruvian soul, etc. On our return, somewhat anxious about the approaching night, one of them led us along shortcuts that enabled us to reach the safe refuge of the metal roofs of the colony before night fell. We said goodbye with a handshake, in the European style, and the guide gave me a present of one of the fibers from his skirt, the only clothing worn by the Yaguas. The dangers and tragedies of the wild have often been exaggerated, but we had an experience that shows how valid the warnings are. People always say that it's dangerous to wander away from the path when you're in the jungle, and that is certainly true. One day, while relatively close to our base, we suddenly looked at each other in consternation because the path we had hoped to return by seemed to have vanished. We carefully retraced our steps, but it was all in vain. While one of us stood in a fixed spot, another walked straight ahead and then returned, guided by shouts. We did this in every direction without success. Fortunately, we had been told what to do in case we found ourselves in such a situation. We looked for a special kind of tree, whose roots form partitions a few centimeters thick, which sometimes rise to heights of several meters from the earth and seem to give extra support to the tree. With an ordinary stick, we began to strike those partitions as hard as we could. This produced a deep sound which, although not very loud, could be heard at a great distance and is much more effective than shooting off a firearm, for the foliage deadens the sound of shots. After a while, an Indian with a mocking smile appeared with his shotgun and, with signals, led us to the path and showed us the direction we should take. Somehow, we had strayed off course about 500 meters from the path. It is generally imagined that the jungle is a lush paradise full of food, but that is not true. A knowledgeable local will never die of hunger, but, if others carelessly get lost in the forest, they will have serious problems finding food to eat. None of the kinds of tropical fruits that we know grow spontaneously there. To sustain oneself on wild plants, you have to resort to certain roots and palm fruits that only an experienced person can differentiate from others that look the same but are poisonous. Hunting is extremely difficult for someone who can't identify a broken twig as the trail of a boar or deer, who does not know the watering places and who does not know how to move through the jungle without making a sound. Fishing in a place where the density of aquatic animals is so great is still a very complex art, since the possibility of a fish biting the hook is remote, and it is far from easy to harpoon them. But, when the soil is cultivated, what enormous pineapples, papayas, and bananas! A little work is rewarded with tremendous results. And yet the spirit of the jungle seems to overpower its inhabitants and merge them with itself. Nobody works, unless it is necessary in order to eat. Like the monkeys that seek their daily sustenance in the branches without thinking about tomorrow, or the wild cats that kill only to satisfy their hunger, the colony works only enough to keep themselves from starving. The days sped by, filled with scientific work, excursions, and hunting. The night before we were to leave, 2 canoes filled with leprosy patients drew close to the pier in the healthy part of the colony to express their affection for us. Their leonine faces in the torchlight were an impressive spectacle in the Amazonian night. A blind singer sang some huaynitos and marineras, while the motley orchestra did wonders to accompany him. One of the patients gave a farewell speech to thank us. His simple words conveyed a deep emotion that enhanced the impact of the night. For those simple souls, the mere fact that we had come to visit them, even out of curiosity, made us deserving of their gratitude. The serenade and farewell ended with embarrassing grimaces as they attempted to express their affection without shaking hands because the health laws categorically forbid physical contact between the patients and the healthy. The music and the farewell cemented our commitment to them. The small raft on which we continued our river journey was crammed with gifts of food from both the members of the colony and from the sick, who competed in giving us the most food, the sweetest papaya and the fattest chicken. Then a little push toward the middle of the river, and we were talking to the river alone. The song of the jungle. And the pain that is there. Come over the river. On the rafts that arrive. The hardened boatmen. Come drowning their sorrow. Over the bloody roots. Of the spiraling river. We drifted down the river for 2 days, waiting for the moment when we would see Leticia, the Colombian city we wanted to reach, but there was a serious drawback: we couldn't steer the hulk. Everything was fine as long as we were in the middle of the river, but whenever we tried to draw close to the bank, we had a furious battle with the current, which always emerged victorious, keeping us in the middle until, at a whim, we were allowed to reach whichever shore the river chose for us. On the night of the 3rd day, we finally saw the lights of the town, but the raft continued on its way unperturbed, in spite of every effort we made. Whenever it seemed as if we were about to win, the logs of the raft would make a pirouette and head once more toward the middle of the current. We struggled until we could no longer see the lights upstream and were about to take refuge under the mosquito net, abandoning the guard duty we did occasionally, when the last chicken, the tasty dinner we were longing for, took fright and fell into the water. The current carried it a little faster than it carried us. I stripped off my clothes and was about to jump in after it. 1 or 2 strokes would take me to it, and then all I'd have to do would be to wait for the raft to catch up, but I hesitated. I don't really know why. It may have been the enigmatic river or the subconscious thought of an alligator. But, in any case, the chicken sailed on down the river, while I, raging inwardly, kept promising myself that I would jump in and then holding off again, until I gave up. Frankly, the nocturnal river scared me. I was a coward in the face of nature. Later, both of us were extremely hypocritical, consoling each other about the poor chicken's terrible fate. When we woke up, we were aground on the Brazilian side, many paddling hours from Leticia. But we did manage to get back there, thanks to the proverbial kindness of the people living along the gigantic river. When we flew out in the Colombian Armed Forces Catalina, we looked down on the immense jungle. From above, it seemed like an enormous green cauliflower barely broken by the brown thread of a narrow river, extending for thousands of kilometers and hours of flying time. We saw that our months-long intimate friendship had been with only an infinitesimal part of the gigantic Amazonian continent, and this realization had us lowering our heads in reverence. Far below, the spirit of Canaima, god of the jungle, emerging from the foliage and floating on the rivers, raised his hand in a gesture of farewell. Machu Picchu, Enigma in Stone of the Americas. This article, Machu Picchu, un Enigma de Piedra en America, was published in the Panamanian Weekly Supplement to Siete, December 12, 1953. It draws on Che's visits to Machu Picchu during both his 1952 and 1953 journeys through Latin America. Not knowing if he would ever have the opportunity to return to the ancient Inca city, he commented, "It is one of the most marvelous sights I can imagine." Crowning a hill of steep and rugged slopes, 2,800 meters above sea level and 400 above the fast-flowing Urubamba River that bathes 3 sides of this peak, is the ancient city in stone that, by extension, has been given the name of the place that is its bastion, Machu Picchu. Is this its original name? No. In Quechua, Machu Picchu means Old Mountain, as opposed to Huayna Picchu, the rocky needle rising just a few meters from the settlement, which means Young Mountain. They are simply physical descriptions of the topographical features of the place. What would its real name be then? Let us diverge for a moment and travel back to the past. The 16th century of our age was a tragic time for the indigenous peoples of the Americas. The bearded invader flooded the continent and the great indigenous empires were reduced to rubble. In the center of South America, the internecine struggle for power between the 2 candidates to inherit the crown of the deceased Huayna Capac, Atahualpa and Huáscar made the business of destroying the greatest empire of the continent even easier. In order to contain the human mass approaching perilously close to Cuzco, one of Huáscar's nephews, the youthful Manco II, was placed on the throne by Spain. This maneuver had an unexpected consequence. although the indigenous people now had a visible head, bestowed with all the formalities of Inca law still possible under the Spanish yoke, the monarch was not as easy to control as the Spaniards wished. He disappeared one night with his leading chiefs, bearing with him the great disk of gold, symbol of the sun, and from that day onward, there was no peace in the old capital of the empire. There was no security, moving from one place to another was not safe. Armed bands used the ancient, impressive, and now destroyed Sacsayhuaman as their base, the fortress guarding Cuzco. They roamed the territory and even moved in on the city. It was 1536. This large-scale revolt failed, the siege of Cuzco had to be abandoned, and another major battle at Ollantaytambo, the walled city on the banks of the Urubamba River, was lost by the troops of the indigenous monarch. The threat of the guerrilla war, which had been a considerable thorn in the side of Spanish might, was definitively reduced. One day, in a drunken outburst, one of the conquistador soldiers, a deserter who had been brought to the indigenous court along with 6 of his companions, killed the Inca sovereign. He and his unfortunate compatriots were put to a horrible death by the indigenous subjects, who displayed their severed heads on their spears as both punishment and challenge. The sovereign's 3 sons, Seri Tupac, Tito Cusi, and Tupac Amaru, reigned consecutively and died while in power. With the third, however, something more than a monarch passed into death. It was the final demise of the Inca Empire. The forceful and inflexible viceroy, Francisco Toledo, took this last sovereign as his prisoner and had him executed in Cuzco's parade ground in 1572. The Inca king, whose life secluded in the Temple of the Sun Virgins, with a brief parenthesis as sovereign ended so tragically, addressed his people in his final hour. His potent speech roused them from their former torpor and meant that his name would be taken up again by the precursor of the independence of the Americas, José Gabriel Condorcanqui, Tupac Amaru II. The danger to the representatives of the Spanish crown had been extinguished and nobody thought to seek out the old operational base of the Incas, the well-concealed city of Vilcapampa, whose last sovereign had left before being taken prisoner. Thus began a period of 3 centuries in which total silence reigned over the city. When an Italian man of science, Antonio Raimondi, devoted 19 years of his life to traveling all over the country in the second half of the 19th century, Peru was a land still largely untouched by the European. Although it is true Raimondi was not a professional archaeologist, his profound erudition and scientific skills gave an enormous impetus to the study of the country's Inca past. Generations of Peruvian students now turned their eyes to the heart of a country they did not know, guided by the monumental work El Peru, while scientists from all over the world once again recovered their enthusiasm for investigating the history of a once great people. At the beginning of the 20th century, a U.S. historian, Professor Bingham, who had come to Peru to study the route taken by Simon Bolivar, was captivated by the extraordinary beauty of the regions he visited and intrigued by the provocative questions raised by Inca culture. Professor Bingham, satisfying both the historian and the adventurer within him, set out in search of the lost city, the operational base of the insurgent monarchs. Bingham knew, from the chronicles of Father Calancha and others, that the Incas had a political and military capital they named Vitcos, and a more distant sanctuary called Vilcapampa, the city where no white person had ever set foot. Armed with this information, he set out on his search. Anyone with even a superficial knowledge of the region will not be unaware of the magnitude of the task he had set himself. In mountainous terrain, covered with dense, subtropical forest, crisscrossed by rivers that were more like highly dangerous torrents, not knowing the psychology or even the language of its inhabitants, Bingham set off with 3 powerful weapons, an indomitable zest for adventure, keen intuition, and a healthy fistful of dollars. Patiently, paying a price in gold for each secret or piece of information he could extract, he penetrated the heartland of the extinct civilization. One day in 1911, after years of arduous labor, routinely following an Indian who was selling an unusual set of stones, Bingham, unaccompanied by any other white man, found himself marveling alone at the impressive ruins that, surrounded and almost submerged in undergrowth, were there to welcome him. There is a sad side to this story. The undergrowth was cleared from the ruins, which were then studied and perfectly described, and totally stripped of whatever objects that were uncovered. Researchers triumphantly bore off to their country more than 200 crates of archaeological treasures that were both invaluable and, let us be clear about this, worth a great deal of money. Bingham is, objectively speaking, not specifically guilty of this, and neither are the citizens of North America guilty in general. Nor can anyone blame a government without the resources to support an expedition on a scale comparable to that of the discovery of Machu Picchu. Is no one guilty then? Let us just accept the fact that the answer to the question of where one might study or admire the treasures of the indigenous city is obvious: in the museums of North America. Machu Picchu was not just any old discovery for Bingham. It was the triumphant crowning of an overgrown child's limpid dreams, like the dreams of almost every amateur in this area of science. A long series of triumphs and failures culminated there, and the city of grey stone encompassed all his fantasies and his visions, propelling him into comparison and conjecture that was at times far removed from careful and empirical demonstration. The years of exploration and those that followed his success made an erudite archaeologist of the formerly itinerant historian. Many of his assertions, backed by the formidable experience acquired in his travels, were taken as gospel truth in scientific circles. In Bingham's view, Machu Picchu was the ancient abode of the Quechua people and the center from which they expanded before founding Cuzco. He delved into Inca mythology and identified 3 windows of a ruined temple as those from which the Illes brothers, characters in Inca mythology, had emerged. He found conclusive similarities between a circular tower in the newly revealed city and Cuzco's Sun Temple. He identified skeletons that had been found in the ruins, almost all of them female, as being those of the Sun Virgins. Finally, after carefully analyzing all the possibilities, he came to the following conclusion: the city he had discovered had been named Vilcapampa more than 3 centuries earlier. This, he said, had been the sanctuary of the rebel monarchs, and had previously served as a refuge for the vanquished followers of the Inca leader Pachacuti, whose body lay in the city, from the time of their defeat by Chincha troops until the resurgence of the empire. But the reason this city had in both cases been the refuge of vanquished warriors was because this was Tamputoco, sacred place and initial nucleus, located here and not at Pacarutampu, near Cuzco, as Indian notables told the historian Sarmiento de Gamboa, who interrogated them on the orders of Viceroy Toledo. Modern researchers have disagreed on many points with the archaeologist from North America, but they have nothing conclusive to say about the significance of Machu Picchu. After several hours, the train, an asthmatic, almost toy-like thing, that runs first along a small river to continue later along the banks of the Urubamba, passing the stately ruins of Ollantaytambo, eventually comes to the bridge crossing the river. A winding track of some 8 kilometers climbs 400 meters above the torrent, bringing us to the hotel in the ruins, which is run by a Señor Soto. He is a man of extraordinary knowledge in Inca matters, and a good singer, who, in the delicious tropical evenings, contributes to enhancing the suggestive charms of the ruined city. Machu Picchu is constructed on the top of a mountain, covering an area of some 2 kilometers in perimeter. It is basically divided into 3 sections, that of the 2 temples, another for the main residences and an area for the common people. In the section reserved for religious activities are the ruins of a magnificent temple made of great blocks of white granite, with the 3 windows that gave rise to Bingham's mythological speculations. Adorning a series of beautifully constructed buildings is the Intihuatana, where the sun is moored, a stone finger some 60 centimeters high, the basis of indigenous rites and one of few such pieces still standing since the Spaniards were careful to destroy the symbol upon conquering any Inca fortress. The buildings that housed the nobility show examples of extraordinary artistic value, for example the circular tower I have already mentioned, the sequence of bridges and canals cut into the stone and the many residences that are notable for the execution of their stone masonry. In the dwellings presumably occupied by the plebeians, one notes a great difference in the rough finish of the rock. They are separated from the religious part of the complex by a small square, or flat area, where the main water reservoirs now dried up were located, this supposedly being one of the main reasons for abandoning the place as a permanent residence. Machu Picchu is a city of steps with almost all of its constructions built on different levels, united by stairways, some of exquisitely carved rock, and others of stones aligned without much aesthetic zeal. But all of them, like the city as a whole, were capable of standing up to the rigors of the weather, and lost only their roofs made of tree trunks and straw, unable to resist the assault of the elements. Dietary needs were satisfied by vegetables planted in the terraces that are still perfectly conserved. It was very easy to defend, surrounded on two sides by almost vertical slopes, a third passable only along readily defendable tracks, while the fourth faces Huayna Picchu. This peak towers some 200 meters over its brother. It is difficult to climb, and would be almost impossible for the tourist, were it not for the remains of the Inca paving enabling one to edge to its peak along sheer precipices. The place seems to have been more for observation than anything else, since there are no major constructions. The Urubamba River encircles the two peaks almost completely, so they are almost impossible for attacking forces to conquer. I have already noted that the archaeological meaning of Machu Picchu is disputed, but the origin of the city is not the vital thing and, in any case, it is best to leave the debate to specialists. Most important and irrefutable is that here we have found the pure expression of the most powerful indigenous civilization in the Americas, still untainted by contact with conquering armies and replete with immensely evocative treasures between its walls that have deteriorated from the tedium of having no life among them. The spectacular landscape circling the fortress supplies an essential backdrop, inspiring dreamers to wander its ruins aimlessly. Yankee tourists, bound by their practical worldview, might place those members of the disintegrating tribes they encounter in their travels among these once living walls, unaware of the moral distance that separates them, because the subtle difference can only be grasped by the semi-indigenous spirit of the Latin American. Let us agree, for the moment, to give the city two possible meanings, one for the fighter, pursuing what is today described as a chimera, with an arm reaching toward the future and a stone voice crying out to be heard all over the continent, citizens of Indo-America, reconquer the past. And for others, those with a desire to be far from the madding crowd, there are some appropriate words jotted down by a British subject in the Hotel Visitor's Book, conveying all the bitterness of imperial yearning. I am lucky to find a place without Coca-Cola propaganda. The Dilemma of Guatemala. This article was first published in the book Aquí va un soldado de America, Here Comes a Soldier of the Americas, a collection selected by Che Guevara's father, Ecobedo Guevara Lynch, which includes letters sent to his relatives while he was on his second trip. This article, and the article that follows in this book, The Working Class in the United States, were sent to Argentina when Che left Guatemala for Mexico, where he arrived on September 18, 1954. Anyone who has traveled these lands of the Americas will have heard the disdainful pronouncements of some people about certain regimes with clearly democratic leanings. These sentiments date from the Spanish Republic and its fall. At that time they said the Republic consisted of a mob of layabouts who only knew how to dance the jota, and that Franco established order and exiled communism from Spain. Time polished such opinions, standardizing criteria, and the words used, like stones thrown at any moribund democracy, went along the lines of, that was not liberty, but the rule of libertines. The governments that in Peru, Venezuela, and Cuba had held out the dream of a new era for the Americas were thus defined. The price that democratic groups in these countries have had to pay for their apprenticeship in the techniques of oppression has been high. A great number of innocent victims have been immolated to maintain an order required for the interests of the feudal bourgeoisie and foreign capital. Patriots now know that victory will have to be achieved by blood and fire, that there can be no forgiveness for traitors, and that the total extermination of reactionary groups is the only way to ensure the rule of justice in the Americas. When I once again heard the words rule of libertines used to describe Guatemala, I feared for the small republic. Does it mean that the resurrection of the dream of the Latin American people, embodied by this country and by Bolivia, is condemned to go the way of its precursors? Herein lies the dilemma. Four revolutionary parties constitute the support base of the government, and all of them, except for the Guatemalan Workers' Party (PGT), are fragmented into two or more antagonistic factions that fight among themselves even more viciously than with their traditional feudal enemies, forgetting in their domestic squabbles the aspirations of the Guatemalan people. Meanwhile, the reactionary forces spread their nets wide. The U.S. State Department and the United Fruit Company, one never knows which is which in that country to the north, in open alliance with the landowners and the spineless, sanctimonious bourgeoisie, are making all kinds of plans to silence a proud adversary that has emerged for them like a boil on the bosom of the Caribbean. While Caracas awaits orders that will open the way for more or less barefaced interference, the displaced little generals and the craven coffee growers seek to make alliances with other dictators in neighboring countries. And while in the adjoining countries the fully muzzled press can only sing the praises of the leader on the only note permitted them, what pass for independent newspapers here unleash a farrago of long, involved stories about the government and its defenders, creating whatever climate they want. Democracy permits this. The beachhead of communism, setting a magnificent example of freedom and ingenuity, allows them to undermine their own nationalist foundations, permitting the destruction of yet another of Latin America's dreams. Look back a little at the immediate past, compañeros, and observe the leaders who have had to flee, the murdered or imprisoned members of APRA, American Popular Revolutionary Alliance in Peru, of Democratic Action in Venezuela, and look at the magnificent young Cubans assassinated by Batista. Draw close to the 20 bullet wounds in the body of the poet-soldier, Ruiz Pineda, and look at the miasmas of the Venezuelan prisons. Look fearlessly, but with care, at this past that serves as an example, and answer this question: is this the future of Guatemala? Has the struggle been, is the struggle, for this? The historic responsibility of those who must fulfill the hopes of Latin America is great. The time for euphemism is over. It is time that Garrote answers Garrote. If one must die, let it be like Sandino and not like Spanish President Azana. May treacherous guns be grasped not by Guatemalan hands. If they want to kill freedom, let it be the other side that does it, those who hide freedom away. We must do away with feebleness and refuse to pardon treason. Let not the unshed blood of a traitor cost the lives of thousands of brave defenders of the people. The old dilemma of Hamlet has come to my lips, in the words of a poet from Guatemala, America: are you or are you not, or who are you? Let the groups that support the government answer this. The workers of the United States, friends or enemies? This article was written in or around April 1954 and sent to his family from Guatemala before Che Guevara left for Mexico. It was first published in Aquí va un soldado de America, Here Comes a Soldier of the Americas, by his father, Escobedo Guevara Lynch, in 1987. Today's world is divided in two different halves, one in which capitalism holds sway, with all its consequences, and the other in which socialism has been established. But the countries with the capitalist system cannot be grouped in a single category. There are marked differences among them. There are colonial countries, in which the large landowning class, allied with foreign capital, monopolizes the life of the community and keeps the nation in the backwardness required for that class to maintain its profits. Nearly all countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America are of this type. There are a few countries in which capitalism has not extended beyond national borders and where the intrusion of foreign capital is not such a pressing problem. A few European countries with a very developed petit bourgeoisie are like this. There is another interesting group of countries that might be described as colonial imperialist or pre-imperialist. Although their economies have not yet taken on the characteristics of industrialized nations, they are beginning, along with the paternal capital that subjugates them, to seek export markets, mainly from among the countries that belong to the colonial group. This is the case with Argentina, Brazil, India, and Egypt. A prevailing characteristic of these countries is their tendency to form blocs with those over whom they exercise some influence. One of the most important groups comprises those nations whose imperialist expansion has been held back since the last war, World War II. This is the case of the Netherlands, Italy, France, and most importantly Britain. Even though we are witnessing the dismemberment of the colossal British Empire, its representatives are still fighting. Naturally, oppressed people's entirely justified desire for freedom is resisted by US big capital's plundering, and this causes a crisis in which each side pursues its own interests, as in Iran. Finally, there are fully developed, expanding imperialist countries, of which there is only one, the United States, Latin America's greatest problem. We may wonder why, in the United States, a highly industrialized country with all the characteristics of a capitalist empire, the sharp conflict between capital and the working class does not exist. The answer lies in that country's special conditions. Except for black people, who are segregated and represent the seed of the first serious rebellion, the other workers, those with jobs, naturally, receive high wages, relative to what capitalist companies usually pay, because the difference between what is normally required to create surplus value and their real pay is more than compensated for by the low wages paid to the workers elsewhere, such as in Asia and Latin America. Asia is experiencing great convulsions in the wake of the Chinese people's magnificent victory, and is struggling with renewed faith in its liberation. As an extremely cheap source of raw materials and labor, it is gradually escaping from the grasp of imperialist capital. But capital is not going to accept that defeat and will shift its cost onto the shoulders of the working class. Even though, in one sense, the victory in Asia hurts Latin Americans, the workers in the United States also feel its impact in the form of fewer jobs and lower real wages. The US masses, who have a complete lack of political understanding, can't see the source of the problem farther than their own noses. Instead, all they see is the triumph of communist barbarism over democracy. A combative reaction is logical but hard to carry out. Asia is very far away and has many people who are willing to fight to the death to protect their own land. And the US petty bourgeoisie, whose political weight is enormous, won't allow even a tiny number of their soldiers to be killed on foreign soil. Faced with the imminent, inexorable loss of Asia, the imperialist power has two alternatives: total war against the socialist enemy and the nationalist peoples, or the abandonment of Asia and the acceptance of the reduction of its sphere of influence to the two regions that it has managed to control so far, Africa and Latin America. Naturally, it will continue to engage in small, limited wars that benefit its arms industry without loss of life, since it can always find traitorous governments that are ready to sacrifice their own countries for the crumbs thrown by their master. The United States is afraid of total war. It can't launch a nuclear attack because the reprisals would be terrible at this point in time, and, in an orthodox war, it would lose Europe in an instant and nearly all of Asia within a short time. In view of this, the United States tends to defend its long-held possessions in Latin America and its recently acquired ones in Africa. These two areas present different panoramas. Here in Latin America, U.S. control is complete and accepts no outside interference. There, in Africa, the United States possesses only small patches of territory and exercises its control through client states scattered throughout the continent. Therefore, in Africa, internal dissension, struggles and manifestations of nationalism are tolerated and even provoked by the United States, whose imperial clout will increase as the traditional rulers grow gradually weaker. Any expression of real nationalism will lead the peoples of Latin America to try to emancipate themselves from their oppressor monopoly capital. But the vast majority of the owners of that capital are in the United States and have an enormous influence on the decisions of the U.S. government. The formation of U.S. government cabinets and the connections its members have with the most important companies show how our northern neighbors' politics work. In this period of vacillation, when the United States has assumed the leadership of the so-called free world, no one can attack or interfere in any country unless it is in the name of fighting international communism. This is the old tune played in current-day propaganda, trotting out all its effectively manipulated lies. Later, the United States may resort to economic intervention and, why not, armed intervention, as well. This entire defensive system is of vital importance to the capitalists if they want to maintain their present system. but it is also important, for a limited time, to the U.S. working class, since the abrupt loss of cheap sources of raw materials would immediately highlight the inherent conflict between capital and the working class, and the result would be disastrous for the latter unless it seized the means of production. I repeat that we cannot demand that the U.S. working class look farther than its noses. It would be useless to try to explain from a distance and with the press entirely controlled by big capital that the process of the internal decay of capitalism can only be halted temporarily, not permanently, by whatever totalitarian measures may be taken to maintain the colonial status of Latin America. The reaction of the working class would be to support the United States, and this would be logical, to some extent, falling in behind any slogan such as, in this case, anti-communism. Moreover, it should not be forgotten that the function of unions in the United States is to serve as buffers between the two conflicting class forces and, surreptitiously, to restrain the revolutionary power of the masses. With this background, and in view of the situation in the United States, it is not hard to guess what the attitude of the U.S. working class will be when faced with the abrupt loss of overseas markets and sources of cheap raw materials. This, I believe, is the crude reality that we Latin Americans must confront. The economic development of the United States and the workers' need to maintain their standard of living are the factors that, in the final analysis, will make it necessary to wage the struggle for freedom not against a given social regime but against the nation that, united in a single armed bloc by the supreme law of its common interest, will defend its trusteeship over the economic life of Latin America. Therefore, we must prepare to struggle against the entire people of the United States. The fruits of victory will be not only our economic liberation and social equality but also a new and welcome younger brother, the proletariat of that country. Poems. This selection of some of the poems Che Guevara wrote as a young man reveals the impact of his experiences in his travels around Latin America as well as a remarkable poetic sensibility. To the Bolivian miners. On an April 91. The thunderbolts. With a matchless roar. 100,000 thunderbolts. And the song is deep. The miners are coming. The people's miners. Men who stir. When they rise for the sun. Who dominate thunder. And love its mighty roar. Men harvested by shrapnel. And dynamite. Bursts. Whose bodies disintegrate. Into shards of horror. When a bullet reaches their igneous belt. It doesn't matter. The thunderbolts. With a matchless roar. 100,000 thunderbolts. And the song is deep. From thunder's mouth. The sound of courage on the wing. Miners of steel. The people, their pain. They emerge from a cavern. Clinging to the mountain. Clusters of burrowing creatures. Who come to die. Fearless against the shrapnel. To die, that's the word. True north of their days. Die torn apart. Die of silicosis. Die of anemia. Die slowly, in agony. In a collapsed cave. Who cares? Maria Barzela is their guide. And there are springs that push. These fighting tunnelers. Those who sleep in their beds. Are non-women women. Skeletal children. Suckling at their breasts. Hunger and misery. The human thirst for justice. Drives this fierce armed flock. To combat. They launch Bolivia. From her death ignored. Promising her a future. At the cost of their life. When the tin barons fall. And the people say, these are mine. These guns will be silent. And the thunder too. On the barren fields. The pututu will not sound. Nor will new cries be heard. And joyful backs. Will bend under the weight. Of all that is ours. Mio. Spain in America. Guatemala, do you remember? Those July days in 1936? Of course you do. In your rocky skeleton. In your singing veins. Your green hair. Your volcanic breast. You remember it? like me. With my child's memory. Sucking at the past. Your invertebrate memory blooms. Of democracy in its infancy. The distant rattle of childhood. Your old poets remember it. Your young poets guess at it. In Granada and at a night without dawn. Where lead poured from the hands. As crying bullets drowned. The voice of the Gypsy King. All your singers remember it. Granada, banana. Fresh names for saccharine fruits. Granada, banana. Tragic symbols of man at twilight. Over there, in Europe, the ones with. That's why they don't cry. Skulls of lead. Here, in America, those who sell themselves. For what they're given. A fruit company dollar. They couldn't shred poets. But with grenades they opened. Like saccharine pomegranates. The breasts of your people's sons. The crime of being free led them to the cemetery. The crime of being men put them among the dead. And the puppets shouted. Killed, mocked. With the voice and action. Of Mama Fruit Company. Castillo Armas here. There he was called Franco. 2 names and a blood-stained people. Cementing the old embrace with a cry. And Chamberlain, Hitler, Mussolini. All dead, but their children thrive. The large sapling where the axis persists. Is a venerable grandfather with a lustrous dome. An evangelical word and treacherous dagger. With religious unction he worships ancestors. And lights candles to the head of the clan. The mythical slaver. Mr. Monopoly. And Chamberlain, didn't he have children? Oh, he did. Oh, his putrid sperm. Germinated in America. The traitors are called Vargas and Pinolas. Who the people's face. Stained with shame. Not to speak of Somoza or Galves. Old shit receptacles. American blood on their hands. Spit on their faces. From the children of Brazil, Colombia, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Guatemala. I assure you the defense of the Western world. I will never forget the glorious general. How the jackals howl at night. How the grandfather sicks his coyotes. But the story consumed decades. Showing just how far fear would drive one. No graves for Hitler or Mussolini. Not even flowers to tug at memory. Open half the world's eyes. The other half is already awake. Guernica, Chicamula. Bombs linking sister democracies. Sisters in innocence dead. Sisters in bloodshed. Sisters in desperate powerlessness. Guatemala, your people awake. As they awoke in Madrid and from Mexico to Argentina. Your Latina sisters hail you as their champion. Guatemala, Guatemala. Hope of America. Call to the people, they will shout here. Together we will punish the nuclear dagger. And light their own powder keg. And the entire continent will smile in admiration. At the red flare awaited by the people. MIO. June 1954. A tear for you. Oh, Guatemala. I prepared my blood in red battalions. To be fully spilled on the Holy Land. I kept it intact. In my purple rank of unharmed soldier. My insomnia glimpses the silences of defeat. I feel them, in aftertastes of bitter honey. Greasing my actions with suspicion. Fallen chief, Guatemala. Day, hope, example of America, fallen chief. Titan of ashes. Disintegrated image of defeated faith. The dust announced by ruin. Forms clouds in the grayish air. On the horizon they mingle. With the dark clouds kicked up by the hooves. Of centaur octopuses of blonde lineage. They come thirsting for your fresh sap. They will sip it, for democracy. My eyes cannot stay dry forever. When those of your people are so moist. People cry, Guatemala, but they believe. They cry but know the future is faithful. For the one who didn't die at the time of battle. The same who dies now without heaven as a witness. For the one who escaped death and found it again. For the pain of losing you and of having lost you. For the enormous tear that people cry. For the future. For you and me. Guatemala, now that I go away, I send this hopeful and sorrowful tear. To talk about the future with your unarmed people. MIO. September 1954. Invitation to the road. To Helen Oliva's sister, victory is still a long way off. Sister, victory is still a long way off. The road is long and the present uncertain. Tomorrow is ours. Don't stand at the roadside. Quench your feet with this eternal dust. I know your weariness and great anxiety. I know that in combat your blood will oppose you. And I know that you will die before harming it. Come to the reconquest, not to the massacre. If you despise the rifle, take up faith. If faith fails you, cast a sob. If you can't cry, don't do it. But move ahead, friend. Even without weapons and the North denied to you. I don't invite you to regions of illusion. There won't be gods, paradise, or devils. Perhaps dark death without a cross to mark it? Help us, sister, don't let fear stop you. Let's put heaven in hell. Don't look at the clouds, the birds, or the wind. Our castles have roots in the soil. Look at the dust, the earth contains. The hungry injustice of the human essence. Here that same hell is hope. I don't tell you there, behind that hill. I'm not saying there, where dust is lost. I'm not giving you a fixed timeline. I say, come, give me your warm hand. The one that has felt my wiped away tears. Sister, mother, companera. Companero. This road leads to the battle. Forget your tiredness, forget your fears. Forget your minor daily anxieties. Who cares about the acrid dust, about the pitfalls? Who cares if your sons do not hear the call? We'll go and find them in their greenback prison. Companero, follow me, it's time to go. December 1954. Uaxactun. Sleeps. To Morley, an unknown and respected friend. Uaxactun, she of grey dreams. Hidden voice behind the mystery. Sleeping beauty of our forests. I came to kiss your girth. The green tangle of hair. The air that measures silence. Uaxactun, Uaxactun. I know that your death is the white man's invention. Tired of walking through the centuries, you slept. Solitary companera of an infinite mountain. I imagine sleep overtook you. When you reached your brown blood. Bronze shoots flowing with the winds. Uaxactun, Uaxactun. Mimicking through atavistic gesture. The dispersion that brought an Asian ancestor across the seas. And when you shouted your cry of farewell. Paying last respects to the grandfather's grandfather. A Quetzaltecan. Uaxactun, Uaxactun. And when you closed your temple eyes. And crossed your arms made of trails. Stopped watches that put time to sleep. All the more your haunted stillness and silence. Will yield to the influence of a handsome prince. Than to his kissed command to rise and walk. Uaxactun, Uaxactun. It is heard in your dream of signs. The song of dawn's larks. Announcing the end of the night. When your new bronze shoots. Bathe in the sun that lights their lands. Uaxactun. Uaxactun. It is the end of the dream. The prince is here. He becomes the people. With fifes and drums. Sowing red examples. In the heart of America. MIO. Selected letters, 1953-56. These letters are taken from Che Guevara's Latin America Diaries, or Otra Vez, and the book by Che's father, Escobedo Guevara Lynch, Aquí va un soldado de America, Here Comes a Soldier of the Americas. Written during his second trip through Latin America, between October 21, 1953, and his departure for Cuba in December 1956, despite their intimate, very personal tone, they clearly express Che's emerging political ideas and the seeds of his future trajectory. Letter to his mother. Guayaquil, Ecuador. October 21, 1953. I am writing you this letter, who knows when you'll read it, about my new position as a 100% adventurer. A lot of water has flowed under the bridge since the news in my last epistle. The gist is, as Calica Garcia, one of our acquisitions, and I were traveling along for a while, we felt homesick for our beloved homeland. We talked about how good it was for the two members of the group who had managed to leave for Panama, and commented on the fantastic interview with XX, that guardian angel you gave me, which I'll tell you about later. The thing is, Galo Garcia one almost in passing invited us to go to Guatemala, and I was disposed to accept. Calica promised to give his answer the next day, and it was affirmative, so there were 4 new candidates for Yankee opprobrium. But then our trials and tribulations in the consulates began, with our daily pleas for the Panamanian visas we required, and, after several psychological ups and downs, he seemed to decide not to go. Your suit, your masterpiece, the pearl of your dreams, died heroically in a pawn shop, as did all the other unnecessary things in my luggage, which has been greatly reduced for the good of our trio's economic stability now achieved. What this means is that if a captain, who is a sort of friend, agrees to use an old trick, Garcia and I can travel to Panama, and then the combined efforts of those who want to reach Guatemala, plus those from there, will drag along the straggler left behind as security for the remaining debts. If the captain I mentioned messes it up, the same 2 partners in crime will go on to Colombia, again leaving the security here, and will head for Guatemala in whatever Almighty God unwarily places within their reach. Guayaquil, October 24. After a lot of coming and going and many calls, plus a discreet bribe, we have the visa for Panama. We'll leave tomorrow, Sunday, and we'll get there by the 29th or 30th. I have written this quick note at the consulate. Echo Beto. Letter to his Aunt Beatrice. San Jose, Costa Rica. December 10, 1953. Auntie mine. My life has been a sea of conflicting decisions until I bravely abandoned my baggage and, pack on my back, set off with my companero Garcia on the winding road that has led us here. In El Paso, I had the chance to travel through the realms of United Fruit Company, which once again convinced me of how terrible these capitalist octopuses are. I have sworn before a picture of the old and lately lamented Stalin not to rest until I see these capitalist octopuses wiped out. In Guatemala, I shall improve myself and achieve what I lack to become a true revolutionary. I must tell you that, apart from being a doctor, I am also a journalist and lecturer, activities which bring, though only a few, US dollars. Along with all the rest, hugs, kisses and love from your nephew, he of the iron constitution, empty stomach and shining faith in a socialist future. Ciao. Shancho 2. Letter to his Aunt Beatrice. Guatemala. January 5, 1954. In any case, money doesn't mean much to me because I'm following the Burroughs example. I keep going for 6 pieces of straw a day. This is a country where you can breathe deeply and fill your lungs with democracy. The United Fruit Company controls all the newspapers, and if I were Arbans, I'd close them down in 5 minutes because they are shameless. They say whatever they want and are creating the kind of atmosphere that the United States wants, painting this as a den of thieves, communists, traitors, etc. I won't tell you that this is a country that breathes abundance or anything like it, but there are possibilities for working honestly on interesting things. And, if I manage to cut through the somewhat troublesome bureaucracy, I'll stay here for a while. Letter to his Aunt Beatrice. Guatemala. February 12, 1954. My very dear, always adored and never duly praised aunt. I was really pleased to receive your last letter, the culmination and complement of the 2 previous capitalist ones, of which I only received one, meaning that the Democratic Post Office employee made a just distribution of wealth. Don't send me any more money as it will cost you all the silver in Peru. I can find all the dollar bills I need here paving the ground, and I can tell you I ended up with lumbago after so much bending over to pick them up at the beginning. Now I only take one in every 10, just to maintain public hygiene standards because so much paper flying about and on the ground is a hazard. My plan for the coming years, at least 6 months in Guatemala, if I don't find anything that is well enough paid to permit me to stay for 2 years. In the first case, I'll go and work in another country for a year, which might mean, in diminishing order of probability, Venezuela, Mexico, Cuba, and the United States. If the 2-year plan comes off, after a visit to the 3 latter countries, along with Haiti and Santo Domingo, I'm off to Western Europe, where I'll stay until I've blown the final monetary cartridge. If there is time and cash in the meantime, I'll come and pay you a visit by some bargain basement means, a free flight or boat or working as a doctor. In this general plan, there are 2 highly variable factors that could change things one way or the other. The first is money, which, for me, is not of primary importance, but it does cut short stays and modify itineraries, etc. The second and more important is the political situation. My position is in no way that of a dilettante, full of hot air and nothing else. I have taken a definite position in support of the Guatemalan government and within it, in the PGT group, which is communist. I also have connections with some intellectuals of those same leanings who bring out a magazine here, and I work as a doctor in the unions. This has put me at loggerheads with the totally reactionary medical college. Che's emphasis: I can imagine everything you will have to say and remark upon at this point, but at least you can't complain about me not being frank. In the field of social medicine, and on the basis of my limited personal experience, I am working on a very pretentious book, which I think will take me 2 years' work. It is called El Función del Médico en América Latina, the role of the doctor in Latin America, and, so far, I only have the general plan and the first 2 chapters written. I think that, with a bit of patience and methodicalness, I can say something good. A fearless hug from your proletarian nephew. Important P.S. Tell me what you're thinking of doing with the apartment and if it's possible to send books for you to keep for me. Don't worry, they aren't incriminating. Letter to Tita Infante. Guatemala City. March 1954. Written on paper bearing the stamp of the Production Development Institute of Guatemala. In spite of everything, my beloved Tita, we are growing old. Almost a year has passed since I left, and I haven't made much progress in anything, but I suppose you would like to hear about exotic adventures, so I'll tell you about my projects, adventures, and misfortunes. First, please forgive me for not having replied earlier. Several things happened that prevented me. I wanted to send you a chronicle of Guatemala but didn't have time. Then I tried to track down a native writer who could do it for me, to publish somewhere over there, but that failed too, because the person who invented work came here to die many years ago. Still later, a magazine I can't remember its name asked me to write about what is happening in Guatemala, and I thought about sending you a copy, but I haven't written it yet and don't think I'll finish it soon, because I want to do it well. I'm telling you all this because I think that Guatemala is a country that is worth knowing well and understanding thoroughly. I think that your fears are not unjustified, in view of the belligerent and, so far, victorious situation of the Republic. On March 1, in his annual message to Congress, President Arbenz announced in unequivocal terms that the Communist Party was cooperating with the government and that it was necessary for the government to defend the rights of the members of that political group against any kind of sanction. In general, the Communists are adopting a cautious position and, if it weren't for the outcry that the national press has raised against meddling by foreign doctrines, they wouldn't be noticed. But they are the only political group in Guatemala that has approached the government to fulfill a program in which personal interests play no part, although there may have been a demagogue among its leaders, in sharp contrast to the 3 other party groups, that are veritable nests of intrigues to such an extent that each of them has split into at least two antagonistic wings and are so shameless that they have entered into pacts with the opposition to obtain the presidency of Congress. There is only one chamber. For your information, if you don't know more about the problem than I do, the PGT Guatemalan Workers' Party has a lot of influence in sections of the three other parties, through elements that have leftist tendencies and are willing to help in the complete socialization of Guatemala, a very difficult task because, among other reasons, there is not much human quality in the revolution. I especially refer to the intellectual meaning of the term. This is a country with a typical agricultural economy that left the almost orthodox fetters of feudalism behind only recently and which has only one crop of any weight on the world market, coffee. It is not excessively pessimistic to say that a considerable drop in the price of that product will topple the government unless emergency measures are taken, and this is what will happen if there is an international boycott backed by the gringos. I think that Guatemala's most difficult moment will come 3 years from now, when they must elect a new president. The names that are being tossed around don't inspire confidence for continuing the revolution in its present magnificent form. If you're interested and aren't afraid that it will cause trouble for you there, I can send you some interesting publications, but I won't send them until I hear from you. I thought I'd write you using just one sheet of paper, because I'm in quite a dire financial position and another sheet will raise the postage by 10 centavos, but I'd like to know some things. First, how are you doing as a student now, in March, and in all the months that will pass before you answer me, and what are your plans or lack thereof? I'm asking this because, in your letter, you said you were in a desperate situation that was very romantic and dangerous. I advise you, if you want to be a fatalist, then be one in the positive sense and don't worry so much about the useless passing of the days or about failure of any kind. It's hard to stop the days passing, and that is what you want to do when you lament them one by one. If you look 1 or 2 years back, you'll see how much progress you've made. Forgive my doctoral tone. Second, what about the members of your intellectual group and the magazine they founded, and what's Paz, a mutual friend, doing and how is he? Third, what's Montenegro doing? I wrote him a letter, but he didn't reply. Then I wrote Dickstein, and he didn't answer either, so I don't know anything about the tiny group you knew there in the doctor's den. When you decide to write me again, read my questions and answer them. As for me, all of my efforts to work as a doctor have failed because of the inflexible spirit of the law, which was made to satisfy a group of oligarchs in all their prerogatives. They are the heirs of those who wanted the typically bourgeois revolution of '44 and who are now determined not to let any of the spoils get away from them for anything. As for my circumstantial occupations, I have drawn close to your work, with terrible results for the statistics. 98% of the children have hookworms or other intestinal parasites. Moreover, I've tried to break the backs of the poor vinchucas, or triatomash, looking for Trypanosoma cruzi and Rangeley, which are also found in great numbers. That's it as regards medicine. Apart from that, I've done what I can not to starve to death, so that, in the end, I can deal the great blow. I think I'm going to Putin, a jungle area in Guatemala, hired as a nurse for a pittance, but I'll get deep into the woods with the workers who extract chicle, gum, and wood. It's an area with a very old Mayan culture. Yucatan has a much more modern version of this lost in the jungle, and I'll have a chance to study tropical diseases of all kinds there. All that is needed here, something's always needed, is for the union to agree to my appointment, since it's an important post in the boss union game. I hope to convince them that I'm not as terrible a person as they imagine, because the owner recommended me, and, if things turn out all right, the mosquitoes will be alighting on my body within a fortnight, and I'll be communing with Mother Nature once again. The only thing that saddens me a little is to think that if I had done the same thing in Venezuela, I'd have earned $800 instead of $125. It's tough to have so little money. Tita, I send you fraternal thoughts and await news through the same consular means. I hope your afflictions will end soon. Until I see you again. Echo Beto. Letter to his mother. Guatemala. June 20, 1954. Dear Vieja old lady. This letter will reach you a little after your birthday, which might pass a little uneasily on my account. Let me say there is nothing to fear at the moment, but the same cannot be said of the future, although personally I have the feeling that I'm inviolable. Inviolable is not the word, perhaps my subconscious is playing a bad joke on me. To paint a picture of the situation, for the first time, 5 or 6 days ago, a pirate aircraft from Honduras flew over Guatemala, but did nothing. The next day and on successive days they bombed several Guatemalan military installations, and 2 days ago a plane machine-gunned the lower neighborhoods of the city, killing a 2-year-old child. The incident has served to unite all Guatemalans behind their government, and others who, like myself, have been drawn to the country. Simultaneously, mercenary troops led by an ex-army colonel, dismissed from the army some time ago for treason, left Tegucigalpa, the capital of Honduras, crossed the border, and have now penetrated quite deeply into Guatemalan territory. The government, proceeding with great caution to ensure that the United States cannot declare Guatemala the aggressor, has limited itself to protesting to Tegucigalpa and sending a full report of events to the UN Security Council, allowing the attacking forces to advance far enough that there would be no so-called border incidents. Colonel Arbenz certainly has guts, he's prepared to die at his post if necessary. His latest speech only reaffirmed this fact, which everyone already knew, bringing a measure of calm. The danger does not come from the number of troops that have entered the country so far, as this is minimal, or from the planes that have done no more than bomb civilian homes and machine-gun people. The danger lies in how the gringos, in this case, the Yankees, manipulate their stooges at the United Nations, since even the vaguest of declarations would greatly benefit the attackers. The Yankees have finally dropped the good guy mask Roosevelt had adopted, and now commit atrocities everywhere. If things reach the extreme where it's necessary to fight the planes and modern troops sent by the United Fruit Company or the United States, then a fight it will be. The people's spirits are very high, and the shameful attacks, along with the lies in the international press, have united even those who are indifferent to the government. There is a real climate of struggle. I have been assigned to the emergency medical services and have also joined the youth brigades to receive military instruction for whatever comes next. I don't think the tide will reach us, although we'll see what happens after the Security Council meets, which I think is tomorrow. At any rate, by the time this letter reaches you, you'll know what to expect in this regard. For the rest, there's nothing much new. As the Argentine embassy is currently not functioning, I've received no fresh news since a letter from Beatriz and another of yours last week. I'm told that at any minute I'll get the job at the health department, but the offices have been so busy with the commotion that it seems a little imprudent to hassle them about my little job when they're busy with much more important things. Well, Vieja, I hope you had the happiest birthday possible after this troubled year. I'll send news as soon as I can. Ciao. Unsigned. Letter to his mother. Mexico. November 1954. Vieja, my Vieja. Even Beatriz is engaging in reprisals, and those telegrams she used to send no longer come. To tell you about my life is to repeat myself because I'm not doing anything new. Photography is bringing in enough to live on and there is really no basis for believing I might be able to give it up anytime soon, although I'm working every morning as a researcher in 2 hospitals. I think the best thing for me would be to slip into an unofficial job as a country doctor, somewhere near the capital. This would make it easier to devote my time to medicine for a few months. I'm doing this because I'm perfectly aware of how much I learned about allergies with Pisani. Now I have compared notes with people who've studied in the United States, and who are no fools with regard to orthodox knowledge. I think that Pisani's method is light years ahead. I want to get practical experience with the nuts and bolts of his system so that I can land on my feet wherever that might be. I'm slaving away here, busy every morning in the hospital, and in the afternoons and Sundays I work as a photographer, while at night I study a bit. I think I mentioned I'm in a good apartment, I cook my own food and do everything myself, as well as bathing every day thanks to the unlimited supply of hot water. As you can see, I'm changing in this aspect, but otherwise I'm the same because I don't wash my clothes very often, and wash them badly when I do, and I still don't earn enough to pay a laundry. The scholarship is a dream I've given up on, as I had thought that in such a large country all you had to do was ask for something and it was done. You know that I have always been inclined to make drastic decisions, and here the pay is great. Everyone is lazy, but they don't get in the way when other people get things done, so I've got a free rein either here or in the country where I might go next. Naturally, this doesn't make me lose sight of my goal, which is Europe, where I'm planning to go no matter what happens. As for the United States, I haven't lost an ounce of hostility, but I do want to check out New York, at least. I'm not in the least worried about what might happen and know that I'll leave just as anti-Yankee as when I arrive, that is if I do get in. I'm happy that people are waking up a bit, although I don't know what direction they are moving in. Anyway, the truth is that Argentina is as insular as you can get, even though in general terms the picture we get from here seems to suggest that they are taking important steps forward and that the country will be perfectly able to defend itself from the crisis the Yankees are about to set off by dumping their surplus food. Communists don't have your sense of friendship, but, among themselves, it is the same or better than yours. I have seen this very clearly and, in the chaos of Guatemala after the government was overthrown and it was every man for himself, the communists maintained their faith and compañerosship and they constitute the only group that continued to work there. I think they deserve respect and sooner or later I'll join the party. What mainly holds me back from doing so, for the moment, is that I'm desperate to travel around Europe and I couldn't do this if I submitted to a rigid discipline. Vieja, until Paris. Letter to his mother. Mexico. Late 1954. Vieja, my Vieja. It's true, I've been too lazy, but the real guilty party, as always, is Don Dinero, Mr. Money. Anyway, the end of this wretched financial year of 1954, part of which has treated me beautifully, like your face, coincides with the end of my chronic hunger. I'm working as an editor at the Agencia Latina for 700 Mexican pesos a month, equivalent to 700 Argentine pesos, enough to live on with the added bonus that I work for only 3 hours, 3 days a week. I can therefore spend whole mornings at the hospital, where I am creating swellings using Pisani's method. I'm still working as a photographer, but also spending time on more important things, like studying, and some strange little things that pop up around the place. There's not much left over, but this December I hope to round it out to 1,000 and, with a bit of luck, we'll do a bit of photography at the end of the coming year. At the beginning, I meant to write. Contrary to what you might think, I'm no worse than the majority of photographers here, and the best among my compañeros, although yes, in this group you only need one eye to win the crown. My immediate plans involve staying some 6 months or so in Mexico, which I find interesting and like a lot, and in this time apply, by the way, for a visa to visit the children of the superpower, as Arevalo calls them. If I get it, I'll go. If not, I'll see what other concrete plans I can make. I haven't abandoned the idea of slipping behind the Iron Curtain to see what's happening there. As you see, there's nothing new since earlier reports. I'm very enthusiastic about the scientific research, which I'm capitalizing on because it won't last. I have 2 research projects on the run and may start on a third, all related to allergies, and very slowly I'm collecting material for a little book that will come to light, if ever, in a couple of years with the pretentious title, The Role of the Doctor in Latin America. I can speak with some authority on the subject, considering that, although I don't know much about medicine, I do have Latin America sized up. Of course, apart from a general plan and 3 or 4 chapters, I've written nothing, but time is on my side. With regard to the changes in my thinking, which is becoming sharper, I promise you that it will only be for a short time. What you are so afraid of can be reached in 2 ways, the positive one, when you convince someone directly, or the negative one, through disillusionment with everything. I came along the second path, only to be immediately convinced that it is essential to follow the first. The way that the gringos treat Latin America, remember that the gringos are Yankees, was making me feel increasingly indignant, but at the same time I studied the reasons for their actions and found a scientific explanation. Then came Guatemala and everything that is difficult to recount. I saw how the object of one's enthusiasm was diluted by what those gentlemen decided, how a new tale of red guilt and criminality was concocted, and how the same treacherous Guatemalans set about propagating the story to get a few crumbs from the table of the new order. I can't tell you the precise moment I put reasoning aside and acquired something like faith, not even approximately, as the journey was long and there were many backward steps. Letter to his mother. Mexico. September 24, 1955. Dear Vieja. This time it seems my fears have come true, and the enemy you've despised for so many years has fallen. The reaction here did not take long to register. All the daily papers and foreign dispatches jubilantly announced the fall of a sinister dictator. The North Americans breathed a sigh of relief for the $425 million they can now extract from Argentina. The Bishop of Mexico City was gloating at Perón's downfall, and all the Catholic right-wingers I've met in this country were visibly overjoyed. My friends and I, no. With natural anxiety we followed the fate of Perón's government and the Navy's threats to shell Buenos Aires. Perón fell as people of his stripe fall, without Vargas's posthumous dignity or Arben's energetic denunciations, when he named in minute detail those guilty of aggression. Progressives here have defined the denouement that has occurred in Argentina as another victory for the dollar, the sword, and the cross. I know that today you will be happy and breathing the air of freedom. Not long ago, I suggested in another letter to you that the military would never hand power over to civilians without a guarantee of its caste's domination. As things stand today, it will only hand over power to a government springing from the Democratic Party, which is to say, one of the recently founded social Christian parties, where I imagine, is active, a future honorable member of the Chamber of Deputies and perhaps, in the course of time, leader of the Argentine Party, yet to be founded. Wherever you are, you'll be able to say whatever you feel like saying, with the absolute impunity that comes from belonging to the ruling class, although for your sake I hope you are the black sheep in the fold. In all honesty I confess that Perón's fall has left me deeply embittered, not on his account but because of what it means for the Americas. However much it pains you, and apart from the forced capitulations of recent times, Argentina was a champion for all of us who believe that the enemy lies to the north. To me, having lived through Guatemala's bitter hours, Argentina was a distant mirror image. When I saw that, together with the loyalist news, strange to call it that, Córdoba's voice was to be heard theoretically an occupied city, I began to lose any clear picture of the situation. But afterwards, everything developed along exactly the same lines. The president resigned, a junta, posing as the resistance, began to negotiate but then collapsed, superseded by a military man with a little sailor by his side, the only variation with respect to Guatemala. Then Cardinal Coppola proudly addressed the nation, calculating how his business would fare under the new junta. The worldwide press in this hemisphere launched its well-rehearsed lines. The junta refused to give Perón a passport but declared freedom for everyone. People like you will believe this is the dawning of a new day. I assure you that Frondizi no longer does, since in the possible event that the radicals come out on top, he won't be the one who achieves it but rather it will be Yadarola, Santander or someone else with the blessing of the military serving the interests of the Yankees and the clergy. Perhaps there won't be any violence at first, because it will be exercised in a circle far removed from your own. The Communist Party will, in time, be put out of commission, and perhaps the day will come when even Papa might feel he made a mistake. Who knows what will have become of your wandering son in the meantime? Perhaps he will have come back to earth on his native soil, the only one possible, or have begun a life of true struggle. Perhaps one of the bullets so common in the Caribbean will shorten my life, This is neither idle talk nor a concrete possibility, as there are plenty of bullets flying around here. Perhaps I'll just continue to wander around for long enough to gain a thorough education and take the pleasures I have assigned to myself for this life, before seriously devoting myself to pursuing my ideal. Life travels at a tremendous speed, and one cannot predict where one will be next year or why. I don't know if you've received the formal news of my marriage and the arrival of an heir from Beatrice's letter. It would seem not. In that case, let me tell you officially, so you can let other people know, I married Hilda Getty and we will soon be having a child. I received the newspapers from Beatrice, which I'm very interested in. I'd like some kind of analysis about recent events, and above all a weekly copy of the Argentine Communist Party's Nuestra Palabra. Ciao. Kisses to all the family. Hilda sends her greetings. Letter to his parents. Mexico State Penitentiary. July 6, 1956. Dear Viejos old folks. I received your letter, Dad, here in my new and exquisite mansion of Miguel Schultz prison, along with a visit from Petit who informed me of your fears. To give you an idea, I'll give you an account of the matter. Some time ago, quite a while ago, a young Cuban leader invited me to join his movement, a movement for the armed liberation of his country, and naturally, I accepted. In my task of providing some physical training for the bunch of guys who will be setting foot in Cuba someday, I spent the last months maintaining my cover as a teacher. On June 21, when I had been away from my home in Mexico City because I was at a ranch on the outskirts, Fidel was arrested with a group of compañeros and the address we were staying at was found in the house, so we all fell into the net. I had with me documents accrediting me as a student of Russian, which was enough for them to regard me as an important link in the organization, and the news agencies that Dad admires so much began to holler all over the place. This is a synthesis of what has happened. The future falls into two categories, the medium term and the immediate. With regard to the medium term, let me tell you now that my future is joined to that of the Cuban Revolution. I will either triumph with it or die there. This explains the somewhat enigmatic and romantic letter I sent to Argentina some time ago. As for the immediate future, I have little to say because I don't know what is to become of me. I am in the judge's hands and it will be easy for them to deport me to Argentina unless I manage to obtain exile in some intermediate country, which I consider would be good for my political health. In any case, I have to leave for my new destination, stay in this prison or leave it a free man. Hilda will go back to Peru, which now has a new government and has declared a political amnesty. For obvious reasons, there will be less correspondence from me from now on, and besides, the Mexican police have the charming habit of confiscating letters, so don't write about anything except family matters or banalities. Give Beatrice a kiss and tell her why I'm not writing and not to worry about sending newspapers for the moment. We're about to declare an indefinite hunger strike because of the unjustified detentions and the torture to which some of my compañeros were submitted. Group morale is high. For the moment, keep writing to me at home. If for any reason I think that I won't be able to write anymore, and then I end up among the losers, consider these lines as my farewell, maybe not very grandiloquent but sincere. I have spent my life stumbling about seeking my own truth, and somewhere along the way, with a daughter to perpetuate me, I have closed the cycle. From now on, I wouldn't consider my death as a frustration, or only in the sense that Turkish poet Nazım Hikmet did, I shall take beneath the earth only the sorrow of an unfinished song. Kisses for everyone. Echo Beto. Letter to his mother. Mexico. July 15, 1956. Vieja. I'm neither Christ nor a philanthropist, Vieja. I'm exactly the opposite of a Christ, and philanthropy looks illegible to me, but I fight for what I believe in, I fight with all the weapons at my disposal, and I try to lay out the other guy instead of letting myself get nailed to a cross or whatever. As for the hunger strike, you are totally wrong. We started it twice, and the first time they freed 21 of the 24 detainees, the second time they announced that they would free Fidel Castro, the head of the movement, which will happen tomorrow, and if they do what they said, only 2 of us will be left in prison. I don't want you to believe, as Hilda suggests, that the 2 of us who remain have been sacrificed. We are simply the ones whose papers aren't in order, and so we can't access the resources that our compañeros can. My plans are to leave for the nearest country that will grant me asylum, which might be difficult given the inter-American fame I've been lumbered with. From there I'll prepare myself for whenever my services are required. I'm telling you yet again that it's likely I won't be able to write for quite a while. What really distresses me is your lack of understanding about all this and your advice about moderation, egoism, etc. In other words, the most execrable qualities an individual could have. Not only am I not moderate, but I shall try never to be so. And if I ever see in myself that the sacred flame has become a timid little votive flicker, the least I can do is to vomit on my own shit. As for your appeal to moderate egoism, which means common and spineless individualism, the virtues of XX, I have to say that I've tried hard to eliminate him. I don't mean so much the unfamiliar craven type, but the other one, the bohemian, unconcerned about his neighbor, filled with a sense of self-sufficiency because of a consciousness, mistaken or otherwise, of his own strength. During this time in prison, and during the period of training, I totally identified with my compañeros in the struggle. I recall a phrase that I once thought was ridiculous, or at least strange, referring to such a total identification between members of a group of combatants, to the effect that the idea of I was completely subsumed in the concept of we. It was a communist moral principle and naturally might look like doctrinaire exaggeration, but it was, and is, really beautiful to have this sense of we. The splotches aren't tears of blood but tomato juice. You are deeply mistaken to believe that moderation or moderate egoism gives rise to great inventions or works of art. All great work requires passion, and the revolution needs passion and audacity in large doses, things we have as collective humankind. Another strange thing I noted was your repeated mention of God the Father. I really hope you're not reverting to the fold of your youth. I also warn you that the sauce are to no avail. Petit got the wind up, Lezica dodged the issue and gave Hilda, who went there against my orders, a sermon on the obligations of political asylum. Raoul Lynch behaved well from afar, and Padilla Nervo said they were different ministries. They would all help but only on the condition that I abjure my ideals. I don't think you would prefer a living son who was a Barabbas rather than a son who died wherever doing what he considered his duty. These attempts to help only put pressure on them and me. But you have some clever ideas, at least to my way of thinking, and the best of them is the matter of the interplanetary rocket, a word I like. Besides, there's no doubt that, after righting the wrongs in Cuba, I'll be off somewhere else, and it's also certain that if I were locked up in some bureaucrat's office or some allergy clinic, I'd be fucked. All in all, I think that this pain, the pain of a mother who's aging and wants her son alive, is a feeling to be respected, and I should heed it, and more than that, I want to attend to it. I would like to see you, not just to console you, but also to console myself in my sporadic and shameful homesickness. Vieja, I kiss you and promise to be with you if nothing else develops. Your son. Che. Letter to his mother. Mexico. Approximately October 1956. Dear Mama. Your prickly son of a bad mother is not, on top of everything else, a good-for-nothing. He's like Paul Muni, who said what he had to say in that tragic voice, and disappeared into the distance, his shadow lengthening to the tune of such an evocative soundtrack. My current profession means I am always on the go, here today, there tomorrow, etc., and my relatives, well, I haven't been to see them because of this, and also, I confess, because I probably have more in common with a whale than with a bourgeois married couple employed at the kinds of worthy institutions I would wipe from the face of the earth if I got the chance to do so. I don't want you to think that this is just a passing aversion, it's real mistrust. Lezica has shown that we speak different languages and have no common points of reference. I have given you this lengthy bracketed explanation because, after my opening line, I thought you might imagine I'm on the way to becoming a Morpheberg's point 3. Being too lazy to start over and remove the paragraph, I embarked on a lengthy explanation that now strikes me as rather unconvincing. Full stop, new paragraph. Within a month, Hilda will go to visit her family in Peru, taking advantage of the fact that she is no longer a political criminal but a somewhat misguided representative of the admirable and anti-communist party, the opera. I'm in the process of changing the focus of my studies, whereas previously I devoted myself for better or worse to medicine, and spent my spare time informally studying St. Karl Marx. This new stage of my life demands that I change the order. Now St. Karl is primordial, he is the axis and will remain so for however many years the spheroid has room for me on its outer mantle. Medicine is more or less a trivial and passing pursuit, except for one small area on which I'm thinking of writing more than one substantive study, the kind that causes bookstore basements to tremble beneath its weight. As you'll recall, and if you don't remember I'll remind you now, I was working on a book on the role of the doctor, etc., of which I only finished a couple of chapters that whiffed of some newspaper serial with a title like Bodies and Souls. They were nothing more than poorly written rubbish, displaying a thorough ignorance of the fundamental issues, so I decided to study. Again, to write it, I had to reach a series of conclusions that were kicking against my essentially adventurous trajectory, so I decided to deal with the main things first, to pit myself against the order of things, shield on my arm, the whole fantasy, and then, if the windmills don't crack open my nut, I'll get down to writing. I owe Celia the letter of praise I will write after this if I have time. The others are in debt to me as the last word has been mine, even with Beatrice. Tell her that the papers arrive like clockwork and that they give me a very good idea of all the government's beautiful deeds. I cut out the articles carefully, following the example of my pater, and now Hilda is emulating her mater. A kiss for everyone, with all the appropriate additions and a reply negative or positive, but convincing about the Guatemalan. Now all that remains is the final part of the speech, which refers to the man, which could be titled, What Next? Now comes the tough part, Vieja, the part I've never shunned and always enjoyed. The sky has not darkened, the stars have not fallen out of the sky, nor have there been terrible floods or hurricanes, the signs are good. They augur victory. But if they are wrong and in the end even the gods can make mistakes, I think I'll be able to say, like a Turkish poet you don't know, I shall take beneath the earth only the sorrow of an unfinished song. To avoid premortem pathos, this letter will appear when things get really hot, and then you'll know that your son, in some sun-drenched land in the Americas, is swearing at himself for not having studied enough surgery to help a wounded man, and cursing the Mexican government for not letting him perfect his already respectable marksmanship so he could knock over puppets with better results. The struggle will be with our backs to the wall, as in the hymns, until victory or death. Another kiss for you, with all the love of a farewell that still resists being total. Your son. Books read in adolescence. The facsimiles reproduced here are a part of the personal archive Che Guevara left in Cuba. They allow for full appreciation of the formative stage in his life. According to his own testimony, he began to write these notebooks on philosophy when he was 17, when he first set himself the task of studying philosophy. He noted in parentheses the nationality of the authors he was reading. Even when his handwriting was still evidently that of an adolescent, he maintained a methodological rigor that evolved as he read more. Che later summarized his first handwritten notebooks with typed versions during his stay in Mexico, eliminating what he considered irrelevant and making a greater emphasis on the study of Marxist economics. Che also began preparing reading lists of books in his early youth. The lists included here reveal the depth and breadth of his intellectual curiosity. Part 2. Latin America from within 1956 to 65. Introduction. This period of the development of Che Guevara's ideas about revolution in Latin America began with his participation in the armed struggle in Cuba and continued after its triumph on January 1, 1959. His experience grew and he became a respected socialist theoretician and an analyst of the socio-economic situation in Latin America. Revolutionary War in Cuba 1956–58. Articles. Che had many functions in his role as an educator and propagandist during the Cuban Revolutionary War. He established Radio Rebel Radio and the newspaper El Cubano Libre the Free Cuban in the Sierra Maestra in 1957. This article, and the others in this section of this anthology, were written under the pen name Francotirador Sharpshooter and show his concise yet educational style, explaining recent national and international events to the average guerrilla, who may not have had much education or might even have been illiterate. This article, How Cuban the World Seems to Us, written in a polemical style and published in El Cubano Libre, explores the question of communism and the necessary role of the struggle against brute force and injustice. How Cuban the World Seems to Us. By Sharpshooter, with an unloaded gun. The voice of the distant world reaches the soil of our Sierra Maestra through the radio and newspapers, more explicit in describing events over there because it cannot relate the crimes that are committed here in Cuba every day. Thus we learn about the disorder and deaths in Cyprus, Algeria, Ifni 1 and Malaya. All of them have common features. A. Government forces have inflicted numerous casualties among the rebels. B. There are no prisoners. C. The government reports nothing new. D. All the revolutionaries, whatever the name of the country or region, are receiving undercover aid from the communists. How Cuban the world seems to us. It is the same thing everywhere. A group of patriots, armed or unarmed, rebels or not, is murdered and the armed oppressors chalk up points after heavy fighting. All witnesses are killed, hence the absence of prisoners. The government never suffers casualties, and at times this is true since killing defenseless beings is not very dangerous. But there are also times when this is a tremendous lie and the SM. Sierra Maestra can testify to this. Finally, there is the hackneyed accusation they always trot out, communists. Communists are people who turn to arms when they become tired of so much wretchedness, wherever it occurs in the world. Democrats are people who kill those who are angry about this, be they men, women, or children. The whole world is Cuban and what is happening here is happening everywhere. Against brute force and injustice, the people will have the last word, and that word is victory. Our soul is full of compassion. By Sharpshooter, with an unloaded gun. The Society for the Protection of Animals paraded 6 dogs before the UN building seeking clemency for their Siberian relative Laika, the dog that is flying in outer space. Our soul is filled with compassion to think of the poor animal that will die gloriously in honor of a cause it does not understand. But we have not heard that any philanthropic society in the United States is parading in front of that noble building to plead clemency for our peasants, who are dying in considerable numbers, machine-gunned by P-47 and B-26 aircraft, hit by shells or riddled with bullets from the soldiers' M15s. Do the members of philanthropic societies know that these deaths are caused by arms supplied by their compatriots in the U.S. government? Or is it that, in the framework of political expediency, the life of a Siberian dog is worth more than those of 1,000 Cuban peasants? Underscore 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 on. 1. A Spanish province on the Atlantic coast of Morocco. Interview. Che was interviewed several times in Cuba, by both Cuban and foreign members of the press. These excerpts are from Argentine journalist Jorge Ricardo Massetti's interview with Che conducted in the Sierra Maestra Mountains in April 1958, an interview which Massetti later included in his book Los que luchan y los que lloran, Those Who Fight and Those Who Weep, along with interviews with Fidel Castro and other leaders. Interview by the Argentine journalist Jorge Ricardo Massetti, April 1958. When I woke up, I was disappointed. I had slept peacefully until 5 a.m. and had not heard any gunfire at all. The government troops had made a brief incursion but returned at once to their barracks on discovering that Che was not at La Odalia and that he was preparing an ambush. I had been eagerly listening for the sound of gunfire, lying in the semi-darkness of the room, while Virels, with his machine gun safety catch-off, promised himself a trip to Buenos Aires just to hear some tangos. Around 2 a.m., Sarai Marin and I stretched out on the only 2 mattresses available. Placed together, they could have accommodated 3 people, but not the 5 I found when I woke up. Virels had gone to take up his post while Cantelup snored in an armchair. Labra appeared, scratching himself at the foot of the bed, and told me in distress how he had spent the whole night trying to scratch a bunch of lumps that had mysteriously appeared on his stomach. In a few minutes, what had looked like a dormitory became a dining room, office, and infirmary. Everyone was standing now, and the only thing they were asking, whatever they were doing, was whether the commander had arrived. Guevara arrived at 6 a.m. While I watched admiringly as a group of lads busied themselves doing something I had given up a long time ago, washing their faces, groups of sweaty rebels loaded up with their light packs and heavy weapons began to arrive from different directions. Their pockets were swollen with bullets, and cartridge belts hung across their chests without even the protection of buttonless shirts. They were the people who had set out to ambush Sanchez Mosquera's troops the previous night and were coming back exhausted, tired, and still bristling with the desire to fight the troops of the detested colonel. Shortly afterwards, Escobedo Guevara arrived, riding a mule, his legs dangling, the curve of his back extended by the barrels of a Beretta and a rifle with telescopic lens, like 2 poles supporting the frame of his apparently large body. As the mule approached, I could see that, hanging from his waist, was a leather cartridge belt loaded with cartridges, and a pistol. From his shirt pockets 2 magazines protruded, while a camera hung from his neck and, from his chin, a few hairs that hoped to form a beard. He calmly dismounted the mule, setting foot on the ground with his enormous muddy boots, and as he came over to me I calculated that he would be 178 centimeters tall. I noted that his asthma did not seem to inhibit him in any way. Sarai Marin introduced us, watched by 20 soldiers who had never seen 2 Argentines together and who were somewhat disappointed to see that we greeted each other with a certain reserve. The famous Che Guevara looked to me like a typical middle-class Argentine kid and also a rejuvenated caricature of Cantinflas.1. He invited me to breakfast with him and we began to eat, almost in silence. The first questions, logically, came from him. And, logically, they were about the political situation in Argentina. My answers seemed to satisfy him, and not long after we started talking, we realized that we agreed on many things and that really, we were not 2 dangerous characters. Soon we were chatting away quite freely, although with the slight reserve typical of 2 Argentines of the same generation, and we began to use the familiar 2 form. One of the peasant soldiers, who was trying to listen in, made some humorous comment to Guevara about how funny the Cubans found our way of talking. Our mutual amusement united us almost at once in a less inhibited exchange. Then I told him why I had traveled to the Sierra Maestra. The desire to clarify, especially for myself, what kind of revolution had been taking place in Cuba over the last 17 months, who was responsible, how was it possible to keep going for so long without the support of any foreign nation, why the Cuban people did not overthrow Batista once and for all if they really supported the revolutionaries, and dozens of other questions, many of which had already been answered on my journey to La Odalia, where I had experienced at close quarters the terror in the towns and the gunfire in the mountains, seen unarmed guerrillas participating in suicidal ambushes to get hold of some weapon with which they could really fight, and listened to illiterate peasants describing, each in his own words, but all of them clearly, why they were fighting. I had realized that I was not in the midst of an army of fanatics that would accept anything from its leaders, but among a group of men who were aware that any deviation from the honest line they were so proud of would mean the end of everything and of the new rebellion. But, in spite of everything, I was distrustful. I refused to let myself be totally carried away by my sympathy for the fighting peasants until I could submit to the severest scrutiny the ideas of the people who were leading them. I refused to admit once and for all that some Yankee consortium was not bending over backwards to support Fidel Castro, even though, on several occasions, planes given to Batista by the U.S. Aeronautical Mission had fired on the places where I was. My first specific question to Guevara, the young Argentine doctor turned hero commander and creator of a revolution that had nothing to do with his own country, was, "Why are you here?" He had lit his pipe, and I my cigarette, and we settled down to a formal conversation that we knew would be a long one. He answered me in the calm way that the Cubans believe is characteristically Argentine, but which I would describe as a mixture of Cuban and Mexican mannerisms. "I am here simply because I believe that the only way to rid the Americas of dictators is to overthrow them, helping to bring about their fall by whatever means necessary, the more direct the better. Are you not afraid that your intervention in the internal affairs of a country that is not your own might be seen as interference? First of all, I consider my country to be not only Argentina but the entire Americas. My country's history is as glorious as that of Marty, and it is in his land precisely that I abide by his doctrine. Besides, if I give myself, everything that I am, if I offer my blood for a cause that I consider just and popular, if I help a people to rid itself of a dictatorship that does indeed permit the interference of a foreign power that backs it with arms, with planes, with money, and with military instructors, I cannot concede that my commitment should be described as interference. No country has yet denounced U.S. meddling in Cuban affairs, and not a single newspaper has accused the Yankees of helping Batista to massacre his own people. But a lot of people are bothered about me. I am the interfering foreigner who is helping the rebels with his own flesh and blood. The people who supply arms for an internal war are not interfering. But I am. Guevara uses the pause to light his pipe, which has gone out. Everything he has said comes from what seem to be constantly smiling lips, without any stress on the words and in a totally impersonal manner. I, however, was totally serious. I knew that I had a lot of questions still to ask, but I already considered them absurd. And what about Fidel Castro's communism? Again the smile was clearly discernible. He took a long draw on his pipe and answered me in the same matter-of-fact tone as before. Fidel is not a communist. If he were, he'd at least have a few more weapons. But this revolution is exclusively Cuban. Or, better said, Latin American. Politically, Fidel and his movement might be described as revolutionary nationalist. Of course he is anti-Yankee inasmuch as the Yankees are anti-revolutionary. But, in fact, we are not brandishing some kind of proselytizing anti-Yankeeism. We are against the United States. He stressed this to give perfect clarity to the idea, because the United States is against our peoples. I remained silent so that he would go on talking. It was terribly hot, and the warm smoke of the fresh tobacco was as invigorating as the coffee we were drinking from big glasses. Guevara's S-shaped pipe hung there smoking and swaying in harmony with the rhythms of his Cuban-Mexican banter as he continued. The main target of this communist nonsense is myself. Every single Yankee journalist who has come to the Sierra has begun by asking me about my activities in the Communist Party of Guatemala, taking it for granted that I was active in the Communist Party of that country simply because I am a sincere admirer of the democratic government of Colonel Jacobo Arbenz. Did you occupy any position in that government? No, never. He talks on calmly without taking his pipe from his mouth. But when the U.S. invasion happened, I tried to get together a group of young men like myself, to fight the United Fruit Company mercenaries. In Guatemala it was necessary to fight and hardly anyone fought. It was necessary to resist and hardly anyone resisted. I continued to listen to his account without asking further questions. There was no need. From there I escaped to Mexico, as the FBI agents had already begun to detain people, ensuring that all those who might represent a danger to the United Fruit government were killed at once. In the land of the Aztecs I once again met up with some of the July 26th movement people, whom I'd met in Guatemala, and became friendly with Raúl Castro, Fidel's younger brother. He introduced me to the leader of the movement when they had already begun to plan their invasion of Cuba. Since his pipe had gone out again, he paused to light a cigarette and offered me one. In order to show that I still existed behind the dense curtain of smoke, I asked him how he had come to join forces with the Cuban revolutionaries. I passed one whole night talking with Fidel. By dawn I was the doctor of his future expedition. In fact, after the experiences of my travels throughout Latin America and the finishing off of Guatemala, it didn't take much to persuade me to join any revolution against a dictator, but Fidel impressed me as an extraordinary man. He faced and resolved the most impossible situations. He had the extraordinary faith that, if he left for Cuba, he was going to make it. That, once he arrived, he was going to fight. And that, in the fighting, he was going to win. I shared his optimism. It had to be done, we had to fight, to make it happen. To stop crying about it and to fight back. And to demonstrate to the people of his country that they could trust him, because he did what he said he would do, and he spoke his famous words, in 1956 we will be free or we will be martyrs, announcing that before the year was out he was going to disembark somewhere in Cuba at the head of his expeditionary army. And what happened with the disembarkation? The conversation had now attracted more than 30 listeners. Sitting on the ground, with their weapons between their knees, their caps protecting their eyes from the reflections of the sun, Che's men smoked and listened attentively, without proffering a single word. A young, bearded doctor set and bandaged a finger perfectly, attending to nothing but what he was hearing. Labra, a passionate admirer of the leaders of the revolution but a vigilant doctrinarian, analyzed each of Che's words and scratched at the pimples on his stomach with nails discolored by the clayey earth. Virels listened as he slept. Guillermito, a beardless youth with very long hair, cleaned his rifle with the same attention that the doctor gave to setting the finger. From somewhere, mingling with the smell of tobacco, wafted that of the pork they were frying in a pan in the open air. Guevara went on with his account, with a cigarette in his mouth and his legs comfortably stretched out. When we arrived, we were dispersed by the army. We had had an atrocious voyage on the cabin cruiser, the Granma, which carried the 82 members of the expedition plus the crew. A storm threw us off course and most of us were suffering from seasickness. Our water and food had run out and, to make matters worse, when we reached the island, the boat became stranded in the mud. They were shooting at us without let up, from the air and the coast and, before long, only half of us were left alive, or half alive if you consider the state we were in. All in all, out of the 82, only 12 of us were left with Fidel. And, at the beginning, our group was reduced to 7 because the other 5 had scattered. This was all that was left of the invading army of the audacious July 26 movement. Lying there on the ground, without being able to fire for fear of giving ourselves away, we waited for Fidel's final instructions, while we could hear the Navy firing and the bursts of the Air Force machine guns in the distance. Guevara let out a short laugh as he remembered. What a guy, this Fidel, you know. Under cover of the noise of the machine guns he stood up and said to us, listen how they're shooting at us. They're terrified. They're scared of us because they know we're going to finish them off. And, without another word, he picked up his gun and his pack and led our little column away. We were looking for Turquino Peak, the highest and most inaccessible mountain in the Sierra Maestra, where we established our first camp. The peasants watched us go by without any show of friendliness. But Fidel didn't flinch. He greeted them with smiles and only took a few minutes to start up a more or less cordial conversation. When they refused to give us food, we continued our march without protest. It didn't take long for the peasants to realize that these bearded rebel guys were exactly the opposite of the troops that were looking for us. While Batista's army laid their hands on everything they fancied in the peasants' huts including the women, of course Fidel Castro's people respected the peasants' property and paid generously for everything they consumed. We noted, not without surprise, that the peasants were disconcerted by our behavior. They were used to the treatment meted out by Batista's army. They were slowly becoming real friends and, as we had more encounters with groups of government troops in the mountains, many expressed their desire to join us. But these first ambushes when we were seeking arms began to bother the troops, and they marked the start of the most ferocious wave of terrorism imaginable. Every peasant was considered a potential rebel and was killed. If they found out that we had gone through a particular zone, they burned down the huts that we might have reached. If they came to any property and didn't find any men there because they were working or in the village, whether they imagined or not that they had joined our ranks, which were swelling every day, they shot everyone who remained at home. The terrorism practiced by Batista's army was, without a doubt, our most effective ally at that time. It was the most brutally eloquent demonstration for the peasant communities that it was necessary to bring down the Batista regime. The sound of a motor claimed the attention of us all. Plain, some of them shouted and everyone ran inside La Odelia. In a matter of seconds, the animals' harnesses and the packs disappeared from the coffee drying floor, and nothing could be seen around the camp except the sun-bleached trees, the cement drying floor and the red clay track. A dark grey plane appeared from behind the ridge and made 2 wide sweeps over La Odelia, quite high, but without firing a shot. Minutes later it disappeared. We came out of the house as if we had been locked up for hours. I reminded Guevara of my intention of meeting Fidel as soon as possible, to record my report and then return to the transmitter plant to try to get it directly to Buenos Aires. In a few minutes they found me a guide who knew the Hibico area, where Fidel was probably operating, and a more or less strong mule without too many sores. "You'll have to leave now," Guevara told me, "to reach the first camp before it gets too late, and tomorrow morning you go on to Las Mercedes. They might be able to tell you there where to find Fidel. With luck, you'll locate him in 3 days." I mounted the mule and said goodbye to them all, arranging to meet Guevara in La Mesa some days later when I would return with my recorded report. I gave Labra several rolls of exposed film and 2 recorded tapes so that he could keep them for me in the transmitter plant. It was about midday and the pork was frying again now that the plane scare was over. The smell of fat that had previously made me so nauseous, now seemed delicious. The incredibly pure Sierra Maestra air was a great tonic for my stomach. Sarai Marin brought me half a dozen bananas that this time and I never understood why were called maltenos. Guevara urged the guide to be very careful as we approached Las Minas. "He's the first compatriot I've seen in ages," he shouted, laughing, "and I want him to survive at least until he can send the report to Buenos Aires." "Ciao," I called from the distance. And about 30 voices answered, laughing and shouting, as if it were the funniest farewell they could imagine. We branched off the path leading to La Odelia and crossed a coffee field. The beans were still green and gave off the pure aroma of fresh plants. While I was distracted trying to peel maltenos some 40 centimeters long, the branches sometimes tried to snatch my cap. But the proximity of Las Minas, although it didn't remove my appetite, captured my attention much more than the question of guiding the mule or peeling the bananas. My guide, with a nickname more fitting for a leggy French showgirl than for a bearded and almost toothless peasant, Nini, was a few meters ahead, mounted on a small, short-legged mule. Suddenly he dismounted and slid noiselessly toward me over the cushion of leaves. Before he got to me I had also dismounted and we moved away from the animals at once. The sound of branches hitting something like the steel helmet of a soldier could now be heard clearly. Nini released the safety catch of his pistol. "Hey, compa," he suddenly shouted. A peasant advanced with difficulty through the coffee trees trying, as much as he could, to prevent the branches from hitting the light rectangular box of whitewood that he carried on his shoulder. "What's news?" he replied, gasping for breath. Underscore 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 on. One Mexican comic film actor, famous for his portrayal of the impoverished Mexican peasant. 1959. Article. This article by Che Guevara was published in Humanismo magazine, September-October 1959, after Che toured the Bandung Pact 1 countries in 1959. Latin America from the Afro-Asian perspective. For Asians, To speak of our unredeemed Latin America is to speak of an ill-defined region about which they know as little as we do about that immense part of the world whose desire for freedom found its appropriate means of expression in the Bandung Pact. In the past, they knew nothing about Latin America except, perhaps, that it was a huge sector of the world inhabited by dark-skinned natives with loincloths and spears, where someone named Christopher Columbus had arrived more or less at the same time that someone else named Vasco da Gama had rounded the Cape of Good Hope and ushered in a terrible period in the cultural, economic, and political life of those peoples, one that lasted for centuries. Nothing specific has been added to that knowledge except for something called the Cuban Revolution, which is practically an abstract concept for them. For that distant world, Cuba is an abstraction which stands for an awakening, the base from which that mythological being called Fidel Castro arose. Beards, long hair, olive green uniforms, and some mountains whose exact location is unknown, in a country about which they know only its name and not all of them even know it's an island. That is what the Cuban Revolution and Fidel Castro are. And those bearded men, Castro's men, who come from an island that can't even be found on the map, moved by the magical pull of a mythological being, stand for the new Latin America, which draws them from their knees numbed from so much kneeling to their feet. Now, the other Latin America is disappearing, the one in which unknown men work in miserable conditions in tin mines, a material in the name of which the Indonesian tin miners are being exploited to death, the Latin America of great rubber plantations in the Amazon, where men plagued by malaria produce rubber, further lowering the rubber workers' wages in Indonesia, Ceylon, and Malaya, the Latin America of fabulous oil deposits, because of which the workers in Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and Iran earn less. The Latin America of cheap sugar, which means that Indian workers earn less for doing the same bestial work under the same inclement sun of the tropics. That Latin America is disappearing. Different, and still surprised by their audacity in wanting to be free, the people of Africa and Asia are beginning to look beyond the seas. Doesn't that other storehouse of grains and raw materials also have a culture inhibited by the colonial power and millions of people with the same simple, deep desires as the Africans and Asians? Doesn't our brotherhood challenge the breadth of the seas, the barriers of different languages and the absence of cultural ties, to bring us together in an embrace of compañeros in struggle? Should we consider ourselves more the brothers of the Argentine workers, the Bolivian miners, the employees of the United Fruit Company and the Cuban sugarcane cutters than of the proud descendants of Japanese samurai who are now Japanese workers? Rather than an isolated instance, does not Fidel Castro represent the vanguard of the Latin American peoples in their growing struggles for freedom? Isn't he a man of flesh and blood? A Sukarno, a Nehru, a Nasser? The people in the freed nations are becoming aware of the enormous hoax that was worked on them, in which they were convinced that they were racially inferior. They know they could be mistaken, too, in their assessment of peoples in other continents. Cuba has been invited to send representatives to the new Conference of Afro-Asian Peoples. They will show the August meeting of their Afro-Asian brothers the truths and the pain of Latin America. Their participation is no happenstance event, it is the result of the historic convergence of all the oppressed peoples in this hour of liberation. They will go to say that it is true that Cuba exists and that Fidel Castro is a man, a popular hero, not a mythological abstraction. But they will also explain that Cuba is the first sign of Latin America's awakening, not an isolated event. When they tell of all the unknown heroes of the masses, all the nameless people who have died on the great battlefield of this region, when they speak of the Colombian bandits who fought in their homeland against the alliance of the cross and the sword, and when they speak of the Paraguayan menses who, unwittingly representing the oil interests of Britain and the United States, fought against the Bolivian miners, each side killing off the other, they will see astonished looks, not the looks people have when they are told something that is unheard of, but looks showing that they are hearing a new account, the development and consequences of which are identical to those of the old colonial story that they have experienced and suffered from over the course of centuries of ignominy. Latin America is taking shape and acquiring a sense of itself. Latin America represented by Cuba and Fidel Castro, a man who, with his gorilla beard, personifies an entire region, is becoming more real and alive. In the African and Asian imagination, it is populated with real men and women who are suffering and struggling for the same ideals they are. With my new perspective, I see the full value of what I participated in, from the sublime moment when there were only 12 of us left, and I see that the small differences among us which were exaggerated have dissolved, showing the true importance of that Latin American people's feat. With this perspective, I treasure the childlike, naive, and spontaneous gesture of men from far-off lands who touch my beard and ask in foreign languages, Fidel Castro, adding, "Are you members of the guerrilla army that is leading the struggle for Latin America's freedom? Are you, then, our allies from the other side of the ocean?" And I tell them, and all of the hundreds of millions of other Africans and Asians who, like them, are advancing toward freedom in this new and uncertain nuclear age, yes, we are. I am another brother, one of the multitude of brothers in that part of the world who are waiting with infinite eagerness for the moment when we can consolidate the bloc that will destroy the anachronistic presence of colonial rule once and for all. Underscore 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 on. 1. The Bandung Pact was the initial step toward the creation of the movement of non-aligned countries. Speech, 1959. Speech to the College of Medicine, Havana. This speech is one of the first Che Guevara gave in Havana just weeks after the triumph of the revolution. It is important because it develops his earlier work on the role of doctors in social transformation and emphasizes the legacy of José Martí. It was presented to a meeting held in his honor, sponsored by the College of Medicine, on January 16, 1959. I haven't brought a written speech that I'm hiding under my arm like the guy who didn't want to be unprepared and so brought one just in case, so he wouldn't have to decline the undeserved honor of being asked to address the meeting. I came here to fulfill my rather neglected duty as a doctor and to greet you, that's all. Really, I'm not at all accustomed to being among those presiding over or on the dais of a meeting of professionals, and I think that, if my life had followed the channels of science, I still wouldn't be here. The fact that I've been invited to be here to say a few words shows that warriors are still considered important in Latin America. I don't think there is anything special about a foreigner's having come to fight for Cuba. Martí lived, spoke, and taught in Cuba, and his main goal was to unite Latin America. I've never felt myself to be a foreigner, either in Cuba or in any of the other countries in which I've traveled, and I've had a rather adventurous life. I felt like a Guatemalan in Guatemala, like a Mexican in Mexico and like a Peruvian in Peru. Now, I feel like a Cuban in Cuba and, naturally, I also feel like an Argentine, both here and everywhere else, because it's a part of my personality. I can't forget mate and Argentine BBQs. Now let's talk about something more important, the contribution that doctors can make to our revolution, not what you've already done, which everybody acknowledges, for your profession may well be the one that has given the most blood and men to the revolution. I can't remember any of our columns that didn't have the services of at least one doctor. As a doctor who has always been concerned about social questions, I think this is the time to make substantial contributions in order to radically change the health conditions that prevail in Cuba, as in all other nations. During my travels through other Latin American countries, I saw that health was one of the most backward spheres. In the Sierra Maestra Mountains, there was no health care at all. Many of the guys told me while we were in Mexico that Cuba was different, that Cuba was not like Mexico where, in reality, there is absolutely no health care outside the capital, but I've seen that health care is completely unknown in many parts of Cuba, too, although the Sierra Maestra seems to be unrelated to the rest of Cuba. Later, I saw that the picture was completely different in the cities and more prosperous agricultural areas, and even in other rural areas. I think that what we must do now, in these days of victory and peace, is to prepare to struggle honestly and ardently so that the Cuban healthcare system takes an important step forward, providing clinics and services in all those areas without them and to modernize many others. I haven't had a chance to visit the research centers and many of the health services here in the capital yet, but I'm aware that there is still a lot to do. I'm beginning the critique here, simply because I consider myself a Cuban and think that I have not only the right but also the duty to call attention to anything I find that is not working properly. I think it's time to start thinking seriously. Just a few minutes ago, I was telling Dr. Del Valle and Dr. Rodriguez about the new direction that medicine must take in Cuba. Since we've created a revolution that may be history-making and that marks a new step forward in the Latin American people's struggles for liberation, we should complete it in all spheres and courageously carry it to social medicine, advancing as far as possible. I'm simply calling your attention to the issue, not laying down any guidelines because I don't have the training to do that. Now, I ask you to forgive me for having bitten off more than I can chew and for having spoken about things I should perhaps have left alone. Perhaps I should have talked about things related to the guerrilla struggle, which I know well, not medical topics, but, since I was invited by the College of Medicine, I have taken the opportunity to say these things, because I wanted to call the compañeros' attention to these issues. Interview, 1959. Even though this is only a version of the interview, the original transcript has been lost. It has been included in this anthology because it clearly presents Che Guevara's analysis of the economic situation in Latin America and questions the role of the International Monetary Fund. Interview for Radio Rivadavia, Argentina. November 3, 1959. In a report recorded in Havana and broadcast here tonight by Radio Rivadavia, Escobedo Che Guevara, commander of the Cuban Revolutionary Army, stated that, few government leaders have been able to go to the United States and return with a clear conscience, as our Prime Minister Fidel Castro has done. 1. Commander Guevara made the statement about Fidel Castro in reference to the difference in conduct one observes in movements before and after coming to power. Once one is in power, Guevara added, the great difficulty is in upholding standards of behavior, in the face of the inevitable attacks by foreign monopoly capitalism and economic pressures. If these standards could be maintained in Latin America, enough political cohesion would be achieved to effectively defend its position in the international field, like the stance that has been adopted by the Afro-Asian countries in adhering to the so-called Bandung Pact. Despite huge differences in their social systems, they have gone from practically socialist systems to international sultanates, sustaining a cohesion that is enviable for our countries of the Americas. Referring to the International Monetary Fund, IMF, Commander Guevara stated, if it is to be considered to be an element of liberation for Latin America, I believe that it should have demonstrated that. Until now, I have not been aware of any such demonstration. The IMF performs an entirely different function, precisely that of ensuring that capital based outside of Latin America controls all of Latin America. Guevara said that the IMF knows that in a case of aggression against us, we shall respond in the measure in which they know we do things. The interests of the IMF represent the big international interests that today seem to be established and concentrated in Wall Street. The complex problem of the deficit in the balance of trade, he said, can be resolved by diversifying production and diversifying foreign trade relations. My trip to the countries of Africa and Asia is in accordance with the decision of the Cuban government to seek new markets all over the world. We aim to trade with countries everywhere there are no ideological barriers in trade. Guevara also said, the only thing that can concern Cuba in foreign countries is what products they have to exchange for Cuban products and under what conditions they wish to do so. He announced that during his foreign tour, and afterwards, he had signed or was about to sign trade agreements with a number of countries and that there were possibilities for Cuba to trade with Yugoslavia, India, Ceylon, Indonesia, Denmark, and Pakistan. He indicated that the countries he visited are in political social circumstances similar to those of Cuba and that they are fighting for their freedom, because their markets and foreign trade are controlled by colonial interests. They need, he added, fundamental agrarian reform, and then they need to struggle to industrialize. Cuba is aligned with them in taking the same road toward a total recovery of the country. He reiterated that Cuba is considering developing trade relations with the countries of Europe, both East and West, since we believe that trade is one thing and ideological problems are quite another. He noted that Cuba is interested in focusing on trade with other countries of the Americas, and that preference would be given to any negotiations undertaken with a Latin American country over those with countries of other continents. After saying that economic definition leads directly to political definition, Commander Guevara stated that, the Cuban sectors opposing the present revolutionary government are capitalist parasites directly affected by the government's work, among them the big landowners. He mentioned a large US-controlled estate of 150,000 hectares Atlántico del Golfo, noting that such interests are related to a certain type of US landowning capital that in some cases have financed the coup attempts we have seen of late. We are in no doubt, he added, that there will be more of them in future. Referring to popular support for the revolutionary government of Cuba, Guevara said it comes from all sectors with something to gain in economic and moral terms, the peasants and workers, basically, and middle-class sectors, including all kinds of professionals and honest traders. People, he added, are nothing but the representation of an ideology, a way of thinking, and this way of thinking must be sustained by a broad mass base. There are movements in Latin America that are able to create a nexus of solidarity and support for any position that means rejecting the economic and political subjugation of Latin America. General Cardenas in Mexico, Larrazabal in Venezuela, Palacios in Argentina, de Araña in Brazil, and others, he added, meet these conditions to a greater or lesser degree. Commander Guevara indicated that the structure of any Latin American movement that might have the same basic features, which would be so easy to attain among peoples with a similar economic structure and a similar political orientation with regard to what the masses desire, would be a very salutary measure in the development of Latin America's future struggle for her complete liberation. He said, the magnificent speech given by General Cardenas in Havana on July 26 this year has contributed to consolidating relations between Cuba and the state of Mexico. Finally, the commander said, the fact that there is not a single stalk of wheat in all of Cuba is one basis for discussions that could lead to a trade agreement being reached between Argentina and Cuba. He clarified that he has not renounced his Argentine citizenship despite the fact that the Cuban government has bestowed upon him Cuban citizenship from birth, and added that it is difficult for him to travel to the land where he was born, because the intensity of the work carried out by members of the revolutionary government makes it practically impossible to leave the country unless it is for some particular goal, like, for example, our trip to the East. Underscore 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 on. Letter, 1959, 1. Letter to Mrs. Maria Teresa Diaz de Dicon. La Cabana Military Department. Havana, June 1, 1959. Mrs. Maria Teresa Diaz de Dicon. Bouchard Hotel. Bouchard 487. Buenos Aires, Argentina. Dear Mrs. Diaz, I was very glad to receive your letter, to which I am now replying. We must meet Cuba's needs, so we cannot turn down anybody who offers services which may be of great use to the revolution. Thus, I don't foresee any problems with your coming here, where you will be welcomed, but I would like to make it clear that all positions are awarded on the basis of merit, and you will have to accept this principle. Sincerely, Dr. Escobedo Che Guevara, Commander-in-Chief, La Cabana Military Department. Underscore 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 on. One some of Che Guevara's letters to a variety of individuals in many countries have been included in this anthology because they show the range of topics broached and reveal his precise and incisive style. 1960. Articles. Using the same pen name francotirador sharpshooter he had used in the Sierra Maestra paper El Cubano Libre, Che wrote a series of brief articles in 1960 for the Armed Forces magazine, Verde Olivo Olive Green, to help readers to understand the increasingly hostile relationship between Cuba and the United States and its acolyte governments in Latin America, a conflict that began almost immediately after the revolution. Regional disarmament and other acts of submission. By Sharpshooter. Some Latin American peoples are so institutionalized that they have almost forgotten the word revolution and sometimes put up with a more or less organized fraud or a more or less shameless mocking of the people's ambitions for quite some time. In general, they have very serious, cautious governments that have profound respect for the Pan-American doctrine, the one that began with Monroe, that president who wanted to grab all of Latin America for the United States. These cautious Latin American gentlemen, who respect freedom of the press and freedom of expression and all the international agreements that have ever been signed to defend Latin America against aggression by terrible foreign powers, have suddenly found that there is no need to fight in Latin America. We already have everything we need, we live in heavenly peace, the peasants have land, the workers have wonderful work hours and marvelously good pay, the capitalists have moderate profits and there are no bullies or monopolies. So why do we need weapons in such a paradise? True, a demon called international communism has been hatched in other continents which sometimes captivates the uncultured masses and incites them to say they are hungry, to make ridiculous demands about increased wages or to ask for land trying to take it away from its legitimate owners, the holders of large estates. But all Latin American countries have a guardian angel, the United States, which looks after their freedom and sovereignty. It not only has the right but also the duty to arm itself to the teeth and shoot into the sky all kinds of test missiles, though many of them, perhaps contaminated by the spirit of evil, refuse to remain in the sky and return to crash on Earth. This is an attribute that the kings of monopolies reserve for themselves. The fundamental right, naturally, which is also theirs, is to protect us against international communism. Every time there is a Fidel Castro who raises the flag of the redemption of the poor, an investigation must be made quickly to discover the communist who is behind this specter and eliminate them. The thesis of Latin American disarmament was raised in distant Chile, whose president is identified with Eisenhower's peace policy. It was also raised during the visit of Brazilian presidential candidate Jânio Quadros, when some half-curious, half-ill-intentioned journalists in his group asked how much we Cubans spent on weapons, and what for. Now, one of the most cautious, if not the most cautious of all the bowers and scrapers in the region is sounding the alarm, and the uproar is terrible. What with the democratic instrument of the OAS and the tremendous declarations giving the kings of monopolies an exclusive monopoly over the region's defense, sometimes we feel like Little Red Riding Hood telling her grandmother, those in charge of defending Latin America, "What big teeth you have, Granny." At other times, however, on seeing so much dishonor, so much treason disguised by circumspection, and so many despicable individuals bowing and scraping in the halls of Washington, we feel like shouting with all our strength, "Why should we get on our knees?" Published in Verde Olivo magazine, April 24, 1960. Don't be stupid, buddy, and other warnings. By Sharpshooter. This admonition is a general one, not aimed at any recipient in particular. But, if the shoe fits. Just suppose, an example without any geographic or historical definition, just suppose that a military man should cross the border from a country whose president just suppose has been in Washington talking. Just suppose that that colonel, whose country's president has been in Washington talking, goes on the air over 5 powerful broadcasting stations all over Latin America, all of which are characterized by defending democracy and attacking Cuban communism. Just suppose that the Cuban government offers the country the colonel has entered help in the form of weapons and men who know how to handle the weapons and have learned how to win battles and who volunteer. As the ideal president of a republic that does not exist, since this is an abstract example, what would you do? Turn down the offer? Ignore it? Put off a decision? Don't be stupid, buddy. The colonial powers have many intentions, all of them bad. For example, they can warn you that, if you aren't a good boy, if you don't give more support to your little friend Figueres or to the beautiful trio that Cuba is sending to the Democratic Conference, you may be very sorry. It may also be the first step for OAS intervention and for that battered agency of the colonial powers to take action. They may also try to grab your government, toss you aside like a dirty rag or a waste basket full of scrap paper and put somebody else in your place. And, in all of these alternatives and any others that may arise, there is a hidden dagger, always directed against Cuba. So, are you going to play the game of those who want to murder Cuban democracy, buddy? If you keep rocking in your comfortable chair, it won't help you, so watch out, you're just as much to blame as the one who kills the cow. In addition, ideal president, abstract example, just suppose that imperialism kills the cow in our story one fine day, the next day historically, the next day they'll crush you, buddy, for sure. You don't smell of oil, as your predecessors did, and, in this ideal example, you aren't a military man. They'll crush you. Faced with this, ideal president, host of the trio, and representative of the purest democracy, what will you do? Listen to the advice of a confirmed sniper, listen to a loving and friendly admonition, don't be stupid, buddy. Published in Verde Olivo magazine, May 1, 1960. NIBENS, International Organizations and Genuflect Ions. By Sharpshooter. As you know, beloved compañeros of the rebel army, knee bends are one of the favorite exercises used for punishment and also to strengthen the muscles of the legs. All the armies in the world with a military mentality, and our army will get one someday, assign knee bends as punishment for lesser infractions. This consists of squatting and doing knee bends. To squat, you have to bend your knees. Bending your knees is called genuflecting or kowtowing, and those who do it are kowtowers. Examples of well-paid native kowtowers are friends of the Diario de la Marina and of Prensa Libre, our little friend Luis Conti Agüero and others of their ilk. In the international arena, there are quite a few well-paid, prudent, moderate agencies. In general, they are directed by prudent, distinguished kowtowers who are often picked up in Scandinavia. These distinguished kowtowers kneel to God naturally, their God, the monopolies, who are lords and masters of all things, and sometimes, when the monopolies order them to do so, the distinguished kowtowers, who usually come from Scandinavia, refuse to send to a small, underdeveloped Caribbean country which will remain nameless the three technicians who are needed to organize the conference of similar countries that it wants to hold in September and to give an international character to that conference. They haven't been sent, they will be sent in the future. But this is not the only case. Another distinguished organization of the same kind is either removing its officials under all kinds of pretexts or pressuring them to leave, and this is how things will continue. Mr. Monopoly, the same one whose nose was flattened in the summit conference, has ordered this, and, in this part of Latin America, you have to do what he says, or they'll try to force us to frog jump or to do some other genuflection. Published in Verde Olivo magazine, May 22, 1960. Cacarico, the Argentine Vote and Other Rhinoceroses. By Sharpshooter. The mighty brains of representative, electoral democracy have spoken. Their circumspect desires for Cuba's constitutionalization have fallen gently and insidiously. This is the first step toward getting our country declared another dictatorship. They don't want leaders like Fidel Castro who are supported by the people and their votes. They want Cacarico, the rhinoceros in the Sao Paulo Zoo, elected in a demonstration of complete rejection of politicians. Or, as happened in Argentina in a close election, they want the blank votes to win. What do those blank votes mean, kind champions of constitutionality, if not the only way the people have of saying that they aren't satisfied and are trying by all possible means to show their rebellious spirit? There is a reason why Fidel Castro, this Fidel Castro that the champions of representative democracy don't want, is cheered in Itigaraz's Guatemala, which has broken off relations with us, and why his influence is felt among the Venezuelan people, whose top leader got so peeved he left the May Day parade. And, speaking of elections, what would happen if Fidel Castro were to insist that an electoral contest complete with democratic, institutional pieces of paper be held between Mr. Ydígoras, for example, and himself, Fidel, as President of Guatemala, and that other elections be held between himself, Fidel, and the presidents of many other republics that I won't list here? But there, the method of little pieces of paper in a wooden box is subordinated to a careful system that always allows certain national oligarchies linked to the most powerful international oligarchies to mock what the people want. Voting means that the segregationists in South Africa can be in power to shoot the blacks, and that, until the people's wrath topples him, Syngman Rhee can execute, murder is a more accurate word for it, his political opponents. The magic of the little bits of paper in the wooden box is that they allow Ydígoras, Somoza, Duvalier, and Stroessner to be the constitutional representatives of their institutional republics, and a 12-year non-aggression pact of mutual friendship to be signed between two political parties somewhere in Latin America. We prefer our direct, aggressive, challenging manner of voting, based on fighting for what we want for the man who has united the enormous masses of people who participated in our May Day march. We're afraid that the other system might give us a rhinoceros. Published in Verde Olivo magazine, May 8, 1960. Ydígoras, Somoza, and Other Proofs of Friendship. By Sharpshooter. It is a curious thing. This Cuban Revolution, which was unanimously applauded on January 1, has begun to lose a series of friends among the Latin American governments. I repeat, among the governments, because it is continuing to gain friends among the people. And it is losing friends among those governments because they say it is a dictatorship that is closing down newspapers, curtailing freedom of speech, not holding elections, taking over public finance, and doing away with private enterprise. In short, they present a wide range of reasons. Naturally, we know that Ydígoras, Somoza, and Trujillo hold exemplary elections. We also know, for example, that the Dominican Republic's economy is in private hands, because, when all is said and done, Trujillo owns the whole island. Okay, but he owns it as an individual, not as the head of state. He is not even president. The same holds true of the Somozas. Somoza owns everything as an individual, not as president. The fact that there haven't been any opposition newspapers in those countries for many years, and that an international news agency has been thrown out of Guatemala, well, that is not important. In other words, we are reviled for having done something that they do, too, but in the other direction, and for other things that they do but we don't. Shooting a war criminal is not the same as murdering a student. But we are called mountebanks. Who is Mr. Ydígoras? Mr. Ydígoras is a military man, who has participated in a whole lot of battles for Latin America's liberation. He was against Arbenz, signed a gentleman's agreement with Castillo Armas, and one fine day, among wholesale rope jumping, hysterical shouts and other clowning, with the votes of the people who didn't see all the evil in him and a little electoral fraud, climbed to power. Naturally, he is a loyal ally of his old friend Castillo Armas. His political line has not covered up anything at all. He has maintained a firm friendship with the United States and with the rest of the free world. He hates only the communists, the Fidel-following communists, and all others who are fighting for their country's freedom. Because of this, one fine day, perhaps waking up under the influence of the rum he had drunk the night before, a little under the weather in his green palace in Guatemala, he decided once and for all to follow the advice of his friend the U.S. ambassador and break off relations with Cuba. And he broke them off. The workers protested on May Day, but he still broke off relations. A little farther south in Central America, there is an individual named Luis Somoza, who seems to be an exact copy of a painting 30 years old. All you have to do is change the first name from Anastasio. More or less 30 years ago, President Roosevelt said, with his U.S. pragmatism, he may be a son of a bitch, but he's ours, and he was right, on both counts. That gentleman, who murdered Sandino, freedom, and everything else that was decent in Nicaragua, was the United States man, and he remained that all his life. They called the martyr who executed him a murderer, and U.S. doctors employed all the latest advances of U.S. science in a U.S. hospital in the Canal Zone, that was stolen from Panama, to try to save the life of the perforated puppet. He died, but his dynasty didn't end. There is the picture of his son, Luis Somoza, who inherited the dynasty and who has the same characteristics as his beloved progenitor, a friend of the United States to the end. And this friend of the United States has expelled the members of our Cuban mission in Nicaragua also after listening to the wise advice of his friend, the U.S. ambassador in Managua. In reality, the budget of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs will be more than ample after so many cutbacks, because there is a gentle murmur in the air of a plan that has been given the name of another Latin American Democrat, by means of which Trujillo's downfall would be the means to screwing Cuba. First isolate Trujillo and then Cuba, present them as identical, both bloody, both dictatorial, both arbitrary, both bad guys. Thus the good guys, the closest friends of the United States, have begun the long process for isolating Cuba. First Idigueras, then Somoza, then I know who, but I'm not going to give his name here. I only know that it will be the best of the friends who are left, only a little less close a friend than Idigueras and Somoza. And we will be alone in this hemisphere, alone, disconsolately alone. It seems that they are threatening to leave us without the support of 20 rulers and their ministers, chambers of deputies, newspapers, and business people. We will be so alone that the only ones who will remain with us will be the 150 million who constitute the weakest, needy, and scorned of Latin America, the people, who are struggling and suffering alongside the Cuban Revolution and who will emerge victorious with it. Published in Verde Olivo magazine, June 12, 1960. The Marshall Plan, the Eisenhower Plan and Other Plans. By Sharpshooter. Marshall was a U.S. general. He did what all U.S. generals do in U.S. politics: he defended the interests of U.S. monopolies against all the peoples of the world, including the people of the United States. It was in the years just after the last World War, when all the European countries that had just been liberated from Nazism were tragically poor. Millions of US dollars were spread among the hungry people, to return to the coffers of the big monopolies sooner or later and to enslave the peoples to the United States. The years went by, and another general became very important in US politics, Eisenhower. They say that he's a good bridge player and also plays golf, and he, too, has a plan. His plan, which either he or somebody else thought up, is not a plan about golf courses or the rules of bridge. It's a plan about the Middle East and is aimed at guaranteeing the oil fields, now owned by a few monopolies whose influence we all know about in Cuba, the oil monopolies. Those are the general's plans. Now, however, there is a brand new plan in Latin America, so new that the name of its author is only whispered unofficially by cliques of know-it-alls in international politics, and it is rumored that it is already being applied. The gerfalcon of the monopolies plan consists simply of convincing everybody that Trujillo and Fidel Castro are alike the Dominican Republic and Cuba. Once they are equated, the OAS, giving weight to the proceedings and setting precedents, will first isolate, strangle, and perhaps destroy Trujillo and then unleash the fury of all the other countries against poor Cuba. This is the situation we face. The plan is being carried out simultaneously. In response to pressure by the peoples, relations are being broken with the dictator Trujillo. Wonderful. So, Trujillo carried out a revolution? Let's break with Trujillo. Trujillo is bad, Trujillo is a murderer. And who is responsible for what the evil Trujillo does? What obscure imperial force gives orders to the generals who, seemingly in the name of Trujillo, are invading a friendly oil-exporting country? Better not investigate, because it might be unhealthy. Let's break with Trujillo, says the voice of the peoples and of the governments, but some governments are also breaking with Cuba. Trujillo, Castro, Cuba, the Dominican Republic. The extremes meet and become interchangeable. That is the plan being implemented, the plan that the gossips say was thought up by a great Democrat whose name I can't mention, who suffers from irreconcilable Fidel Castritis, which is exacerbated when he has to meet with presidents. It weakens him so much he has to take to his bed. That is what the gossips say. But let's not think about which Democratic president's name should be given to the plan. It's very probably a lie, and the plan does not deserve his name, or perhaps it should have a long and complicated name that combines the last names of many rulers who see their sinecures endangered. What matters is that this plan is aimed at turning Fidel, in the eyes of the Latin American people, into a Trujillo, who must be destroyed, at using the government's forces of international solidarity to destroy Trujillo, and at using those forces, or those of someone who says they represent those forces, to destroy Cuba. This is the hard part. All the other parts of the plan are simple and easy to carry out, but it's hard to confuse the people and to destroy Cuba by armed force. No matter who tries. Published in Verde Olivo magazine, June 17, 1960. Nixon, Eisenhower, Haggerty, and Other Warnings. By Sharpshooter. All Latin Americans remember the tour Vice President Nixon made more than a year ago. It was an uninterrupted series of defeats that wound up with an enraged crowd attacking his car in Caracas with insults, spit, and even bricks. It was an entire region's unanimous rejection of a policy, the crude policy of an empire. After that, President Eisenhower went to South America to talk with a series of Latin American rulers and to try to tip the scales against Cuba. Once again, the rejection was unanimous. In Brazil, enormous posters expressed feelings against the United States and for Cuba. In Argentina, he had to be rescued by a helicopter that took him to the embassy. In Chile, he had pitched battles with the Central Organization of Workers, CUT, and, in Uruguay, the tear gas that was used against the angry crowd made President Eisenhower cry. Even in poor, disheartened Puerto Rico, so sunk in its pain and oppression, there were protests. Later, after the signing of a much-touted security pact between the United States and Japan and a lot of publicity for a forthcoming visit to Japan by President Eisenhower, several protests took place, culminating in the terrible beating that was given to Mr. Haggerty, the president's secretary, and President Eisenhower was officially invited to postpone his trip. It is time for the U.S. rulers to realize that these expressions of violence by the people, these tumultuous demonstrations in which many enthusiastic young people are beaten up or lose their lives, are in response to something. The U.S. rulers have to understand, once and for all, that the people's opinion must be respected, that nobody can stop them from expressing what they think, and that, when their views are so obviously hostile, as in Japan and Caracas, some conclusions should be drawn. The world in which President Eisenhower can go around showing off his majestic figure as a hero of democracy without any problems is growing smaller. Our country is a part of this world, and, if President Eisenhower were to visit us with the honest intention of improving our relations, not that of exhibiting his rights as consul or to impose some new proconsuls, it might be the safest one of all. In any case, all those demonstrations have been a very harsh warning for the United States, which, in this long struggle against the liberation of the world, is in an ever more precarious position. It can't get the puppet governments to subjugate their people any longer, and the people are rising up and expressing their opposition. It can't manacle or gag other nations any longer. In spite of the deaf ear it has turned, it should heed this final warning. It has to take the people into account. Published in Verde Olivo magazine, June 15, 1960. Accusations at the OAS and United Nations and Other Stabs. By Sharpshooter. They say that clever birds in the countryside lay their eggs in one place and make a noise in another, to keep their enemies from endangering their offspring. This also happens with the birds of prey called monopolies. They have already decided to attack Cuba. Now, they may be considering what means to use, or they may already have made this decision, perhaps a shady action by Alan Dulles in cahoots with the State Department, or intervention by the whole Pentagon, with its stiff five-star generals calculating it all on the basis of mathematical formulas. The only thing for sure is that they're doing the same thing as the birds in the countryside. They're going to the OAS and making a fuss there, and everybody is going to the OAS to defend that bastion of freedom in the Americas. There, they are talking, shouting, and turning purple in the face, while their eggs are being hatched near Cuba. The U.S. law book thumpers in the House of Representatives and the OAS are engaged in discussions, but the Pentagon is working silently, drawing up formulas, and will one day look for its chicks, those that already think they're big enough to return to the warm and welcoming soil of Cuba. They will come preceded by the Pentagon's multi-motor planes, its bombs weighing many tons, its multiple troop divisions and the guns of its battleships sailing in line with its formulas. They will come systematically to take their places with clockwork precision. What a shame, what a great shame, that, after so much painstaking work, so many calculations carried to the 10th decimal point and so much determination to defy the wrath of world public opinion, they will find that all of their formulas have failed, and they will totter and collapse. Because, in their formulas for Cuba, they have left out one tiny, worthless, insignificant factor, which will bring the empire's dreams crashing down: the people. Published in Verde Olivo magazine, July 10, 1960. The Court of Miracles and Other Devices Used by the OAS. By Sharpshooter. The Court of Miracles is a legendary name and also the symbol of something where everything is transformed, that is, where concepts are confused. The extraordinary mess called the OAS is precisely a court of miracles. This court of miracles gets chapitas or taquito recognized along with the leaders of democratic countries, and it gives much greater worth to traitors to their peoples than to those who defend their country's freedom. One of the characteristics of the court of miracles is that it keeps turning good people into bad ones and bad people into good. For it, the vote of a tiny island is worth just as much as that of a country with 60 million inhabitants. Don't misunderstand, this is not democracy. They're worth the same to the court because everything is controlled by that generous spiritual father who is Lord and Master of the Americas, the United States. Uncle Sam moves his agile fingers, and, below, the puppets Frondizi and Beltran move gracefully with very pretty, harmonious movements that make you think they have walked and talked by themselves. Therefore, the OAS is also called the Big Theater. But sometimes the main artist, Mr. Monopoly, gets mad. Then the puppets become uncoordinated and seem to tremble, and you can see that they're nothing more than puppets. For example, they can't break off relations with Cuba with the same arrogance and poise as they can with the Dominican Republic. But those illustrious citizens, representatives of the illustrious quasi-nations of Latin America, meet solicitously and vote 20-0 every time the sheep herder claps his hands, and all the sheep follow him. This is why our institution is also called the Big Flock. But, naturally, when they meet to rule on the lives and estates of a handful of men which they have turned into a free people by their sovereign will, the members of this innocent flock sometimes become arrogant and absurd, and sometimes become deeply worried about Soviet penetration. They defend the Monroe Doctrine. What did Monroe say? Well, Monroe said that the Americas should be for the Americans, that is, our beautiful, virgin, Indian America should be for the giant of the North. He also said that the United States would not intervene in Europe and said that the United States would not allow any extracontinental power to intervene in the Americas. What has remained of Mr. Monroe's verbal bluster? His doctrine of non-intervention is frequently invoked, but those who invoke it have never asked themselves where the U.S. bases now in Britain, Greece, Italy, Germany, Denmark, Sweden, France, and Spain will be relocated on Mars. What has become of the promise that the United States would not intervene in Europe? It has been forgotten. The pretty puppets, who dance to the tune of the puppet master, know what has been swept under the rug but are delighted to lend themselves to the scheme that has been drawn up against our democracy, forgetting true bonds of solidarity. In fact, the doctrine should be named for the pure and delicate place whose perfume assaults the noses of all who go along the Via Blanca Highway, Havana's garbage dump, Cayo Cruz. That would be just as poetic as and much more accurate than the name it bears now. Published in Verde Olivo magazine, July 31, 1960. A Tiny Bit is a Big Enough Sample and Other Short Stories. By Sharpshooter. In stores all over the world, customers are shown tiny samples to demonstrate the quality of the merchandise. To show the quality of our monopoly merchandise, we transcribe this report. San Juan, PR. PL, the results of the birth control program in Puerto Rico will be studied by Dr. Alan Guttmacher, a professor in the School of Medicine at Johns Hopkins University, who arrived in this capital expressly for this purpose. Sinai Hospital in Puerto Rico is used as an experimental laboratory for developing the contraceptives known as IMCO and Inovid. The studies include 17,000 families from all over the island, which has been divided into 20 research areas. Celestina Zalduondo, Executive Director of Family Planning for Puerto Rico, directs the program. Guttmacher declared that the purpose of the studies was to find a simple, effective method for birth control that wouldn't harm the people's health and happiness. Inovid pills are the simplest method, but they are still very expensive. The contraceptive IMCO has been used most extensively in the projects and is sold at cost, with no profit for the laboratories that produce it, thanks to an annual donation by the Sonnen Foundation. Guttmacher said that many overpopulated countries were watching the studies. This is the kind of aid that the empire offers the underdeveloped countries. Puerto Ricans have the freedom to go and die in Korea to defend the American way of life, but they don't have the freedom to have children, because it is not in the interests of the United States for an inferior race to breed new offspring that can enter the United States freely. The country that has dispensed dollars all over the world and now, as a special contribution, offers $500 million for Latin America has not found a better way of doing away with hunger in Puerto Rico than to keep the Puerto Ricans from having children. Poor homeland of Albizu Campos. Poor laboratory of hunger and contraceptives, how sad it is to see you with a noose around your neck, submissively following your arrogant blonde master. Shouldn't this give us the material for a new, however short, fairy tale? One that begins like this. Once upon a time, Puerto Rico, the youngest of the independent nations in the Americas, was born in such and such a month in 196_. Thanks to its republican form of government, its eponymous hero, Pedro Albizu Campos, and its efforts, which are greater now, it is buying 4 big feet from a European country so it can begin to walk and get as far away as possible from the henchmen who murdered and tortured its children and tried to make them idiots, henchmen who studied hunger in them just as scientists study hunger in mice and who then tried to castrate them, to wipe them out in order to improve the race. How much we Latin Americans would like to see a fairy tale like this come true. Everybody would go and give the Puerto Ricans advice, don't buy the feet, buddy. You'll do much better if, like us, you buy some false teeth and learn how to bite to draw blood. Published in Verde Olivo magazine, August 7, 1960. Speeches, 1960. Che Guevara gave this speech on July 28, 1960, to the delegates to the Latin American Youth Congress and regional political leaders, including Jacobo Arbenz, former president of Guatemala. It contains the nucleus of the ideas later the subject of his important work, Notes for the Study of the Ideology of the Cuban Revolution, and outlined his concept of solidarity with the peoples of Latin America. Speech to the Latin American Youth Congress. Havana, July 28, 1960. Compañeros of the Americas and the entire world. It would take a long time to extend individual greetings on behalf of our country to each of you, and to each of the countries represented here. We nevertheless want to draw attention to some of those who represent countries afflicted by natural catastrophes or catastrophes caused by imperialism. We would like to extend special greetings to the representative of the Chilean people, Clotario Bletz, whose youthful voice you heard a moment ago. His maturity can serve as an example and a guide to our fellow working people from that unfortunate land, which has been devastated by one of the most terrible earthquakes in history. We would also like to extend special greetings to Jacobo Arbenz, former president of the first Latin American nation Guatemala, to raise its voice fearlessly against colonialism, and to express the cherished desires of its peasant masses, through a deep and courageous agrarian reform. We would like to express our gratitude to him and to the democracy overturned in that country for the example it gave us, and for enabling us to make a correct appreciation of all the weaknesses his government was unable to overcome. In this way, it has been possible for us here in Cuba to get at the root of the matter, and to decapitate with one blow those who held power, as well as the henchmen serving them. We would also like to greet two of the delegations representing countries that perhaps have suffered the most in the Americas. First of all, Puerto Rico, which today, 150 years after freedom was first proclaimed in the Americas, continues to fight to take the first, and perhaps most difficult step of achieving, at least in formal terms, a free government. I ask Puerto Rico's delegates to convey my greetings, and those of all Cuba, to Pedro Albizu Campos. We would like to convey to him our heartfelt respect, our recognition of the example he has shown with his valor, and our fraternal feelings as free men toward a man who, despite being in the dungeons of so-called U.S. democracy, is still free. Although it may seem paradoxical, I would also like to greet today the delegation representing the purest of the U.S. people. I would like to salute them because the U.S. people are not to blame for the barbarity and injustice of their rulers, and because they are innocent victims of the rage of all the peoples of the world, who sometimes confuse a social system with the people of that country. All of Cuba, myself included, open our arms to the individuals and the delegations, to show you what is good here and what is bad, what has been achieved and what has yet to be achieved, the road traveled and the road ahead. Because even though all of you come to deliberate at this Latin American Youth Congress on behalf of your respective countries, I am sure each of you also comes here full of curiosity to find out exactly what is this phenomenon of the Cuban Revolution, born on a Caribbean island. Many of you, from diverse political tendencies, will ask yourselves, as you did yesterday and as perhaps you will do tomorrow, what is the Cuban Revolution? What is its ideology? Immediately the question will arise, as it always does, among both adherents and adversaries, is the Cuban Revolution communist? Some say yes, hoping the answer is yes, or that the revolution is heading in that direction. Others, disappointed perhaps, will also think the answer is yes. There will be disappointed people who believe the answer is no, as well as those who hope the answer is no. I might be asked whether this revolution you see is a communist revolution. After the usual explanations about communism, leaving aside the hackneyed accusations by imperialism and the colonial powers, who confuse everything, I would answer that if this revolution is Marxist, and listen well that I say Marxist, it is because the revolution discovered, by its own methods, the road pointed out by Marx. In saluting the Cuban Revolution recently, Vice Premier Anastas Mikoyan, one of the leading figures of the Soviet Union and a lifelong Marxist, said that the revolution was a phenomenon Marx had not foreseen. He noted that life teaches more than the wisest books and the most profound thinkers. The Cuban Revolution was moving forward, without worrying about labels, without checking what others were saying about it, but constantly scrutinizing what the Cuban people wanted of it. The revolution quickly found that it had achieved, or was on the way to achieving, the happiness of its people, and that it had also become the object of inquisitive looks from friend and foe alike, hopeful looks from an entire continent, and furious looks from the king of monopolies. This did not come about overnight. Permit me to relate some of my own experience, an experience that could help many people in similar circumstances gain an understanding of how our current revolutionary thinking came about. Even though there is certainly continuity, the Cuban Revolution you see today is not the Cuban Revolution of yesterday, even after the victory. Much less is it the Cuban insurrection prior to our victory, when those 82 youths made the difficult crossing of the Gulf of Mexico in December 1956 in a leaky boat to reach the shores of the Sierra Maestra. Between those young people and the representatives of Cuba today there is a distance that cannot be accurately measured in years, with 24-hour days and 60-minute hours. All the members of the Cuban government, young in age, young in character, and young in the illusions they held, have nevertheless matured in an extraordinary school of experience, in living contact with the people and with their needs and aspirations. Our collective hope had been to arrive one day somewhere in Cuba, and after a few shouts, a few heroic actions, a few deaths and a few radio broadcasts, to take power and drive out the dictator Batista. History showed us it was far more difficult to overthrow a government backed and partnered by an army of murderers, and backed by the greatest colonial power on earth. Little by little, each of our ideas changed. We, the children of the cities, learned to respect the peasants. We learned to respect their sense of independence, their loyalty. We learned to recognize their age-old yearning for the land that had been snatched from them, and to recognize their experience in the thousand paths across the hills. From us, the peasants learned how valuable someone is when they have a rifle in their hand, and when they are prepared to fire that rifle at another person, regardless of how many rifles that other person has. The peasants taught us their know-how, and we taught the peasants our sense of rebellion. From that moment until now, and forever, the peasants of Cuba and the rebel forces of Cuba today, the Cuban revolutionary government, have united as one. The revolution continued to progress, and we drove the troops of the dictatorship from the steep slopes of the Sierra Maestra. We came face to face with another reality of Cuba, the workers both in agricultural and industrial centers. We learned from them, too, while we taught them that at the right moment, a well-aimed shot fired at the right person is much more powerful and effective than the most powerful and effective peaceful demonstration. We learned the value of organization, while again we taught the value of rebellion. Out of this, organized rebellion arose throughout the entire territory of Cuba. By then much time had passed. Many deaths marked the road of our victory, many in combat, others innocent victims. The imperialist forces began to see there was something more than a group of bandits in the heights of the Sierra Maestra, something more than a group of ambitious assailants arrayed against the ruling power. The imperialists generously offered their bombs, bullets, planes, and tanks to the dictatorship. With those tanks in the lead, the government's forces again attempted, for the last time, to ascend the Sierra Maestra. By then, columns of our forces had already left the Sierra to take over other regions of Cuba and had formed the Frank Pay's Second Eastern Front under Commander Raúl Castro. We were winning over public opinion. We were now headline material in the international pages of newspapers from every corner of the world. Yet despite all this, the Cuban Revolution at that time possessed only 200 rifles, not 200 men, but 200 rifles to stop the regime's last offensive, in which the dictatorship amassed 10,000 soldiers and every type of instrument of death. Each one those 200 rifles carries a history of sacrifice and blood. They were rifles of imperialism that the blood and determination of our martyrs dignified and transformed into rifles of the people. In this way, the last stage of the army's great offensive unfolded, under the name of encirclement and annihilation. What I am saying to you, young people from throughout the Americas who are diligent and eager to learn, is that if today we are putting into practice what is known as Marxism, it is because we discovered it here. In those days, after defeating the dictatorship's troops and inflicting 1,000 casualties on their ranks, 5 times as many casualties as the sum total of our combat forces, and after seizing more than 600 weapons, a small pamphlet written by Mao Zedong fell into our hands. The pamphlet dealt with strategic problems of the Revolutionary War in China and described the campaigns that the dictator Chiang Kai-shek carried out against the popular forces, which just like here were called campaigns of encirclement and annihilation. Not only had the same words been used on opposite sides of the globe to describe their campaigns, but both dictators had resorted to the same types of campaigns to try to destroy the popular forces. The popular forces here, without knowing of the manuals already written about the strategy and tactics of guerrilla warfare, used the same methods as those used on the opposite side of the world to combat the dictatorship's forces. Naturally, when somebody lives through an experience, that experience can be utilized by somebody else. But it is also possible to go through the same experience without knowing of the earlier one. We were unaware of the experiences the Chinese troops accumulated during 20 years of struggle in their territory. But we knew our own territory, we knew our enemy, and we used something every person has on their shoulders, which is worth a lot if they know how to use it. We used our heads to guide our fight against the enemy. As a result, we defeated it. The westward moves came later, and the breaking of Batista's communication lines, and the crushing fall of the dictatorship when no one expected it. Then came January 1, 1959, and the revolution, without thinking about what had been written, but hearing what was needed from the lips of the people, decided first and foremost to punish the guilty, and it did so. Immediately the colonial powers splashed the story all over the front pages, calling it murder, immediately trying to do what imperialists always try to do, sow division. Communist murderers are killing people, they said. There is, however, a naive patriot, Fidel Castro, who had nothing to do with it and can be saved. In this way they tried to sow divisions among those who had fought for the same cause. They maintained this hope for some time. One day they happened upon the agrarian reform law, and saw that it was much more violent and profound than the law their very intellectual, self-appointed advisors had counseled. All of those advisors, by the way, are today in Miami or some other U.S. city, like Pepin Rivero of Diario de la Marina, or Medrano of Prensa Libre. Others, including a prime minister in our government, also counseled great moderation, saying, one must handle such things with moderation. Moderation is one of those words the agents of colonialism like to use. Those who are afraid, or who think of betraying in one way or another, are moderates. In no sense, however, are the people moderate. The advice given was to divide up Marabu land. Marabu is a wild shrub that plagues our fields, and have the peasants cut Marabu with machetes, or settle in swamps, or grab pieces of public land that might somehow have escaped the voraciousness of the large landowners. To touch the holdings of the large landowners was a sin greater than anything they imagined to be possible. But it was possible. I recall a conversation I had in those days with a gentleman who said he had no problems at all with the revolutionary government because he owned only 900 caballerías. 900 caballerías comes to more than 10,000 hectares, 25,000 acres. This gentleman, of course, did eventually have problems with the revolutionary government. His lands were seized, divided up, and turned over to individual peasants. In addition, cooperatives were created on lands where agricultural workers were already beginning to work collectively for a wage. This is one of the peculiar features of the Cuban Revolution that must be studied. For the first time in Latin America, a revolution carried out an agrarian reform that attacked property relations other than feudal ones. There were feudal remnants in the tobacco and coffee industries, and in these areas land was turned over to individuals who had been working small plots and wanted their land. But given how sugarcane, rice, and cattle were cultivated and worked in Cuba, that land was seized as a unit and worked by workers who were granted joint ownership. Those workers are not owners of single parcels of land, but of the whole great joint enterprise called a cooperative. This has enabled our far-reaching agrarian reform to move rapidly. Each of you should let it sink in, as an incontrovertible truth, that no government here in Latin America can call itself revolutionary unless its first measure is agrarian reform. A government that says it will implement timid agrarian reform cannot call itself revolutionary. A revolutionary government carries out agrarian reform that transforms the system of property relations, that does not just give peasants unused land, but primarily gives peasants land that was in use, land that belonged to large landowners, the best land with the greatest yield, land that, moreover, had been stolen from the peasants in past epochs. That is agrarian reform, and that is how all revolutionary governments must begin. On the basis of agrarian reform, the great battle for the industrialization of a country can be waged, a battle that is very complicated, in which one must fight against very big things. We could very easily fail, as in the past, if it weren't for the existence of very great forces in the world today that are friends of small nations like ours. I must note here, for everyone's benefit, for those who like it and those who hate it, that at the present time countries like Cuba, revolutionary, non-moderate countries, cannot respond half-heartedly as to whether the Soviet Union or the People's Republic of China are our friends. They must answer with all their might that the Soviet Union, China, and all the socialist countries are our friends, as are many colonial or semi-colonial countries that have freed themselves. These friendships with governments throughout the world is why it is possible to carry out a revolution in Latin America. When the imperialists carried out aggression against us using sugar and petroleum, the Soviet Union was there to give us petroleum and to buy sugar from us. Without that, we would have needed all our strength, all our faith, and the devotion of the people, which is enormous, to withstand the blow this would have signified. These measures taken by U.S. democracy against this threat to the free world would have had huge effects on the living standards of the Cuban people, and the forces of disunity would have done their work, viciously playing on the effects. There are government leaders in Latin America who still advise us to lick the hand that wants to hit us, to spit on the one who wants to help us. We answer these government leaders who, in the middle of the 20th century, recommend bowing our heads. We say, first of all, that Cuba does not bow down before anyone. Secondly, we say that Cuba, from its own experience, knows the weaknesses and defects of the governments advising this approach, and the rulers of these countries know them, too. They know them very well. Nevertheless, Cuba has not deigned or allowed itself, or thought it permissible, to advise the rulers of these countries to shoot every traitorous official or nationalize all the monopoly holdings in their countries. The people of Cuba shot their murderers and dissolved the army of the dictatorship. Yet they have not been telling governments in Latin America to put the murderers of the people before firing squads or to stop propping up dictatorships. Cuba knows there are murderers in each one of these nations. We can attest to that fact because a Cuban belonging to our own movement, Andrés Cobo, was killed, in a friendly country, Venezuela, by henchmen left over from the previous dictatorship. We do not ask that they put the person who assassinated one of our members before a firing squad, although we would have done so in this country. What we ask, simply, is that if it is not possible to act with solidarity in the Americas, at least don't be a traitor to the Americas. Let no one in the Americas parrot the notion that we are bound to a continental alliance that includes our great enslaver. That is the most cowardly and denigrating lie a ruler in Latin America can utter. We, the entire people of Cuba who belong to the Cuban Revolution, call our friends friends, and our enemies enemies. We do not allow for halfway terms. One is either a friend or an enemy. We, the people of Cuba, don't tell any nation on earth what they should do with, for example, the International Monetary Fund. But we will not tolerate them coming to tell us what to do. We know what has to be done. If they want to do what we would do, good. If not, that is up to them. We will not tolerate anyone telling us what to do. We were here on our own until the last moment, awaiting the direct aggression of the mightiest power in the capitalist world, and we did not ask for help from anyone. We were prepared, together with our people, to resist through to the final consequences of our rebel spirit. We can speak with our heads held high, and with very clear voices, in all the congresses and councils where our brothers of the world meet. When the Cuban Revolution speaks, it may make mistakes, but it will never tell a lie. In every place where it speaks, the Cuban Revolution expresses the truths that its sons and daughters have learned, and it does so openly to its friends and its enemies alike. It never throws stones from behind corners, it never gives advice containing daggers cloaked in velvet. We are subject to attacks. We are attacked a great deal because of what we are. But we are attacked much, much more because we show to each nation of the Americas what is possible. What is important for imperialism more than Cuba's nickel mines or sugar mills, Venezuela's oil, Mexico's cotton, Chile's copper, Argentina's cattle, Paraguay's grasslands or Brazil's coffee is the totality of these raw materials upon which the monopolies feed. They place obstacles in our path every chance they get, and when they themselves are unable to erect obstacles, others in Latin America are unfortunately willing to do so. Names are not important, because no single individual is to blame. We cannot say that Venezuelan President Betancourt is to blame for the death of our compatriot and co-thinker Andrés Cobo. President Betancourt is not to blame, he is simply a prisoner of a regime that calls itself democratic. That democratic regime could have set another example in Latin America, but it nevertheless committed the great mistake of not using the firing squad in a timely way. Today the democratic government of Venezuela is again a prisoner of the henchmen Venezuela was familiar with a short while ago and with whom Cuba was familiar, and with whom the majority of Latin America remains familiar. We cannot blame President Betancourt for this death. We can only say the following, supported by our record as revolutionaries and by our conviction as revolutionaries: the day President Betancourt, elected by his people, feels himself a prisoner to such a degree that he cannot go forward and decides to ask the help of a fraternal people, Cuba is here to show Venezuela some of our experiences in the field of revolution. President Betancourt should know that it was not and could not have been our diplomatic representative who started the affair that ended in a death. It was the North Americans, or in the final analysis the U.S. government. A bit closer to the events, it was Batista's men, and closer still, it was those dressed up in anti-Batista clothing, the U.S. government's reserve forces in this country, who wanted to defeat Batista yet maintain the system, people like José Miro Cardona, Miguel Angel Quevedo, Pedro Luis Diaz-Lanz and Huber Matos. In direct line of sight it was the reactionary forces operating in Venezuela. It is very sad to say, but the leader of Venezuela is at the mercy of his own troops, who may at any moment try to assassinate him, as happened a while ago in the case of the car packed with dynamite. The Venezuelan president, at this moment, is a prisoner of his repressive forces. This hurts, because the Cuban people received from Venezuela the greatest amount of solidarity and support when we were in the Sierra Maestra. It hurts, because much earlier than us Venezuela was able to rid itself of the hateful and oppressive system represented by Marcos Pérez Jiménez. It hurts, because when our delegations went to Venezuela, first Fidel Castro, and later our President Dorticos, they received great demonstrations of support and affection. A people that has achieved the high degree of political consciousness, that has the high fighting spirit of the Venezuelan people, will not remain prisoners of a few bayonets or bullets for long. Bullets and bayonets can change hands, and the murderers themselves can wind up dead. But it is not my mission to list here all the stabs in the back we have received from Latin American governments in recent days and to add fuel to the fire of rebellion. That is not my task because, in the first place, Cuba is still not free of danger. Today Cuba is still the focus of the imperialists' attention in this part of the world. Cuba needs your solidarity, the solidarity of those from the Democratic Action Party in Venezuela, the ORD Democratic Republican Union, and the Communists, and COPI Independent Political Electoral Committee, and any other party. It needs the solidarity of the Mexican people, the Colombian people, the Brazilian people and the people of every nation in Latin America. The colonialists are scared. They, like everyone else, are afraid of missiles, they too are afraid of bombs. Today they see, for the first time in their history, that bombs of destruction can also fall on their families, on everything they have built with so much love as far as anyone can love wealth and riches. They began to make estimates, they put their electronic calculators to work, and they saw the setup would be self-defeating. This in no way means that they have renounced the suppression of Cuban democracy. Once again they are making laborious estimates on their calculating machines as to which of the available methods is best for attacking the Cuban Revolution. They have the methods of Honduras, Nicaragua, Haiti. For the moment, they do not have the Dominican method. They also have the mercenaries in Florida, the OAS Organization of American States and many other methods. And they have power to continue improving these methods. Former President Arbenz and his people know they had many methods and a great deal of might. Unfortunately for Guatemala, President Arbenz had an army of the old style, and was not fully aware of the solidarity of the peoples and their capacity to repel any type of aggression. One of our greatest strengths is being exerted throughout the world regardless of partisan differences in any country, the strength to defend the Cuban Revolution at any given moment. Permit me to say this is a duty of Latin America's youth. What we have here in Cuba is something new and it's worth studying. You will have to assess what is good here for yourselves. There are many bad things, I know. There is a lot of disorganization, I know. If you have been to the Sierra Maestra, then you already know this. We still use guerrilla methods, I know. We lack technicians in necessary numbers commensurate to our aspirations, I know. Our army has still not reached the necessary degree of maturity, and the militia members have not achieved sufficient coordination to constitute themselves as an army, I know. But what I also know, and I want all of you to know, is that this revolution has always acted with the will of the entire people of Cuba. Every peasant and worker who handles a rifle poorly is working every day to handle it better, to defend their revolution. And if at this moment they can't understand the complicated workings of a machine whose technician fled to the United States, then they are studying every day to learn it, so their factory runs better. The peasants are studying their tractor, to fix its mechanical problems, so the fields of their cooperative yield more. All Cubans, from both the city and country, share the same sentiments and are marching toward the future, totally united in their thinking, with a leader they have absolute confidence in because he has shown in 1,000 battles and on 1,000 different occasions his capacity for sacrifice and the power and foresight of his thought. The nation before you today might disappear from the face of the earth because a nuclear conflict may be unleashed on its account, and it might be the first target. Even if this entire island were to disappear along with its inhabitants, Cuba's people would consider themselves satisfied and fulfilled if each of you, upon returning to your countries, would say, "Here we are." Our words come from the humid air of the Cuban forests. We have climbed the Sierra Maestra and seen the dawn, and our minds and our hands are filled with the seeds of that dawn. We are prepared to plant them in this land, and defend them so they can grow. From all the sister countries of the Americas, and from our own land, if it should still remain standing as an example, from such a moment on and forever, the voice of the peoples will answer, "Thus it shall be, let freedom triumph in every corner of the Americas." In support of the Declaration of Havana. Camagüey, September 18, 1960. In a mass assembly in Havana on September 2, 1960, the people of Cuba adopted the Declaration of Havana, which denounced U.S. maneuvers against Cuba and ratified Cuba's sovereign determination to proclaim its full independence. It was a historic moment, because Washington immediately began to blackmail other Latin American nations into denouncing Cuba at the Organization of American States, actions that finally led nearly all the countries in the region to break with the Cuban revolutionary government. Che Guevara addressed a mass rally in Camagüey on September 18, 1960, which adopted the same declaration. Compañeros. Once again, the people and representatives of the revolutionary government of Cuba have met to talk about the latest events that have taken place in this part of the world, in the Americas, and to place before you, for your consideration and possible ratification, the resolution of the People's General Assembly in Havana. It is good to recall that the Declaration of Havana, as it will be known from now on in history, is the reply of the Cuban people, meeting in a General Assembly, to the imperialist acts of aggression that the master herder and his Latin American lackeys devised in San Jose, Costa Rica. It is also good to remember that all of the revolutionary advances that have been made in the past year and a half, a period filled with very important events for the history of Latin America, constitute a steady response by the people to acts of aggression both from abroad and from inside Cuba by large landowners and other counter-revolutionaries. Just after January 1, 1959, we began executing the war criminals who had been convicted of having committed terrible crimes against humanity. Then the U.S. press and the mercenary press in Latin America unleashed their first campaigns against us, condemning the executions in the name of humanity, that same humanity they ignored here in Cuba, as in many other parts of Latin America, when the people were being pitilessly assassinated. The revolutionary government's response was to call all of the people together in front of Havana's Palace of Government for them to decide whether or not they wanted revolutionary justice. And you will remember that the entire people spoke out for revolutionary justice and against foreigners meddling in our laws and our development. When the Agrarian Reform Law was passed, a campaign immediately began and is still going on against all the members of the government, accusing us of having committed iniquitous crimes and also accusing us of being a beachhead of international communism here in Latin America. Among other things, they accused us of having a missile base in Camagüey, of having a submarine base south of our island and of launching attacks against the Colossus of the North. It seems they really considered us a dangerous adversary. Now, when the United Nations is opening another session of the General Assembly, there are only 4 leaders in the whole world that have the exalted privilege and great honor of being detested by the US plutocracy, and one of those 4 leaders is precisely our Prime Minister Fidel Castro. We should be asking ourselves, what is it about Fidel that worries the US authorities so much? What is it about the people of Cuba, a small, underdeveloped island as they describe us with a population of only around 6 million, that makes the United States hate us just as much as the Soviet Union, which has a population of over 200 million, possesses the most powerful means of destruction on Earth, has the most powerful army in the world and is the declared enemy of the United States? What is it about Cuba that makes the United States compare it with the People's Republic of China, which has 650 million inhabitants, the nation with the largest population on Earth and is the second greatest power in the socialist world? What is it about Cuba? What is the danger posed by the Cuban Revolution? Men and women of Camagüey, the danger posed by the Cuban Revolution is you and me. The danger is that what we're doing may spread throughout Latin America, that the custom of talking with the people and asking the people's advice whenever necessary may spread through Latin America. Because, if you ask the people of Latin America what should be done with the large landowners, all of them will give the same answer as you, all of them will denounce large land holdings. And if you ask the people of Latin America who their enemy is, who has sabotaged their development for 50 years and who has installed rulers such as Trujillo and Somoza who have massacred their people, all of the Latin American people will say that the US government is guilty of the most terrible crimes. They will say that the US government has promoted genocide in Latin America and still uses its rifles, as Batista did here, to maintain the system of oppression by a few over the people as a whole. This is why they fear us and why they want to isolate and destroy us. They are very afraid that our example will spread, that cooperatives will flourish, large land holdings will be broken up and bearded guerrillas will appear all over Latin America. They are afraid that the Andes will become another Sierra Maestra. That is what the US authorities fear, our example. They know just as well as you do that what they have said about missiles in Camagüey and about a submarine base are lies. They know that this government has not sold out to any other government on the face of the earth and that if the Soviet Union or the government of the People's Republic of China or any other power on earth should ever make its assistance to us dependent on our giving up a part of our sovereignty or our honor, Cuba would immediately break with them. We have accepted assistance from the Soviet Union and the hand of friendship that all of the socialist powers have extended to us, because they have offered that assistance and friendship without attaching any political strings to it. They know we don't have the same conditions they have, they know that socialism has not been established here. They simply offer us their assistance so we can continue along the path we have freely chosen, and this is why we have accepted it, because no stipulations have dishonored that assistance, because these weapons that you see are weapons that the government of the Republic of Czechoslovakia sold to us unconditionally. There is no pact of any kind that restricts us in the use of these weapons, they are ours, to be used in defending our sovereignty. There are no other stipulations limiting their use. The history of these weapons is another thing the United States does not like. Why are these weapons here? Did we try to get them from Czechoslovakia right from the start, or don't the US authorities remember how we went from one European country to another, trying to buy weapons and planes, and how we took up a collection among the people to be able to buy these planes and these weapons? What was the imperialists' response? They pressured all the European governments in their sphere of influence not to let even a single bullet reach Cuba, and the last government that stood firm against the empire's pressures, it maintained that position up until recently, has now told us that it won't send us any more rifles. We had the choice of accepting assistance from the socialist countries and being attacked as communists, or doing nothing here and being wiped out as fools. It's been a long time, compañeros, since the Cuban people could be fooled with words, promises and empty posturing. When we were faced with that dilemma, we accepted the challenge, and here are the Czech weapons. Soon, planes from any power willing to sell them to us will be flying here, and there will be tanks from other powers, and cannon, bazookas, machine guns, and ammunition of all kinds for those weapons, bought from whoever will sell them to us. This is another example that the US authorities don't like. The same thing happened with Guatemalan democracy some time ago. One fine day the Guatemalans weren't sold any more weapons, the rifles began to age, and the cartridges began to run out, and that democracy began to look for weapons with which to defend itself against the attack that was being prepared precisely by the people who would no longer sell them weapons. And when, in the end, exercising its legitimate right to do so, it bought a handful of rifles from a socialist country, it was attacked, because the United States wouldn't allow a communist base to exist so close to the Panama Canal. And then the pirate planes that were allowed to leave Panamanian airports without any insignia pitilessly bombed the Guatemalan people until the aggressors subjugated the government and plunged that country into the poverty and ignominy in which it exists to this day. That is what the US authorities want. When they see the example of Cuba, they suffer greatly, because those bestial reactions are the spawn of spite, the spawn of the suffering of those who see their imperial privileges reduced once and for all. Without any right to do so, they are trying to confine Fidel Castro to a tiny part of Cuba's territory, they are also trying to assassinate him, if possible. They are trying to destroy our democracy, they would like to trample on and massacre our people. When they learned about the Soviet missiles, they controlled their fury and replaced all the insults they had planned to hurl against our people with high-sounding words. That is why they're like this. Just like wild beasts that become more dangerous and more aggressive when they are wounded and restrained. That is what US imperialism is like now, restrained by the forces all over the world that want their liberation. The people are clamoring for their freedom and fighting against the puppet governments, which are threatened with losing their privileges, threatened with losing all the wealth they amassed from the sweat and blood of the people. That is why they're like this. Why they're bellowing from impotence and attacking anybody within striking distance, like mad dogs. In view of all this and aware of the importance of the Declaration of Havana, considering all this background and the reasons for this declaration, I will now read it. When I have finished reading it, raise your hands if you agree with what it says. Declaration of Havana. The people of Cuba, free territory of America, acting with the inalienable powers that flow from an effective exercise of their sovereignty through direct, public, and universal suffrage, have formed themselves in a National General Assembly beside the monument and memory of José Martí. The National General Assembly of the Cuban people, as its sovereign act and as an expression of the sentiments of the people of our America states. First, condemns in its entirety the so-called Declaration of San José, Costa Rica, a document that, under dictation from US imperialism, offends the sovereignty and dignity of other peoples of the continent and the right of each nation to self-determination. Second, the National General Assembly of the Cuban people strongly condemns US imperialism for its gross and criminal domination, lasting for more than a century, of all the peoples of Latin America, who more than once have seen the soil of Mexico, Nicaragua, Haiti, Santo Domingo, and Cuba invaded, who have lost to a greedy imperialism such wide and rich lands as Texas, such vital strategic zones as the Panama Canal, and even, as in the case of Puerto Rico, entire countries converted into territories of occupation, who have suffered the insults of the Marines toward our wives and daughters and toward the most cherished memorials of the history of our lands, among them the figure of José Martí. This domination, built upon superior military power, upon unfair treaties and upon the shameful collaboration of traitorous governments, has for more than 100 years made of our America the America that Bolívar, Hidalgo, Juárez, San Martín, O'Higgins, Tiradentes, Sucre, and Martí wished to see free, a zone of exploitation, a backyard in the financial and political Yankee empire, a reserve supply of votes in international organizations where we of the Latin American countries have always been regarded as beasts of burden to a rough and brutal North that despises us. The National General Assembly of the Cuban people declares that Latin American governments betray the ideals of independence, destroy the sovereignty of their peoples and obstruct a true solidarity among our countries by accepting this demonstrated and continued domination. For such reasons, this assembly, in the name of the Cuban people, with the same spirit of liberation that moved the immortal fathers of our countries, rejects this domination, thereby fulfilling the hope and the will of the Latin American peoples. Third, the National General Assembly of the Cuban people also rejects the attempt to perpetuate the Monroe Doctrine, until now utilized to extend the domination in America of greedy imperialists, and to inject more easily the poison of loans, canals, and railroads, as denounced by José Martí long ago. Therefore, in defiance of that false Pan-Americanism that is merely the prostration of spineless governments before Washington and rule over the interest of our peoples by the Yankee monopolies, this Assembly of the Cuban people proclaims the liberating Latin Americanism of Martí and Benito Juárez. Furthermore, while extending the hand of friendship to the people of the United States, a people that includes persecuted intellectuals, blacks threatened with lynching, and workers subjected to the control of gangsters, this assembly reaffirms its will to march with the whole world and not just a part of it. Fourth, the National General Assembly of the Cuban people declares that the spontaneous offer of the Soviet Union to help Cuba if imperialist military forces attack our country cannot be considered an act of intervention, but rather an open act of solidarity. Such support, offered to Cuba in the face of an imminent attack by the Pentagon, honors the government of the Soviet Union as much as cowardly and criminal aggressions against Cuba dishonor the government of the United States. Therefore, this National General Assembly of the Cuban people declares before America and the world that it accepts with gratitude the help of rockets from the Soviet Union should our territory be invaded by military forces from the United States. Fifth, the National General Assembly of the Cuban people denies absolutely that there has existed on the part of the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China any aim to make use of the economic, political, and social situation in Cuba, in order to break continental unity and to endanger hemispheric unity. From the first to the last volley, from the first to the last of the 20,000 martyrs who fell in the struggle to overthrow tyranny and win power for the revolution, from the first to the last revolutionary law, from the first to the last act of the revolution, the people of Cuba have acted of their own free will. Therefore, no grounds exist for blaming either the Soviet Union or the People's Republic of China for the existence of a revolution that is the just response of Cuba to crimes and injuries perpetrated by imperialism in America. On the contrary, the National General Assembly of the Cuban people believes that the peace and security of the hemisphere and of the world are endangered by the policy of the U.S. government, which forces the governments of Latin America to imitate it. This U.S. policy seeks to isolate the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China, and engage in aggressive and provocative acts, systematically excluding the People's Republic of China from the United Nations, despite the fact that it represents nearly all the 600 million inhabitants of China. Therefore, the National General Assembly of the Cuban people confirms its policy of friendship with all the peoples of the world and reaffirms its intention of establishing diplomatic relations with, among others, the socialist countries of the world. From this moment this assembly expresses its free and sovereign will to establish relations with the People's Republic of China, therefore rescinding relations with the puppet regime maintained in Formosa, Taiwan by the 7th Fleet of the United States. Sixth, the National General Assembly of the Cuban people, confident that it is expressing the general opinion of the people of Latin America, affirms that democracy is not compatible with financial oligarchy, with discrimination against blacks, with outrages by the Ku Klux Klan, nor with the persecution that drove scientists like Oppenheimer from their posts, deprived the world for years of the marvelous voice of Paul Robeson, held prisoner in his own country, and sent the Rosenbergs to their death against the protests of a shocked world, including the appeals of many governments and even Pope Pius XII. The National General Assembly of the Cuban people expresses the Cuban conviction that democracy does not consist solely of elections that are nearly always managed by rich landowners and professional politicians in order to produce fictitious results, but rather in the right of citizens to determine their own destiny, as this assembly of the people is now doing. Furthermore, democracy will come to exist in Latin America only when people are really free to make choices, when the poor are not reduced by hunger, social discrimination, illiteracy, and the judicial system to the most wretched impotence. Therefore, the National General Assembly of the Cuban people condemns the backward and inhuman system of latifundia, large, poorly cultivated holdings of land, a source of misery and poverty for the rural population, condemns the starvation wages and the heartless exploitation of human labor by illegitimate and privileged interests, condemns the illiteracy, the absence of teachers, schools, doctors, and hospitals, and the lack of care for the aged that prevail in the countries of the Americas, condemns discrimination against blacks and Indians, condemns the inequality and exploitation of women, condemns the military and political oligarchies that keep our peoples wretched, and hinder the full exercise of their sovereignty and their progress toward democracy, condemns the concession of the natural resources of our countries to foreign monopolies as handouts, disregarding the interests of the people, condemns governments that render homage to Washington while they ignore the sentiments of their own people, condemns the systematic deception of the people by the press and other media serving the interests of political oligarchies and the imperialist oppressor, condemns the monopoly of news by agencies that are the instruments of Washington and of U.S. trusts, condemns repressive laws that deter workers, peasants, students, and intellectuals, who together form a majority in every country, from joining together to seek patriotic and social goals, condemns the monopolies and imperialist enterprises that plunder our resources, exploit our workers and peasants, bleed our economies and keep them backward while subjecting politics in Latin America to their own designs and interests. Finally, the National General Assembly of the Cuban people condemns the exploitation of human beings and the exploitation of underdeveloped countries by imperialist finance capital. In consequence, the National General Assembly of the Cuban people proclaims before the Americas the right of peasants to the land, the right of the workers to the fruit of their labor, the right of children to education, the right of the sick to receive medical and hospital care, the right of youth to a job, the right of students to free education that is both practical and scientific, the right of blacks and Indians to a full measure of human dignity, the right of women to civil, social, and political equality, the right of the elderly to a secure old age, the right of intellectuals, artists and scientists to fight through their work for a better world, the right of states to nationalize imperialist monopolies as a means of recovering national wealth and resources, the right of countries to engage freely in trade with all other countries of the world, the right of nations to full sovereignty, the right of the people to convert their fortresses into schools and to arm their workers, peasants, students, intellectuals, blacks, Indians, women, the young, the old, all the oppressed and exploited, that they themselves may better defend their rights and their destiny. 7th, the National General Assembly of the Cuban people affirms the duty of workers, peasants, students, intellectuals, blacks, Indians, youth, women, the aged, to fight for their economic, political, and social rights, the duty of oppressed and exploited nations to fight for their liberation, the duty of every people to make common cause with all other oppressed, exploited, colonized, and afflicted peoples, wherever they are located, regardless of distance or geographical separation. All peoples of the world are brothers. 8th, the National General Assembly of the Cuban people affirms its faith that Latin America, united and victorious, will soon be free of the bonds that now make its economies rich spoils for U.S. imperialism, that keep its true voice from being heard at conferences, where cowed ministers form a sordid chorus to the despotic masters. The Assembly affirms, therefore, its decision to work for this common Latin American destiny, which will allow our countries to build a true solidarity, founded on the free decision of each and the common goals of all. In this fight for a liberated Latin America there now arises with invincible power against the obedient voice of those who hold office as usurpers the genuine voice of the people, a voice that breaks forth from the depths of coal and tin mines, from factories and sugar mills, from feudal lands where rotos, cholos, gauchos, jibaros, the heirs of Zapata and Sandino, take up the arms of liberty, a voice heard in poets and novelists, in students, in women and in children, in the old and helpless. To this voice of our brothers and sisters the Assembly of the People of Cuba responds, we are ready. Cuba will not fail. Cuba is here today to proclaim before Latin America and the world its historic commitment and irrevocable resolution, homeland or death. 9th, the National General Assembly of the Cuban people resolves that this declaration will be known as the Declaration of Havana. Before proceeding to a vote on whether or not to ratify this declaration by the National General Assembly of the Cuban people, I would like to comment on each of its most important points. This is a historic declaration that will live on as long as there is history in the world. This is the first cry of true, reasoned freedom that a Latin American people has addressed to the entire world. It exposes, and this is important, the true essence of U.S. democracy. It is the democracy in which the great black singer and actor Paul Robeson was kept sometimes in prison and sometimes in what those who don't think like the imperialist oppressors consider a larger prison, the United States, because he was black and because he struggled for recognition of black people's right to be treated as human beings. U.S. democracy is the democracy that murdered the Rosenbergs but which, before killing them on the charge of espionage, gave them a terrible choice. That husband and wife, honest intellectuals who had earned their daily bread by working, were condemned to death but could have saved themselves. The only condition which imperialism always demands was that they renounce their self-respect. If they had confessed that they were the agents of a foreign power, if they had confessed to a crime they hadn't committed, they could have saved themselves. But instead they proclaimed their innocence to the world and were condemned and executed. That is the essence of U.S. democracy, hypocrisy as the norm for action. That couple left the world a simple, emotional memory when they said that, although they were young, had children, loved life and didn't want to die, the price they were asked to pay for their lives was too great, and they preferred death. That was the reply of the Rosenbergs, who were condemned in the period when McCarthyism was spreading throughout the United States, condemned because their accusers considered them communists and for being Jews. U.S. democracy is the setting in which blacks are lynched in the South, a black boy is lynched for having looked too long at a white woman, divisions are established among people and individuals beat and massacre all who oppose them. And it is very clear that, if you approve this resolution of this General Assembly, you will be making the same choice as the Rosenbergs. Life is very beautiful, and it's worth living. But if the price that is asked for life is a people's honor, then it's preferable to die. That is the choice that is presented at the end of the Declaration of Havana, stated simply in just 3 words, homeland or death. Moreover, the Declaration of Havana takes a stand on 2 of the worst plagues ever to afflict humanity. One is the system of large land holdings, which is intrinsically exploitative, denouncing it in all its forms for being detrimental to self-respect. Furthermore, for the first time in Latin America and before the entire world, basing itself above all on the people, the Declaration of Havana states something that all of us have wanted to hear for many years. It denounces the exploitation of human beings by others and declares that the people's main goal is that such exploitation be completely eliminated, so that nobody exploits even one of the citizens of any country. That is our goal, the goal for which the best people in the world have struggled for years and for which many martyrs have died in every country in the world. If you, the members of this Assembly of the People of Camagüey, agree with all of the statements in the Declaration of Havana, if you denounce the system of large land holdings, if you denounce self-styled U.S. democracy as false and as something that exploits the peoples, and if you declare that the people's main goal is the abolition of the exploitation of human beings by others, raise your hands. Well, compañeros, the Declaration of Havana has been approved by acclamation. Now, I am going to read you the text of a telegram addressed to our Prime Minister setting forth the conclusions we have reached today, for your approval. If you approve it, the telegram will say the following. Commander Fidel Castro Ruz, Prime Minister of the Revolutionary Government of Cuba. In the same square in which, more than a century ago, Joaquim de Aguero, José Tomás Betancourt, Fernando de Zayas and Miguel Benavides gave their lives fighting for their homeland's social justice and political freedom. The people of Camagüey, constituted in a provincial General Assembly, resolve, first, to ratify the historic Declaration of Havana in all its points, second, to support its firm stand in the denunciation of U.S. imperialism's exploitation of the underdeveloped peoples of Latin America and the rest of the world, third, to call on the General Assembly of the United Nations to put an end to U.S. imperialism's bellicose plans and thus facilitate the definitive attainment of world peace, and, fourth, to pledge, by the example of Ignacio Agramonte and all the others who gave their lives fighting for our people's happiness, to remain united and determined to defend our homeland's soil against all attacks by the brutal and turbulent North that scorns us. With the flags of our homeland unfurled, Camagüey proclaims, "We will win. Homeland or death." I submit the text of this telegram for your consideration. Those in favor, raise your hands. Firmly convinced that this Provincial General Assembly of Camagüey will be followed by others, supported by the workers, peasants, students, intellectuals, and people as a whole and by the rifles of our Revolutionary Army and militias, I declare this First General Assembly of the people of Camagüey concluded. Now, let's sing our glorious national anthem. Farewell to the International Volunteer Work Brigades. September 30, 1960. Compañeros of Cuba and from every country in the world who have come to the foothills of the Sierra Maestra to deliver a message of solidarity with the Cuban Revolution. This is a day of joy and of youth, but also a sad day of farewell. Today, we are bidding farewell to the compañeros from all over the world, who came here to work for the Cuban Revolution and to get to know this revolution and its people better. You worked with great youthful revolutionary enthusiasm, and I think that, in addition, you learned about our people, a people like any other, composed of millions of individuals who now constitute a united mass and who are willing and determined to fight to the death to defend their recently acquired rights, to maintain them and to continue advancing toward new achievements. I would be making a mistake if I were to explain to you compañeros who come from many different parts of the world what a revolution was, or if I were to urge you to follow this example as if it were the only one in the world. This is nothing more but also nothing less than a people that has begun a revolution and is very firmly committed to it. Many young people from other parts of the world already know, as the Cubans do, what it is to begin a revolution, and they also know what magnificent results the people obtain when they manage to break the bonds that have held back their development. Unfortunately, many compañeros from Latin America and other regions represent peoples that haven't yet begun a revolution. They may not be able to understand what historical factors gave Cuba a country no more subjected to colonialism than any other and no more exploited than any other the strength required to begin the struggle that would break its chains. It's difficult to explain, in terms of current theories, why it was here in Cuba that the first cry for definitive freedom was raised in Latin America and what it was that enabled us to advance as far as we have. I won't try to explain it. Nor do we claim that the Cuban example is the only way to make the people's most cherished hopes a reality, or that this path of struggle is the only way to achieve true happiness, which consists of freedom and economic well-being. However, many of the things that we did here can be done in nearly all the countries that are oppressed, colonial and semi-colonial, not underdeveloped, as they call us, because we are not underdeveloped. We are, simply, badly developed, because imperialism, which seized our sources of raw materials a long time ago, set about developing them in line with its own needs. It is not necessary to give many examples. You know about Cuba's sugar, Mexico's cotton, Venezuela's oil, Bolivia's tin, Chile's copper, Argentina's cattle and wheat, and Brazil's coffee. All have a common denominator: the economies of all these countries are based on a single product, or, at most, two, and on a single market, as well. We know, then, that, on the road to liberation, we must struggle first against having a single market and then against having a single product. We must diversify foreign trade and domestic production. Up to here, it's all very simple. The problem lies in how to do this by parliamentary means, By armed struggle or by a combination of the two? I don't know, nor can I give an exact answer to that question. All I can tell you is that, in Cuba's conditions of imperialist oppression and of oppression by its domestic puppets, the only way out we saw for the Cuban people was that of armed struggle. To those who, overflowing with technical jargon, ask how much capital is required to begin an agrarian reform, I would say that the only capital you need is the people, armed and aware of their rights. With just that capital we carried out our agrarian reform here in Cuba, deepened it, have continued to advance in it and are setting out on the path of industrialization. Naturally, the efforts of an entire people can't be summed up in such a simple formula, because this is a struggle that has already cost much blood and suffering, and which the imperialists are trying to make cost even more. This is why you must unite firmly around those weapons. This is the only way to lead the people to their definitive goals, by uniting uncompromisingly, not allowing anything or anybody to sow division, because, as Martín Fierro said, if brothers fight among themselves, the others will devour them. Imperialism is familiar with this maxim, which the poet adopted from the people. Imperialism seeks to divide and conquer. Thus, it divided us into countries producing coffee, copper, oil, tin, and sugar, and it also divided us into countries that compete for the market in a single country, constantly lowering prices, so it would be easier for imperialism to defeat our countries one by one. The maxim that can be applied to one country can also be applied to all countries that aren't fully developed. We must unite. All the peoples of the world must unite to obtain freedom, economic well-being, confidence that all problems can be solved in the future, and the knowledge that, with enthusiastic, creative daily work, we can reach our goals and that nothing can prevent this. The imperialist powers exist. You know them, and so do we, because they have exploited us. The compañeros who were born in those countries know them, too, because they have lived inside the monster and know how terrible it is to live in those conditions when you have faith in the human spirit. The peace-loving countries, which are surrounded by nuclear bases and are unable to implement all their plans for development, also know them. We all know them, which is why we must try to unite in spite of the governments that seek to divide us. We must join together not only young people, as we did here, but also older adults, the elderly and children to prevent the most terrible of all the wars with which humankind is threatened and to attain those goals that everyone wants. When the people know all this and the people aren't ignorant, they want to unite all countries whose rulers have sold out will start pressuring many of you, putting you in jail and oppressing you in other ways to make you forget what you have learned in a free country or to make examples of you to keep the timid from taking the path of honor. This has already happened to people from other Latin American countries who have visited us, and, unfortunately, it will keep happening. Many of you will have difficulties, many of you will be called the lowest kind of human being, allied to strange foreign oppressors and to the worst enemy, an enemy which is trying to destroy what they call democracy and the Western way of life. The Western way of life is represented here by the people of Algeria, who are struggling, and by all other oppressed peoples that are struggling and giving their lives to achieve happiness, which they never enjoyed. The path is not an easy one, it is not even easy for those who, like us, have managed to surmount the first obstacle and establish a people's government. A very difficult stage still lies ahead, one in which the false democracies will punish the people more and more, and the people's indignation and anger will continue to grow until they are filled with hatred and become a human wave that seizes weapons, fights and takes power. These are the current conditions. Sooner or later, the people in the colonial and semi-colonial countries, the countries which still bear the yokes of governments that are puppets of imperialist powers, will have to take up arms to establish governments that represent the people and join the other peoples in the Americas, Africa, Asia, and Europe in order to create a better world. You will see many things. You will see that, though imperialism was caught napping in Cuba, it has woken up, the cries of the people have awakened it. You will see international police forces created, in which leadership is given to those who have the most experience in the struggle against communism, in the case of Latin America, the United States, to take up weapons and fight against any country that rebels, or, rather, to arm our Latin American brothers so they will do this under the shameful banner of the Organization of American States. You will see this in Latin America, and soon. You will see this because the people will rebel and because the imperialists will create those armies. But the history of the world will continue, and we or this generation of our compañeros, if we should die in the struggle, will see that those peoples will win, even against those forces armed by the most powerful country on earth, and will destroy imperialism. We of this generation will see the world liberated once and for all, even if we have to go through the worst suffering and privations, and even if, in their madness, the imperialists unleash a war that will precipitate their own demise. If any of the peoples manages to attain its independence without going through that struggle, the only prescription for development in this struggle is to unite the people and to carry out serious economic and social reforms, using the capital of weapons and the people. It is also very important to educate the people quickly. We, who have had the rich experience of the Cuban Revolution, are thrilled to see our people acquiring greater knowledge, revolutionary faith, and revolutionary awareness every day. Here is a simple example of that. You applauded all the delegations from our sister countries here today, but applauded 3 of the delegations with particular fervor, because they are in special situations. One of these was the delegation representing the people of the United States, a delegation that should never be confused with the U.S. government, a delegation of the people who don't accept racial hatred and don't differentiate among individuals on the basis of the color of their skin, religion, or economic position. Another one that you applauded with great fervor, because it represents the opposite pole, was the delegation from the People's Republic of China. So, you applauded the delegations of 2 peoples whose governments are at loggerheads, one whose government deceives or opposes its people and the other representing a government that has the full support of its people. You also warmly applauded the Algerian delegation. The people of Algeria are writing another marvelous page in their history, fighting as we had to fight in the mountains, but not, as in our case, against an invasion of their soil by people who had been born there, who, no matter how savage, always respect something. Rather, the Algerians are fighting against invading troops from a foreign country, who have been trained to kill, are steeped in racial hatred and have been educated in the philosophy of war. Our people also gave generous applause to the delegation representing the people of France, another delegation that does not represent its government. We ask ourselves, is our people's success in carrying out our revolution due to their grasp of political affairs, as has been shown by their knowledge of which delegations to applaud the most fervently, and in their differentiating between governments and peoples, even at moments such as this, when the Cuban delegation to the United Nations has been subjected to bitter hatred and brutal repression, expressed in both verbal and physical abuse? Was that political knowledge responsible for the revolution? To some extent. The Cuban people are so knowledgeable because they are carrying out the revolution. By exercising their revolutionary rights in the course of these 20 months since the triumph of the Cuban Revolution, they have learned everything expressed here, which you, delegates from all over the world, have seen for yourselves on our island. The first prescription for educating the people is to have a revolution. Never think you can educate a people by means of education alone. With a despotic government still in place, the people must learn to win their rights. First of all, teach the people to win those rights. When they are represented in the government, they will learn everything that you teach them and much more. The people will learn everything effortlessly. We, who are members of the revolutionary government, which is a part of the people, have learned many things while in office, always asking the people, never divorcing ourselves from them, because a ruler who isolates himself in an ivory tower and tries to direct the people with formulas is a failure and is heading toward despotism. The people and the government should always be the same thing. Let me tell you, compañeros from other Latin American countries and from colonial countries that haven't yet won their independence who are visiting us, that you don't have to know how to read and write to lead the people. If you do know how to read and write, all the better, and, if you're a philosopher or mathematician, that's fine, too. But the most important thing you must know for leading the people is how to interpret what they want, and it's much easier to do this if you're a part of the people, if you've never been isolated from the people by education or any of the other barriers that separate many individuals from the people today. Therefore, we have a government of workers, peasants, and people who knew how to read before, who were in the minority and have learned the most important things in this struggle. You can see this here in the young rebels. When you listen to Major Joel Iglesias on Sunday, you will learn that this major of the rebel army was only 15 years old when he went to the Sierra Maestra. He barely knew how to read, and he didn't know how to write. Now, he is leading the young people, not because he has become a philosopher in a year and a half, but because he can talk with and is a part of the people, and because he feels what all of you feel every day and can express your feelings. He knows how to communicate with you. If governments consisted of people like these, they would be much better. Therefore, I congratulate all governments in the world whose leaders have suffered alongside their people, have learned how to read and write in the course of the struggle, and are now, as always, identified with the people. You came here from all over the world to learn about and work with us, but also, in spite of all the teachings you brought us, those of you who live in countries that haven't gone through this experience yet and who are preparing yourselves for it were able to learn something new, because this is a part of history, and history cannot be changed. There are many things to be learned from Cuba, not only the good things that you see every day, which show the people's enthusiasm and fervor. You can also learn from the bad things, so that, when the time comes for you to govern, you won't make the same mistakes we've made. Learn that organization should be closely linked to the people's victory, and that, the deeper that organization goes, the easier victory will be. You came here to work, to build a school city, but, when you arrived, not everything was ready. The school city was in recess, and you couldn't finish that small monument to human solidarity that you wanted to leave there. It's a shame, though it's worth just as much to us the way it is as it would have been if you'd built the most beautiful castle, but it's also a lesson that organization is important, that you can't think that revolutionaries are celestial beings that have come to earth through the grace of God, that they simply open their arms and begin the revolution and all problems are solved as soon as they arise, thanks to their enlightenment. Revolutionaries have to be not only indefatigable workers but also organized. If, instead of learning through the mistakes you make in the struggle as we have learned, you apply this experience of the need for organization to the revolutionary struggle, it will benefit the countries in which you fight for the revolution. This is one of the lessons that you can take from here, from this specific example, because we couldn't offer you a positive experience in this regard. Underscore 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 on. Selected letters, 1960. Letter to Mr. Escobedo Sabato. Havana. April 12, 1960. Year of the Agrarian Reform. Mr. Escobedo Sabato. Santos Lugers, Argentina. Esteemed compatriot. Around 15 years ago, when I met a son of yours, who should be close to 20 years old now, and your wife at a place that I think was called Cabalando, in Carlos Paz, and later, when I read your book Uno y el Universo, One and the Universe, which fascinated me, I didn't think that you who possessed what, for me, was the most sacred thing in the world at that time, the title of writer would, with the passing of time, ask me for a definition, a task of reunion, as you call it, based on an authority affirmed by many subjective phenomena and some facts. I have made these preliminary comments only to remind you that, in spite of everything, I belong to the land of my birth and still feel all its joy, desperation, and deception deeply. It would be difficult to explain to you why this is not the liberating revolution. I may have to tell you that I saw the quotation marks around the words you denounce right at the beginning, and I identified that word with the same thing that had happened in a Guatemala that I had just left, defeated and nearly disillusioned. All of us whose first participation was in that strange adventure and whose revolutionary spirit was deepened through our contact with the masses of the peasants, all of us who shared this profound interrelationship during 2 years of cruel struggle and truly great work felt the same. You say our revolution couldn't be a liberating one, but we were part of a new, people's not plutocratic army and used our weapons to destroy the old one. You say our revolution couldn't be a liberating one, but our combat banner depicted a tractor breaking the wire fence around a large land holding now the insignia of our National Institute of Agrarian Reform, not a cow. You say our revolution couldn't be a liberating one, but tears of joy ran down the maids' faces the day Batista left and we entered Havana. Such manifestations continue, and so do ingenious conspiracies by the country club set, who are the same kind of people as the members of the country club you know there, who sometimes joined you in your hatred of Peronism. Here, the intellectual submission was much less subtle than in Argentina. Here, the intellectuals were outright slaves. They didn't pretend indifference, as they do there, or intelligence. It was simple slavery at the service of a cause of opprobrium, without any complications. They acted as mere echoes. But all this is nothing more than literature. To refer you to a book on Cuban ideology, as you did with me concerning Argentina, is to refer you to a year ahead. Now, all I can show you is a first attempt, a serious one, perhaps, and eminently practical, as are all the things that inveterate empiricists do at putting theory to this revolution in this book, Guerrilla Warfare. It is almost childish of me to expound what I know by simply putting down one word after another. I don't pretend to explain the great things that disturb you, and the second book that I'm thinking of publishing if the circumstances in Cuba and abroad don't force me to take up arms again, a task that I disdain as a government official but which excites me as a man who loves adventure, may not be able to explain them, either. Anticipating what may or may not arrive, the book, I can tell you briefly that this revolution is the most genuine creation of improvisation. In the Sierra Maestra, impressed by so much improvisation and by how well all the resources adapted to one another and functioned under a central organization, a communist leader who was visiting us said that it was the most perfectly organized chaos in the universe. This revolution is like this because it advanced much more quickly than its earlier ideology. When all is said and done, Fidel Castro was a bourgeois party's candidate for deputy, the candidate of a party as bourgeois and respectable as the Radical Party in Argentina. It was a party which followed in the footsteps of its deceased leader, Eduardo Chivas, who had characteristics similar to those of Irigoyen. And we, who followed him, were men with little political preparation but plenty of goodwill and innate honesty. Thus, our watchword was, in 1956, "We will be either heroes or martyrs." A little earlier, our battle cry, or, rather, Fidel's, had been honor against money. We summed up our simple thoughts in simple phrases. The war revolutionized us. There is no experience more deeply moving for a revolutionary than the act of war. Not the isolated act of killing, of carrying a gun or of fighting in one way or another, but the totality of war, of knowing that an armed man is like a combat unit, is worth the same as any other armed man and does not have to fear other armed men, the leaders explaining to the defenseless peasants that they can take up arms and showing those soldiers that an armed peasant is worth as much as the best of them, learning that the strength of one is worth nothing if it is not backed by the strength of all, and also learning that revolutionary watchwords must reflect the people's most cherished yearnings and discovering from the people what those yearnings are and making them goals in political work. That was what all of us did, and we learned that the peasants' love of the land was the strongest stimulus of struggle that could be found in Cuba. Fidel understood many more things. He developed into the extraordinary leader of people that he is today and has become an enormous force for uniting our people. More than anything else, Fidel draws people together. He is a true leader who ends disagreements, destroying them with his disapproval. While some of the politically ambitious tried to use him and others challenged him, all his adversaries feared him. That is how this revolution was born, how its watchwords were created, and how, little by little, theories were developed about reality to create an ideology that came tagging along after the events. We distributed land in the Sierra Maestra long before we launched our agrarian reform law there. After understanding a series of factors in practice, we set forth our first, timid law, which didn't tackle the basic need, which was that of suppressing the large landowners. There were two reasons why the regional press didn't think we were so very bad. First, because Fidel Castro is a very able politician, who didn't publicize his intentions beyond certain limits and was admired by reporters representing the big mass media, who identified with him and took the easy path of sensational reporting, and, second, simply because the US media people, who are really into polls for measuring everything, took one of their polls, added up the scores and pigeonholed him. When, in response to their questions, he said, "We will nationalize the public services," they thought this meant we won't do this if we receive reasonable support. When he said, "We will do away with large land holdings," they interpreted this as we will use the large land holdings as a source of funds for our political campaign or simply keep the money, and so on. They never dreamed that what Fidel Castro and our movement said so naively and drastically was really what we planned to do. For them, we were the great confidence trick of the mid-century, because we told the truth while appearing to lie. Eisenhower says we betrayed our principles. This is one interpretation of the truth. What we betrayed was their image of us, as in the story of the lying shepherd, only the other way around. They didn't believe us, either. Now, we're speaking in a new way, too, because we've continued to advance much more quickly than we've been able to think and structure our thoughts. We're in continuous movement, and theory advances very slowly, so slowly that, after writing, in the few moments of my free time, the manual that I'm sending you, I've discovered that it's almost inapplicable to Cuba. In contrast, it may be applicable to our country Argentina, only it must be used with intelligence, without any haste or deception. Therefore, I'm hesitant about trying to discover the movement's ideology. When it came time to publish the manual, everybody thought it had been written many years ago. While situations outside the country are being exacerbated and international tension is mounting, our revolution, in order to survive, must become more radical, and, every time it does so, tension increases, so the revolution has to become even more radical. This is a vicious circle that seems to be spiraling tighter and tighter, approaching the breaking point. We'll have to wait and see how we get out of this predicament, but I can assure you that the Cuban people are strong, because they have fought and won and know the value of victory. They know what bullets and bombs are, and they also know what oppression is. They will fight with exemplary courage. At the same time, I assure you that, even though I'm now making a timid gesture in this direction, we won't have theorized very much by then, and we must deal with whatever happens with the agility instilled in us by guerrilla life. At that time, I know that your weapons of an honest intellectual will be aimed against the enemy, our enemy, and that we will have you with us, fighting alongside us, when that time comes. This letter has been rather long, and it is not entirely free of the affectation that trying to show a thinker that I'm a thinker, to which I am not, imposes on simple people like me. In any case, I will be glad to hear from you. Cordially. Escobedo Che Guevara. Letter to Mr. Jose T.K. Havana. May 17, 1960. Year of the Agrarian Reform. Mr. Jose T.K. Publicaciones Continente, S.A. Paseo de la Reforma No. 95. Mexico City, D.F. Dear friend. Please forgive me for the delay in replying to you. It was due to lack of time, not negligence. I would be very pleased to pay for your trip to Cuba, but I don't have the funds to do so. My income is limited to my pay as a major in the rebel army, which, in line with the austerity policy of our revolutionary government, is only what is needed to provide us with a decent standard of living. Far from annoying, your letter pleased me very much. Yours with affection. Commander Escobedo Che Guevara. Letter to Mr. Gustavo Jimenez. Havana. December 30, 1960. Year of the Agrarian Reform. Mr. Gustavo Jimenez. Nayarit 73. Mexico City 7, DF. Dear Gustavo. I found your affectionate letter, reminding me of old times, waiting for me when I returned from a trip abroad on an official mission for the government, and was very pleased to see it. My life is developing very differently from how it was in those days. It can be summed up in a single word: work, 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 and more work. The revolution needs all my time. If you should have the opportunity to visit, you would see how hard I work. I married a Cuban over a year ago, and we had a daughter last month. Please give my greetings to your parents. Very affectionately, Commander Ecobedo Che Guevara. 1961. Article. This article, published in Verde Olivo magazine, April 9, 1961, discusses the historical significance of the Cuban Revolution and refutes the argument, including among some sectors of the Latin American left, that the Cuban Revolution was an exception and would not be repeated. Cuba, historical exception or vanguard in the anti-colonial struggle. The working class is the creative class. The working class produces whatever material wealth exists in a country. And while power is not in their hands, while the working class allows power to remain in the hands of the bosses who exploit them, in the hands of landlords, the speculators, the monopolies, and in the hands of foreign and national interest groups, while armaments are in the hands of those in the service of these interest groups and not in their own hands, the working class will be forced to lead a miserable existence no matter how many crumbs those interest groups should let fall from their banquet table. Fidel Castro. Never in the Americas has an event of such extraordinary character, with such deep roots and such far-reaching consequences for the destiny of the continent's progressive movements, taken place as our Revolutionary War. This is true to such an extent that it has been appraised by some to be the decisive event of the Americas, on a scale of importance second only to that great trilogy: the Russian Revolution, the victory over Nazi Germany and the subsequent social transformations, and the victory of the Chinese Revolution. Our revolution, unorthodox in its forms and manifestations, has nevertheless followed the general lines of all the great historical events of this century that are characterized by anti-colonial struggles and the transition towards socialism. Nevertheless, some sectors, whether out of self-interest or in good faith, claim to see in the Cuban Revolution exceptional origins and features whose importance for this great historical social event they inflate even to the level of decisive factors. They speak of the exceptionalism of the Cuban Revolution as compared to the course of other progressive parties in Latin America. They conclude that the form and road of the Cuban Revolution are unique and that in the other countries of the Americas the historical transition will be different. We accept that exceptions exist which give the Cuban Revolution its peculiar characteristics. It is clearly established that in every revolution there are specific factors, but it is no less established that all follow laws that society cannot violate. Let us analyze, then, the factors of this purported exceptionalism. The first, and perhaps the most important and original, is that cosmic force called Fidel Castro Ruz, whose name in only a few years has attained historic proportions. The future will provide the definitive appraisal of our Prime Minister's merits, but to us they appear comparable to those of the great historic figures of Latin America. What is exceptional about Fidel Castro's personality? Various features of his life and character make him stand out far above his compañeros and followers. Fidel is a person of such tremendous personality that he would attain leadership in whatever movement he participated. It has been like that throughout his career, from his student days to the premiership of our country and as a spokesperson for the oppressed peoples of the Americas. He has the qualities of a great leader, added to which are his personal gifts of audacity, strength, courage, and an extraordinary determination always to discern the will of the people, and these have brought him the position of honor and sacrifice that he occupies today. But he has other important qualities: his ability to assimilate knowledge and experience in order to understand a situation in its entirety without losing sight of the details, his unbounded faith in the future, and the breadth of his vision to foresee events and anticipate them in action, always seeing farther and more accurately than his compañeros. With these great cardinal qualities, his capacity to unite, resisting the divisions that weaken, his ability to lead the whole people in action, his infinite love for the people, his faith in the future and with his capacity to foresee it, Fidel Castro has done more than anyone else in Cuba to create from nothing the present formidable apparatus of the Cuban Revolution. No one, however, could assert that specific political and social conditions existed in Cuba that were totally different from those in the other countries of the Americas, or that precisely because of those differences the revolution took place. Neither could anyone assert, conversely, that Fidel Castro made the revolution despite a lack of difference. Fidel, a great and able leader, led the revolution in Cuba, at the time and in the way he did, by interpreting the profound political disturbances that were preparing the people for their great leap onto the revolutionary road. Certain conditions were not unique to Cuba, but it will be hard for other peoples to take advantage of them because imperialism, in contrast to some progressive groups, does learn from its errors. The condition we would describe as exceptional was the fact that U.S. imperialism was disoriented and was never able to accurately assess the true scope of the Cuban Revolution. This partly explains the many apparent contradictions in U.S. policy. The monopolies, as is usual in such cases, began to think of a successor for Batista precisely because they knew that the people were opposed to him and were looking for a revolutionary solution. What more intelligent and expert stroke than to depose the now unsurviceable little dictator and to replace him with the new boys who would in turn serve the interests of imperialism? The empire gambled for a time on this card from its continental deck, and lost miserably. Prior to our military victory they were suspicious of us, but not afraid. Actually, with all their experience at this game they were so accustomed to winning, they played with two decks. On various occasions emissaries of the U.S. State Department came, disguised as reporters, to investigate our rustic revolution, yet they never found any trace of imminent danger. By the time the imperialists wanted to react when they discovered that the group of inexperienced young men marching in triumph through the streets of Havana had a clear awareness of their political duty and an iron determination to carry out that duty, it was already too late. Thus, in January 1959, the first social revolution in the Caribbean and the most profound of the Latin American revolutions dawned. It could not be considered exceptional in that the bourgeoisie, or at least a part of it, favored the Revolutionary War over the dictatorship at the same time as it supported and promoted movements seeking negotiated solutions that would permit them to substitute elements disposed to curb the revolution for the Batista regime. Considering the conditions in which the Revolutionary War took place and the complexity of the political tendencies that opposed the dictatorship, it was not at all exceptional that some elements adopted a neutral, or at least a non-belligerent, attitude toward the insurrectionary forces. It is understandable that the national bourgeoisie, choked by imperialism and the dictatorship whose troops sacked small properties and made extortion a daily way of life, felt some sympathy when they saw those young rebels from the mountains punish the mercenary army, the military arm of imperialism. Non-revolutionary forces did indeed aid the rise of revolutionary power. A further exceptional factor was that in most of Cuba the peasants had been progressively proletarianized due to the needs of large-scale, semi-mechanized capitalist agriculture. They had reached a new level of organization and therefore a greater class consciousness. In mentioning this we should also point out, in the interest of truth, that the first area in which the rebel army operated, comprising the survivors of the defeated column who had come on the Granma, was an area inhabited by peasants whose social and cultural roots were different from those of the peasants found in the areas of large-scale, semi-mechanized Cuban agriculture. In fact, the Sierra Maestra, the site of the first revolutionary settlement, is a place where peasants who had struggled against large landholders took refuge. They went there seeking new land somehow overlooked by the state and the voracious landholders on which to earn a modest income. They struggled constantly against the demands of the soldiers, always allied to the landholders, and their ambitions extended no further than a property deed. The peasants who belonged to our first guerrilla armies came from that section of this social class which most strongly shows love for the land and the possession of it, that is to say, which most perfectly demonstrates the petit bourgeois spirit. The peasants fought because they wanted land for themselves and their children, to manage and sell it and to enrich themselves through their labor. Despite their petit bourgeois spirit, the peasants soon learned that they could not satisfy their desire to possess land without breaking up the large land-holding system. Radical agrarian reform, the only type that could give land to the peasants, clashed directly with the interests of the imperialists, the large landholders and the sugar and cattle magnates. The bourgeoisie was afraid to clash with those interests, but the proletariat was not. In this way the course of the revolution itself brought the workers and peasants together. The workers supported the demands of the peasants against the large landholders. The poor peasants, rewarded with ownership of land, loyally supported the revolutionary power and defended it against its imperialist and counter-revolutionary enemies. In our opinion, no further exceptionalism can be claimed. We have been generous to extend it this far. We shall now examine the permanent roots of all social phenomena in the Americas, the contradictions that mature in the wombs of present societies and produce changes that can reach the magnitude of a revolution such as Cuba's. First, in chronological order although not in order of importance at present, is the large land-holding system. It was the economic power base of the ruling class throughout the entire period following the great anti-colonial revolutions of the last century. The large land-holding social class, found in all Latin American countries, generally lags behind the social developments that move the world. In some places, however, the most alert and clear-sighted members of this class are aware of the dangers and begin to change the form of their capital investment, at times opting for mechanized agriculture, transferring some of their wealth to industrial investment or becoming commercial agents of the monopolies. In any case, the first liberating revolutions never destroyed the large land-holding powers that always constituted a reactionary force and upheld the principle of servitude on the land. This phenomenon, prevalent in all the countries of the Americas, has been the foundation of all the injustices committed since the era when the King of Spain gave huge grants of land to his most noble conquistadores. In the case of Cuba, only the unappropriated royal lands, the scraps left between where three circular land holdings met, were left for the natives, Creoles, and mestizos. In most countries the large landholders realized they could not survive alone and promptly entered into alliances with the monopolies, the strongest and most ruthless oppressors of the Latin American peoples. U.S. capital arrived on the scene to exploit the virgin lands and later carried off, unnoticed, all the funds so generously given, plus several times the amount originally invested in the beneficiary country. The Americas were a field of inter-imperialist struggle. The wars between Costa Rica and Nicaragua, the separation of Panama from Colombia, the infamy committed against Ecuador in its dispute with Peru, the fight between Paraguay and Bolivia, are nothing but expressions of this gigantic battle between the world's great monopolistic powers, a battle decided almost completely in favor of the U.S. monopolies following World War II. From that point on, the empire dedicated itself to strengthening its grip on its colonial possessions and perfecting the whole structure to prevent the intrusion of old or new competitors from other imperialist countries. This resulted in a monstrously distorted economy, which has been described by the shamefaced economists of the imperialist regime with an innocuous vocabulary revealing the deep compassion they feel for us inferior beings. They call our miserably exploited Indians, persecuted and reduced to utter wretchedness, little Indians, and they call blacks and mulattoes, disinherited and discriminated against, colored, all this as a means of dividing the working masses in their struggle for a better economic future. For all of us, the peoples of the Americas, they have a polite and refined term: underdeveloped. What is underdevelopment? A dwarf with an enormous head and a swollen chest is underdeveloped inasmuch as his weak legs or short arms do not match the rest of his anatomy. He is the product of an abnormal formation distorting his development. In reality, that is what we, politely referred to as underdeveloped, in truth are colonial, semi-colonial or dependent countries. We are countries whose economies have been distorted by imperialism, which has abnormally developed those branches of industry or agriculture needed to complement its complex economy. Underdevelopment, or distorted development, brings a dangerous specialization in raw materials, inherent in which is the threat of hunger for all our peoples. We, the underdeveloped, are also those with the single crop, the single product, the single market. A single product, the uncertain sale of which depends on a single market imposing and fixing conditions. That is the great formula for imperialist economic domination. It should be added to the old, but eternally youthful Roman formula, divide and conquer. The system of large land holding, then, through its connections with imperialism, completely shapes so-called underdevelopment, resulting in low wages and unemployment that in turn create a vicious cycle producing ever lower wages and greater unemployment. The great contradictions of the system sharpen, constantly at the mercy of the cyclical fluctuations of its own economy, and provide the common denominator for all the peoples of America, from the Rio Bravo to the South Pole. This common denominator, which we shall capitalize on and which serves as the starting point for analysis by all who consider these social phenomena, is called the people's hunger. The people are weary of being oppressed, persecuted, exploited to the maximum. They are weary of the wretched selling of their labor power day after day, faced with the fear of joining the enormous mass of unemployed so that the greatest profit can be wrung from each human body, profit later squandered in the orgies of the masters of capital. We see that there are great and inescapable common denominators in Latin America, and we cannot say we were exempt from any of those, leading to the most terrible and permanent of all, the people's hunger. Large land holding, whether in its primitive form of exploitation or as a form of capitalist monopoly, adjusts to new conditions and becomes an ally of imperialism, that form of finance and monopoly capitalism that goes beyond national borders in order to create economic colonialism, euphemistically called underdevelopment, resulting in low wages, underemployment and unemployment, the people's hunger. All this existed in Cuba. Here, too, there was hunger. Here, the proportion of unemployed was one of the highest in Latin America. Here, imperialism was more ruthless than in many countries of America. And here, large land holdings existed as much as they did in any other Latin American country. What did we do to free ourselves from the vast imperialist system with its entourage of puppet rulers in each country, its mercenary armies to protect the puppets, and the whole complex social system of the exploitation of human beings by others? We applied certain formulas, discoveries of our empirical medicine for the great ailments of our beloved Latin America, empirical medicine which rapidly became scientific truth. Objective conditions for the struggle are provided by the people's hunger, their reaction to that hunger, the terror unleashed to crush the people's reaction, and the wave of hatred that the repression creates. The rest of the Americas lack the subjective conditions, the most important of which is consciousness of the possibility of victory against the imperialist powers and their internal allies through violent struggle. These conditions were created through armed struggle, which progressively clarified the need for change and permitted it to be foreseen, and through the defeat and subsequent annihilation of the army by the popular forces, an absolutely necessary condition for every genuine revolution. Having already demonstrated that these conditions are created through armed struggle, we have to explain once more that the theater of the struggle should be the countryside. A peasant army pursuing the great objectives for which the peasantry should fight, the first of which is the just distribution of land, will capture the cities from the countryside. The peasant class of Latin America, basing itself on the ideology of the working class, whose great thinkers discovered the social laws governing us, will provide the great liberating army of the future, as it has already done in Cuba. This army, created in the countryside where the subjective conditions for the taking of power mature, proceeds to take the cities, uniting with the working class and enriching itself ideologically. It can and must defeat the oppressor army, at first in skirmishes, engagements, and surprises, and, finally, in big battles, when the army will have grown from a small-scale guerrilla footing to a great popular army of liberation. A vital stage in the consolidation of the revolutionary power, as we have said, will be the liquidation of the old army. If these conditions present in Cuba existed in the rest of the Latin American countries, what would happen in other struggles for power by the dispossessed classes? Would it be feasible to take power or not? If it was feasible, would it be easier or more difficult than in Cuba? Let us mention the difficulties that in our view will make the new Latin American revolutionary struggles more difficult. There are general difficulties for every country and more specific difficulties for some whose level of development or national peculiarities are different. We mentioned at the beginning of this essay that we could consider the attitude of imperialism, disoriented in the face of the Cuban Revolution, as an exceptional factor. The attitude of the national bourgeoisie was, to a certain extent, also exceptional. They, too, were disoriented and even looked sympathetically upon the actions of the rebels due to the pressure of the empire on their interests, a situation which is indeed common to all our countries. Cuba has again drawn the line in the sand, and again we see Pizarro's dilemma. On the one hand, there are those who love the people and, on the other, those who hate the people. The line between them divides the two great social forces, the bourgeoisie and the working class, each of which are defining, with increasing clarity, their respective positions as the process of the Cuban Revolution advances. Imperialism has learned the lesson of Cuba well. It will not allow itself to be caught by surprise in any of our 20 republics or in any of the colonies that still exist in the Americas. This means that vast popular struggles against powerful invading armies await those who now attempt to violate the peace of the sepulchres, Pax Romana. This is important because if the Cuban Liberation War was difficult, with its 2 years of constant struggle, anguish, and instability, the new battles awaiting the people in other parts of Latin America will be infinitely more difficult. The United States hastens the delivery of arms to the puppet governments they see as being increasingly threatened. It makes them sign pacts of dependence to legally facilitate the shipment of instruments of repression and death and of troops to use them. Moreover, it increases the military preparation of the repressive armies with the intention of making them efficient weapons against the people. And what about the bourgeoisie? The national bourgeoisie generally is not capable of maintaining a consistent struggle against imperialism. It shows that it fears popular revolution even more than the oppression and despotic dominion of imperialism, which crushes nationality, tarnishes patriotic sentiment, and colonizes the economy. A large part of the bourgeoisie opposes revolution openly, and since the beginning has not hesitated to ally itself with imperialism and the landowners to fight against the people and close the road to revolution. A desperate and hysterical imperialism, ready to undertake any maneuver and to give arms and even troops to its puppets in order to annihilate any country which rises up, ruthless landowners, unscrupulous and experienced in the most brutal forms of repression, and, finally, a bourgeoisie willing to close, through any means, the roads leading to popular revolution. These are the great Allied forces directly opposing the new popular revolutions of Latin America. Such are the difficulties that must be added to those arising from struggles of this kind under the new conditions found in Latin America following the consolidation of that irreversible phenomenon represented by the Cuban Revolution. There are still other, more specific problems. It is more difficult to prepare guerrilla groups in those countries that have a concentrated population in large centers and a greater amount of light and medium industry, even though it may not be anything like effective industrialization. The ideological influence of the cities inhibits the guerrilla struggle by increasing the hopes for peacefully organized mass struggle. This gives rise to a certain institutionalization, which in more or less normal periods makes conditions less harsh than those usually inflicted on the people. The idea is even conceived of possible quantitative increases in the congressional ranks of revolutionary forces until a point is reached someday allowing a qualitative change. It is not probable that this hope will be realized given present conditions in any country of the Americas, although a possibility that the change can begin through the electoral process is not to be excluded. Current conditions, however, in all countries of Latin America make this possibility very remote. Revolutionaries cannot foresee all the tactical variables that may arise in the course of the struggle for their liberating program. The real capacity of a revolutionary is measured by their ability to find adequate revolutionary tactics in every different situation and by keeping all tactics in mind so that they might be exploited to the maximum. It would be an unpardonable error to underestimate the gain a revolutionary program could make through a given electoral process, just as it would be unpardonable to look only to elections and not to other forms of struggle, including armed struggle, to achieve power, the indispensable instrument for applying and developing a revolutionary program. If power is not achieved, all other conquests, however advanced they appear, are unstable, insufficient and incapable of producing necessary solutions. When we speak of winning power via the electoral process, our question is always the same: if a popular movement takes over the government of a country by winning a broad, popular vote and resolves as a consequence to initiate the great social transformations that make up the triumphant program, would it not immediately come into conflict with the reactionary classes of that country? Has the army not always been the repressive instrument of that class? If so, it is logical to suppose that this army will side with its class and enter the conflict against the newly constituted government. By means of a more or less bloodless coup d'état, this government can be overthrown and the old game renewed again, never seeming to end. It could also happen that an oppressor army could be defeated by an armed popular reaction in defense and support of its government. What appears difficult to believe is that the armed forces would accept profound social reforms with good grace and peacefully resign themselves to their liquidation as a caste. Where there are large urban concentrations, even when economically backward, it may be advisable in our humble opinion to engage in struggle outside the limits of the city in a way that can continue for a long time. The existence of a guerrilla center in the mountains of a country with populous cities maintains a perpetual focus of rebellion because it is very improbable that the repressive powers will be able, either rapidly or over a long period of time, to liquidate guerrilla groups with established social bases in territory favorable to guerrilla warfare, if the strategy and tactics of this type of warfare are consistently employed. What would happen in the cities is quite different. Armed struggle against the repressive army can develop to an unanticipated degree, but this struggle will become a direct confrontation only when there is a powerful army to fight against the enemy army. A direct confrontation against a powerful and well-equipped army cannot be undertaken by a small group. For the direct confrontation, many arms will be needed, and the question arises, where are these arms to be found? They do not appear spontaneously, they must be seized from the enemy. But in order to seize them from the enemy, it is necessary to fight, and it is not possible to fight openly. The struggle in the big cities must therefore begin clandestinely, capturing military groups or weapons one by one in successive assaults. If this happens, a great advance can be made. Still, we would not dare to say that victory would be denied to a popular rebellion with a guerrilla base inside the city. No one can object on theoretical grounds to this strategy, at least we have no intention of doing so. But we should point out how easy it would be as the result of a betrayal, or simply by means of continuous raids, to eliminate the leaders of the revolution. In contrast, if while employing all conceivable maneuvers in the city, such as organized sabotage and, above all, that effective form of action, urban guerrilla warfare, and if a base is also maintained in the countryside, the revolutionary political power, relatively safe from the contingencies of the war, will remain untouched even if the oppressor government defeats and annihilates all the popular forces in the city. It should be relatively safe, but not outside the war, not giving directions from some other country or from distant places. It should be within its own country fighting. These considerations lead us to believe that even in countries where the cities predominate, the central political focus of the struggle can develop in the countryside. Returning to the example of relying on help from the military class in effecting the coup and supplying the weapons, there are two problems to analyze. First, supposing it was an organized nucleus and capable of independent decisions, if the military really joins with the popular forces to strike the blow, there would in such a case be a coup by one part of the army against another, probably leaving the structure of the military caste intact. The other problem, in which armies unite rapidly and spontaneously with popular forces, can occur only after the armies have been violently beaten by a powerful and persistent enemy, that is, in conditions of catastrophe for the constituted power. With an army defeated and its morale broken, this phenomenon can occur. For that, struggle is necessary, we always return to the question of how to carry on that struggle. The answer leads us toward developing guerrilla struggle in the countryside, on favorable ground and supported by struggle in the cities, always counting on the widest possible participation of the working masses and guided by the ideology of that class. We have sufficiently analyzed the obstacles revolutionary movements in Latin America will encounter. It can now be asked whether or not there are favorable conditions for the preliminary stage, like, for example, those encountered by Fidel Castro in the Sierra Maestra. We believe that here, too, general conditions can facilitate these centers of rebellion and specific conditions in certain countries exist which are even more favorable. Two subjective factors are the most important consequences of the Cuban Revolution. The first is the possibility of victory, knowing that the capability exists to crown an enterprise like that of the group of idealistic Granma expeditionaries who successfully struggled for 2 years in the Sierra Maestra. This immediately indicates there can be a revolutionary movement operating from the countryside, mixing with the peasant masses, that will grow from weakness to strength, that will destroy the army in a direct confrontation, that will capture cities from the countryside, that will strengthen through its struggle the subjective conditions necessary for seizing power. The importance of this fact is demonstrated in the huge number of exceptionalists who have recently appeared. Exceptionalists are those special beings who say they discover in the Cuban Revolution a unique event which cannot be copied, led by someone with few or no faults, who led the revolution through a unique path. We affirm this is completely false. Victory by the popular forces in Latin America is clearly possible in the form of guerrilla warfare undertaken by a peasant army in alliance with the workers, defeating the oppressor army in a direct assault, taking cities by attacking from the countryside, and dissolving the oppressor army as the first stage in completely destroying the superstructure of the colonial world. We should point out a second subjective factor: the masses not only know the possibility of triumph, they know their destiny. They know with increasing certainty that whatever the tribulations of history during short periods, the future belongs to the people, the future will bring about social justice. This knowledge will help raise revolutionary ferment to even greater heights than those prevailing in Latin America today. Some less general factors do not appear with the same intensity from country to country. One very important one is the greater exploitation of the peasants in Latin America than existed in Cuba. Let us remind those who pretend to see the proletarianization of the peasantry in our insurrectionary stage that we believe it was precisely this that accelerated the emergence of cooperatives as well as the achievement of power and the agrarian reform. This is in spite of the fact that the peasant of the first battles, the core of the rebel army, is the same one to be found today in the Sierra Maestra, proud owner of their parcel of land and intransigently individualistic. There are, of course, characteristics specific to each Latin American country. An Argentine peasant does not have the same outlook as a communal peasant in Peru, Bolivia, or Ecuador. But hunger for land is permanently present among the peasants, and they generally hold the key to the Americas. In some countries they are even more exploited than they were in Cuba, increasing the possibility that this class will rise up in arms. Another factor was Batista's army, which with all its enormous defects, was structured in such a way that everyone, from the lowest soldier to the highest general, was an accomplice in the exploitation of the people. They were complete mercenaries, and this gave the repressive apparatus some cohesiveness. The armies of Latin America generally include a professional officer corps and recruits who are called up periodically. Each year, young recruits leave their homes where they have known the daily sufferings of their parents, have seen them with their own eyes, where they have felt poverty and social injustice. If one day they are sent as cannon fodder to fight against the defenders of a doctrine they feel in their own hearts is just, their capacity to fight aggressively will be seriously affected. Adequate propaganda will enable the recruits to see the justice of and the reasons for the struggle, and magnificent results will be achieved. After this brief study of the revolutionary struggle, we can say that the Cuban Revolution had exceptional factors giving it its own peculiarities as well as factors which are common to all the countries of the Americas and which express the internal need for revolution. New conditions will make the flow of these revolutionary movements easier as they give the masses consciousness of their destiny and the certainty that it is possible. On the other hand, there are now obstacles making it harder for the armed masses to achieve power rapidly, such as imperialism's close alliance with the bourgeoisie, enabling them to fight to the utmost against the popular forces. Dark days await Latin America. The latest declarations of those that rule the United States seem to indicate that dark days await the world. Patrice Lumumba of the Congo, savagely assassinated, in the greatness of his martyrdom showed the tragic mistakes that cannot be committed. Once the anti-imperialist struggle begins, we must constantly strike hard, where it hurts the most, never retreating, always marching forward, counter-striking against each aggression, always responding to each aggression with even stronger action by the masses. This is the way to victory. We will analyze on another occasion whether the Cuban Revolution, having taken power, followed these new revolutionary paths with its own exceptional characteristics, or if, as in this analysis, while respecting the existence of certain special characteristics, it fundamentally followed a logic derived from laws intrinsic to the social process. Speeches, 1961. Economics cannot be separated from politics. Punta del Este, August 8, 1961. This is Che Guevara's first intervention on behalf of the Cuban government to the ministerial meeting of the Inter-American Economic and Social Council, CIES, sponsored by the Organization of American States, OAS, at Punta del Este, Uruguay, on August 8, 1961. Douglas Dillon, head of the U.S. delegation, presented the Kennedy administration's recently proclaimed Alliance for Progress for official ratification by the meeting. The conference was presided over by Uruguayan President Eduardo Hedo. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, like all the delegations, we must begin by expressing our appreciation to the government and people of Uruguay for the cordial reception they have given us during this visit. I would also like to personally thank the distinguished president of this gathering for the gift he made to us of the complete works of Rodo, and would like to explain to him the two reasons why we are not beginning this presentation with a quotation from that great Latin American. The first is that I went back to Ariel after many years, looking for a passage that would express, at the present time, the ideas of someone who is, more than a Uruguayan, a man of our Americas, an American from the Rio Bravo to the south. But Rodo expresses throughout his Ariel the violent struggle and the contradictions of the Latin American peoples against the nation that 50 years ago was already interfering in our economy and in our political freedom. And it was not proper to quote this in someone else's house. And the second reason, Mr. President, is that the head of one of the delegations here offered us a quotation from José Martí to begin his presentation. Well, we will answer Martí with Martí. But with the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal Martí, who died facing Spanish bullets, fighting for the liberty of his homeland and, as he put it in one of his last letters, trying, with Cuba's liberty, to prevent the United States from falling upon the rest of Latin America. At that International Monetary Conference to which the distinguished president of the Inter-American Bank referred in his inaugural address when he spoke of the 70 years of waiting, Martí said, "Whoever speaks of economic union speaks of political union. The nation that buys, commands, the nation that sells, serves. Commerce must be balanced to assure freedom. A nation that wants to die sells to one nation only, and a nation that would be saved sells to more than one. The excessive influence of one country over another's commerce becomes political influence. Politics is the work of men who surrender their feelings to an interest. When a strong nation supplies another with food, she requires that the recipients serve her. When a strong nation wants to engage another in battle, she forces those who have need of her to become her allies and to serve her. A nation that wants to be free must be free in matters of trade. It must distribute its trade among nations that are equally strong. If one is to be preferred, give preference to the one who needs it the least. Let there be neither unions of the Americas against Europe, nor with Europe against a nation of the Americas. Only the mind of some university student could deduce an obligation to political union from the geographic coincidence of our living together in the Americas. Commerce follows the land and sea routes of the earth, going to whatever country has anything to exchange, be it a monarchy or a republic. Let us be in union with the whole world and not with just a part of it, not with one part against another. If the republics of the Americas have any function at all, it is certainly not to be herded by one of them against the future republics. That was Marty 70 years ago, Mr. President. Well, having complied with the elementary duty of honoring the dead and of repaying the kindness that the distinguished delegate has shown to us, we pass on to the fundamental part of our presentation, the analysis of why we are here, to characterize the conference. And I must say, Mr. President, that I disagree, in the name of Cuba, with almost all the statements that have been made, although I do not know if I disagree with all the private thoughts of everyone. I must say that Cuba's interpretation is that this is a political conference. Cuba does not agree that economics can be separated from politics, and understands that they always go together. That is why you cannot have experts who speak of models when the destinies of a people are at stake. And I am also going to explain why this conference is political. It is political because all economic conferences are political, but it is also political because it was conceived against Cuba, and because it has been conceived to counter the example that Cuba represents throughout Latin America. And if there is any doubt about that, on the 10th, in Fort Amador in the Panama Canal Zone, General Decker, while instructing a group of Latin American military men in the art of repressing the people, spoke of the technical conference in Montevideo and said that it had to be backed. But that is nothing. In the inaugural message on August 5, 1961, President Kennedy asserted, "Those of you at this conference are present at a historic moment in the life of this hemisphere. This is far more than an economic discussion, or a technical conference on development. In a very real sense it is a demonstration of the capacity of free nations to meet the human and material problems of the modern world." I could continue quoting the Prime Minister of Peru, where he also refers to political themes, but in order not to tire the distinguished delegates, for I can foresee that my presentation will be a bit long, I will refer to some statements made by the experts, a term we place within quotation marks on point 5 of the draft text. At the end of page 11, it is stated as a definitive conclusion, to establish, on a hemispheric and national level, regular consultative procedures with the trade union advisory committees, so that they may play an influential role in the political formulation of programs that might be approved in the special session. And to drive home my point, so no doubt can remain as to my right to speak of political matters, which is what I plan to do in the name of the Cuban government. Here is a quotation from page 7 of that same report on point 5 in question: "Delay in accepting the responsibility of democratic media to defend the essential values of our civilization, without any weakening or commitments of a material sort, would signify irreparable damage to democratic society and the imminent danger of the disappearance of the freedoms enjoyed today, as has occurred in Cuba." Cuba is spelled out, where today all newspapers, radio, television, and movies are controlled by the absolute power of the government. In other words, distinguished delegates, in the report we are to discuss, Cuba is put on trial from a political point of view. Very well then, Cuba will state its truths from a political point of view, and from an economic point of view, as well. We agree with only one thing in the report on point 5 by the distinguished experts, only one phrase, which defines the present situation: "A new stage is beginning in relations between the peoples of the Americas," it says, and that is true. Except that the new stage begins under the star of Cuba, free territory of the Americas. And this conference, and the special treatment that the delegations have received, and the credits that may be granted, all bear the name of Cuba, whether the beneficiaries like it or not, because a qualitative change has taken place in the Americas. A country can take up arms, destroy an oppressing army, form a new popular army, stand up to the invincible monster, wait for the monster's attack, and then defeat it. And this is something new in Latin America, gentlemen, and what makes this new language possible and what makes relations easier between everyone except, of course, between the two great rivals of this conference. At this time, Cuba cannot even speak of Latin America alone. Cuba is part of a world that is experiencing intense anguish because we do not know if one of the parts, the weakest, but the most aggressive, will commit the stupid mistake of unleashing a conflict that would necessarily be a nuclear one. Cuba is on the alert, distinguished delegates, because she knows that imperialism would perish enveloped in flames, but that Cuba would also suffer in its own flesh the price of imperialism's defeat, and she hopes that it can be accomplished by other means. Cuba hopes that her children will see a better future, and that victory will not have to be won at the cost of millions of human lives destroyed by a nuclear bomb. The situation of the world is tense. We are not gathered here just for Cuba, not in the least. Imperialism has to protect its rearguard because the battle is being fought on all sides, in a moment of great tension. The Soviet Union has reaffirmed its decision to sign the Berlin Peace Treaty, and President Kennedy has announced that he might even go to war over Berlin. But there is not only Berlin, there is not only Cuba, there is Laos, elsewhere there is the Congo, where Lumumba was assassinated by imperialism, there is divided Vietnam, divided Korea, Formosa Taiwan in the hands of Chiang Kai-shek's gang, Algeria is bleeding to death, and now they also want to divide it, and there is Tunisia, whose population was machine-gunned the other day for committing the crime of wanting to regain their territory. That is the world today, distinguished delegates. That is how we have to see it in order to understand this conference and draw the conclusions that will permit our peoples either to head toward a happy future of harmonious development, or else become appendages of imperialism in the preparation of a new and terrible war. Or they may shed blood in internal strife when, as almost all of you have foreseen, the people, tired of waiting, tired of being fooled once again, set out on the road that Cuba once took, that of seizing weapons from the enemy army, which represents reaction, and destroying to the very foundations of a whole social order designed to exploit the people. The history of the Cuban Revolution is short in years, Mr. President, but rich in accomplishments, rich in positive accomplishments, and rich also in the bitterness of the aggressions it has suffered. We will point out a few of them so it may be well understood that a long chain of events leads us here. In October 1959, the only fundamental economic measure that the revolutionary government had carried out was the agrarian reform. Pirate planes coming from the United States flew over Havana's airspace, and as a result of the bombs that they dropped and the fire of our anti-aircraft batteries, 2 people were killed and 50 were wounded. Then there was the burning of the sugarcane fields, which constitutes economic aggression, an aggression against our wealth. The United States denied all responsibility until a plane blew up, pilot and all, and the origin of those pirate craft was indisputably demonstrated. This time the U.S. government was kind enough to offer an apology. The España sugar mill was also bombed in February 1960 by these planes. In March of that year, the steamship Le Cobra, which was bringing arms and munitions from Belgium, exploded at the Havana docks in an accident that the experts said was intentional and that killed 100 people. In May 1960, the conflict with imperialism became direct and sharp. The oil companies operating in Cuba, invoking the right of force and scorning the laws of the Republic, which clearly specified their obligations, refused to refine the crude oil that we had bought from the Soviet Union, in the exercise of our free right to trade with the whole world and not with just a part of it, as Marty said. Everyone knows how the Soviet Union responded, by sending us, in a real effort, hundreds of ships to annually transport 3.6 million tons, the total of our crude oil imports, to keep our whole industrial apparatus operating, which today runs on the basis of oil. In July 1960, there was the economic aggression against Cuban sugar, although some governments have not yet recognized it as such. The conflicts became sharper and the meeting of the OAS took place in August 1960, in Costa Rica. There in August 1960, I repeat, it was stated, the intervention or threat of intervention by an extracontinental power in the affairs of the American republics, even when it is invited, is strongly condemned. It is declared that the acceptance by an American state of a threat of extracontinental intervention endangers American solidarity and security, which obligates the Organization of American States to condemn and reject it with equal energy. In other words, the sister nations of the Americas, gathered in Costa Rica, denied us the right to be defended. It is one of the strangest denials in the history of international law. Of course, our people are rather disobedient to the dictates of gatherings of experts, and they gathered in a great assembly in Havana, approving unanimously with more than 1 million hands raised to the sky, 1/6 of the total population of the whole country, what was called the Declaration of Havana, one of whose points states: the National General Assembly of the Cuban people, confident that it is expressing the general opinion of the people of Latin America, affirms that democracy is not compatible with financial oligarchy, with discrimination against blacks, with outrages by the Ku Klux Klan, nor with the persecution that drove scientists like Oppenheimer from their posts, deprived the world for years of the marvelous voice of Paul Robeson, held prisoner in his own country, and sent the Rosenbergs to their death. Against the protests of a shocked world, including the appeals of many governments and even Pope Pius XII. The National General Assembly of the Cuban people expresses the Cuban conviction that democracy does not consist solely of elections that are nearly always managed by rich landowners and professional politicians in order to produce fictitious results, but rather in the right of citizens to determine their own destiny, as this assembly of the people is now doing. Furthermore, democracy will come to exist in Latin America only when people are really free to make choices, when the poor are not reduced by hunger, social discrimination, illiteracy, and the judicial system to the most wretched impotence. Finally, the National General Assembly of the Cuban people condemns the exploitation of human beings and the exploitation of underdeveloped countries by imperialist finance capital. This was a declaration of our people made before the whole world, to show our resolve to defend with arms, with our blood, and with our lives, our freedom and our right to determine the destiny of our country in the way our people think best. There followed many skirmishes and battles, verbal at times, with deeds at others, until December 1960, when the Cuban sugar quota in the U.S. market was cut once and for all. The Soviet Union responded in the manner that you know. Other socialist countries did likewise, and contracts were signed to sell to the whole socialist area 4 million tons of sugar, at a preferential price of 4 cents. That naturally saved the situation for Cuba, which unfortunately is still today as much of a one-crop country as are the majority of the countries of Latin America, and as dependent upon a single market, on a single product at that time as the rest of her sister countries are today. It seemed that President Kennedy was initiating the new era that has been so talked about. And in spite of the fact that the verbal battle had been so intense between President Kennedy and the Prime Minister of our government, we hoped things would improve. President Kennedy in his speech issued some clear warnings on a range of Latin America issues, but he appeared to publicly accept that the case of Cuba must now be considered as a fait accompli. We were mobilized at that time, but the day after Kennedy's speech, demobilization was ordered. Unfortunately, on March 13, 1961, the day President Kennedy announced the Alliance for Progress, the pirate attack on our refinery at Santiago de Cuba took place, endangering the installations and taking the life of one of those defending it. We were thus again faced with an accomplished fact. In that speech, which I have no doubt will be remembered, Kennedy also said that he hoped the peoples of Cuba and the Dominican Republic, for whom he felt great sympathy, could join the community of free nations. Within a month there was Playa Girón Bay of Pigs invasion, and a few days later President Trujillo was mysteriously assassinated. We were always enemies of President Trujillo, we merely take note of the bare fact, which has not been clarified in any way up to the present time. Afterward, a true masterpiece of belligerence and political naivete was prepared, called the White Paper. According to the magazines that chatter so much in the United States, even provoking the ire of President Kennedy, its author is one of the distinguished advisors of the U.S. delegation that is with us today. It is an indictment filled with distortions about Cuban reality, and was conceived to prepare for what was coming. The revolutionary regime betrayed their own revolution, said the White Paper, as if it were the judge of revolutions and of how to make revolutions, the great appraiser of revolutions in the Americas. The Castro regime offers a clear and present danger to the authentic revolutions of the Americas. The word revolution also needs the barnacles scraped off it now and then, as one of the members presiding here said. The Castro regime refuses to negotiate amicably. This, in spite of our having said many times that we will sit down on an equal basis to discuss our problems with the United States. I take advantage of the opportunity now, on behalf of my government, Mr. President, to state once more that Cuba is ready to sit down to discuss as equals everything that the U.S. delegation wishes to discuss, but on the strict basis that there be no prior conditions. In other words, our position is very clear on this matter. The white paper calls the Cuban people to subversion and to revolution against the Castro regime. Yet, in spite of this, on April 13, 1961, President Kennedy once more spoke and affirmed categorically that he would not invade Cuba and that the armed forces of the United States would never intervene in Cuba's internal affairs. 2 days later, unmarked planes bombed our airports and reduced to ashes the greater part of our ancient air force, the remnants of what Batista's men had left behind when they fled. In the UN Security Council, Mr. Adlai Stevenson gave emphatic assurances that they were Cuban pilots, from our air force, unhappy with the Castro regime, who had carried out such a deed. And he stated he had spoken with them. On April 17, the unsuccessful invasion took place. Our entire people, united and on a war footing, once more demonstrated that there are forces stronger than widespread propaganda, that there are forces stronger than the brutal force of arms, that there are higher values than the value of money. They threw themselves in a mad rush onto the narrow paths that led to the battlefield, many of them massacred on the way by the enemy's superiority in the air. 9 Cuban pilots were the heroes of that struggle, with the old planes. 2 of them gave their lives, 7 of them are exceptional witnesses to the triumph of freedom's weapons. The Bay of Pigs invasion was over, and to be brief, for there is no need to offer proof when the guilty party confesses, distinguished delegates, President Kennedy assumed full responsibility for the aggression. Perhaps at that time he had forgotten the words he had spoken a few days before. You might think that the history of aggression was over. Nevertheless, I'll give you a scoop, as the newspaper people say. On July 26 of this year, armed counter-revolutionary groups at the Guantanamo Naval Base were waiting for Commander Raúl Castro at 2 strategic places in order to assassinate him. The plan was intelligent and macabre. They would fire upon Commander Raúl Castro while he was on the road from his house to the mass meeting at which we celebrate the date of our revolution. If they failed, they would dynamite the foundation, or rather, they would detonate the already dynamited foundations of the stand from which our companero Raúl Castro would preside over that patriotic meeting. And a few hours later, distinguished delegates, U.S. mortars would begin firing from Cuban territory against the Guantanamo Naval Base. So the whole world would clearly understand the matter. The Cubans, exasperated because in the midst of their personal quarrels one of those communists over there was assassinated, were attacking the Guantanamo Naval Base, and the poor United States would have no recourse but to defend itself. That was the plan our security forces, which are much more efficient than you might imagine, discovered a few days ago. All that I have just told you is why I believe the Cuban Revolution cannot come to this conference of illustrious experts to speak about technical matters. I know that you think, it is because they do not know about these things. And perhaps you are right. But the fundamental thing is that politics and facts, so obstinate, which are constantly present in our situation, prevent us from coming here to speak about numbers or to analyze the perfections of the CIES specialists. There are a number of political issues circulating. One of them is a political economic question, the tractors. 500 tractors is not an exchange value. 500 tractors is what our government estimates would allow it to repair the material damage caused by the 1,200 mercenaries. They do not pay for a single life because we are not accustomed to placing a dollar value on the lives of our citizens, or a value on equipment of any kind. And much less on the lives of the children who died there, of the women who died there at the Bay of Pigs. But we want to make it clear that if the exchange of human beings, those captured during the Bay of Pigs invasion we call gusanos, worms, for tractors, seems to be an odious transaction, something from the days of piracy, we could make an exchange of human beings for human beings. We direct our remarks to the gentleman from the United States. We reminded them of the great Puerto Rican patriot Pedro Albizu Campos, on the verge of death after being in a dungeon of the empire for years and years, and we offered them whatever they wanted for the freedom of Albizu Campos. We reminded the nations of the Americas who might have political prisoners in their jails that we could make an exchange. No one responded. Naturally, we cannot force that exchange. It is simply up to those who think that the freedom of those valiant Cuban counter-revolutionaries, the only army in the world that surrendered in its entirety, with almost no losses. Whoever thinks that these individuals should be set free, let them set free their own political prisoners. Then all the jails of the Americas will be resplendent, or at least their political prisons will be empty. There is another problem, also of a political economic nature. This is, Mr. President, that our air transport fleet is being brought, plane by plane, to the United States. The procedure is simple: a few ladies enter a plane with guns hidden in their clothing, they hand them over to their accomplices, the accomplices murder the guard, they put a gun to the pilot's head, the pilot heads for Miami, and a company, legally of course because in the United States everything is done legally, files a suit for debts against the Cuban government, and then the plane is confiscated. But it so happens that among those many Cuban patriots, and in addition there was a U.S. patriot, but he is not ours, there was a Cuban patriot in the United States. And he, all by himself, without anyone telling him anything, decided to better the record of the hijackers of the two-engine planes, and he brought to Cuban shores a beautiful four-engine plane. Naturally, we are not going to use this four-engine plane, which is not ours. We respect private property, but we demand the right to be respected in kind, gentlemen. We demand an end to shams, the right for there to be organizations in the Americas that can say to the United States, gentlemen, you are committing a vulgar outrage. You cannot take the planes of another country even though it may be opposed to you. Those planes are not yours. Return those planes, or sanctions will be imposed against you. Naturally we understand that, unfortunately, there is no inter-American body strong enough to do this. Nevertheless, in this August conclave, we appeal to the sense of fairness and justice of the U.S. delegation, in order to normalize the situation with regard to the hijacking of our respective planes. It is necessary to explain what the Cuban Revolution is, what this special event is that has made the blood of the world's empires boil, and that has also made the blood of the dispossessed of the world, or of this part of the world at least, boil with hope. It is an agrarian, anti-feudal, and anti-imperialist revolution that under the imperatives of its internal evolution and of external aggressions became transformed into a socialist revolution, and that declares itself as such before all the Americas, a socialist revolution. A socialist revolution that took the land from those who had plenty and gave it to those who used to be hired to work that land, or distributed it in cooperatives among other groups of people who had no land on which to work, even as hired hands. It is a revolution that came to power with its own army and on the ruins of the oppressor's army, a revolution that looked around when it came to power and dedicated itself to the systematic destruction of all the old forms of the structure that upheld the dictatorship of an exploiter class over the exploited class. It destroyed the army completely, as a caste, as an institution, not as men, except for the war criminals who were shot before a firing squad. This, too, was done openly before the public opinion of the continent and with a clear conscience. It is a revolution that has reaffirmed national sovereignty and that, for the first time, has called in its own name, and in the name of all the peoples of the Americas and of the world, for the return of all territories unjustly occupied by foreign powers. It is a revolution that has an independent foreign policy, that comes here to this meeting of American states as one more Latin American country, that goes to the meeting of the movement of non-aligned countries as one of its important members, and that participates in the deliberations of the socialist countries and is considered by them to be a fraternal nation. It is, then, a revolution with humanist characteristics. It is in solidarity with all the oppressed peoples of the world. It is in solidarity, Mr. President, because as Marty also said, every true human must feel on their own cheek every blow dealt against the cheek of another. And every time that an imperialist power subjugates a territory, it is a blow against every inhabitant of that territory. That is why we struggle for the independence of other countries, for the independence of the occupied territories, indiscriminately, without asking about the political regime or about the aspirations of those who fight for their independence. We support Panama, which has a piece of its territory occupied by the United States. We call the islands near the south of Argentina the Malvinas and not the Falkland Islands. And we call the island that the United States snatched from Honduras and from which it is insulting us over radio and telegraph, Swan Island. Here in the Americas we are constantly fighting for the independence of the Guianas and the British Antilles. We accept the fact of an independent Belize because Guatemala has already renounced its sovereignty over that piece of its territory. And we also fight in Africa, in Asia, in any part of the world where the strong oppress the weak, so that the weak may achieve independence, self-determination, and the right to self-rule as a sovereign state. Permit us to say that, when the earthquake struck Chile, our people came to her aid to the extent of our resources, with our only product, sugar. It was a small amount of aid, but nevertheless it was a type of aid for which nothing was demanded in return. It was simply handing over to a sister nation some food to tide her over those anxious hours. Nor does that country have to thank us, and much less does she owe us anything, it was our duty to give what we gave. Our revolution nationalized the domestic economy, it nationalized basic industry, including mining. It nationalized all foreign trade, which is now in the hands of the state, and which we proceeded to diversify by trading with the whole world. It nationalized the banking system in order to have in its hands the efficient instrument with which to exercise the function of credit in accordance with the country's needs. It provides for the participation of the workers in the management of the planned national economy. It carried out the urban reform just a few months ago, through which every inhabitant of the country was made the owner of the home they occupied on the sole condition that they continue to pay the same rent that they were already paying, in accordance with a table, for a set number of years. It instituted many measures to affirm the dignity of the human being. Among the first of these was the abolition of racial discrimination, which existed in our country, distinguished delegates, in a somewhat subtle form, but it existed. The beaches of our island were not for blacks or the poor to swim at because they belonged to some private club visited by tourists who did not like to swim with black people. Our hotels, Havana's great hotels, which were built by foreign companies, did not allow black people as guests, because tourists from other countries did not like it. That is the way our country was. A woman did not have anything approaching equal rights, she was paid less for the same work, she was discriminated against, as she is in the majority of our countries. The city and the countryside were in perpetual conflict, and from that conflict imperialism drew a workforce, which was paid poorly and denied steady work. In all these areas we carried out a revolution, and we also carried out a true revolution in education, culture, and health care. This year illiteracy will be eliminated in Cuba. Some 104,000 literacy volunteers of all ages are spread throughout the Cuban countryside teaching reading and writing to 1.25 million illiterates, because in Cuba there were many illiterates. There were 1.25 million illiterates, many more than the official statistics used to report. This year primary education has been made compulsory through the 9th grade, and secondary education has been made free and compulsory for the whole school-age population. We have converted the fortresses into schools. We have carried out university reform and have given the entire population free access to higher culture, to science, and modern technology. We have greatly promoted national values to overcome the cultural deformation produced by imperialism, and our art receives the applause of the peoples of the world, not all the peoples, since in some places they are not allowed to enter. We have promoted the cultural heritage of Latin America through the awarding of annual prizes to writers from all latitudes of the Americas, and whose poetry prize, Mr. President, was won by the Uruguayan poet laureate, Roberto Ibanez, in the last contest. We have extended the social function of medicine to benefit the peasants and the poor urban workers. Everyone has access to sport, to the extent that on July 25, 75,000 people marched in a sports celebration given in honor of the world's first cosmonaut, Commander Yuri Gagarin. Popular beaches have been open to all, of course, without distinction of color or ideology, and free besides. And the exclusive social clubs of our country, of which there were many, were transformed into workers' social clubs. All right, gentlemen experts, fellow delegates, the time has come to address the economic section of the text. Point 1 is very broad. Prepared by very smart experts, it aims at planning the social and economic development of Latin America. I am going to refer to some of the statements of the gentlemen experts in order to refute them from the technical point of view, and then present the Cuban delegation's viewpoint on what development planning is. The first incongruity that we observe in this work is expressed in this passage. Sometimes the idea is expressed that an increase in the level and diversity of economic activity necessarily results in the improvement of sanitary conditions. Nevertheless, the group is of the opinion that the improvement of sanitary conditions is not only desirable per se, but that it constitutes an indispensable prerequisite to economic growth, and that it should therefore form an essential part of the programs for the development of the region. On the other hand, this is also reflected in the structure of the loans granted by the Inter-American Development Bank, for in the analysis that we made of the $120 million loaned in the first period, $40 million, in other words 1/3, corresponds directly to loans of this type, for housing, for aqueducts, for sewers. This is a bit like, I don't know, but I would almost classify it as a colonial mentality. I get the impression they are thinking of making the latrine the fundamental thing, that latrines would improve the social conditions of the poor Indian, of the poor black, of the poor person who lives in subhuman conditions. Let's make latrines for them, and after we have made latrines for them, and after their education has taught them how to keep themselves clean, then they can enjoy the benefits of production. Because it should be noted, distinguished delegates, that the topic of industrialization does not figure in the analysis of the distinguished experts. Planning for the gentlemen experts is the planning of latrines. As for the rest, who knows how it will be done? If the President will allow me, I will express my deepest regrets in the name of the Cuban delegation for the loss of the services of such an efficient specialist as the one who directed this first group, Dr. Felipe Pazos. With his intelligence and capacity for work, and with our revolutionary activity, within 2 years Cuba could have become the paradise of the latrine, even if we did not have a single one of the 250 factories that we are beginning to build, even if we had not carried out the agrarian reform. I ask myself, distinguished delegates, if they are not trying to make fun of us, not Cuba, because Cuba is not included, since the Alliance for Progress is not for Cuba but against her, and since it is not established to give 1 cent to Cuba, but if they are not trying to make fun of all the rest of the delegates. Do you get the impression, just a little, that your leg is being pulled? You are given dollars to build highways, you are given dollars to build roads, you are given dollars to dig sewers. Gentlemen, what do you build roads with? What do you dig the sewers with? What do you build houses with? You don't have to be a genius for that. Why don't they give dollars for equipment, dollars for machinery, dollars so that our underdeveloped countries, all of them, can become industrial agricultural countries, at one and the same time? Really, it is sad. On page 10, in the part about development planning under point 6, it is made evident who the real author of this plan is. Point 6 says, to establish more solid bases for the granting and utilization of external financial aid, especially to provide effective criteria to evaluate individual projects. We are not going to establish the most solid foundations for granting and utilization because we are not the ones granting, you are the ones who are receiving, not granting. We, Cuba, are watching, and it is the United States that is making the grants. This point 6, then, is drafted directly by the United States. It is the recommendation of the United States, and this is the spirit of the whole abortive scheme called point 1. But I want to impress upon you one thing. We have spoken a good deal about politics. We have denounced what is a political plot here. We have emphasized in conversations with the distinguished delegates Cuba's right to express these opinions, because Cuba is directly attacked in point 5. Nevertheless, Cuba does not come here to sabotage the meeting, as some of the newspapers or many of the mouthpieces of the foreign information agencies are claiming. Cuba comes to condemn what is worthy of condemnation from the point of view of principles. But Cuba also comes to work harmoniously, if possible, in order to straighten out this thing that has been born so distorted, and Cuba is ready to collaborate with all the distinguished delegates to set it right and make it into a beautiful project. The Honorable Mr. Douglas Dillon in his speech cited financing. That is important. We must speak of financing if we are all to get together and speak of development, and we have all assembled here to talk with the one country that has the capital for financing. Mr. Dillon says, looking at the years to come and at the sources of external financing, international entities such as Europe and Japan as much as the United States, new private investments and investments of public funds, if Latin America takes as a precondition the necessary internal measures, it can logically expect that its efforts, he does not even say, if it takes these measures this will happen, but only it can logically expect. He continues, will be matched by an influx of capital on the order of at least $20 billion in the next 10 years, with the majority of these funds coming from official sources. Is this how much there is? No, only $500 million are approved. This is what is being talked about. This must be emphasized because it is the nub of the question. What does it mean? And I assure you that I'm not asking this for us, but for the good of all. What does it mean, if Latin America takes the necessary internal measures? And what does it can logically expect mean? I think that later in the work of the committees, or at a time that the representative of the United States deems opportune, this detail should be cleared up a little, because $20 billion is an interesting sum. It is no less than 2/3 of the figure that our Prime Minister announced as necessary for the development of the Americas. Push it a little more and we arrive at $30 billion. But that $30 billion has to arrive in jingling cash, dollar by dollar, into the national coffers of each one of the countries of the Americas, with the exception of this poor Cinderella, who probably will receive nothing. That is where we can help, but not as part of a blackmail, such as is foreseen. It is said, Cuba is the goose that lays the golden egg. Cuba exists, and while there is a Cuba, the United States will continue to give. No, we do not come here for that reason. We come to work, to try and struggle on the level of principles and ideas, for the development of our peoples. Because all, or nearly all, the distinguished representatives have said it, if the Alliance for Progress fails, nothing can hold back the wave of popular movements. I say this in my own words, but that is what was meant. Nothing can hold back the wave of popular movements if the Alliance for Progress fails. And we are interested in it not failing, if and insofar as it means a real improvement for Latin America in the standard of living of all its 200 million inhabitants. I can make this statement honestly and with all sincerity. We have diagnosed and foreseen the social revolution in the Americas, the real one, because events are unfolding in a different way, because there is an attempt to hold the people back with bayonets, and when the people realize that they can take the bayonets and turn them against those who brandish them, then those who brandish them are lost. But if the road the people want to take is one of logical and harmonious development, through long-term loans with low interest, as Mr. Dillon said, with 50 years to pay, we also are in agreement. The only thing, distinguished delegates, is that we all have to work together here to make that figure concrete, and to make sure that the U.S. Congress approves it. Because do not forget that we are faced with a presidential and parliamentary regime, not a dictatorship like Cuba, where a representative of Cuba stands up, speaks in the name of his government, and takes responsibility for his actions. What is said here also has to be ratified over there, and the experience of all the distinguished delegates is that many times the promises made here were not approved there. Well, what I have to say on each of these points is very long, and I'll shorten it so that we can discuss them in the commissions in a fraternal spirit. These are simply some general facts, some general considerations. The rate of growth presented as a most beautiful thing for all Latin America is a 2.5% net growth. Bolivia announced 5% for 10 years. We congratulate the representative of Bolivia and say to him that with just a little effort and the mobilization of the popular forces he could say 10%. We speak of 10% growth with no fear whatsoever. 10% growth is the rate that Cuba foresees for the coming years. What does this indicate, distinguished delegates? That if each country maintains its current course, Latin America as a whole, which today has a per capita income of approximately $330 and a 2.5% annual growth rate, by around the year 1980 will have a per capita income of $500. Certainly for many countries that is quite phenomenal. What does Cuba intend to have by the year 1980? A net income per capita of around $3,000, this is more than the United States currently has. And if you do not believe us, fine, here we are ready for a competition, gentlemen. Let us be left in peace. Let us be allowed to develop, so that we can come together again in 20 years to see if the siren song is revolutionary Cuba's or someone else's. But we are announcing, quite responsibly, that rate of annual growth. The experts suggest the substitution of well-equipped farms for inefficient latifundia and very small farms. We say, do they want to make an agrarian reform? Take the land from those who have a lot and give it to those who do not have any. That is the way to make an agrarian reform. The rest is a siren song. The way to do it? Whether a piece of land is given out in parcels, in accord with all the rules of private property, whether it is transformed into collective property, whether these are combined, as we have done, all that depends on the peculiarities of each nation. But agrarian reform is carried out by eliminating the latifundia, not by sending people to colonize far-off places. In the same way I could talk about the redistribution of income, which is a reality in Cuba. Those who have more have it taken away, and those who have nothing or very little are allowed to have more. Because we have made the agrarian reform. Because we have made the urban reform. Because we have reduced electricity and telephone rates, which, by the way, was the first skirmish with the foreign monopolies. Because we have made social centers for workers and child care centers, where the children of the workers go to receive food and stay there while their parents work. Because we have created public beaches. And because we have nationalized education, which is absolutely free. In addition, we are working on an extensive health plan. I shall speak of industrialization separately, because it is the basic foundation for development and we interpret it as such. But there is one point that is very interesting. It is the filter, the purifier, the experts. I think there were 7. The danger of the latrinocracy stuck in the middle of the agreements with which the peoples want to improve their living standards. Once again, politicians in the guise of specialists, saying here, yes, and here, no. Because you have done such and such a thing, yes, but in reality because you are a willing tool of the one who is handing out the favors. And nothing for you because you have done this wrong, but in reality because you are not a tool of the one handing out the favors, because you say, for example, that you cannot accept as the price of any loan that Cuba be attacked. That is the danger, without mentioning that the small countries, as in everything, are the ones who receive little or nothing. Distinguished delegates, there is only one place where the small countries have the right to make a fuss, and that is here, where each vote is one vote, and where this question has to be put to a vote. And the small countries, if they have a mind to, can count on the militant vote of Cuba against the measures of the 7, measures that are sterilized, purified, and aimed at channeling credits, with technical disguises, in another direction. What is the situation that really leads to genuine planning, planning that must be coordinated with everyone, but which cannot be subject to any supranational body? We understand, and we did it this way in our country, distinguished delegates, that the precondition for real economic planning is for political power to be in the hands of the working class. That is the sine qua non of genuine planning for us. Moreover, the total elimination of imperialist monopolies and state control of the fundamental productive activities are necessary. Having those 3 points well nailed down, you then proceed with the planning of economic development. Otherwise, everything will be lost in words, speeches, and meetings. Besides this, there are 2 requirements that will decide whether or not this development makes use of the potential lying dormant in the heart of the peoples, now waiting to be awakened. These are, on the one hand, the rational, centralized direction of the economy by a single authority, which has the ability to make decisions. I'm not speaking of dictatorial powers, but the power to decide, and, on the other, the active participation of all the people in the tasks of planning. Naturally, for the entire people to participate in the tasks of planning, they will have to own the means of production. Otherwise, it will be difficult for them to participate. The people will not want to, and it seems to me that the owners of the enterprises where they work will not want them to either. Now, we can speak for a few minutes about what Cuba has achieved by trading with the whole world, following the flow of commerce, as Marty said. To date, we have signed agreements for $357 million in credits with the socialist countries, and we are in negotiations, real negotiations, for a little over $140 million more, which makes a total in loans of $500 million for the next 5 years. That loan, which gives us the ownership and control of our economic development, comes to, as we said, $500 million, the sum that the United States is giving to all of Latin America just for our little republic. This, divided by the population of the Republic of Cuba and translated to Latin America, would mean that the United States, in order to provide an equivalent amount, would have to give 15 billion pesos in 5 years, or $30 billion in 10 years. I speak of pesos or dollars, because in our country their value is the same. That is the sum that our Prime Minister asked for. With that amount, if there were a proper leadership of the economic process, Latin America in only 5 years would be quite a different place. We now pass on to point 2 of the text. And naturally, before analyzing it, we will ask a political question. Some friends of ours at these meetings, of whom there are many, although it might not appear that way, were asking us if we were ready to come back into the fold of Latin American nations. We have never abandoned the Latin American nations, and we are struggling not to be expelled, not to be forced to leave the fold of Latin American republics. What we do not want is to be a herd of cattle, as Marty said. Simply that. We denounce the dangers of the economic integration of Latin America because we are familiar with the example of Europe. In addition, Latin America knows from bitter experience what European economic integration has cost. We denounce the danger of the international monopolies completely manipulating trade relations inside the free trade associations. But we also announce here, to this conference, and we hope we are accepted, that we are willing to join the Latin American Free Trade Association, like any other member, also criticizing when necessary, but complying with all the rules, as long as Cuba's particular economic and social organization is respected and as long as its socialist government is accepted as an accomplished and irreversible fact. In addition, equal treatment and equitable enjoyment of the advantages of the international division of labor must also be extended to Cuba. Cuba must participate actively and can contribute a great deal to alleviate many of the serious bottlenecks that exist in the economies of our countries, with the aid of the centrally managed, planned economy, and with a clear and defined goal. Nevertheless, Cuba also proposes the following measures. We propose the initiation of immediate bilateral negotiations for the evacuation of bases or territories in member countries occupied by other member countries, so that there are no more cases like the one reported by the delegation from Panama, where Panama's wage policy cannot be implemented in a piece of her own territory. The same is happening to us, and, speaking from the economic point of view, we would like to see that anomaly disappear. We propose the study of rational plans for development and the coordination of technical and financial assistance from all the industrialized countries, without ideological or geographic distinctions of any kind. We also propose that guarantees be obtained to safeguard the interests of the weaker member countries, the banning of acts of economic aggression by some members against others, the guarantee of protection of Latin American entrepreneurs against the competition of foreign monopolies, the reduction of U.S. tariffs on industrial products of the integrated Latin American countries. And we state that, as we see it, foreign financing should take place only through indirect investments that fulfill the following conditions: that they not be subject to political demands or discriminate against state enterprises, that they be allotted in accord with the interests of the receiving country, that they carry interest rates no higher than 3%, with repayment in no less than 10 years, and renewable in case of difficulties with the balance of payments, that the attachment or confiscation of ships and aircraft by one member country against another be banned, that tax reforms be initiated that do not fall upon the working masses and that are protection against the action of foreign monopolies. Point 3 of the text has been treated with the same delicacy as the others by the distinguished experts. They have taken up the matter with 2 delicate little tweezers, raised the veil a little bit, and let it fall immediately, because it is a tough one. It would have been desirable, they say, and even tempting for the group to have formulated ambitious and spectacular recommendations. However, this was not done owing to the numerous complex technical problems that would have had to be resolved. That is why the recommendations that are formulated necessarily had to be limited to what was considered technically feasible. I do not know if I'm being too shrewd, but reading between the lines, there do not seem to be any pronouncements. The Cuban delegation therefore proposes concretely that from this meeting we should obtain the following: a guarantee of stable prices, without any coulds or might-haves, without we would examine or we shall examine, but, simply, guarantees of stable prices, expanding, or at least stable, markets, guarantees against economic aggression, guarantees against the unilateral suspension of purchases in traditional markets, guarantees against the dumping of subsidized agricultural surpluses, guarantees against protectionism aimed at the production of primary materials, and the creation of conditions in the industrialized countries for the purchase of primary materials with a greater degree of processing. Cuba declares that it would be desirable for the U.S. delegation to answer, in the commissions, whether it will continue to subsidize its production of copper, lead, zinc, sugar, cotton, wheat and wool. Cuba asks whether the United States will continue to apply pressure against member countries to prevent them from selling their surplus primary products to the socialist countries and thus broadening their market. And now comes point 5 of the text, since point 4 is nothing but a report. This point 5 is the other side of the coin. Fidel Castro said at the time of the Costa Rica conference that the United States had gone there with a sack of gold in one hand and a club in the other. Here today, the United States comes with the sack of gold fortunately even bigger in one hand, and the barrier to isolate Cuba in the other. It is, anyway, a triumph of historical circumstances. But point 5 of the text establishes a program of measures for Latin America aimed at the regimentation of thought, the subordination of the trade union movement and, if possible, the preparation of military aggression against Cuba. 3 steps are contemplated throughout the whole document: the mobilization, beginning immediately, of the Latin American mass media against the Cuban Revolution and against the struggles of our peoples for their freedom, the formation at a later meeting of an inter-American federation of press, radio, television, and cinema, which would allow the United States to direct the policy of all the organs of public opinion in Latin America. Of all of them there are not many now that are outside their sphere of influence, but they want all of them. In addition, they want to exercise monopoly control over new information agencies and to absorb as many of the old ones as possible. All this in order to do something unprecedented, which has been announced here with such tranquility and which in my country provoked deep discussion when something similar was done in only one case. They are attempting, distinguished delegates, to establish a cultural common market, organized, managed, paid for, and domesticated. All the culture of Latin America at the service of imperialism's propaganda machine to demonstrate that the hunger of our peoples is not hunger at all, but laziness. Magnificent. Confronted with this, we reply, a call must be made to the organs of public opinion in Latin America that they take up and share in the ideals of national liberation of each Latin American people. There must be a call for the exchange of information, cultural media, organs of the press and the attainment of direct visits without discrimination between our peoples, gentlemen, because today a U.S. citizen who goes to Cuba faces 5 years in prison when they return to their country. A call must be made to the Latin American governments for them to guarantee the freedoms that allow the working class movement to organize independent trade unions, to defend the interests of the workers, and to struggle for the true independence of its peoples. And we call for a total, absolute condemnation of Point 5 as an attempt by imperialism to domesticate the one thing that our peoples had been saving from disaster, the national culture. Distinguished delegates, permit me to give an outline of the objectives of Cuba's first plan of economic development for the next 4-year period. The overall rate of growth will be 12%, that is to say, more than 9.5% net per capita growth, transforming Cuba into the most industrial country in Latin America in relation to its population, as the following data indicates. First place in Latin America in per capita production of steel, cement, electrical energy and, except for Venezuela, oil refining. First place in Latin America in tractors, rayon, footwear, textiles, etc. Second place in the world in the production of metallic nickel. Up until now Cuba had only produced concentrates. The production of nickel in 1965 will be 70,000 metric tons, which constitutes approximately 30% of the world's production. In addition, Cuba will produce 2,600 metric tons of metallic cobalt. The production of 8.5 to 9 million tons of sugar. The beginning of the transformation of the sugar industry into a sucrochemical industry. In order to accomplish these measures, which are easy to list but demand enormous work and the effort of an entire people in order to succeed, plus a great deal of external financing for the purpose of aid and not exploitation, the following measures have been taken. More than 1 billion pesos, the Cuban peso is equivalent to the dollar, are going to be invested in industry in the installation of 800 megawatts of electrical generating capacity. In 1960, the installed capacity not counting the sugar industry, which works seasonally, was 621 megawatts. Building or expanding 205 factories, among which the following 22 are the most important: a new plant to refine metallic nickel, which will raise the total to 70,000 tons, a petroleum refinery with a capacity of 2 million tons of crude oil, the first steel plant, for 700,000 tons, which in this 4-year period will produce 500,000 tons of steel, the expansion of our seamed steel pipe plants to produce 25,000 metric tons, tractors, 5,000 units annually, motorcycles, 10,000 units annually. 3 cement plants and the expansion of the existing ones for a total of 1.5 million metric tons, which will raise our production to 2.5 million tons annually, metal containers, 291 million units, expansion of our glass factories to 23,700 metric tons annually, 1 million square meters of window glass, a new factory for making 10,000 cubic meters of plywood from bagasse, a plant for making 60,000 metric tons of bagasse cellulose, in addition to one for wood cellulose of 40,000 metric tons annually, a 60,000 ton ammonium nitrate plant, 60,000 tons of simple superphosphate, 81,000 metric tons of triple superphosphate, 132,000 metric tons of nitric acid, 85,000 metric tons of ammonia, 8 new textile plants and the expansion of the existing ones with 451,000 spindles, a canaf sack factory producing 16 million sacks. and there are other factories of less importance, for a total of 205 to date. These credits have been contracted for, up until now, in the following way: $200 million with the Soviet Union, $60 million with the People's Republic of China, $40 million with the Socialist Republic of Czechoslovakia, $15 million with the Romanian People's Republic, $15 million with the Hungarian People's Republic, $12 million with the Polish People's Republic, $10 million with the German Democratic Republic, and $5 million with the Bulgarian Democratic Republic. The total contracted for to date is $357 million. The new negotiations that we expect will shortly conclude are mostly with the Soviet Union, which, as the most industrialized country in the socialist area, is the one that has offered the most extensive support. In terms of agriculture, Cuba has set itself the goal of reaching self-sufficiency in the production of food, including fats and rice, not wheat, self-sufficiency in cotton and coarse fibers, the creation of exportable surpluses of tropical fruits and other agricultural products, whose contribution to exports will triple the present levels. As regards foreign trade, the value of exports will increase by 75% over 1960, diversification of the economy. Sugar and its derivatives will make up about 60% of the value of the exports, and not 80% as now. As regards construction, the elimination of 40% of the present housing shortage, including the bohías, which are Cuban huts, the rational combination of construction materials to increase the use of local materials without sacrificing quality. There is one point I would like to spend a minute on, that is education. We have laughed at the group of experts who would put education and sanitation as the condition sine qua non to begin the path of development. This seems to us to be an aberration, but that does not make it less true that once the path of development is taken, education must proceed parallel with it. Without an adequate technological education, development is retarded. Therefore, Cuba has carried out a complete reform of education. It has expanded and improved educational services and has developed an overall educational plan. At present, Cuba occupies first place in Latin America in the allocation of resources to education, 5.3% of the national income. The developed nations devote 3 to 4% and Latin America from 1 to 2% of their national income to education. In Cuba, 28.3% of the current expenses of the state are for the Ministry of Education. Including other organizations that dedicate financial resources for education, that percentage increases to 30%. Among the Latin American countries, the next highest allocates 21% of its budget. An increase in the budget to education, from $75 million in 1958 to $128 million in 1961, is an increase of 71%. The total expenses for education, including the literacy campaign and building schools, come to $170 million, 25 pesos per capita. In Denmark, for example, $25 per capita a year are spent on education. In France, $15, in Latin America, $5. The creation, in 2 years, of 10,000 schoolrooms and the appointment of 10,000 new teachers. Cuba is the first country in Latin America that fully satisfies the needs of primary instruction for the entire student population, an aspiration of the principal project of UNESCO in Latin America for 1968, already achieved today in Cuba. These really marvelous accomplishments and figures, absolutely true facts that we present here, distinguished delegates, have been made possible by the following measures: the nationalization of instruction, making it secular and free, and allowing complete utilization of its services, the creation of a system of scholarships, which guarantees meeting all the students' needs, in accordance with the following plan: 20,000 scholarships for basic secondary schools from 7th to 9th grade. 3,000 for the pre-university institutes, 3,000 for art instructors, 6,000 for universities, 1,500 for courses in artificial insemination, 1,200 for courses in agricultural machinery, 14,000 for courses in tailoring and sewing and home economics for peasant women, 1,200 for the training of rural school teachers, 750 for introductory courses in elementary education, 10,000 scholarships and study stipends for students of technological education, and, in addition, hundreds of scholarships to study technology in the socialist countries, the creation of 100 centers of secondary education, with each municipality having at least one. This year in Cuba, as I announced, illiteracy is being wiped out. It is a marvelous sight. Up to the present moment, 104,500 brigadistas, almost all of them students between 10 and 18 years old, have flooded the country from one end to the other, going directly to the peasants' bohio, to the workers' homes to convince the old person who does not want to study anymore, and thus to wipe out illiteracy in Cuba. Each time a factory eliminates illiteracy among its workers, it raises a flag announcing this fact to the people of Cuba. Each time a cooperative wipes out illiteracy among its peasants, it hoists the same standard. And the 104,500 young students have as their symbol a book and a lantern, to bring the light of learning to the backward regions. They belong to the Conrado Benitez Brigades, named in honor of the first martyr for education in the Cuban Revolution, who was lynched by a group of counter-revolutionaries for the grave crime of teaching the peasants in the mountains of our country to read. That is the difference, distinguished delegates, between our country and those who combat us. A total of 156,000 literacy volunteers, who are not full-time since they are workers or professionals, are working in education. 32,000 teachers are leading this army. And only with the active cooperation of the entire Cuban people are they able to achieve such significant statistics. All this has been done in 1 year, or rather, in 2 years. 7 regimental barracks have been converted into school cities, 27 barracks into schools, and all this while facing the danger of imperialist aggression. The Camilo Cienfuegos school city today has 5,000 pupils from the Sierra Maestra, and units are under construction for 20,000 pupils. The construction of a similar school city in each province is projected. Each school city will be self-sufficient in foodstuffs, introducing peasant children to agricultural techniques. Moreover, new methods of teaching have been established. From 1958 to 1959, primary school enrollment increased from 602,000 to 1,231,700 pupils, basic secondary school, from 21,900 to 83,800, commercial schools, from 8,900 to 21,300, technical schools, from 5,600 to 11,500. A total of $48 million has been invested in school construction in only 2 years. The national printing plant guarantees textbooks and other printed matter for all students, free of charge. There are 2 television networks that cover the whole national territory, and we use that powerful media for the massive dissemination of learning. Likewise, the entire national radio is at the disposal of the Ministry of Education. The Cuban Institute of Cinematographic Art and Industry, the National Library and the National Theater, with departments throughout the country, complete the great apparatus for the dissemination of culture. The National Institute of Sports, Physical Education and Recreation, whose initials are INDIR, promotes physical development on a mass scale. This, distinguished delegates, is the cultural panorama of Cuba at this time. Now comes the final part of our presentation, the part of definitions, because we want to make our position completely clear. We have denounced the Alliance for Progress as a vehicle designed to separate the people of Cuba from the other peoples of Latin America, to sterilize the example of the Cuban Revolution, and then to subdue the other peoples according to imperialism's instructions. I would like to be allowed to fully demonstrate this. There are many interesting documents in the world. We shall distribute among the delegates some documents that came into our hands and that demonstrate, for example, the opinion that imperialism has of the Venezuelan government, whose foreign minister harshly attacked us a few days ago, perhaps because he thought we were violating rules of friendship with his people or his government. Nevertheless, it is interesting to point out that Friendly Hands brought us an interesting document. It is a report of a secret document addressed to Ambassador Moscoso in Venezuela by his advisors John M. Cates, Jr., Irving Trajan, and Robert Cox. In one of the paragraphs, speaking of the measures that must be taken in Venezuela to make a real alliance for progress directed by the United States, this document states, reform of the bureaucracy, all the plans that are formulated. They are speaking of Venezuela, and continue, all the programs that are initiated for the economic development of Venezuela, whether they be by the Venezuelan government or by U.S. experts, will have to be put into practice through the Venezuelan bureaucracy. But as long as the public administration of this country is characterized by incompetence, indifference, inefficiency, formalism, factional favoritism in the granting of jobs, theft, duplication of functions and the creation of private empires, it will be practically impossible to put into effect dynamic and efficient projects through the governmental machinery. For that reason, the reform of the administrative apparatus is possibly now the most fundamental necessity, which is not only directed to correcting basic economic and social injustice, but which also could imply reconditioning the very instrument by which all the other basic reforms and development projects will be molded. There are many interesting things in this document that we will put at the disposal of the distinguished delegates, in which they speak, also, of the natives. After teaching the natives, they let the natives work. We are natives, nothing more. But there is something very interesting, distinguished delegates, and that is the recommendation that Mr. Cates makes to Mr. Moscoso about what must be done in Venezuela and why it must be done. He says as follows. The United States will be faced with the necessity, probably sooner than it is thought, of pointing out to the conservatives, the oligarchy, the newly rich, the national and foreign moneyed sectors in general, the military and the clergy, that they will, in the last analysis, have to choose between two things, to contribute to the establishment in Venezuela of a society based on the masses, in which they retain part of their status quo and wealth, or to be faced with the loss of both, and very possibly their own death at the hands of a firing squad. This is a report of the U.S. advisors to their ambassador. It continues, if the forces of moderation and progress are rooted in Venezuela. After this, we are given the complete picture of the whole deception to be practiced in this conference, with other reports of the secret instructions given in Latin America by the U.S. State Department in reference to the Cuba case. This is very important because it is what exposes the wolf in sheep's clothing. This is what it says. I am going to read an extract in deference to the brevity that I have already violated, but afterward we will circulate all of it. From the beginning, it was widely taken for granted in Latin America that the Bay of Pigs invasion was backed by the United States and, for that reason, would be successful. The majority of the governments and responsible sections of the population were prepared to accept a fait accompli, although there were misgivings about the violation of the principle of non-intervention. The communists and other vehemently pro-Castro elements immediately took the offensive with demonstrations and acts of violence directed against U.S. agencies in various countries, especially in Argentina, Bolivia, and Mexico. Nevertheless, such anti-US and pro-Castro activities received limited backing and had less effect than might have been expected. The failure of the invasion discouraged the anti-Castro sectors, who thought that the United States should have done something dramatic that would restore its damaged prestige, but it was received with joy by the communists and other pro-Castro elements. It continues. In most cases, the reactions of the Latin American governments were not surprising. With the exception of Haiti and the Dominican Republic, the republics that had already broken or suspended their relations with Cuba expressed their understanding of the U.S. position. Honduras joined the anti-Castro camp, suspending its relations in April and proposing the formation of an alliance of Central American and Caribbean nations to deal with Cuba through force. The proposal, which was also suggested independently by Nicaragua, was quietly abandoned when Venezuela refused to back it. Venezuela, Colombia, and Panama expressed a serious concern about Soviet and international communist penetration in Cuba, but they remained in favor of carrying out some type of collective action by the OAS to deal with the Cuban problem. Collective action by the OAS. Here we enter familiar territory. A similar opinion was adopted by Argentina, Uruguay, and Costa Rica. Chile, Ecuador, Bolivia, Brazil, and Mexico refused to back any position that might imply an intervention in the internal affairs of Cuba. This attitude was probably very strong in Chile, where the government met strong opposition in all spheres to an open military intervention by any state against the Castro regime. In Brazil and Ecuador the question provoked serious divisions in the cabinet, in the Congress, and in the political parties. In the case of Ecuador, the intransigently pro-Cuba position of President Velasco was shaken but not altered by the discovery that Ecuadorian communists were being trained inside the country in guerrilla tactics by pro-Castro revolutionaries. Parenthetically, I will state that this is a lie. Likewise, there is little doubt that some of the formerly uncommitted elements in Latin America have been favorably impressed by Castro's ability to survive a military attack supported by the United States against his regime. Many who had hesitated to commit themselves before, because they believed that the United States would eliminate the Castro regime in the course of time, may have changed their opinion now. The victory of Castro has demonstrated to them the permanent and viable character of the Cuban Revolution. This is the report by the United States. Moreover, his victory has undoubtedly aroused the latent anti-US attitude that prevails in a great part of Latin America. In all respects, the member states of the OAS are now less hostile to U.S. intervention in Cuba than before the invasion, but a majority including Brazil and Mexico, who together account for more than half the population of Latin America, are not ready to actively intervene or even to join in a quarantine against Cuba. Nor could it be expected that the OAS would give beforehand its approval of direct intervention by the United States, except in the event that Castro might be involved, beyond any doubt, in an attack on a Latin American government. Even when the United States might be successful, which looks improbable, in persuading the majority of Latin American states to join in a quarantine of Cuba, it would not be totally successful. Certainly Mexico and Brazil would refuse to cooperate and would serve as a channel for travel and other communication between Latin America and Cuba. Mexico's long-standing opposition to intervention of any kind would not represent an insuperable obstacle to collective action by the OAS against Cuba. The attitude of Brazil, however, which exercises a strong influence over its South American neighbors, is decisive for hemispheric cooperation. As long as Brazil refuses to act against Castro, it is probable that a number of other nations, including Argentina and Chile, would not want to risk adverse internal repercussions to accommodate the United States. The magnitude of the threat that Castro and the Communists constitute in other parts of Latin America will probably continue to depend, fundamentally, on the following factors: a. The ability of the regime to maintain its position, b. Its efficacy in demonstrating the success of its mode of coping with the problems of reform and development, and c. The ability of the non-communist elements in other Latin American countries to provide feasible and popularly acceptable alternatives. If, by means of propaganda, etc., Castro can convince the disaffected elements of Latin America that basic social reforms are really being made. That is to say, if the distinguished delegates are convinced that what we are saying is true, that benefit the poorest classes, the attraction of the Cuban example will increase and will continue to inspire imitators on the left in the whole region. The danger is not so much that a subversive apparatus, with its center in Havana, could export revolution, as that growing extreme poverty and discontent among the masses of the Latin American people may provide the pro-Castro elements opportunities to act. After considering whether or not we are intervening, they argue, it is probable that the Cubans will act cautiously in this respect for some time. Probably they do not wish to risk the interception or discovery of any military adventure or military supply operation originating in Cuba. Such an eventuality would lead to a hardening of official Latin American opinion against Cuba, possibly to the point of providing tacit support to U.S. intervention, or at least giving possible motives for sanctions on the part of the OAS. For these reasons, and owing to Castro's concern with the defense of his own territory at this time, the use of Cuban military forces to support insurrection in other places is extremely improbable. So, distinguished delegates who might have doubts, the government of the United States is announcing that it is very difficult for our troops to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. As time goes on, and with the absence of direct Cuban intervention in the internal affairs of neighboring states, the present fears of Castroism, of Soviet intervention in the regime, of its socialist nature, they put it in quotation marks, and of repugnancy for the repression of Castro's police state, will tend to decrease, and the traditional policy of non-intervention will reassert itself. It says further on, apart from its direct effect on the prestige of the United States in that area, its prestige has undoubtedly decreased as a result of the failure of the invasion. It continues. The survival of the Castro regime could have a profound effect on Latin American political life in coming years. Likewise, it prepares the scene for a political struggle in the terms promoted by communist propaganda for a long time in this hemisphere, with the anti-United States, popular, in quotation marks, forces on one side, and the ruling groups allied to the United States on the other. The governments that promise an evolutionary reform over a period of years, even at an accelerated pace, will be confronted by political leaders who promise an immediate remedy for the social ills by means of the confiscation of property and the overturning of the society. The most immediate danger of Castro's army for Latin America could very well be the danger to the stability of those governments that are presently attempting evolutionary social and economic changes, rather than to those that have tried to prevent such changes, in part due to the tensions and heightened expectations that accompany social changes and economic development. The urban unemployed and the landless peasants of Venezuela and Peru, for example, who have hoped that Acción Democrática and the Opera would implement reforms, constitute a quick source of political strength for the politician who convinces them that change can be implemented much more rapidly than the social democratic movements have promised. The popular support that the groups seeking evolutionary changes presently enjoy, or the potential backing that they normally could obtain as the Latin American masses become more active politically, would be lost to the degree that the extremist political leaders, utilizing the example of Castro, can rally support for revolutionary change. And in the last paragraph, gentlemen, appears our friend who is present here. The Alliance for Progress could very well provide the stimulus to carry out more intensive reform programs. But unless these are initiated rapidly and begin to show positive results soon, it is probable that they will not be sufficient to counterbalance the growing pressure of the extreme left. The years ahead will witness, almost surely, a race between those who are attempting to initiate evolutionary reform programs and those who are trying to generate mass support for fundamental economic and social revolution. If the moderates are left behind in this race, they could, in time, see themselves deprived of their mass support and caught in an untenable position between the extremes of right and left. These are, distinguished delegates, the documents the Cuban delegation wanted to place before you, in order to analyze frankly the Alliance for Progress. Now we all know the private judgment of the U.S. State Department. The economies of the Latin American countries have to grow, because if they do not, a phenomenon called Castroism will come to the fore, which will be dreadful for the United States. Well then, gentlemen, let us make the Alliance for Progress on those terms. Let the economies of all the member countries of the OAS really grow. Let them grow so that they consume their own products and not so that they are turned into a source of income for the U.S. monopolies. Let them grow to assure social peace, not to create new reserves for an eventual war of conquest. Let them grow for us, not for those abroad. And to all of you, distinguished delegates, the Cuban delegation says with all frankness, we wish, on our conditions, to be within the Latin American family. We want to live with Latin America. We want to see you grow, if possible, at the same rate that we are growing, but we do not oppose your growing at another rate. What we do demand is the guarantee of non-aggression for our borders. We cannot stop exporting our example, as the United States wants, because an example is something intangible that crosses borders. What we do guarantee is that we will not export revolution. We guarantee that not one rifle will be moved from Cuba, that not one weapon will be moved from Cuba for fighting in any other country in Latin America. What we cannot guarantee is that the idea of Cuba will not take root in some other country of Latin America, and what we do guarantee this conference is that if urgent measures of social prevention are not taken, the example of Cuba will take root in the people. And then that statement that once gave people a lot to think about, which Fidel made one July 26 and which was interpreted as an aggression, will again be true. Fidel said that if the social conditions continued as they have been until now, the Andes would become the Sierra Maestra of Latin America. Distinguished delegates, we call for an alliance for progress, an alliance for our progress, a peaceful alliance for the progress of all. We are not opposed to being left out in the distribution of loans, but we are opposed to being left out in participating in the cultural and spiritual life of our Latin American people, to whom we belong. What we will never allow is a restriction on our freedom to trade and have relations with all the peoples of the world. And we will defend ourselves with all our strength against any attempt at foreign aggression, be it from an imperial power or be it from some Latin American body that concurs in the desire of some to see us wiped out. To conclude, Mr. President, distinguished delegates, I want to tell you that some time ago we had a meeting of the General Staff of the Revolutionary Armed Forces in my country, a general staff to which I belong. An aggression against Cuba was being discussed, which we knew would come, but we did not know when or where. We thought it would be very big, in fact, it was going to be very big. This happened prior to the famous warning of the Prime Minister of the Soviet Union, Nikita Khrushchev, who said that their rockets could fly beyond the Soviet borders. We had not asked for that aid and we did not know about their readiness to aid us. Therefore, we met knowing that the invasion was coming, in order to face our final destiny as revolutionaries. We knew that if the United States invaded Cuba, there would be a massive slaughter, but that in the end we would be defeated and expelled from every inhabited place in the country. We members of the General Staff then proposed that Fidel Castro retire to a secure place in the mountains and that one of us take charge of the defense of Havana. Our Prime Minister and leader answered at that time with words that exalt him as do all his actions that if the United States invaded Cuba and Havana was defended as it should be defended, hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children would be slaughtered by Yankee weapons, and the leader of a people in revolution could not be asked to take shelter in the mountains, that his place was there, where the cherished dead were to be found, and that there, with them, he would fulfill his historic mission. That invasion did not take place, but we maintain that spirit, distinguished delegates. For that reason I can predict that the Cuban Revolution is invincible, because it has a people and because it has a leader like the one leading Cuba. That is all, distinguished delegates. The Real Road to Development. Punta del Este, August 16, 1961. This is Che Guevara's second intervention, as the representative of the Cuban Revolutionary Government, at the 7th plenary session of the special meeting of the Inter-American Economic and Social Council, CIES, sponsored by the OAS in Punta del Este on August 16, 1961. Mr. President and fellow delegates, Cuba is forced to abstain in the general vote on the document. I would like to give some details to explain why it is doing so. Mr. President, in the speech that this delegation gave during the inaugural session, we warned of the dangers that the Alliance for Progress meeting entailed, believing that it was the beginning of a maneuver aimed at isolating the Cuban Revolution. Even so, the Cuban delegation explained that it was willing to work harmoniously, to discuss matters in line with the guiding principles of our revolution and to try to coordinate joint action with all countries in order to achieve documents that would express not only our people's reality but also their aspirations. Unfortunately, the Cuban delegation understands that it has not been possible to fulfill those aspirations in full. Mr. President, Cuba brought 29 draft resolutions on many of the main problems that, in our view, afflict Latin America, distort its development and force it to do what the foreign monopolies want. Cuba pointed out the contradiction between the insignificance of the goals and the magnificence of the proclamations. The participants talked of a challenge to the future, they talked of an alliance that was going to provide Latin America with well-being, and many grandiloquent words were employed. However, when it comes to saying precisely which decade will be the one of democratic progress, we find that, at a net annual per capita growth rate of 2.5%, it will take around 100 years to reach the present level of the United States, which, clearly, has a high standard of living, but it is not an unattainable goal that should be considered absurd for the countries of Latin America and the rest of the world. Moreover, calculating naturally, this is a calculation that does not have a scientific basis and serves only as a means of expressing ideas that the development process of the countries that are presently underdeveloped and that of the industrialized countries remains the same. It would take the underdeveloped countries 500 years to achieve the same per capita income as in the developed countries. We understand that, when the situation in Latin America is like this and there is a reason for our having held this economic conference, we cannot talk about such grand purposes while setting such small goals for ourselves. In education and health, the goals have also been very modest, in some cases more modest than the proposals that international organizations, such as UNESCO, set several years ago. Our country has more than met some of these goals, and it will more than meet all of them within the next 5 years. No goals were defined in housing, and we did not even come up with a qualitative definition of what the region's industrial development will be. Moreover, we have noted some lack of precision in setting goals in agriculture, where large and small land holdings are treated the same way and where the activities of the foreigners who have large land holdings which distort the economies of many Latin American countries are not even considered. Cuba felt that if many of these goals, which had already been stated, were left in more or less the same form as in the original documents that were submitted to us for our consideration, and, if the system of direct private investments from abroad was maintained, it would be impossible to attain the fundamentals required for really establishing the right of the Latin American peoples to begin to lay the foundations of the healthy economies required for achieving high growth rates. In addition, during the conference, the Cuban delegation repeatedly asked what mechanism would be used for distributing the resources of the so-called Alliance for Progress and if Cuba would have access to those resources. These two questions have not been answered. With regard to Latin American economic integration, Cuba pointed out that integration was not a panacea and could not serve as an alternative to basic socio-economic reforms, and it asked if countries with different forms of economic and social organization would be included in that integration, since Cuba was willing to support Latin American integration if its specific socio-economic characteristics were respected. Moreover, Cuba pointed out that full territorial sovereignty was a prerequisite for solid integration and referred specifically to the Guantanamo naval base that exists in Cuban territory, as well as to the Panama Canal. In addition, some further requests were made, requests that were sometimes whittled down considerably from their original form, which were incorporated in one way or another in the meeting's final documents. But others, such as the demand for guarantees for the ships and planes of all the member countries, were not even taken up. With regard to raw materials and commodities, we pointed to the instability of prices and markets, denounced economic aggression and asked that it be condemned and proscribed, pointed to the need for the Latin American countries to diversify their exports, increasing the processing of raw materials and commodities, incorporating new products in their exports and opening new markets, and specifically pointed to the market of the socialist world, which now has a global growth rate of 10%. Cuba criticized subsidies and the dumping of raw materials and commodities by the industrialized countries and pointed to the risks that the accumulation of agricultural surpluses or strategic mineral reserves may bring to the raw materials and commodities markets. Cuba's proposals and warnings were echoed by some countries, and it echoed those of other countries in some cases because, naturally, many of these problems are common to our underdeveloped countries. However, the final document has reduced the real intentions of the promoters of these ideas to practically nothing, just pulling teeth. For example, while the Cuban delegation urged that restrictions on imports and subsidies for the domestic production of raw materials and commodities by the industrialized countries be abolished, the final document spoke only of reducing those restrictions until they were abolished, if possible. The same thing happened with many other specific proposals, all of them ending up as vague declarations including the phrases "if possible," "within the regulations," "conditions permitting," "if so required," and "if permitted." Thus, the escape clauses have already been established. According to the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, the United States spent, this is what is stated in the data I have, $2.525 billion to support agricultural prices in 1955. This is much more than the amount it has given in any one year to the countries in the Alliance for Progress. This document does not even offer an effective guarantee that subsidized production in the United States will not continue to expand. Cuba participated constructively in many proposals, trying to achieve effective resolutions that, without infringing on the sovereignty of any member country, not even the sovereignty of that powerful country which, because of its industrial development, is in a different situation from others, could lead to an understanding that would give the smaller and underdeveloped countries in general full guarantees that they could initiate that new era so many people are talking about. Yesterday, the declaration that we worked on, and on which Cuba abstained because it contains several debatable points, some of them basic and others a matter of wording, as had happened throughout the meeting, was presented. The main point is that, once again, the United States did not reply to Cuba's question, so its silence should be interpreted as a negative, and Cuba will not take part in the Alliance for Progress. You cannot support an alliance in which one of the allies will not have any participation. In addition, the declaration does not attack the main root of our ills, the existence of foreign monopolies that distort our economies and even tie our international policies to dictates from abroad. It does not denounce economic aggression, and Cuba, which knows from its own experience just how harmful such aggression is, feels that it is very important to denounce that aggression. The declaration insists on solving Latin America's problems by means of monetary policy, assuming that monetary changes will change the country's economic structures. We have stated over and over again that a complete structural change in the relations of production is required in order to create the conditions that must exist if the peoples are to make any progress. It also remains within a free enterprise framework, which Cuba has publicly condemned in philosophical terms, together with the exploitation of human beings by others. In practice, free enterprise, which has nothing to do with the new development processes, has been nearly eliminated in our territory. Fellow delegates, these are the reasons why Cuba cannot sign this document. However, I would like to say that some constructive work has been done and that Cuba has not felt isolated during this conference. Many meetings were held to which Cuba was not invited and, naturally, we cannot express an opinion on the content of the discussions that took place. But we do know that the main topic in many of them was Cuba, and we also know that there were good friends, people holding strong convictions and positions, who maintained an attitude favorable to Cuba. So, we have reached the final session of this conference in harmony, and we believe that we have shown that, at all times, we sought to cooperate in expanding the inter-American system on the basis of real independence and friendship with the peoples, not on the basis of making all of us dependent, under the orders of one. Cuba has been satisfied with the proceedings here, insofar as we think new perspectives are opening for Latin America, even though our delegation could not sign the document. One of the paragraphs explicitly admits the existence of systems that are different from those based on the philosophy of free enterprise. Therefore, it admits that this meeting includes a country that has some specific characteristics that differentiate it from the others but that still allow it to be part of the whole, since it is explicitly defined in one of the whereas. Therefore, we think that the first link of true peaceful coexistence in the Americas has been established and that the first step has been taken for those governments that are resolutely opposed to our government and to our system at least to acknowledge the irreversibility of the Cuban Revolution and its right to be recognized as an independent government, with all of its specific characteristics even though they do not like its system of government. The U.S. government has voted for all the parts of this document, and we understand that it has also taken a positive step, establishing that regimes may exist whose philosophy adversely affects that of free enterprise in this part of the Americas. We think this is a very positive step. We have always been willing to settle our differences with the US government, differences that have given rise to a lot of discussion and to some meetings in this part of the world, and we have always said that we can meet anywhere, as long as there are no strings attached. Once more, our government expressly states this willingness. It also states that it is not begging for any kind of rapprochement or asking for a truce, rather, it is simply stating its position and letting all the friendly countries know clearly that Cuba wants to live in peace with all the peoples of the Americas that want to do the same. However, we believe that there is still a danger. We would fail to uphold the Cuban Revolution's tradition of being totally forthright if we did not say that we know that all those meetings were somehow linked to a meeting of foreign ministers in which the case of Cuba was discussed. We understand that a lot of traveling has been done in this regard, seeking affirmative votes for the meeting. Nevertheless, something constructive has been achieved. Years ago, the foreign ministers met to denounce Guatemala, and then an economic conference was promised. More or less the same thing happened with Costa Rica. Now, an economic conference is being held, and the foreign ministers will later meet. We think that this is a great step forward, and we hope that the foreign ministers' meeting will not be held. If it is not, that would constitute an even bigger step forward. But now the main dilemma of this era has been posed. This is a crucial moment for the peoples of the world, one whose importance is also reflected in the Americas. Several delegates, maybe all of you, have wondered, what will happen if the Alliance for Progress fails? This is a very important question. The United States has felt the pressure exerted by the peoples. It has seen that the situation in Latin America, as in the rest of the world, is one of extreme tension, that it threatens the very foundations of the imperialist regime, and that we must seek a solution. This Alliance for Progress is an attempt to seek a solution within the framework of economic imperialism. We believe that, in these conditions, the Alliance for Progress will be a failure. First of all, without any desire to offend, I doubt that it will have $20 billion to work with in the next few years. The administrative restrictions of the great country to the north are such that it sometimes threatens, as I think it is doing today, to attach strings to foreign loans of as little as $5 million. If that threat exists for such small amounts, you can imagine the threats there will be for amounts as large as the one already mentioned. Moreover, it has been stated explicitly that those loans will be used mainly to promote free enterprise. And, since the imperialist monopolies that have been consolidated in almost all Latin American countries have not been denounced in any way, it is logical to suppose that the loans that are agreed to will be used to develop those monopolies. Unquestionably, this will bring about an upsurge in industry and business and result in profits for the companies. In the free trade system in effect in nearly all of Latin America, this would mean greater exports of capital to the United States. So, in short, the Alliance for Progress would become a means for Latin American countries to finance foreign monopolies. Moreover, since the document contains no explicit decision on basic points, such as the maintenance of the prices of raw materials, an obligation to maintain those prices or a prohibition on lowering them, it is very probable that, in the coming years, the present trend will continue, and the prices of Latin America's raw materials will keep falling. In that case, it is probable there will be an ever-worsening deterioration in the balance of payments of each of the Latin American countries, to which will be added the effects of the export of capital by the monopolies. All this will translate into a lack of development, the opposite of what the Alliance for Progress is supposed to achieve. The lack of development will bring about more unemployment. Unemployment will mean a real drop in wages, and an inflationary process with which we are all familiar will begin, in order to meet the shortages in the national budgets that are caused by lack of income. At that point, the International Monetary Fund will begin to play a preponderant role in nearly all the countries of Latin America. That is when the crucial choice for the Latin American countries will arise. There are only two possible paths: to confront the people's discontent, with all that entails, or to take the path of the liberation of foreign trade, which is of fundamental importance for our economies, to develop an independent economic policy, and to promote the development of all the domestic forces in the country. All this, naturally, within the framework of independent foreign policies that will lead to developing trade with countries in other parts of the world.